Chu Feng, bound to a fatal system, summons extraordinary insect-like creatures, life worms that extract the elixir of longevity from their excrement, virus-separating worms that feed on lethal viruses while secreting universal antibodies, and time-traveling tunnel worms that open portals to other realms. With these miraculous biotechnologies as his foundation, he aspires to establish a biological empire that will shake the world. However, titans coveting immortality and unknown threats soon emerge. The story begins with the rise of a magnificent biological corporation. Chapter 1. The Bioprocessing Plant. Is this a joke? In a modest single-room rental in Pu City, the young Chu Feng fiddles with his mobile phone, gazing incredulously at an application on the screen, unable to suppress his exasperation. Chu Feng is a recent graduate from a vocational college, having studied electrical automation technology. Although this field is in high demand, securing a position within the power grid is no simple feat, requiring certifications and entrance examinations. Moreover, as merely a generalist with a smattering of knowledge, his prospects were limited. After concluding his second year, Chu Feng took a job at a large state-owned electronics factory through campus recruitment, squandering over a year of his life as he transitioned from an intern to a somewhat experienced intern, ultimately obtaining his diploma and leaving the university behind. Following his resignation, he arrived in Pu City, using his scant savings to rent a single room. Now he sought to regain focus and calm himself. With little to occupy his time since leaving the factory job and failing to find suitable employment, he contemplated a brief period of seclusion at home. His frustration stemmed from the inexplicable appearance of an application titled Bioprocessing Plant on his phone. Attempting to delete the app, he found himself unable to do so, which only fueled his irritation as he frantically pressed the screen. To his astonishment, the app displayed a prompt. Would you like to bind to the host? Two options appeared: confirm or exit. Amused, Chu Feng thought, this bizarre thing is rather intriguing, as the interface piqued his interest in the bioprocessing plant. He first washed his hands in the bathroom, then rubbed them together as if in prayer, and with a decisive tap of his thumb, he selected confirm. In an instant, the phone emitted a brilliant white light that coalesced into a laser, striking Chu Feng's forehead. Startled, he dropped the phone to the floor, gingerly feeling his forehead, wondering if he had experienced anything at all. He then glanced at the phone lying on the ground, picked it up, and pressed the power button, only to be greeted by a black screen. Pressing the button again yielded no response whatsoever. Alas, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The thought of replacing his phone, even with a modestly priced smartphone, was enough to cause him considerable distress. After all, he was currently unemployed, spending his days at home in an effort to conserve his meager resources. He understood that every day's expenses meant one less day of sustenance. Replacing his phone would equate to sacrificing over half a month's living costs. This was the source of his dismay. Please don't malfunction. You've only been with me for a few days. You still have years ahead of you. Come back to life, my dear phone. Chu Feng pressed and held the power button again, closing his eyes and repeatedly chanting a prayer, hoping to coax it back to life. 1 second, 2 seconds. By the 5th second, the phone finally responded, presenting a continuously spinning circle. It had powered on. Chu Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, the interface transformed abruptly, revealing a peculiar message. System successfully bound to host, initiating intelligent identification. Identification complete. Would you like to proceed? Chu Feng was instantly bewildered. When did my phone acquire such capabilities? However, at this point, he did not dwell on it too much. Binding. Intelligent identification was merely a fancy term. He would be satisfied as long as it remained functional. He tapped the application icon with his index finger and waited. After a lengthy half hour, the phone finally completed loading, and he accessed the dossier. Host: Chu Feng. Species: human summonable creatures. Life worm, virus separation worm, transdimensional tunnel worm. Chu Feng stared in confusion, contemplating the absurdity of it all. What in the world were these? Life worms and virus separation worm. Surely the transdimensional tunnel worm was a figment of some fanciful imagination, perhaps inspired by too many episodes of a certain cartoon. Nevertheless, he brushed aside these trivialities and began to navigate the screen haphazardly. Next, he pressed the home button, only to find that the application could not prevent him from exiting the interface. What was even more disconcerting was that as he manipulated the phone, he discovered it was infected with a virus that had erased all applications, including the system's default photos and contact software. The entire home screen was left with but a single application: Biological Processing Factory. Everything else had vanished, and even the signal was gone. Biological processing factory. Was this a Trojan virus? Curse it. This bizarre turn of events only fueled Chu Feng's disdain for this application. It was this so-called worm and virus separation nonsense that had led to the downfall of his phone. His eyes brimmed with confusion and despair. He had already accidentally dropped his phone once, and now, through a careless click on a virus-laden app, he had wiped everything clean, transforming a perfectly good smartphone into a useless brick. However, perhaps it is merely a small jest played by others upon oneself? Chu Feng, numbed by the biological processing factory, harbored such thoughts in his heart as he opened the only application once more, revealing the following interface. Biological processing factory. Here, one can find all manner of insectoid races, eager to present humanity with various opportunities, adept at crafting diverse life forms. They are the intricate artisans of life, enabling lower organisms to undergo the transformative genesis. Their comprehension of the eternal essence of life transcends even the longevity of their own existence. Their purpose is to guide humanity towards the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a vast starry realm awaiting human conquest. Such audacity, seeking to conquer the stars, when humanity struggles even to set foot on the moon, let alone traverse the infinite universe. Upon reading this, Chu Feng could not help but chuckle, considering it merely a comical synopsis of a divine drama. He continued to tap with his index finger, and the screen swiftly transformed into a miniature humanoid figure, which upon closer inspection bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Feng himself. Beneath it were displayed a spatial warehouse and the option to summon creatures, with the most intriguing feature being a biological shop. The creatures to be summoned were likely the so-called life worms and virus-separating creatures. Thus, Chu Feng promptly clicked on the spatial warehouse, and true to expectation, it contained nothing of substance, only an icon resembling a small backpack, which upon opening revealed a novice gift pack. Novice gift pack, a starter gift pack for new hosts of the biological processing factory. Upon opening, you shall receive 2 loyal humanoid creatures, a vial of physique enhancement liquid superior quality, and a level 1 biological processing factory gift pack. The level 1 biological processing factory gift pack requires the host to upgrade to factory level before it can be opened and utilized. There are a total of 9 levels, with higher levels offering increasingly diverse gift pack functionalities. By summoning 3 types of creatures and upgrading them to level 1, one can elevate the biological processing factory to level 1, unlocking the level 1 biological processing factory gift pack for even richer rewards. Upon reaching level 2, the host may gain access to more formidable biological summoning opportunities, as well as the chance to summon industrial machine type and dark matter type creatures. Currently, the biological processing factory level stands at 0. The host is encouraged to strive for upgrades. Chu Feng was now entirely amused, nearly doubled over with laughter at the synopsis. He could not resist examining it once more, pondering how absurd it had become, even suggesting the summoning of creatures simply ludicrous. Nonetheless, defying his skepticism, Chu Feng clicked to open the novice gift pack, only to be suddenly engulfed in a radiant glow emanating from his phone, so bright that he could scarcely open his eyes. When the illumination faded, he blinked, finding his phone shrouded in swirling mist, shadows darting within, as if something was about to emerge. Gradually, amidst the haze, 2 figures began to materialize, their outlines becoming increasingly distinct as the smoke dissipated. When Chu Feng finally discerned the scene before him, he was so startled that he leapt up, his phone slipping from his grasp. A ghost!" he screamed, hastily flipping over his bed, stumbling as he opened the door and tumbled out, crawling and kneeling in a frantic escape. "Oh my God!" His anguished cry instantly revived the corridor, causing curious tenants to peek out, eager to discover which miscreant was making such a racket. However, upon realizing it was Chu Feng, and witnessing the sheer panic etched across his face, they all retreated, hastily shutting their doors, fearing a murder had transpired. Chapter 2. The Cockroach-Headed Monsters. Alas, the corridor was dimly lit and cluttered with cleaning supplies, nearly causing Chu Feng to trip and fall. He hurriedly made his way to the staircase landing, suddenly reflecting on the absurdity of being terrified by mere cockroach-headed monsters as a grown man. Thus, he seized a mop from the stairwell, wielding it as a weapon, and cautiously made his way back to his rental room, pressing his ear against the door to listen for any sounds within, only to find silence. Feeling somewhat emboldened, he stepped inside. At that moment, he finally beheld the true forms of the 2 cockroach-headed monsters. One was robust with a large head, while the other was petite with a slender neck. Their skin was a dark, glistening hue, reminiscent of a cockroach's shell, utterly repulsive. Particularly unsettling was the smoothness of their heads, devoid of hair, save for two long, twitching antennae that added an element of absurdity to their appearance. Yet their limbs were distinctly human-like, with 5 fingers on each hand and foot, lending them a humanoid aspect. To his astonishment, the 2 cockroach-headed beings knelt on one leg before him, their antennae waving animatedly. Gazing at their peculiar visages, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Although their appearance was somewhat terrifying, he sensed an underlying friendliness emanating from them. He relaxed his grip on the mop, feeling at a loss as they exchanged glances. Recalling the contents of a novice gift package from the biological processing factory, he swiftly began to manipulate his phone, momentarily disregarding the 2 creatures. He mused to himself, if these 2 monsters were summoned from an application, could they be returned directly to the warehouse? With that thought, he accessed the spatial warehouse on his phone, locating the icons representing the cockroach-headed beings, and proceeded to retrieve them. As expected, the monsters vanished, and the icons illuminated as they disappeared. Chu Feng's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, this is the system. He continued to navigate his phone, tapping the interface to summon the cockroach-headed beings once more. The creatures materialized slowly, as if they needed to coalesce amidst a haze before fully emerging. Looking at them, Chu Feng inquired, "Do you understand what I am saying?" The 2 cockroach heads remained indifferent, appearing humanoid, yet lacking the capacity for human communication, their antennae merely vibrating with increased frequency. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Feng. He recalled a scientist from a popular science article in his childhood, who had stated that the antennae of cockroaches serve as their signal-receiving antennas. According to the literature, cockroaches possess an acute awareness of their surroundings, with the fine hairs on their antennae capable of detecting minuscule signals, such as vibrations in the air, fluctuations in temperature, and humidity changes. Cockroaches can sense human movements long before they occur. The moment a human lifts a foot to step on them or swings an object to strike, they detect the threat and scurry away. Yet, it was evident that Chu Feng could not comprehend their language. The system had just indicated that he would receive 2 loyal humanoid beings. Surely, they were the very ones before him. The thought filled Chu Feng with delight, as such an honor was not bestowed upon everyone. However, taking them out into the world would likely incite public panic, and Chu Feng found himself in a quandary. He certainly did not wish to make headlines. "You're not my type, can't you transform into more normal appearances?" As soon as the words left his lips, the creatures vanished without a trace. Panic surged through him as he hastily defended himself. No, please don't be upset. I do not mean to imply you are unattractive." The creatures paid him no heed, and it was clear that he would not receive a response. Regret washed over him as he sighed. "Oh, my 2 cockroach-headed monsters, my dreams." Suddenly, he recalled the system and quickly opened his phone. The screen glowed, displaying, "Request from host received, biological reprocessing in progress." Goodness, could this really be happening? Chu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Holding his phone, he scrutinized it once more, gradually noticing that the application notifications had changed. With a click, the following content appeared. "System loading, please do not turn off 100 complete, biological reboot." As the words faded, a radiant light emanated from the phone, and smoke swiftly enveloped the area, revealing 2 indistinct figures. One was a robust male with a large head, while the other was a petite female with a slender neck, both possessing alabaster skin that was smooth and exquisite, akin to ethereal beings. Yes, this was precisely what he desired. Chu Feng gazed upon them, clearly satisfied. At that moment, the room was graced by the presence of a man and a woman. The man sported a buzz cut and had a muscular build, while the woman flaunted long, orange hair and possessed a piercing gaze. They exchanged glances, and an air of silence enveloped the scene. "Can you understand my words?" Once he had regained his composure, Chu Feng realized the need to dispel the awkwardness and cleared his throat to inquire. "In response to our master, we can hear your voice." The 2 cockroach-headed beings, now transformed into humans, bowed respectfully and replied softly, "Are you of cockroach origin, or did you merely appear as such moments ago?" Chu Feng asked with curiosity, "Why does the master concern himself with this?" "We indeed hail from cockroach ancestry." Cockroaches. Chu Feng refrained from further questioning. From a young age, he had feared little, but cockroaches were his greatest terror. Upon sighting one, he would call for his mother, for the cockroaches in the south were notably large and, uniquely, could fly. That evening, Chu Feng's rented room was particularly lively. He had spent a bit of his meager funds to procure a feast, with a small table adorned with an array of meats and vegetables, a veritable banquet by his standards. Are you not worried about your empty pockets? Fear not. Follow me and eat to your heart's content. In truth, Chu Feng was not impoverished previously. He had inquired about their culinary preferences. They had replied nonchalantly. Cotton products, leather goods, paper, books, soap, and so forth, with dining locales ranging from outdoor refuse heaps to gutters and toilets. Perhaps their digestive prowess was exceptionally robust. Indeed, our digestion is quite remarkable. Chu Feng, astonished, asked, "Can you discern my thoughts?" Yes, we cockroaches possess antennae that allow us to receive shockwaves. Upon assuming human form, our abilities enable us to capture human brainwaves. Did you enjoy this meal? Thank you for your concern, Master. We have previously subsisted on leftovers, but your generosity is greatly appreciated. Is there anything else you require? At that moment, Chu Feng felt a surge of optimism for the future life seemed to be unfolding favorably. The so-called 4 joys of life relief from a long drought, encountering an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and success in examinations were all encapsulated in this moment. Though he had never experienced such joys before, the delight he felt now was undeniably exhilarating. Sipping on a modest drink, his elation was as gentle as the summer breeze wafting through the window. How apt this description was. Perhaps I am indeed a poet, Chu Feng mused. Why are you so joyful, Master? No one has ever treated me this way. Why have you shed tears, Master? I was reminded of my mother. Do we evoke thoughts of your mother upon first meeting? We were mistaken. Master, it shall not happen again. No worries, from now on, you need not call me Master, simply refer to me as Boss. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Boss. The 2 cockroach-headed creatures, transformed into humans, acquiesced to the new designation. By the way, do you have names? Chu Feng suddenly recalled and hastily inquired. In response, Boss, we do not possess names. After exchanging glances, the smaller of the 2 shook her head. Then allow me to bestow names upon you. You shall be called Chu Xiong, and you shall be Chu Mei. Chu Feng pronounced the names and found them to rhyme beautifully, inwardly commending his exceptional talent for naming. After a brief spell of joy, he added, "From this day forth, you shall consider yourselves my employees, working for me, your boss. If anyone asks where you are from, simply say you have returned from abroad." Understood, Boss. Chapter 3. Summoning the life worm. Seeing the cramped rental space, the shabby furniture, and the filthy floor, Chu Feng felt a bit awkward when he heard someone refer to him as the boss. "Do you have any way to help me make money?" Chu Feng asked Chu Xiong and Chu Mei with a serious expression, eagerly awaiting their answer. "You can try summoning a god. Gods have the ability to create all divine objects," Chu Xiong answered in a low voice. Chu Mei added from the side, "Yes, boss, you can summon a god." "God? What kind of god are you talking about?" Chu Feng asked, surprised, looking at Chu Xiong with astonishment. "Worm." Chu Xiong and Chu Mei replied in unison, their tone very respectful. Chu Feng suddenly understood that the strange bugs in the system meant divine beings in the eyes of the cockroach-headed monster. With that thought, he quickly got it. He first used his phone to operate and store Chu Xiong and Chu Mei in the space warehouse. After exiting the warehouse, Chu Feng placed his thumb over the icon for summoning creatures, but hesitated to proceed. Does the god they mentioned have some astonishing abilities? Chu Feng feigned calmness, took a deep breath, and then, as if making a decision, clicked on the summonable creatures. Slowly, the map icon transformed into a rotating circle. And less than 2 seconds later, it changed to a card display with only 3 cards lit up, the rest dark and colorless. The 3 cards each depicted a bizarre worm-like creature. Life worm, feeds on food containing the source of life, secreting a life fluid rich in the essence of all things. The life fluid can significantly increase human life by 10 years and enhance cellular activity, promoting a small chance of human evolution, with the probability of evolution increasing through upgrades. Current biological level, 0. Virus separation worm, as the name suggests, feeds on viruses, specifically targeting their protein shells, extracting their genetic sequences, uploading them to its own system library, and secreting antiviral fluid in return. When the virus disappears, the virus separation worm will self-destruct, turning into protein-rich substance for digestion, with any indigestible material excreted as waste. Current biological level, 0. Transcendence, tunnel worm, can gnaw through any solid to create a tunnel with a diameter of 1 kilometer at a chosen location, with the potential to increase the diameter through upgrades. Current level, 0. These are the introductions to the three types of creatures, each more impressive than the last. Especially the virus separation worm, which is simply the ultimate nemesis of viruses, a bug humans desperately desire. However, what intrigued Chu Feng the most was the life worm, as its description indicated that the life fluid could significantly increase human life by 10 years. In simpler terms, it directly increases lifespan by 10 years. As for the last one, the Transcendence Tunnel Worm, while not as sensational, is still a kind of divine creature. Chu Feng recalled a similar creature from the childhood cartoons he watched, where a character used a worm-like creature to create a black hole large enough for a person to enter, allowing travel to any location. Coincidentally, the card icon for the Transcendence Tunnel Worm also resembled the appearance of a green bean bug, which felt like quite a coincidence. However, Chu Feng did not plan to summon this creature just yet, nor did he intend to summon the virus separation worm. Although humanity has experienced countless viral infections leading to many deaths, most viruses are still in a dormant state. He only planned to summon it when humanity acted as the host in a viral infection scenario. Thus, Chu Feng focused all his attention on the life worm. Although he didn't know what constituted the source of life, he believed it was likely food. He decided to take all the money he had, leave the rental unit, and rush to a nearby fruit stall to buy various fruits, each about £1. He thought, if anything could hold the source of life, it must be fruit. If fruits didn't contain the source of life, he would scour the land to find any food that did, even if it was just to see the face of something that could extend human lifespan by 10 years. After paying the last fruit stall owner, Chu Feng gasped for breath, sweat glistening on his face, and returned to the rental unit carrying bags of fruits. He then closed the door and pulled the dirty curtains over the windows. Once he had arranged the bags of fruit on the floor, Chu Feng took out his phone, first entering the biological processing app, clicking on summonable creatures, and finally selecting the life worm until two options appeared, the first to check information and the second to confirm the summon. Wanting to summon the life worm, he naturally chose to confirm the summon and clicked the latter. Immediately, the phone emitted a white light that shot into Chu Feng's forehead. But after being hit by the light so many times, he had gotten used to it. The phone was still surrounded by swirling smoke, and a shadow seemed to be moving within, as if something was about to jump out. As the smoke cleared, a plump worm shadow gradually became clearer, revealing the outline of a black worm-like creature. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, the life worm revealed its form. It was a black, long snake, unlike a normal snake head. Having a round mouth filled with sharp teeth, its body tubular and reminiscent of a leech, which was quite disgusting. However, it was about 1 meter long and nearly half a meter wide. Even more surprising was that this creature emitted a strong electric current from its eyes, similar to the death worm from Mongolian mythology. Although it didn't cause Chu Feng pain, he felt a strange tingling sensation. Startled, Chu Feng took several steps back. But he noticed the life worm moving forward, its muscular body contracting as it consumed the various fruits on the ground. As the worm devoured, Chu Feng relaxed and slowly reached out to touch its back, feeling a soft, fleshy texture and a subtle muscle movement. Suddenly, the life worm stopped, and Chu Feng hesitated, unsure whether to continue touching it. Then, the life worm let out a series of ripping sounds, and a rich aroma wafted from its tail, immediately capturing Chu Feng's attention. He hadn't forgotten that the life worm could produce life fluid. Panicking, Chu Feng jumped off the bed and grabbed a bucket from the other side, quickly placing it near the life worm's rear. The life worm continued to emit sounds for several minutes, and just when Chu Feng thought something was wrong, it suddenly spewed out a green liquid. The inviting aroma intensified, but Chu Feng's expression grew more peculiar. Gradually, as the life worm moved forward to consume the remaining fruits, it also continued to excrete, while Chu Feng held the bucket, creating a rather harmonious scene. Finally, after the life worm had eaten all the fruits, it lay motionless on the ground. It no longer excreted any liquid, and only then did Chu Feng lift the bucket, lay it flat, and took out his phone to store the life worm back in the warehouse. As expected, a large-mouthed icon resembling the life worm appeared in the warehouse. Subsequently, Chu Feng focused his attention on the bucket filled with green liquid. Chapter 4. Level 1 Physical Enhancement Liquid. The liquid in the bucket was clear and emerald green, with shiny bubbles emerging from the bottom, clustered together in various sizes, sparkling like countless pearls. However, whether this was the life fluid, Chu Feng could not guess. So Chu Feng had no choice but to summon the cockroach-headed monster, and once again, smoke filled the air. The cockroach-headed monsters emerged from the mist, all looking bewildered at their master, Chu Feng. Chu Feng asked them, "You should have seen the life liquid, right?" Can you tell me if this is what you call the life liquid? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng and Chu Mei both looked towards the plastic bucket. After they saw the water inside the bucket, especially Chu Mei, her expression changed suddenly, causing Chu Feng's heart to tighten with worry that she might say it wasn't the life liquid. Master, this is all the life liquid, Chu Mei exclaimed in shock, momentarily forgetting her earlier caution. Hearing Chu Mei's words, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. However, he noticed that Chu Feng looked confused. Perhaps he had never seen the life liquid either. Not only was he staring at Chu Mei in shock, but he also seemed to doubt the liquid in the bucket, struggling to believe that such a large bucket could contain only life liquid. Chu Feng's voice trembled slightly as he cautiously asked Chu Feng, "Boss, is this really true? The divine life liquid is rumored to be produced in very low quantities. Back in the day, our planet barely managed to gather global resources to allow the gods to produce this amount." Chu Feng was instantly dumbfounded. How could the power of a planet only amount to this little? Wasn't that just a few hundred pieces of fruit? Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and without answering, he asked back, "Is your planet completely desertified?" "Yes, not only the planet we used to stay on, but even the gods' residence has no green grass. None of us can produce even a blade of grass to feed the gods, let alone resources of this scale," Chu Mei replied, finally coming back to her senses and responding to Chu Feng's question. "I see, it seems that Earth has rich resources," Chu Feng simply answered them. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain clearly. They had been working with him for a long time and would understand sooner or later. So there was no need for a lengthy explanation. "Since you all believe this is the life liquid, can this really extend everyone's lifespan by 10 years? Chu Feng had to ask the crucial question, as it concerned his wealth. Before Chu Feng could finish his sentence, Chu Mei stepped forward and said, "Boss, let me answer you." Chu Feng looked at the small interaction between Chu Mei and Chu Feng with some confusion, waiting for their explanation. "It's like this, boss. First, let me introduce myself. I was once the chief scientist of the Cockroach Ball Federation Academy, studying the lifespan constraints of all living beings. The life liquid can be called a divine creation because it allows any organism to break through its own lifespan constraints, which is the main reason for its popularity." But as soon as Chu Mei finished speaking, before she could continue, Chu Feng suddenly realized, but not every organism can break through these constraints, right? This requires a strong constitution, doesn't it? After seeing Chu Mei nod, Chu Feng appeared utterly confused. He couldn't understand. "I understand now." Chu Feng thought of the level 1 constitution enhancement liquid in the warehouse. Since the main purpose of the life liquid is to break through one's own constraints and promote evolution, then this level 1 constitution enhancement liquid must be taken first, followed by the life liquid to truly break through the constraints and extend lifespan. Chu Feng continued to ask Chu Mei, "So, does that mean simply taking the life liquid cannot directly extend lifespan by 10 years? "Yes, but it's not entirely that simple. Most organisms can increase their lifespan by taking just the life liquid, but the increase goes from 10 years to 5 years. Only those with exceptional constitutions can barely gain a few more years. But the 10-year lifespan extension is only applicable to you, boss," she explained. "Is it because of the level 1 constitution enhancement liquid?" Chu Feng suddenly understood. He didn't need to ask that question to grasp Chu Mei's meaning. The life liquid is effective for every organism, but due to inherent constitution reasons, its utilization rate is very low. In other words, its effectiveness is halved for others. Yet it remains a coveted divine object for humanity. After all, any object that can promote human longevity will always attract attention, even for those aging monsters nearing their end. Their own lives are paramount. At this moment, Chu Feng even thought of the gambling king of Australia, the founders of those great families in the port city, and the families in the northern city. Although their financial power is not as strong as that of the southern families, they are still a formidable force. Their only commonality is that they all have elderly individuals nearing their end, and these elders were once high-ranking figures. With this thought, Chu Feng felt relieved. He stopped overthinking and looked at Chu Mei with a glimmer of insight in his eyes. He wanted to establish a company focused on biological research. And Chu Mei was a suitable manager, not only capable but also powerful. As for Chu Feng, Chu Feng had a suspicion that everyone summoned from the biological processing plant was not simple and might hold significant standing in certain fields. Chu Feng smiled at Chu Feng and asked, "Chu Mei has already informed me of her expertise. What about you? What are your strengths?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Chu Feng lowered his head in silence for a moment before suddenly looking up and saying, "I was once the captain of the logistics and demolition team in the Cockroach Ball Federation Space Fleet. I was punished to serve in the City of Sinners on the Cockroach Ball satellite due to treachery, and later, due to certain events. I became a somewhat well-known assassin locally. An assassin? Chu Feng thought more deeply upon hearing this. This was a standard bodyguard. It couldn't be simple for someone who had once served as a captain in the space fleet. It was certainly not possible for him to be just a minor figure. That's good. Chu Xiong, you'll take on my security tasks from now on. Perhaps you have faced unavoidable hardships in the past, but it's fine. I don't mind. From now on, you are my bodyguard, Chu Feng said casually, waving his hand to them. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong stood at attention and replied loudly, "Yes, boss. As for Chu Mei, you will be responsible for helping me research the development of the life liquid. I will keep half of this bucket of life liquid for you, and I will use the other half. For now, you'll have to stay in the warehouse," he said. "Okay, boss." Chu Feng waved goodbye to Chu Mei and then took out his phone to summon her back to the warehouse. After seeing the icon for Chu Mei light up in the warehouse, he turned his attention to the level 1 constitution enhancement liquid that he hadn't noticed for a long time and summoned it. Gradually, a tube of red liquid appeared in his hand. It was a transparent glass tube, sealed with a cork made of softwood, giving off an oak scent. He opened the cork and gently smelled it. It was an odorless red liquid. Chu Feng instructed Chu Xiong, "Keep an eye on the surroundings. If anyone breaks in, do what you see fit." "Yes, boss." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiong's skin suddenly shimmered with a transparent light, slowly blending into the surrounding shadows. And then he disappeared in an instant. This maneuver left Chu Feng stunned. He shook his head slightly, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Then, Chu Feng stopped thinking about other matters and focused on the tube in his hand, tilting his head back to swallow the red liquid. Just as he was waiting for his body to change, he suddenly fainted. Chapter 5, Hospital. The next morning, the sun rose, and beams of light streamed in through the window. Chu Feng naturally woke up, and the first thing he did was check his body, feeling a surge of power as if he could punch through a cow. The skin all over his body had turned a tender red, smooth and fair to the touch. But he was covered in sweat and dirt, making him feel uncomfortable, as if he wanted to scratch it clean with his nails. "Boss, you're awake." Chu Xiong removed his disguise system, revealing his body and greeting Chu Feng. "Just right. Did you find anything last night?" "No." After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiong continued. "The only thing is that, boss, your body is expelling a lot of impurities. This sweat is all waste discharged from your body." I understand. I'll give you $100. Go outside and buy some food." While saying this, Chu Feng took a 100 yuan bill out of his wallet. After Chu Xiong took the money, he left the rented room directly. Chu Feng also needed to hurry and take a shower. The sweat on his body made him very uncomfortable. It took him nearly half an hour to clean up. Usually, he would just rinse for a few minutes and be done, but he was simply too dirty this time. After using some fragrant shower gel, he changed into new clothes. When he came out, he found that Chu Xiong was already sitting by the bed, with the table beside him filled with meat buns and soybean milk, even several bags of steamed buns. Seeing this, Chu Feng was instantly speechless. When Chu Xiong saw Chu Feng come out, he quickly stood up to greet him. Chu Feng waved his hand to stop Chu Xiong's actions and instructed him not to be so formal in the future. Without saying much, he quickly called Chu Mei out from the warehouse. Chu Mei greeted them as soon as she came out. Then the three of them didn't waste any time and gathered around the breakfast to eat. After a hearty meal, Chu Xiong and the others waited for their master Chu Feng to speak. Chu Feng naturally knew it was time to get down to business, so he instructed Chu Mei to study the life liquid in the rented room. Chu Feng planned to fill empty bottles with the life liquid. After filling 2 bottles, he didn't continue and put them into his backpack. He called Chu Xiong to come with him, planning to treat Chu Xiong as a bodyguard. After all, having such a cheap and loyal bodyguard and not utilizing him would be a waste of talent. Chu Xiong asked, "Boss, where are we planning to go?" "To the hospital." "That's right, to the hospital." Although Chu Feng possessed the life liquid, which could be exchanged for a fortune, at the moment, he had no connections, didn't know where to find local wealthy people, and had no idea who had elderly relatives who were about to pass away. Therefore, he focused on the city's largest people's hospital. If he had to say where he was most likely to encounter such people, it would only be at the largest people's hospital in the area. Even though there was a bar called Carefree Bar that local rich people often frequented. So what? Not to mention that an average cup of plain water costs 30 yuan, which he couldn't afford. Just the fact that you need to give a 1,000 yuan tip to the doorman to gain entry was enough to make Chu Feng heartbroken. After all, he was ultimately a poor guy. Having a biological processing factory was only meaningful if it could be converted into wealth. So, this was also why Chu Feng set his sights on the hospital. After all, a hospital represents a place where if you are sick and have money, you must get treated. Most importantly, there is a high probability of encountering someone who is both sick and wealthy. Poor people wouldn't even dare to go to a large people's hospital for treatment. They would prefer to spend a few hundred yuan on traditional medicine at home rather than face the tens of thousands in medical and hospitalization fees, which they simply cannot accept. High medical costs are also one of the main reasons many low-income families face tragedies. In simple terms, it's because hospital charges are too high, and ordinary people's incomes are too low. To put it bluntly, poverty and illness are common among ordinary folks. Chu Feng and Chu Feng got into a local taxi and told the driver, "Driver, go to the people's hospital." "All right, sit tight." The driver quickly operated the steering wheel and hit the road after receiving the address. Due to the driver's reckless driving, the journey that should have taken only 15 minutes dragged on for over 30 minutes, not to mention the poor local traffic, where many places were often congested. Chu Feng was frustrated but had no choice but to pay. After paying in cash and getting out of the car when the taxi drove away, Chu Feng spat at the exhaust of the taxi and cursed, "Damn it, this black taxi deserves to be crashed." Chu Feng, standing beside Chu Feng, looked at his boss's childish behavior and couldn't help but feel a headache. He didn't expect his master to have such a childish side. Let's go inside the hospital and ask where the intensive care unit is." Chu Feng tidied up his appearance, adjusted his backpack, and then stepped through the entrance of the people's hospital, with Chu Feng closely following him and keeping an eye on the people around. The patients and their family members came and went, moving as slowly as turtles. In the middle was a parking lot, surrounded by tall inpatient buildings, outpatient buildings, and emergency buildings, with the words outpatient building prominently displayed in the center. Arriving at the service desk, they asked a nurse, who had a red ribbon hanging from her waist, a few questions and got the information that the intensive care unit was on the 11th floor of the inpatient building. However, just as they took the elevator up to the 11th floor, before Chu Feng and Chu Feng could even step out of the elevator, they heard a commotion of shouting and gasping. They quickened their pace and exited the hallway to see what was happening. At that moment on the 11th floor, at the nurse's station in the middle of the hall, 2 doctors and several nervous female nurses stood there. And a few meters away at the entrance of an intensive care unit, 2 armed police officers had their guns pointed at the room, shouting, "Chen Shan Shan, your crime was originally not serious. You would have been released after a few years. But now that you are taking hostages, your sentence will be increased by at least 10 years. I advise you to calm down, release the hostage, and seek leniency." One of the armed police shouted loudly, "Less nonsense. Hurry up and do as I say. Prepare 100,000 yuan and a car for me within half an hour. Otherwise, I'll kill her." The criminal, called Chen Shanshan, shouted excitedly, "Oh, don't kill me." Immediately after, the terrified scream of a female nurse was heard, and it was clear from her voice that she was very scared. "Don't move, otherwise I'll kill you immediately. But as long as you cooperate with me to escape, I will naturally let you go." The criminal said again, "Boss, it looks like a hostage situation is happening." Chu Feng whispered. Chu Feng nodded and said, "I see. Do you need my help, boss?" "Wait a minute, the person in charge should be here soon." "Yes. Hurry up, I have no patience. You only have half an hour to prepare." The criminal shouted arrogantly. "Getting a car within half an hour is not a problem, but 100,000 yuan is a bit of a hassle. You'll need to give us a little more time." The police officer scolded angrily. "There is no room for negotiation. You only have half an hour. If you wait even a second longer, I will kill this nurse." The criminal said without room for discussion, "Director, why are you here?" "Director, the ward is too dangerous. You can't go in." At this moment, an elderly man with gray hair hurriedly arrived on the 11th floor, and several doctors and nurses surrounded him. This elderly man was the director of the People's Hospital. He said, "Something so serious happened. How can I not come?" "No one stop me. I want to talk to the criminal." The director insisted on going over, and the doctors and nurses didn't dare to stop him and followed him. "It's too dangerous here. You all better stay back," the police advised. "I just want to say a few words to the criminal." The director stepped forward to the entrance of the hospital, looking at the eyes of the kidnapped nurse, which were filled with anxiety, love, and heartache. That kind of emotion completely surpassed a director's concern for an ordinary nurse. Upon seeing the director, the young nurse couldn't help but shed tears. "Child, don't be afraid. Don't cry. I will definitely save you and not let you suffer any harm." The director first comforted the kidnapped young nurse and then looked at the criminal and continued, "I heard that you want a car and money. I can provide that for you, but I have one request. Let this nurse go and let me be the hostage." The director continued with a heartbroken expression. I am the director of the People's Hospital. I carry more weight. No, director, you can't be the hostage. After hearing the director's words, the young nurse turned pale with fear. That's right, director, you can't put yourself in danger. It's more important to take care of your health. You are the pillar of the hospital. If anything happens, it will be the biggest loss for the hospital. Please think carefully. Child, you are still young and shouldn't have to endure such fear. Let me be the hostage. The director completely ignored what the people around him were saying and stepped into the ward. Stop. The thug shouted angrily, Old man, who let you in here? If you take one more step, I will kill her. As he spoke, the thug gently pushed the syringe, and a small portion of the needle pierced the neck of the young nurse. Suddenly, at that moment, Chu Feng whispered to Chu Xiong, go handle it. Just take down the thug and leave the rest to the police. We don't need to resort to murder. Yes, boss. After Chu Xiong replied, he took a few steps back, leaned against the wall, and disappeared from sight. Don't do anything reckless. I'm coming out. The dean, worried about the young nurse's safety, hurriedly stepped out and said with a friendly tone, I am the dean. I am more suitable as a hostage than her. What do you think? At this moment, the thug's attention was fully drawn to the person at the door, which was the best opportunity for a sneak attack. Chu Xiong no longer waited. He suddenly appeared, creating the illusion that he had jumped in through the window from behind. With a nimble roll, he jumped into the ward, landing on his feet and darting out like an arrow. The series of actions was seamless. A doctor instinctively exclaimed as he saw someone suddenly leap into the ward through the window. The thug instinctively turned around, but before he could see the person's face clearly, Chu Xiong struck down hard on the thug's neck at the sleeping acupoint. The thug let out a muffled groan, rolled his eyes back, and immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Two armed police officers rushed in and quickly restrained the unconscious thug, handcuffing him. The doctors and nurses outside were all dumbfounded, and after a moment, they erupted into enthusiastic applause. A doctor praised, young man, that was incredible. This is the 11th floor. How did he climb up here? That series of movements was so cool, like a kung fu superstar. A young nurse was infatuated, looking at Chu Xiong with eyes full of admiration, like a little fan. Seeing that she was saved, the young nurse instinctively threw herself into the dean's arms, sobbing. Okay, don't cry. It's all right. The dean, relieved, patted the young nurse's back affectionately, comforting her. It's okay. You're safe now. I'm sorry for the inconvenience and fright caused to the hospital and this young nurse. I sincerely apologize. Given that this thug is too dangerous, we must take him back to the police station for custody. The police said a few apologetic words and took the thug away. With the thug taken away and the young nurse saved, the situation reached a satisfactory conclusion. When the dean and the young nurse wanted to find their savior, Chu Xiong had already vanished without a trace. Has anyone seen where my savior went? The young nurse who was saved by Chu Xiong asked around, feeling regretful that she hadn't even said thank you to the person who saved her. Nor had she seen what he looked like. I saw him go into the hallway, but I don't know where he went, another female nurse replied. Thank you. The young nurse hurriedly walked toward the hallway to search for Chu Xiong. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and Chu Xiong were sneaking around the corridor, checking each intensive care unit one by one. Unfortunately, they still didn't see any elderly person who seemed to be a big shot. On the contrary, the patients in the intensive care units were mostly young, with hardly any elderly people. Although Chu Feng wanted to find some wealthy individuals to exchange money with, it was clear that his plan had failed. Chu Feng had no choice but to leave. So he signaled to Chu Xiong that they should leave the hospital and come up with a new plan. However, things didn't go smoothly. A young nurse in her 20s saw Chu Xiong and ran over with a look of surprise. Savior, don't go. She called out. Someone is calling you. Chu Feng said with a quiet laugh. Is she here to repay her savior? He then continued to Chu Xiong. You handle it. I'll wait for you by the elevator. Yes, boss. Chu Feng shook his head and left, leaving Chu Xiong facing the innocent young nurse. Chu Feng stood by the elevator, somewhat interested in watching the conversation between Chu Xiong and the young nurse in the corridor. But to his surprise, the young nurse seemed to have been upset by Chu Xiong, her slender body trembling as she covered her face and walked away. This girl's reaction left Chu Feng bewildered. He was pondering what kind of words that scoundrel had said to make a girl cry. When Chu Xiong came over, he would definitely have to ask him about it. However, what bewildered Chu Feng even more was that he saw the young nurse walking over while crying. Upon seeing Chu Feng with Chu Xiong, she let out a small sound of discontent. What the hell is going on? Chu Xiong walked over with a blank expression and stood beside Chu Feng. Chu Feng asked, "What exactly did you say to her?" "Nothing much. Just told her that the boss doesn't allow me to be with others." Chu Feng almost spat out blood. "What does that mean? So now it's his fault too? You're impressive." Chu Feng cursed and left, followed by Chu Xiong. They took the elevator away from the Municipal People's Hospital and returned to their rented place. At this moment, the rented place was completely in disarray, with not only the bed covered in a mess, but even the floor splattered with various green paints. Wait a minute, could this green stuff be the life liquid? Finally, Chu Feng saw Chu Mei, who looked extremely disheveled, with the bucket at her feet containing half as much life liquid as it had in the morning. Chu Feng's heart tightened. He trembled as he approached the bucket and indeed found that it had decreased significantly. This was all money, glowing green money. At that moment, Chu Feng regretted not having hit himself in the mouth. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Chu Mei study the life liquid. It was heart-wrenching. Forget it, Chu Feng thought, not wanting to dwell on it. He continued to let Chu Mei study the life liquid. But he still reserved 1/3 of the half bucket and stored it in the warehouse. He instructed Chu Xiong to keep an eye on the situation outside. And after the three of them had lunch, they each took their positions. Chu Mei continued her research, while he lay on the bed to think about how to make money. In the past 2 days, he had spent over 500 yuan. And now his phone was broken, leaving it only usable as a dedicated machine for the biological processing plant. Chapter 7. Giving you a few years of life. Chu Feng lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. So he simply got up and called for Chu Xiong and Chu Mei to come over. In the past 2 days, since Chu Feng had originally rented a single room, there were many rental rooms in the hallway. The left neighbor was a couple who had just graduated a few years ago, while the right neighbor was a man who often slept during the day and went out at night. But for some reason, when they saw Chu Feng with Chu Xiong and Chu Mei, their expressions turned strange, possibly thinking of some indescribable scenarios. So, over the past 2 days, whenever they passed by the door next door, they would often see those odd looks. After all, the room that Chu Feng rented was just a single room with a private bathroom and a bed, with a total area of only about 10 square meters. Although the soundproofing between the walls on both sides was good, the sounds from the left neighbor were particularly noticeable, especially given Chu Feng's keen hearing. This was also why he desperately needed a large sum of money to move out. There was simply too little privacy. Once Chu Xiong and Chu Mei were seated, Chu Feng asked, "Do you have any ways to help me make a lot of money?" Chu Xiong and Chu Mei shook their heads in response. Though they had once been high-ranking individuals, that didn't mean they were all business geniuses. It was common for a research scientist to struggle for funding. And a demolition officer knew nothing about making money. He only knew how to complete demolition tasks. Chu Feng knew that would be the outcome, so he didn't take it to heart. After tidying up the room for a while, he once again took Chu Xiong out, carrying the life liquid in a bottle of mineral water. Since this thing was too precious, he tried to store it in the space warehouse to prevent loss. And indeed it worked. Now, he had another option. Chu Feng then took Chu Xiong in a taxi to the Municipal People's Hospital. But this time the taxi was not so shady, and they arrived at the hospital in about 15 minutes. Perhaps because it was getting dark, the number of patients and their family members entering and exiting the hospital had decreased. Chu Feng successfully brought Chu Xiong to the 11th floor of the inpatient building. Unlike what he had seen in the morning, the place felt calmer and somewhat eerie. In the corridor, aside from a female nurse at the service desk, who was looking down at her phone, there were only Chu Feng and Chu Xiong. Chu Feng approached the service desk to ask the nurse, who was startled by his sudden voice. Seeing it was Chu Feng and Chu Xiong, she barely held back her anger. "What do you need?" Could you tell me if there are any patients here who are about to pass away? We forgot the name, only that their surname is Wang. We are here to visit. Could you help us? You two aren't relatives or friends of Mr. Wang Jun, are you? You really can't be. He has been lying in the ICU for a long time. If he hadn't been holding on, you would have gotten the body by now. The nurse, perhaps calmed by her earlier fright, continued. Mr. Wang Jun's room is at the end of the corridor, room 1134, but you mustn't wake him. You can only look. Thank you. Chu Feng nodded in gratitude. As he turned around, the nurse said again, You're not the bastard who made Jia Jing cry this morning, are you? What? Chu Xiong said it was you. Chu Feng felt he was hearing things and looked back at the nurse, then smiled at Chu Xiong. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you. You were that bastard boss, right? The nurse's attitude changed, looking at Chu Feng with sarcasm. If saving a nurse this morning makes me that boss, then please apologize to Jia Jing for me. It's not my fault. All right, just hurry to the patient. The nurse waved her hand. Okay, Chu Feng slightly shook his head, helplessly accepting the slander of being a heartless boss. Upon reaching room 1134, they found a particularly large ICU room filled with various medical machines. An elderly man with white hair and a face that looked like a corpse was lying on the bed, connected to an IV drip. When Chu Feng and Chu Xiong opened the doorknob made a faint clicking sound, but the old man still looked like he was asleep. Chu Feng and Chu Xiong approached and stood by the bed, observing the old man, who seemed to come from a wealthy family. His skin very pale but covered in age spots. A strong smell of medical alcohol mixed with camphor wafted into their noses. Boss, he has been awake all along. Chu Xiong reminded Chu Feng when he saw him at a loss. Aware? He hasn't. He opened his eyes. Chu Feng replied in surprise, then continued, is he really awake? Can he hear us? Is he wondering who we are? That's good then. It looks like this old man has been holding his breath, probably unwilling to leave just like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng summoned a bottle filled with liquid life, which emitted a gloomy green light in the dimly lit room. He asked Chu Xiong how much would be needed to extend the old man's life. Learning that about half a bottle would be enough and could be absorbed directly, Chu Feng instructed Chu Xiong to carefully remove the old man's oxygen mask, gently pinching his chin while he unscrewed the bottle cap and slowly poured the life liquid into the old man's mouth. As he inhaled the aroma and carefully monitored the bottle, he suddenly heard a swallowing sound and looked up in surprise at Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong shook his head, indicating it wasn't his sound. Since it was Chu Xiong, it could only be the old man making the noise. Thinking this, Chu Feng smiled. It seemed the old man was indeed awake, just mentally aware, while his body was too weak to open his eyes. After pouring in half a bottle, Chu Feng capped the bottle to prevent any liquid from spilling and nodded to Chu Xiong, signaling him to let go of the old man's chin. What are you doing? Why did you take off the oxygen mask? Don't you know this is life-threatening? At that moment, the female nurse's voice suddenly rang out, likely coming to check on them out of concern. She hadn't expected these two idiots to remove Mr. Wang Jun's oxygen mask and rushed over. Hastily, she went to put the mask back on, but before she could finish, a strong hand grasped her small hand, startling her. She then noticed the old man had opened his eyes, and she gasped, Mr. Wang, you're awake? I'll call the doctor to check on you right away. After saying this, she placed the oxygen mask on the nearby table, glared at Chu Feng and Chu Xiong to not cause trouble, and then left. The old man turned his head to look at Chu Feng and asked, who are you? Hello, old man. You don't need to worry about my name. He is my subordinate. Chu Feng didn't reveal his name, simply stating his purpose. How do you feel? Chu Feng continued. You were supposed to not survive these few days, but I gave you a few more years. Do you feel like you've regained some of your former strength? What have you done to my body? We're not interested in your body. We just gave you a few more years of life, Chu Feng replied. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor, so he quickly took out a piece of paper with his bank account number written on it and placed it in the old man's hand. This is my bank account. Think about it when you wake up. Let us go. He signaled to Chu Xiong to follow him out. Wait. The old man wanted to call them back, but unfortunately, his body was too weak. Chapter 8. The escape at this time. The nurse had already brought in a middle-aged doctor, looking very anxious, while the doctor had a serious expression. Additionally, two more doctors in white coats entered behind them. Chu Feng and Chu Xiong were ignored, treated like air, just as the nurse spotted them and asked them to leave, gently closing the door behind them. Chu Feng and Chu Xiong had no intention of lingering, so they walked to the lobby, which was now empty. Chu Feng said, let us sit in the lobby and see how things go. Yes, boss, Chu Xiong replied without objection, even though he didn't understand why his boss was waiting here. He realized there must be a reason. Less than 20 minutes later, the elderly dean they had seen in the morning rushed in with a group of people. This group included not only white-coated doctors, but also many middle-aged men in black suits. Among them, a middle-aged man with golden glasses had a unique aura, exuding the authority of a higher-up, making him more attractive, just by observing the respect the elderly dean showed towards this middle-aged man. It was clear from their demeanor that this was a significant figure. At that moment, Chu Feng felt both excitement and fear, a conflicting emotion, as he watched the group pass by, and then said to Chu Xiong, let us hurry up and leave. Yes, Chu Xiong, hearing the urgency in his boss's voice, replied seriously. The two stood up, entered the elevator, pressed the button, and only after the elevator doors closed did Chu Feng let out a light sigh of relief. Boss. Chu Xiong looked at Chu Feng with concern. It's fine. It seems we inadvertently saved a big shot this time. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng continued. Get ready to leave mentally. Yes. At this moment, Chu Feng finally understood the severity of potentially encountering big trouble. On the way, they chose not to take public transport, but instead hailed a private car, handing the driver a 50 yuan note, quickly saying, "Take us back to Nanpingli community. Use the back roads and go fast." All right, you got it. The private driver, seeing the money, swiftly took it and expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, quickly reversing. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the back door of Nanpingli community. Chu Feng hurriedly got out of the car, followed by Chu Xiong, who remained silent as they walked back to their rented apartment, taking advantage of the darkness. Chu Feng hastily instructed and used his phone to recall Chu Mei back to the warehouse, tidying up various items, including the life liquid, which was also stored in the spatial warehouse. He then said to Chu Xiong, "Can you maintain invisibility for a few days?" "Yes. I can maintain it for up to 24 hours. As long as I replenish some energy, I can continue to be invisible for about a week." "That's enough. I'll give you a bottle of life liquid. You can use it when you need to be invisible." Chu Feng quickly took out a bottle of half-life liquid from his backpack and handed it to Chu Xiong, continuing, "Now, immediately become invisible. If you find anyone following us, take them out to ensure that no one knows our whereabouts." "Understood." Chu Feng looked around the small rental apartment. Seeing that everything was packed up, even the traces of the life liquid had been cleaned up, and the whole process took less than half an hour. He led Chu Xiong through a dark corner of the surveillance area, where only Chu Feng's shadow was visible under the cameras. After leaving the Nanpingli community, Chu Feng put on a cotton mask. The weather had turned cold recently, so wearing a mask on the street would not attract attention. After passing through the bustling streets, they arrived at a hotel called Comfortable Accommodation on Beishan Road, which was the most concealed lodging in the area. Generally, outsiders wouldn't consider it a lodging area. The reason Chu Feng came to Comfortable Accommodation was that he knew the owner didn't care about the reasons for your stay or your background. As long as you wanted to stay, you could. The main point was that staying for one night didn't require any identity information. At the service desk of Comfortable Accommodation, a scruffy middle-aged man was lounging in wooden clogs, slightly interested in a romantic adult film on the computer. Seeing a guest arrive, the disheveled owner quickly switched the screen. "Need a room? The special rate for one night is 30 yuan, no identity information required." The scruffy middle-aged boss looked at Chu Feng, noticing that his entire outfit cost less than 100 yuan, and immediately offered the special rate. Chu Feng didn't say a word and quickly took out some loose change from his pocket, which was all mixed up, twisting one bill after another. The scruffy boss, upon seeing this, didn't show any disdain. He had seen all sorts of poor people at the cheapest lodging in the city center. Chu Feng pulled out 2 10 yuan bills and 2 5 yuan bills, handing them to the scruffy boss. The boss took the money, placed it directly in the cash drawer without counting, and took down a key from the wall, saying, "It's the last room at the end of the corridor on the second floor, room 241. You're lucky. It's a double bed, super large." "Thank you." Chu Feng took the key, thanked him, and headed towards the stairs. What a pity, another poor student just graduated and hasn't found a job. The scruffy boss shook his head, sighed, and switched back to watching the romantic adult film. Chu Feng and the constantly invisible Chu Xiong entered a room of about 20 square meters with a private bathroom, a couple's bed, air conditioning, a water heater, and even a television. Chu Feng closed the door and locked it, then called out, "Come out and see if there are any cameras around." He then summoned Chu Mei from the warehouse. After being recalled, Chu Mei had been feeling confused but guessed something urgent must have happened, so she looked at Chu Feng, waiting for him to speak. "I didn't have time to explain before, but now we might be in trouble. We've accidentally provoked a big shot. Although this big shot isn't much, the key point is that we might have exposed the life liquid. Do you need me to kill them?" Chu Mei suggested. "Sorry for interrupting. It's fine. Your words reminded me. If they provoke us, we'll take them all out." Chu Feng continued, "In a few days, we might have a sum of money. After we get this money, I'll ask you to help me register a company. And you will be the legal person and chairman." "Me?" Chu Mei waved her hands in panic, saying, "That's not possible. Boss, I only know how to do research. I have no experience." "It's okay. You've managed a group of subordinates before, right?" Chu Mei nodded. "You can understand the research results, right?" Chu Mei nodded again. "Then that's fine. With just these 2 qualifications, you are qualified to take on the role in the company. You'll be in charge of the visible affairs, while I will handle the management of the biological research." "Okay, I accept what the boss says." "That's right. You will be the manager of the company on the surface, while I am the actual controller." Chu Feng smiled. saying, "Tomorrow, I will go to the bank with Chu Feng to check the balance. If that old man gives us money tomorrow, we won't have to go through all this trouble. But if he doesn't give us the money, we'll have to run to another city." Chapter 9. Millions incoming. By the way, can you become invisible, like Chu Feng? Chu Feng suddenly remembered something. Invisible? Chu Mei was stunned upon hearing this and shook her head slightly. "Boss, what you mean by invisibility should involve a reflection camouflage system using surrounding light, right? This is a blood talent created by a being called a chameleon." Chu Feng interjected. "Chameleon?" Chu Feng looked puzzled and asked Chu Feng. "Yes, because chameleons are extremely rare. Every time one appears, the whole world pays attention, and all major forces globally mobilize to fight for them, draining their heart's blood to input into suitable warriors. Successfully acquiring the invisibility system." After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng continued, "However, a chameleon has at most 3 drops of heart's blood, which also leads to their dwindling numbers until we eventually killed the last young chameleon. This last chameleon's heart's blood will be input into you, right?" Chu Feng suddenly realized. Looking at Chu Feng nodded. "No wonder. If everyone had the talent for invisibility, it would be terrifying." Chu Feng continued, speaking to Chu Mei. "Since you don't have identity information, I can't let you appear with me every day, so you'll have to stay in the space. Especially you, Chu Mei. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's not hard. I really enjoy researching the life liquid," Chu Mei said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, then he smiled and said, "It's okay. In the future, I will let you research the life liquid continuously, and there are many divine objects for you to study. That's enough. Thank you, boss. So for now, you will have to stay in the space. I promise to build you a huge research lab once I have some free time." After saying this, Chu Feng operated his phone to store Chu Mei back in the warehouse. After seeing the icon of Chu Mei's cockroach head in the warehouse light up, he finally put his phone away and placed it in his pocket. "Boss, I'll observe the surroundings first." Chu Feng broke Chu Feng's contemplation and proactively offered, "No need. You should sleep too. You sleep on that side, and I'll sleep on this side. This is a couple's bed, and it can be split for sleeping. Let's take a shower and get some rest today. We have a lot to do tomorrow." "Yes, boss." After that, Chu Feng walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Chu Feng's clothes were all changed using the camouflage system, so he didn't need to change into new clothes, saving the trouble of changing. Chu Feng then took out his phone and accessed his personal information. Host, Chu Feng, race, human, physical level 08, summonable creatures, virus separation worm. Transfers tunnel worm, own creatures, combat cockroach monster Chu Feng, research cockroach monster Chu Mei, life worm. This time, the personal information had changed, adding the physical level and owned creatures. However, seeing that his physical level was only level 08, he wondered what that meant. It hadn't even reached level 01. Wasn't that equivalent to being weak? Therefore, he wanted to understand the concept of the strength range at level 08 and clicked on Chu Feng's information. Creature, combat type cockroach monster, physical level 57, existing abilities, telepathy, invisibility system, rage healing, loyalty level, absolutely loyal. This is all the information about Chu Feng. With a very high physical level and 3 talents, Chu Feng can speculate that telepathy should be a kind of brainwave communication, allowing one to understand the thoughts of others. The invisibility system is obvious, and rage healing? Rage healing, a special combat skill, a natural combat ability essential for combat-type cockroach monsters, which can convert rage into personal combat power, increasing immunity to damage for 5 seconds. ISNT this the ultimate skill of a 5-second man. Clicking to exit the information. He wants to see Chu Mei's data. Creature, research type cockroach monster, physical level 02, existing abilities, telepathy, photographic memory, healing touch, loyalty level, absolutely loyal and extremely ordinary physical level. And the talents are also quite ordinary. Of course, this is relative to Chu Feng. For him personally, all the talents are impressive. For example, photographic memory is the kind of talent that every student hopes to have. After all, who wouldn't he want to remember everything at a glance? Clicking on healing touch. He initially thought it described a doctor's ability, but it turns out otherwise. Healing touch, a special combat skill, a natural combat ability essential for research-type cockroach monsters, capable of restoring all things to their original state and filtering out all impurities. This is a treasure. Although it may not be as good as the combat-type cockroach monster in some aspects, it is indeed the most important for him. A clicking sound came from the bathroom, and Chu Feng knew Chu Feng had finished washing up. He summoned the clothes from the phone's storage which were his clothes. Chu Feng went in, took a hot shower, and then each of them went to sleep in their own beds. The next day, at dawn, Chu Feng opened his eyes and found Chu Xiong had already gotten up, sitting beside him in a daze. He didn't say much, brushed his teeth, washed his face, styled his hair, packed his changed clothes into a black bag, while Chu Xiong invisibly followed Chu Feng downstairs. Just as they reached the service desk, they saw the messy boss lying on an iron bed, wrapped in a thick blanket, sleeping soundly with his mouth wide open, drooling. Chu Feng stepped forward, lightly tapped the table with his finger, and called out, "Boss, it's time to wake up." "Coming, coming." The messy boss woke up without waiting for Chu Feng to knock a second time, looking like he had stayed up all night with dark circles under his eyes. "Checking out, right? Just put the key on the table." Seeing it was last night's guest, the messy boss didn't get up and said lazily, "The door isn't locked. Just pull it down and go out, and remember to close it." Chu Feng was used to the messy boss's style, directly tossed the key onto the table, shouted that he had put the key down, then opened the door and walked out, with Chu Xiong closely following him, and Chu Feng closed the door behind him. He carried the black bag containing his changed clothes and threw it into a trash can full of garbage from a distance. After searching for a while for a breakfast shop nearby, he bought some fried dough sticks and soy milk, packed them into 2 bags, and discreetly handed 1 bag to Chu Xiong. After receiving it, the packed fried dough sticks and soy milk disappeared. In less than a few minutes, they arrived at a Chinese bank's ATM, where Chu Xiong waited outside. Chu Feng took out his wallet, pulled out the bank card he had written the number down for that old man, inserted it, and waited for the clockwise rotating circle to disappear before clicking to check the balance. When the balance displayed, it showed a total of 10,007,232. Chu Feng was stunned. He was shocked by the balance, as he never expected that old man would give him 10 million, with the 7,232 being his original savings. What was even more surprising was that after seeing this balance, Chu Feng was not scared but rather relieved, because it meant that the old man wouldn't report him. He was very clever. Perhaps he was also afraid of death and wanted more lifespan. Early in the morning, he could quickly transfer money, with an amount as high as 10 million. This indicated that Chu Feng didn't need to escape, as the old man likely didn't want others to know their secret and might have guessed that Chu Feng didn't want anyone to know his true identity. Chapter 10. Brother Xiong. Although Chu Feng didn't believe in his heart that the old man would expose him, saying he held the liquid of life, and that the effect of the liquid could extend a person's lifespan by several years, he still felt it was unrealistic. Their essay saying, when you tell a secret to someone else, you must be prepared for it to be leaked. After all, being able to extend a person's life by several years is enough to attract all attention, even if you are a selfless big shot. If their essay chanced to live a few more years, you would also choose to strive for it and want to possess it. This is common sense. Therefore, when Chu Feng received this money, he planned to leave Puxi and go to Shenzhen to develop his grand career, as that was the only battlefield belonging to him, where the liquid of life could exert its higher value. However, before going to Shenzhen, he wanted to go to a place first to buy several special mobile phones. Although it was only a little past 8 in the morning, his nearly 7 years of living in Puxi, from high school for 3 years to working locally for a year after graduating from university, made him familiar with the daily life and regional distribution of Puxi. He knew where to buy special goods and that there was an underground black market in Puxi. He withdrew 20,000 yuan from the ATM. The reason he couldn't withdraw 50,000 was that the ATM had a rule that amounts over 50,000 had to be withdrawn at the service desk. However, 20,000 was enough for him to buy several special items. At least a few satellite phones and a laptop would be more than sufficient. He first took out cash from the small opening, put the cash into his backpack, pulled out his bank card, exited the ATM's anti-theft door, called Chu Xiong to follow him, crossed the road, and arrived at the Zhonghua New City community across the street. They passed the already closed Meijiale entrance without stopping, continuing inside until they reached a 24-hour online electronic repair shop in Shuai Village. This electronic repair shop was essentially a case of hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. On the surface, it repaired various electronics and sold secondhand phones. But in reality, it dealt in refurbished phones and unassembled black market goods. In fact, anyone living there for a few years would know that although the shop sold phones and laptops, the goods were not clean. Although the prices were slightly higher than those of other secondhand phone stores, they were only slightly lower than genuine products, ensuring that the quality was genuine, which other mobile phone specialty stores could not compare to. Of course, Chu Feng didn't come to this store to buy ordinary phones. He came here to buy several special satellite phones, and this was the reason for his visit. In private, the transaction of specially designed satellite phones for ordinary people to conduct anti-tracking is illegal. Standing at the door was a robust young man dressed in a black short jacket, who naturally noticed Chu Feng outside. Chu Feng just smiled slightly, not minding the sharp gaze of the robust young man, and walked directly inside. "Brother Xiong, I'm here again," Chu Feng said with a smile. "Give me 3 modified satellite phones." "You want 3? Do you have that kind of money?" The robust young man, called Brother Xiong, expressionlessly looked Chu Feng up and down, his eyes sharp, and said lightly. The robust young man, known as Brother Xiong, was the owner of this shop. His full name was Qin Xiong, a local native of Puxi, 38 years old. Nearby residents rumored that Qin Xiong had someone backing him, although Chu Feng was unclear about who it was. Over the years, from his senior year of high school until now, Chu Feng has seen Qin Xiong consistently selling modified phones, especially special satellite phones, without ever getting caught. This is also why everyone respectfully refers to Qin Xiong as Xionggu. Chu Feng had long anticipated Qin Xiong's attitude. Having visited this place many times, he wasted no time with small talk. Instead, he opened his backpack to reveal a section of red Mao Zedong notes inside. Showing it to Xionggu. Instantly, Qin Xiong's expression changed from neutral to a hearty laugh as he exclaimed, "You little rascal, you've struck it rich. Just in time. We received a new batch of goods from the port city last night." After saying this, Qin Xiong turned and went into the room, bringing out a cardboard box. Inside were several satellite phones resembling old mobile phones, available in white, black, and mostly green. Chu Feng picked 2 green ones and 1 black one, asking, "How much for these 3? 3 brand new phones, each priced at 4,100, and I'll throw in 3 activated SIM cards. You've struck it rich. So I'll give you a discount, making it 4,000 each," Xionggu estimated after looking at the phones in Chu Feng's hands. "All right, I'll spend 12,000 to buy 3 phones that can't access the internet. Also, give me one that can go online." Finally, Chu Feng reminded him. "A normal smartphone that can access the internet." "Sure, how about the Xiaomi? The memory and RAM have all been upgraded. 5,125 RAM with Snapdragon 875. It runs any game smoothly." Xionggu introduced the phone. "This one only costs 2,000, but it doesn't come with a data card. Why is this phone so cheap? What's the catch?" Chu Feng looked at Xionggu with disbelief. Xionggu laughed heartily. "Just because you bought 3 of those phones, I can sell you this one at a low price. It hasn't sold for a long time." "Oh, so it's a slow-selling model." Chu Feng took out a total of 14,000 to hand to Xionggu and asked, "Xionggu, can I ask you something?" Qin Xiong looked up at Chu Feng and nodded. "Since you bought so much, go ahead. Have you heard of a person named Wang Jun?" Upon hearing the name, Qin Xiong frowned. "Wang Jun? Why are you asking about him?" "Just curious," Chu Feng shrugged. "Curiosity isn't a good thing. Since you've bought so much, I can tell you." "Come closer," Qin Xiong said cautiously. Hearing this, Chu Feng quickly approached and leaned in to listen. Qin Xiong whispered carefully, "You know about our city's high-ranking officials, right? He also shares the surname Wang. You get the idea." "Oh, got it. All right, you can go now." "Okay, I'll be on my way. I'll come back to buy phones from you next time," Chu Feng said as he picked up his backpack and left. Qin Xiong watched Chu Feng for a moment until he disappeared from sight. Then he picked up a phone and dialed a number. Within seconds, the call was connected. And he said only one sentence: "Tell Mr. Wang that the person he's looking for just came here to stock up." Meanwhile, Chu Xiong followed closely behind Chu Feng. After Chu Feng picked up his phone, he turned and assumed a neutral expression. "Boss, that person knows Wang Jun." "I know, Xionggu. It's not that simple," he replied, then took out a green satellite phone from his backpack and handed it to Chu Xiong. "Here, this is your phone. Use it to contact me from now on." "Yes, boss." Chu Xiong took the phone, and as soon as it touched his skin, it vanished without a trace. Next, they took a car to the high-speed railway station, heading to Shenzhen, but first, they had to stop by Lushur. "Whatever you say, boss." Chu Feng, with the invisible Chu Xiong, got into a taxi, and after about 30 minutes, they arrived at the high-speed railway station. In the car, Chu Feng removed the SIM card from his old phone and put it into the new one. The signal lit up, and he browsed through the WeChat already downloaded on the new phone. Scrolling for moments, it was still lifeless, with only a few high school classmates posting a few pictures. The rest hadn't updated. Looking at the messages, there were several from his younger sister, Lin Xiaoqi. "Bro, when are you coming home? Bro, are you there? You're ignoring me again? Bro, Mom said if you're not eating well outside, you can come home. Bro, I miss you. Brother, brother, brother. Are you there? Reply to me. Lin Xiaoqi is his younger sister, though not by blood. Both Chu Feng and Lin Xiaoqi are part of a blended family. After giving birth to Chu Feng, their mother passed away due to excessive blood loss. Their father raised Chu Feng alone until he met and fell in love with Lin Xiaoqi's mother 8 years ago. Later, with similarly single-parent families, one child each, and different parents, they combined into a brand new family. Chapter 11. Wang Jun comes to visit, recalling the time when his father, Chu Chang, pulled the 15-year-old Chu Feng to the side and hesitated before saying, Fengzi, I've decided to remarry. If you don't like it, just say so. What? Chu Feng exclaimed, startled by the sudden news. However, he didn't oppose it. In fact, he hoped for a kind and virtuous mother to accompany his father. Dad, why didn't you say so sooner? Who is she? What is she like? Chu Feng quickly asked, though a bit uncomfortable. Chu Feng had never met his biological mother and only knew her name, Yusinian. To be honest, he had always hoped his father could move on from the shadow of his first marriage. Over the years, his father had worked tirelessly to support the family, and he had witnessed all of this. You're not opposed? Chu Chang asked in surprise. Why would I oppose? So who is she? Chu Chang sighed in relief and chuckled. You know her. She is the owner of the bakery that drove you to buy breakfast last time. No time to waste. I'll call her to bring her daughter over for dinner. Oh right, her daughter is very pretty, 6 years younger than you, cute and sensible. You two should get along well. He could still remember the scene when Lin Xiaoqi and her mother, Lu Yimei, came to his house. Lu Yimei was around 32 or 33, dressed simply yet stylishly, still exuding charm, and it was clear she was a beauty in her youth. Lin Xiaoqi hid behind her mother, looking at Chu Chang and softly saying, Hello, uncle. After saying that, she kept staring at Chu Feng, who was taller than her father, with a pair of curious eyes, asking her mother, Mom, is he my brother? Arriving at the high-speed railway station, the driver snapped Chu Feng back to reality. After paying with WeChat, Chu Feng got out of the car, closely followed by Chu Xiong, who quickly exited without the driver noticing. Walking into the ticket hall, Chu Feng saw a long line at the manual ticket counter, even longer than the one at the machine, so he obediently queued at the ticket machine. Chu Xiong, still invisible, could only observe from the corner. Not long after, Chu Feng bought his ticket, although he wanted to buy one for Chu Xiong as well. It was impossible since Chu Xiong was undocumented and had no identity information. There was no way for someone appearing out of thin air to have an ID card. But Chu Feng decided that after arriving in Shenzhen, he would find a way to get Chu Xiong and Chu Mei legal identities. Entering the station was a bit troublesome, but with Chu Xiong's invisibility, he could jump to the side and pass through. The two sat in the waiting area when suddenly a group of people walked toward Chu Feng. Upon closer inspection, there was an old man in a wheelchair being pushed in the middle. Chu Xiong, sitting next to Chu Feng, whispered, Boss, the old man from yesterday is here. Chu Feng quickly looked up, and sure enough, it was Mr. Wang Jun. However, this time he didn't look anxious. He believed the old man was clever. As expected, the old man waved for his subordinates to step back, pushing his wheelchair over to Chu Feng. The surrounding people didn't leave their seats since they recognized him. They merely stared at Chu Feng, as watching the excitement is a common trait among the public. Can we have a chat? Mr. Wang Jun placed his hands on the remote control and smiled at Chu Feng, saying, Well, how about we sit over there in the Wang Laoya restaurant? With that, the two of them, along with Chu Xiong, stood up and headed into the Wang Laoya restaurant, followed by two burly men who looked like bodyguards. The Wang Laoya restaurant is located at the high-speed train station, catering mainly to travelers, but the prices are quite high. At this time, it was still early in the morning, not yet noon, so there weren't too many people, but it was still a good place to chat. As soon as they sat in the corner, a young waiter approached with a menu and carefully asked, May I take your order? Chu Feng first asked the old gentleman sitting across from him, Do you want to order? Do you have congee? Yes, we have shrimp congee and pork congee. Then let's have a bowl of pork congee. I'll order a few more. Please give me 3 portions of pork trotter rice, 2 of which should be packed to go. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he noticed the 2 bodyguards behind Wang Jun. Wang Jun noticed them too and instructed, You should order a portion as well. You haven't eaten breakfast. Yes, Wang Lao. One of the bodyguards told the waiter, Please give us a portion of pork trotter rice. Oh, okay. I'll bring it right away. The waiter said, a bit nervously, before leaving. Now, what did you want to discuss with me? Chu Feng asked calmly. Wang Jun looked at the 2 bodyguards and nodded slightly. The two bodyguards understood and quickly moved to the front of the door to prevent outsiders from entering while keeping an eye on Chu Feng. I want to ask you, is it true that you can give me a few more years of life? Wang Jun said, looking at Chu Feng with great anticipation. Aren't you just a case study? The hospital must have already given you an answer on how many years you can live. What I mean is, can you give me a few more years? 3 years is too short. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng smiled and replied, I don't know. You don't know? Wang Jun's expression darkened immediately upon not hearing the answer he wanted. Well, because the life serum I've just developed isn't perfect yet, Chu Feng continued. If it were a perfect life serum, it would definitely allow you to break free from biological constraints and achieve true longevity. Just then, the dishes arrived, a bowl of pork congee and a bowl of pork trotter rice. Chu Feng took his pork trotter rice and started eating it right away. The life serum, huh? It certainly lives up to its name, Wang Jun nodded. If you want a few more years, you'll have to come to Shenzhen to find me. I want to establish a company over there, mainly researching the life serum for longevity. Can I invest? I don't need to take any shares. Just give me a bottle when you have results. Wang Jun interrupted Chu Feng eagerly. Let me finish. First of all, I have enough money, Chu Feng said, chewing on his pork trotter rice. If you really want it, you can come to Shenzhen to find me. Although Shenzhen is large, it shouldn't be a difficult task for you. Right now, I don't even have a single bottle. Even if I did, you've already tried the initial version. And taking it again would have no effect. At most, you'd just find it tastes good. All right, I'll come to Shenzhen to find you in a while. Wang Jun said, his eyes flashing with deep meaning. And this matter doesn't need to be told to anyone, not even your children, Chu Feng added, waving his hand. Enough talking, let's eat. We have about 10 minutes until we need to check in for the train. Eat. If you don't have enough funds, I can transfer more to you, Wang Jun said, elegantly using a spoon to eat his pork congee. I have your bank account number. All right. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, and you being alive, Chu Feng said with a smile. I'm looking forward to it as well, Wang Jun replied, also smiling. Chapter 12. Going home. Chu Feng and Wang Jun had a pleasant conversation and exchanged contact information. Seeing that Wang Jun had barely touched his bowl of pork congee, he called the two bodyguards and left the high-speed train station. On the table lay a check for 20,000,000, which Chu Feng had no choice but to take. At that moment, the station's loudspeaker announced that his train had arrived, and it was time to check in. Chu Feng picked up a bag containing 2 boxes of pork trotter rice and checked in, with Chu Xiang still closely following him. The reason for being so close was that the line for checking tickets was too long, even though he could become invisible. It didn't mean he could ignore physical contact. It was just invisibility. While waiting in line, there were many people, but they were dispersed. So he only saw a few. He had bought a ticket to Lusher, which was in car number 4, and there were only 2 people in line. Most other passengers were heading to Shenzhen or Huisher. Once Chu Feng entered the carriage, Chu Xiang also managed to slip in unnoticed. As there were only 4 people in the whole carriage, including him, he sat next to Chu Feng and started eating the pork trotter rice. Chu Feng continued to eat the pork trotter rice, feeling extremely hungry. After finishing 1 box of pork trotter rice, within a few minutes, the journey took less than half an hour to reach Lusher Station. Since Lusher is right next to Puxi, the entire area is not as long as Guangzhou. So it only takes less than an hour to travel through both Puxi and Lusher before heading west to Shenzhen. Lusher high-speed train station is located far from the city center in a remote town, not only far from the highway, but also lacking a complete commercial area nearby. Anyone arriving in Lusher would immediately have the impression that it is quite poor. Of course, the basic infrastructure of the city is still there. After walking out of the exit station, a bus comes every half hour. But now that Chu Feng has money, he does not have to endure such uncomfortable transportation. Right outside the exit station, several private cars were waiting for passengers. As soon as Chu Feng came out, he was blocked by a group of private car owners. Taking advantage of the commotion, Chu Xiang suddenly appeared next to Chu Feng without anyone noticing. With no other option, Chu Feng directly approached a loud, middle-aged man driving a Toyota. After asking about the price to the city center, he got in the car. It took about 20 minutes to reach the center of Lusher. Renmin Road is the most prosperous area in Lusher, with wide roads and surrounded by tall buildings, giving a sense of urban prosperity. At the intersection of Renmin Road and Jinshi Road, there is a small restaurant, which is a new shop opened by his father, Chu Chang, and his mother, Louis Mei. Previously, Louis Mei's breakfast shop was actually rented, with an annual rent of around 50,000, and combined with various material expenses and labor costs, they barely managed to get by over the years. After remarrying Chu Feng's father, Chu Chang, who had been working at a large local company and frequently on business trips, had some funds. So after getting married, he invested in opening a restaurant. They paid in full to buy it from the previous owner, and the couple was busy running the restaurant. Over the years, Chu Chang had been raising Chu Feng and learned how to cook, while Louis Mei was skilled in making pastries and breakfast. Together, they became the most popular restaurant in the area. Every day, not only were they regular customers from Matewan and Me, but they also became a small but well-known restaurant. Of course, Chu Feng did not disturb his parents at work, but simply walked past the glass door of the restaurant and saw his father, Chu Chang, cooking in the kitchen. He could vaguely see the thin middle-aged man starting to gain weight, sweating profusely. His mother, Louis Mei, was no longer the same as 8 years ago. Her style was no longer simple and fashionable, and her charm had faded with age. After all, she was 40 now and had a face that had become more prosperous. As she was tidying up the leftover food on the table, he didn't go into the restaurant to interrupt them but took a detour to the back passage, took the elevator, and pressed the button for the 7th floor. His home is right above the restaurant, with about 100 square meters of shop space, and each floor has 2 households facing each other. Chu Chang was not used to dealing with neighbors, so he directly bought the house across the street, tore down the separating wall, and connected the 2 units into one, reaching a total area of over 380 square meters. His father, Chu Chang, was indeed extravagant, but this led the family to a state of bankruptcy, which made Chu Feng reluctant to spend money freely. At this time, there should be no one at home, Chu Feng thought. Normally, his sister Lin Xiaoqi was a college freshman studying at a university in Shenzhen, while their parents were busy at the restaurant. So, Chu Feng figured there should be no one at home. He took out the key from his backpack, looked at it, and was stunned. He hadn't returned in over a year. He opened the door and walked in. The situation at home was just as it had been, with no changes. He closed the door, took off his shoes, and called Chu Xiong to come in. "You don't need to protect me these days. You might as well go straight to the warehouse and I'll summon you in a few days." After saying this, Chu Feng didn't waste time and directly put Chu Xiong back into his phone, tossed his backpack on the living room sofa, and went to the bathroom to wash his face and feet. He was very tired and wanted to rest well, so he walked into his room. There wasn't much change in the room, but everything was neatly organized, probably tidied up by his mother, Louis Mei. He thought to himself as he obediently climbed onto the bed and lay down. After opening his eyes, he realized it was already dark outside. Feeling groggy and unsure of the time, Chu Feng vaguely heard sounds coming from outside the room. He woke up and didn't continue sleeping. Upon exiting, he saw Louis Mei sitting in the living room watching TV. His mother heard the noise, turned her head, and exclaimed joyfully, "Fengzi, you're awake. Are you hungry?" "A bit hungry. By the way, where's Dad? I'll heat something up for you." Louis Mei stood up to head to the kitchen. She continued, "Your dad is cleaning up the restaurant and will be up soon." "Oh, Mom, I'm hungry." "Okay, it'll be ready soon." Not long after, the dining table was filled with 2 dishes and a soup, and Chu Feng enjoyed a hearty dinner. At that moment, Chu Chang also returned, and upon seeing his son back, he started another round of nagging. After dinner, Chu Feng washed up, changed into his pajamas, and had a sweet dream that night. The next morning, Chu Chang opened the door and called Chu Feng to get out of bed, reminding him to brush his teeth and wash his face. After instructing his parents, who were busy making breakfast early in the morning, Chu Feng could only hastily eat some porridge with sweet potato leaves and a plate of eggs by himself. After changing into the clothes he had washed, he planned to go out. He wanted to buy a large quantity of fruit since the life essence was running low, and he needed to prepare. His dad said there was a large fruit market in town with very cheap prices and ample supply. Chapter 13. Before leaving, the largest fruit market in Lusher is located on Jianxi Road, with the town government across from a large vegetable market, where fruit wholesale is naturally located. Chu Feng went downstairs to the restaurant his family owned and saw an IMA electric bike outside. He exchanged a few words with his dad, took the keys from his mom, and rode the electric bike to the fruit wholesale market. It was mid-September. September is the transition period from summer to autumn, with most fruits being summer fruits such as apples, pears, late-ripening plums, late-ripening peaches, late-ripening grapes, persimmons, winter jujubes, pomegranates, hawthorns, watermelons, and cantaloupes. Southern fruits include kiwis, tangerines, oranges, pomelos, longans, bananas, mangoes, and sugarcane. These are common fruits, and Chu Feng was mainly focused on apples, bananas, and pears, which were on special. According to market prices, 1 kilogram of apples cost about 2 44 yuan, but in fact, they were purchased from farmers for only 0.4 yuan per kilogram. Of course, the accounting can't be done this way. Transportation costs and refrigerator preservation need to be considered, along with various labor costs. In reality, 1 kilogram of apples barely earns a cent, and the key is in the volume. After walking around the entire wholesale market, Chu Feng chose a fruit wholesale store run by a middle-aged man with the lowest price, buying 100 jin of apples at 2 yuan per kilogram, which was actually 50 kilograms, along with 70 kilograms of pears and 45 kilograms of bananas. Pears were priced at 1 yuan per kilogram, while bananas were slightly higher at 2 yuan per kilogram. Chu Feng paid a total of 269 yuan through Alipay and called a tricycle to transport the goods, instructing the delivery point to be behind Fengzi restaurant. Naturally, Chu Feng followed the tricycle on his electric bike to prevent anyone from taking his goods. In less than 20 minutes, the tricycle successfully bypassed the store and arrived at the elevator behind. Chu Feng paid an additional 100 yuan in labor fees for the delivery man to move the boxes of fruit to the elevator. A total of 15 boxes of fruit were moved into the elevator, and when they reached the 7th floor, he had the delivery man move all the fruit out of the elevator. Chu Feng also helped carry the fruit boxes into the house. Once all the fruit was moved, Chu Feng asked the delivery man how to make the payment. The delivery man quickly took out his phone from his pants pocket, operated it skillfully, and displayed the Alipay payment screen. Chu Feng paid 300 yuan in total, which included the 100 yuan previously agreed upon for the delivery, making the delivery man sincerely thank Chu Feng with his hands together. Chu Feng didn't think much of it, and hurriedly told the delivery man to leave. After the delivery man left, Chu Feng quickly shut the door and unloaded all the boxes containing fruit. He then summoned the life worms with his phone and, after doing so, rushed to the bathroom to get 2 buckets. Just in time, the life worms began to excrete the life essence, and he quickly used the buckets to catch it. In total, 165 kilograms of fruit was consumed in less than 10 minutes, resulting in about 78 kilograms of life essence. Less than 1.5 buckets. Seeing the life worms looking drowsy, he knew they needed to enter deep sleep to digest, so he recalled them to the warehouse. Looking at the empty boxes left in the living room, Chu Feng felt a bit regretful. It took him nearly half an hour to clean up the empty boxes, moving them down to the trash can one by one. Fortunately, there weren't many people downstairs early in the morning. Otherwise, Chu Feng didn't know how he would be perceived by others. Messy? A new age man who doesn't care about hygiene? After cleaning the living room with a mop to restore it to its original state, he looked at the 1.5 buckets of life essence and summoned the remaining half bucket of life essence to pour into the other bucket, perfectly combining them into 2 buckets of life essence. Suddenly, at that moment, his phone vibrated, accompanied by a tune. He quickly took out his phone and found it was a message from the biological processing factory. Chu Feng was shocked. This was the first time he received a message from the biological processing factory. He clicked on the notification. Notification: the life worms have met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? The upgrade time is 7 days. Of course, Chu Feng clicked to upgrade directly. It was only 7 days. He hadn't expected the life worms to upgrade so easily. Now, only the virus separation worm and the time-traveling worm were left to be summoned. He speculated that the virus separation worm might need to be fed with a virus to meet the upgrade conditions. But he couldn't think of the upgrade conditions for the time-traveling worm. Of course, all of this would wait until Chu Feng arrived in Shenzhen to make further plans. Lucia was simply not suitable for him to develop biotechnology. Looking at his phone, which displayed that the life worms were upgrading, Chu Feng pondered for a while, made a decision, took the keys to the electric bike, opened the door, walked out, closed the door, took the elevator downstairs, entered his family restaurant, handed the keys to his mom, and went into the kitchen to discuss a matter with his dad. Chu Feng pulled his dad Chu Qiang out of the kitchen and got his mom Lu Yimei to sit properly on a chair. Since there were no customers ordering food at the moment, Chu Feng expressed his opinion. He wanted to start a business in the Shenzhen market. Chu Qiang and Lu Yimei exchanged glances, trying to read each other's thoughts. Lu Yimei gently nodded at Chu Qiang. Go ahead. How much do you need? Chu Qiang asked. Dad, I'm not looking to borrow money from you for my startup. I have my own funds. I just wanted to share this with you and seek your moral support. Chu Feng replied. So when are you leaving? Probably tomorrow. So soon? Before Chu Qiang could finish, Lu Yimei continued. Fengzi, let us make a big dinner for you tonight. Xiangzi, let us close the shop for a day. All right, we'll close the shop for a day to make a big dinner for our precious son. Mom and Dad, You don't have to go through all that trouble. Of course we do. Do you think your father would mind closing the shop for a day? Without waiting for Chu Feng to object, Chu Qiang shooed him out, and they began to prepare the kitchen ingredients. The reason Chu Qiang had so many returning customers over the years was due to his emphasis on fresh ingredients. Fortunately, he had only washed the Napa cabbage. Vegetables like Napa cabbage that have been soaked in water must be dealt with on the same day, or they will turn yellow and spoil, affecting the taste for customers. However, he had a way to maintain the quality of the Napa cabbage, which was to make spicy pickled cabbage. So first, he washed the Napa cabbage, peeled it leaf by leaf, soaked it in chili powder, added some alkaline water, prepared the spicy pickled cabbage, and put it in the refrigerator. Chu Feng had nothing to do. A dishwasher had been hired at the restaurant, but since there were no customers ordering, and the dishwasher usually started work at 11, Chu Feng decided to head home first. Staying in the shop with nothing to do was unproductive, and he preferred to check the application for the biological processing plant instead. As he had the time to understand the biological store inside it in detail over the past few days. Chapter 14. Arriving in Shenzhen in the evening. Chu Qiang and Lu Yimei prepared a big dinner for Chu Feng, a standard meal of 5 dishes and a soup. Chu Feng sat with his head down, silently eating rice. With his parents on either side, Chu Qiang placed slices of roasted duck in Chu Feng's bowl while saying, "Eat more. Have you cleaned up?" Chu Feng replied, "I cleaned up long ago." "There wasn't too much." Chu Qiang said, "That's good. After you arrive in Shenzhen, take good care of your sister. She is also attending university there." Chu Feng replied, "Yeah, I will." Lu Yimei said, "Fengzi, if you run out of money in Shenzhen, just ask your dad for some. If your startup fails, then that's okay. Our home will always be your safe haven." Chu Feng said, "Okay, I know, Mom. You've said that many times. You should eat too. This duck is especially delicious." Chu Qiang said, "Of course. Your dad bought this authentic Cantonese roast duck made by a master chef." Lu Yimei added, "Fengzi, be careful when you get to Shenzhen." Chu Feng replied, "Sure." After the big dinner, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and took a hot shower. When he returned to his room, he found his mom helping to tidy things up. Chu Feng was surprised and asked, "Mom, what are you doing?" Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Lu Yimei turned around, set down the folded quilt, and pulled Chu Feng to sit by the bed, taking out a savings book from her pants pocket. "Fengzi, this is money from your mom. Take it." Chu Feng took the savings book, which had a balance of 724,001, and was shocked. He quickly pushed the savings book back to Lu Yimei, saying, "No way. This is your money. I can't take it. Take it. I want to need this money. If you're going to start a business in Shenzhen and run out of funds, you want to be able to do anything. This money was originally meant for Chi-Chi's dowry, but since you're starting a business now, I know you have money, but Shenzhen is not like Puxi." After pondering for a moment, Lu Yimei continued, "Besides, where will you stay in Shenzhen? A place isn't cheap. Take it." "Mom." Chu Feng was very touched, but still didn't accept the savings book, as it was money Lu Yimei had worked hard to save before her marriage. "Don't worry. I have money. Let me show you." After saying this, he picked up his phone from the bedside, showing Lu Yimei nearly 3 million in his Alipay account. Lu Yimei saw the balance and gasped, covering her lips with her hand. "Where did you get this money?" Lu Yimei suddenly thought of a possibility and asked in panic, "Did you rob a bank?" Mom, where did you get that idea?" "This is all the patent transfer fees I earned over more than a year in Puxi." Chu Feng didn't reveal the truth, but instead talked about patents, conveniently mentioning that he had invented a small wind-to-electricity conversion system in his sophomore year and applied for a so-called patent, which he had boasted about in his social circle. Thus, when Chu Feng said this, Lu Yimei believed him. Although she doubted a small patent could earn so much money, since Chu Feng said it, she chose to believe him. In reality, the small patent wasn't worth much. It could at most earn a couple of extra points for college credits. Well then, this money will be reserved for Chi-Chi's dowry. Lu Yimei had no choice but to take back the savings book, reminded Chu Feng of the things to pay attention to in Shenzhen, and then left his room. After Lu Yimei left, Chu Feng quickly shut the door, summoned a bucket of life liquid from his phone, took 2 glass cups from the kitchen, and filled them with the life liquid in his room. He only wanted to extend his parents' lives by a few more years. When he entered his parents' room with the 2 cups of life liquid and watched them drink it, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, as if this was a difficult task. After taking the empty cups away and washing them in the kitchen, he returned to his room. Speaking of which, he hadn't tried drinking a cup of life liquid for so many days. However, when he recalled that the life liquid was extracted from life worms, he couldn't accept it and found it hard to understand how something from that place could extend life. Nevertheless, Chu Feng still drank a cup. After drinking it, his body began to change, his skin turned red. Slowly, a faint black smoke emanated from the top of Chu Feng's head, accompanied by a strong stench. Chu Feng couldn't accept the smell and rushed to the bathroom, washing repeatedly 3 times before he could barely wash away the odor from his skin. Although he didn't know what changes were happening to his body, he only knew he felt very comfortable, full of strength, and his breathing became easier. No longer feeling drowsy as before. Returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chu Feng woke up as soon as the alarm rang, tidied up his bedding, changed out of his pajamas into casual clothes, picked up 2 phones, opened the door, and walked out. The first thing he did was look at the master bedroom door and found it open. He walked over to take a look, but the bed inside was already empty. His parents were already awake. He glanced at the kitchen but didn't see them. Only on the dining table was a piece of paper, along with 2 fried dough sticks, a few meat buns, and a cup of soy milk. The note read, "Fengzi, have a safe journey. Love, Mom." Chu Feng shook his head slightly, tucked the note behind the back of his phone, which had a transparent case, allowing him to see the message clearly. After finishing breakfast early and washing the empty plates, he looked at the empty living room, closed the door, and walked into the elevator. When he reached the first floor, he didn't say anything to his parents, fearing he would see the worry and reluctance on their faces. In fact, Chu Feng didn't notice that his parents had been watching him all along. When Chu Feng walked out with a small backpack, his parents came out from around the corner downstairs, silently watching his young, bright back until his silhouette faded from view before they withdrew their gaze. This is the great love of parents. Chu Feng had no intention of summoning Chu Xiong. He directly hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to go to the high-speed railway station. About 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the high-speed railway station. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the station was bustling with people, with long lines at the security checkpoint. Chu Feng first went to the ticket hall and managed to grab a direct ticket to Shenzhen from the manual ticket machine. It was a second-class seat. He patiently queued up, almost suffocating in the crowd, and finally made it into the station. He had purchased the nearest ticket for the train departing at 10:32 a.m., a Harmony train from Xiamen to Shenzhen. When the time came, he boarded the train, and nothing happened during the journey. Bored, he had to scroll through videos to pass the time. Finally, in less than 2 hours, around 12:54 p.m., he arrived in Shenzhen. Chapter 15. House purchase. Shenzhen is a megacity with highly developed subway and transportation infrastructure. In just a few hours on the high-speed train from Lusher to Shenzhen, he arrived at the Shenzhen North Station located in the Futian district. Upon getting off the train, he was overwhelmed by the massive flow of people. After struggling through the crowd, he finally made it out of the exit station, where various people were crammed outside. Chu Feng only had a small backpack containing 2 phones, as he had already stored his luggage in a space warehouse. With this mobile warehouse, he had long forgotten about cumbersome and inconvenient rolling suitcases. Chu Feng first found a subway passage and entered. Then, he easily bought a plastic ticket outside the entrance, paid with Alipay, and proceeded to check in. He placed his small backpack into the scanner. A freshly graduated girl used the scanner on him, which made Chu Feng a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. He retrieved his small backpack, left the checkpoint, and walked into the subway passage. He had bought a ticket for the Line 4 subway, which goes directly to the center of Futian district. He needed to buy a house, but he wasn't familiar with the local real estate market. So, he could only use a simple method, taking a taxi and asking the local drivers, who usually know which areas have real estate agencies. Chu Feng needed to purchase a villa, but it might be difficult to find one in the villa area of Futian district. Even if he could find one, it didn't mean he could afford it. With the current development of Shenzhen, a large villa of about 500 square meters in Futian district costs at least 100,000 yuan per square meter. However, he had money. Although he had 10 million yuan in liquid funds plus 20 million yuan in checks, he couldn't use all of his funds to buy a villa. He decided that spending no more than 25 million yuan on a villa would be enough. This was because Chu Feng needed to keep 5 million yuan for the startup capital to register a biotechnology company. Registering a biotechnology research-oriented company differs from other ordinary companies. The minimum registered capital for a biotechnology company is much higher than the minimum registered capital of 0, as the requirement for registered capital for biotechnology companies has been eliminated. Of course, unlike ordinary companies, a higher registered capital doesn't mean a higher paid-in capital. The so-called registered capital refers to the amount you plan to contribute. while the paid-in capital represents the actual amount you have contributed. Chu Feng set aside this 5 million yuan for the registered capital to develop the company. In fact, if you pay in 5 million yuan to register a company, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau will directly resolve all complex procedures for you on the same day. Conversely, many people say that registering a company is complicated, but that's because they declare registered capital and can only register a company through an agent. In short, a paid-in registered company represents a player who puts in cash, while a declared registered capital represents an ordinary player. Additionally, in Shenzhen, you can use a private residence as the actual address for registering a company, which saves Chu Feng the cost of renting an office building. And the safety is far superior to that of public places. These are all advantages that Chu Feng values. Thus, Chu Feng took line 4 to the center of Futian district, and then took a taxi. The driver was a local who spoke fluent Hakka, which Chu Feng also spoke. A simple sentence made the driver mistakenly think that Chu Feng was a local native of Shenzhen. Chu Feng directly asked where to find villa areas for sale. The driver immediately replied, Lianhua Mountain Housing Exhibition Center. Before coming to Shenzhen, Chu Feng had naturally heard of the famous Lianhua Mountain Park. And the Lianhua Mountain Villa Exhibition Center was a housing exhibition center built within the villa cluster of Lianhua Mountain Park. Here, the villas start at a minimum of 78,000 yuan per square meter, while larger units can reach over 100,000 yuan per square meter. Listening to the driver's complaints, Chu Feng pondered whether his money would be enough. Unfortunately, he only found fragmented information on his phone. The pictures and prices of any villas in Lianhua Mountain were too vague. A journey that seemed to take less than 30 minutes was delayed due to traffic, taking almost an hour to reach the Lianhua Mountain Villa Exhibition Center. This was still because the area was sufficiently remote, and the traffic was convenient. Chu Feng regretted coming here a bit, but fortunately, he had reached his destination. After paying the taxi fare with Alipay, he got out and looked at the luxurious housing exhibition center in front of him, which had a completely Western-style exterior. Entering, Chu Feng was dressed in clothes worth no more than 100 yuan, even wearing deep yellow flip-flops. Yet he still attracted the attention of the salespeople because this was a villa exhibition center. Although his attire was very simple, they saw him as just another landlord from Guangdong. Soon, a young woman in a suit and skirt approached him and softly asked, "Sir, are you here to look at houses?" At that moment, Chu Feng indeed needed a salesperson. He nodded and said, "Yes. I'd like to see the prices and decor of the independent villas at Lianhu Mountain Villa." The woman's eyes sparkled, noticing that Chu Feng was quite young. She extended a hand to guide him and said, "Please follow me this way. I will take you to see the model house and the drawings." Following the salesperson, they arrived at a miniature lakeside villa cluster. From above, the location looked great, with a mountain on the left side and a green area on the right, with gardens and yards surrounding each villa. "Do you have any houses left here?" Chu Feng asked. "Yes, we still have several houses available, all with high-end decor. Each one comes with free premium design and a set of furniture to ensure clients can move in right away," she replied. "How many of those do you have? Can you introduce them to me?" Chu Feng asked. "Sure, please follow me. I will get you the information." Chu Feng sat on a sofa while the salesperson went to fetch the materials. Soon, a man with a slick-back hairstyle handed him a cup of coffee. Chu Feng thanked him and added, "Could you please get me a glass of cold water? I'm not used to coffee." "Sure, I will get you some cold water." The slicked-back man apologized, took the coffee back, poured it out, and then handed Chu Feng a glass of cold water, which he drank. At that moment, the female salesperson also returned with some materials and handed Chu Feng a document. The document contained detailed data and area distribution, including prices and specific locations. After looking through a few documents, he found 3 houses that were small independent units, each with less than 200 square meters of building area, but all had large gardens. Yet they were not what Chu Feng wanted. However, there were only 2 large villas, one of which had an actual building area of 750 square meters, plus nearly 200 square meters of garden, which was the most attractive to Chu Feng. Chu Feng collected all the other materials, leaving only the one for the largest unit. This was a standalone villa built by the lake, with garages and garden areas of 60 square meters and over 100 square meters in the front and back. "How much is this villa?" Chu Feng asked the female salesperson while holding the document. The female saleswoman seemed shocked and hadn't reacted yet, but she casually realized what Chu Feng meant, which was that he was interested in the ultra-large apartment. "Sir, this apartment costs. Just tell me how much you want to pay." "Oh, okay, sir. The total cost for this apartment is 32 million yuan. Would you like to pay by card or? Chapter 16. Registration. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "No rush. I'll go see the apartment first and then decide whether to buy." The female saleswoman quickly nodded and responded, Right, sir. Do you want to go see the apartment now?" Chu Feng said, "You lead me there. The apartment should be nearby, right?" The saleswoman said, "I can arrange a viewing car from the company to take you to see the actual apartment." After saying this, she first informed the manager and then took Chu Feng out the door to the parking lot in front, where there were several viewing cars from the Housing Exhibition Center. In less than 10 minutes of travel, Chu Feng felt that the environment of the lakeside villa at Lianhu Mountain was particularly beautiful. Even though the saleswoman kept talking and trying to entice him, the villa Chu Feng was interested in was located above the model, with a small mountain covered in vegetation behind it. A mountain road led directly to the villa, and both sides and the back were lake surfaces, with a small swimming pool by the lake. The villa situation went smoothly. After Chu Feng visited, he was very satisfied with it. Not only did it offer a higher privacy level, but it also had a building area of 2.5 floors with very luxurious decoration. There was also an underground level by the swimming pool, which could ensure the confidentiality of Chu Feng's research on life liquid. All of this made Chu Feng satisfied. But he was slightly unhappy with the price. It was too high. A full payment of 32 million yuan. So after returning to the Housing Exhibition Center, Chu Feng directly stated that the price was too high and hoped the center could offer a discounted price. The saleswoman could see that Chu Feng was the kind who wanted to buy, but might not have enough money to pay. This kind of customer was troublesome for her. But she still wanted to keep him as a client because there were too few villa buyers. After apologizing to Chu Feng, the saleswoman said she needed to ask the manager first. Less than 5 minutes later, she returned, followed by a middle-aged man with short hair, of medium build, dressed in a black suit and wearing golden glasses. After asking Chu Feng for his psychological price, the manager independently offered the lowest discounted price. Chu Feng received a satisfactory price of 27 million yuan, with the requirement of full payment. Chu Feng agreed and signed the purchase contract, and he no longer had to worry about the remaining matters. After signing the contract, unconsciously, he found himself surrounded by a group of salespeople. The manager directly handed Chu Feng a business card with his contact information. When Chu Feng took out a 20 million yuan check from his small backpack and added 7 million yuan by card payment, he received the keys. As for the property certificate, it would be handled by the saleswoman and would take a few days. That evening, Chu Feng moved into the 750 square meters large villa. Since the Housing Exhibition Center placed great importance on service and kept everything clean, Chu Feng didn't have to worry about tidying up. He summoned Chu Xiong and Chu Mei, instructing them to check every corner of the villa to prevent any surveillance devices. Although this was a low probability, precautions couldn't be ignored. After finding no surveillance devices, Chu Feng felt relieved. He summoned 2 barrels of life liquid and handed them to Chu Mei, saying, "Chu Mei, from now on, you can choose a room on the 2nd or 3rd floor to research the life liquid. It would be best if you could find a way to separate the life liquid and create different types of life liquid with various effects." "Yes, thank you, boss." Looking at Chu Xiong, there was nothing to instruct him about, so he let Chu Xiong handle things on his own. Suddenly, at this moment, Chu Feng felt discomfort in his stomach. He wanted to order takeout but suddenly remembered that this was a lakeside villa near Lianhua Mountain Park, which had community management, and outsiders couldn't enter. So, Chu Feng had to take Chu Xiong out to eat. Chu Mei was a tech enthusiast and didn't like dealing with people outside, so Chu Feng had to pack food to bring back for her. After searching for a long time, he finally found a high-end restaurant and had a feast, casually asking for 4 portions to be packed to take back as a late-night snack. In the following week, Chu Mei finally succeeded in using the separation method to produce a life liquid that could restore the nasal and throat conditions. Of course, it could at most ensure the smoothness of the nasal passages, such as dissolving thick phlegm, preventing runny noses, and keeping the mind clear. Although this didn't fully satisfy Chu Feng, it was a good start. That day, the saleswoman called, saying the property certificate was ready and that Chu Feng needed to come pick it up. So that noon, Chu Feng took Chu Xiong out again to pick up the property certificate. After that, he looked for a fruit wholesaler and arranged for the shop to send 100 kilograms of fruit daily, with the cheapest fruits guaranteed to be 2 yuan per kilogram. After agreeing to settle the payment once a week, the fruit wholesaler decided to sign a transaction contract. Since the life worm upgraded yesterday, its appetite had greatly increased, and its body had grown to a full 2 meters long. Reluctantly, Chu Feng placed it in the underground level by the lake. Fortunately, The underground area was large enough and could ensure that outsiders could not enter. Chu Feng instructed Chu Mei to feed the worm fruit regularly, which could guarantee the extraction of over 10 pounds of life liquid daily for her research. After all, the raw materials for the life liquid were not expensive. He also moved the research room from the second floor of the villa to the underground level. After a week of renovations, Chu Feng spent nearly 200,000 to transform the 200 square meters of underground space into a clean research room. He established a research facility in a discreet and safe villa area, where the 200 square meters underground was enough to hide the life worm's body and prevent exposure. This was the current concealment plan. Chu Feng believed that after upgrading the biological processing plant, there would definitely be a more perfect solution. The next morning, Chu Feng got up early, called Chu Xiang, and took only 3 million yuan in balance along with his ID and materials to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. With 3 million yuan of registered capital, he registered a company called Baju Biotechnology Company, Limited, with Chu Feng as the legal representative and sole owner. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, due to the 3 million yuan registered capital, resolved Chu Feng's company registration issue at the fastest speed. Later, Chu Feng went to the Industrial and Commercial Bank to apply for a bank card dedicated to the company's expenses, transferring all 3 million yuan into the company's account. He then returned to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, submitted a copy of the bank card, and received the business license, using the property certificate as proof. He registered the villa as the company's registered address and signed a document with the legal representative and all shareholders of the company. In just one day, Chu Feng found a professional accounting firm that helped him resolve the verification issues. Since Chu Feng temporarily couldn't find a financial employee for the company, he entrusted the local tax authority to manage the company's finances, accounting, and tax filing issues. This was all due to Chu Feng's 3 million yuan registered capital. So the local tax authority agreed to manage it until Chu Feng found a professional financial employee. After all, this financial employee couldn't be just anyone. They would hold the financial lifeline of the entire company, and Chu Feng didn't feel comfortable entrusting it to others. Therefore, he posted a job ad on the local recruitment website. Chapter 17. Goodbye Wang Jun. Once Chu Feng finished registering the company and returned to the villa, it was already evening. At this time, Chu Mei sent someone to notify him that she had good news. She had discovered a significant difference between the upgraded life liquid and the original life liquid, and the effects could be stacked when consumed. This accidental discovery excited Chu Feng, and he hurried to the underground level. At this moment, the underground level is a huge warehouse completely surrounded by glass walls. Inside the warehouse, in a ventilated room, a giant worm is sleeping on the ground. Beside the giant worm stands a woman in a white robe, who is using a toothbrush to clean the body of the giant worm. The former is a life worm, and the latter is Chu Mei. She sees Chu Feng and Chu Xiang through the glass wall and quickly tidies up her things to go outside. Boss, you're back. No need for greetings yet. Can you guarantee the news you mentioned? Chu Feng waves his hand to stop Chu Mei's words and hurriedly asks, Yes, please follow me. Chu Mei leads Chu Feng to a research room equipped with various simple research tools, continuing deeper until they reach 2 glass barrels containing the life liquid. This is the original primary version of the life liquid, which I call the primary life liquid. This is the life liquid upgraded from the life worm, which I call the level 1 life liquid. Both have the same effect of extending life by several years. However, unlike the primary version, the upgraded life liquid, while having the same effect, can have its effect stacked. This means that if an ordinary human consumes the primary version of the life liquid to gain 3 years of life, then consuming the level 1 life liquid will further increase their lifespan by a few more years? Yes, and the effect is even more pronounced, promoting the phenomenon of rejuvenation. Good, very good. Chu Feng can't help but clap his hands together and continues, You packaged the level 1 life liquid in glass tubes. I need it urgently. We are out of money now, so we need to continue exchanging for money. Okay. Chu Mei nods in response. Wait. Tomorrow I will have the fruit wholesaler deliver a large quantity of fruit. Remember to only use 100 kilograms. Leave the rest. I have another use for these fruits. I will summon another life worm for you, which cannot be upgraded. During this time, he carefully observed the biological shop and found that it only sold creatures that had already been summoned, with raw materials requiring a large quantity of fruit. Summoning an unupgradable life worm requires 1 ton of fruit. Summoning a traversing worm requires 2 tons of fruit. Summoning a virus-separating worm only requires 1 pound of fruit. Summoning different types of cockroach-headed monsters requires between 100 kilograms to 5 tons of fruit. These are all based on creatures that have already been summoned or can be summoned at the biological shop, unlike the first batch of summoned creatures. Those summoned through the biological shop are all unupgradable companion creatures. Except for the cockroach-headed monsters, the summoned creatures' value is naturally far inferior to the first batch of summoned creatures. But they are still valuable creatures that can mass-produce basic products. Take the life liquid, for example. Through large-scale production, it can quickly dominate the entire market. Selling the life worm is also not an unacceptable situation. Of course, Chu Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to give the upgradable life worm to others. Even selling the unupgradable life worm is absolutely out of the question. Taking the item handed over by Chu Mei, it is a tube containing the upgraded deep green liquid. The level 1 life liquid is no longer a light green liquid, but rather a deeper green liquid, with the bottle cap exuding an unmistakable fragrance. Chu Feng looks at the level 1 life liquid in his hand, pulls out his phone, finds Wang Jun's contact information, and dials it. Hello? Within 4 seconds. The call is quickly connected, and Wang Jun's voice comes through, but Chu Feng can hear that Wang Jun's voice is a bit trembling. It's me. I know. Is there news about the new life liquid? Chu Feng doesn't notice the implication in Wang Jun's words and simply says, yes, I have level 1 life liquid. This effect is different from the version you consumed before. This can stack effects and will promote rejuvenation. I will arrange a time to go to Shenzhen immediately. No rush. This time the level 1 life liquid is not cheap. Before Chu Feng could finish his sentence, Wang Jun directly interrupted him. No problem. The price is not an issue as long as you can guarantee the effects are consistent, no matter how much it costs. Well, then, I'll wait for you in Shenzhen. No problem, we'll visit you tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng looks at his phone with a strange expression. He can't quite understand it. He also notices the implication of we in Wang Jun's last sentence, indicating that it is not just one person. Chu Feng can only turn around and instruct Chu Mei, prepare one more set of primary and level 1 life liquid tubes. Yes. After receiving the instructions, Chu Mei prepares everything. These items are already available, just needing to be filled into glass tubes. Business is booming, and Chu Feng is full of energy. He calls the fruit wholesaler again, instructing them to deliver more fruit tomorrow, ordering about 1 ton of fruit at once, which is equivalent to the quantity of a cargo truck. As for the management office of the gatekeeper, Chu Feng has already built a good relationship. As long as the goods arrive tomorrow, he can summon creatures, especially the commercial management type and financial management type of cockroach-headed monsters, which are exactly the talents Chu Feng urgently needs. Especially in terms of loyalty, he has doubts about trusting others. Having seen numerous cases, especially the well-known founders of JD, Com and Dang Dang, Chu Feng is also not very trusting of outsiders meddling in his company's management. Therefore, he urgently needs a batch of talents who can serve as the backbone and guarantee loyalty. Under the influence of Chu Mei and Chu Xiong, Chu Feng has confidence in this race of cockroach-headed monsters. Summoning a commercial management-type cockroach-headed monster requires 300 kilograms of fruit, while a financial management-type cockroach-headed monster only requires 100 kilograms of fruit. The price difference between the two may lie in their capabilities. Commercial management includes abilities in financial management, administrative management, etc., while financial management is solely focused on financial management, which is sufficient. The next day, Wang Jun's call comes in. They agree to meet at a large hotel in the center of Futian district in Shenzhen. And Wang Jun also mentions that a peer friend will accompany him. Chu Feng had guessed last night that it wouldn't just be Wang Jun coming alone. So he had prepared 2 sets of life liquid. He takes Chu Xiong in a taxi to the hotel, pays, gets out, and as soon as they enter the hotel, Chu Feng is shocked by the luxury, quickly regaining his composure. There's no way around it. This is his first time in such a luxurious hotel. The entire building is a hotel. Chu Feng first goes to the service desk and asks 2 beautiful women where Wang Jun's room is. Chapter 18. Li Tinglong. After getting Wang Jun's room number, he thanks the 2 beautiful girls at the service desk and walks into the elevator. Arriving at Wang Jun's room, he knocks on the door, and footsteps can be heard from inside, followed by the door opening, but it is not the old man Wang Jun. Instead, it is another old man. Chu Feng does not know this old man, but judging by his expression, the old man clearly recognizes Chu Feng and is very polite to him. He must have been told about Chu Feng by Wang Jun. The old man has silver hair but very smooth skin, giving a sense of contrast. This silver-haired old man is well-maintained, which is Chu Feng's impression. Chu Feng does not make any disrespectful gestures. After all, respecting the elderly is still an excellent traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. He steps forward to take the doorknob, and gently nods to the old man. The old man is taken aback and also nods to Chu Feng. Noticing that there is no one behind Chu Feng, he turns and goes inside. Chu Feng enters, followed by Chu Xiang, who is still in an invisible state. He feels that Wang Jun is not someone he can let his guard down around, as this old man's identity is not simple. Once inside, he sees Wang Jun sitting in a wheelchair. Wang Jun's face is ruddy, and his eyes are fixed on Chu Feng, especially focused on the small backpack in Chu Feng's hand. He seems to think of something, and his breathing becomes heavier. "Mr. Wang, I'm here." Chu Feng turned the small backpack in his hand to his back, trying to avoid seeing Wang Jun's red eyes. Wang Jun was taken aback for a moment, then reacted, feigning calmness as he nodded to Chu Feng and said, "Come, sit down." Wang Jun invited Chu Feng to take a seat. And beside Wang Jun sat the old man from earlier. Chu Feng looked at her, then at Wang Jun. The meaning he expressed was very simple, and naturally, Wang Jun understood what Chu Feng meant. "This is my comrade, a brother I've had for over half my life, named Li Tinglong from Guang City. If you really have that thing, he will be in charge of the payment." As Wang Jun introduced, he nodded towards Li Tinglong. "Hello." Li Tinglong nodded at Chu Feng, who also nodded in response and said, "I am Chu Feng. I believe Mr. Wang has told you about me." Li Tinglong pondered for a moment, a look of skepticism on his face, and then said, "Do you really have that thing? Whether I do or not, let the facts speak for themselves." After saying this, Chu Feng took out a glass vial filled with deep green liquid from the small backpack and handed it to Wang Jun. Seeing this, Wang Jun quickly leaned his wheelchair forward to take it. "This is it, no doubt about it." Wang Jun held the vial with both hands, looking ecstatic as he took a deep breath. Looking at the glass vial in his hands, Wang Jun asked Chu Feng, "How should I use it?" "Just drink it." "Drink it directly?" Wang Jun glanced at Li Tinglong, who had remained silent by the side. Li Tinglong's hands were already in an attacking position, clearly ready to attack Chu Feng if anything went wrong with Wang Jun. However, Wang Jun could not resist the temptation of extending his life. So he twisted open the wooden cork, sniffed the aroma, and drank it all in one go, even licking the vial clean afterward. Wang Jun felt nothing at first, but those watching him, including Li Tinglong and Chu Feng, could clearly see Wang Jun's hair gradually turning from white to black. Wang Jun only felt an itch on his skin and couldn't help but scratch it, but as he did, a thin layer of skin was directly peeled off by him, revealing the tender red skin underneath. Slowly, it seemed that Wang Jun also noticed this happening. He kept scratching until the skin on his entire face was completely peeled off. His face transformed from one of an elderly man to that of a middle-aged man, and his hair visibly turned black. An incredible phenomenon unfolding before the eyes of Li Tinglong, who had been a witness. Then, Li Tinglong looked at Chu Feng with a greedy expression, especially at the small backpack containing 2 more glass vials. Chu Feng naturally noticed Li Tinglong's gaze but didn't care and looked down on him. After all, he was still a cultured young man with principles. His lack of worry stemmed from having the invisible Chu Xiang by his side, who was watching Li Tinglong closely. While Li Tinglong could not see Chu Xiang, which doomed his plans to fail. Of course, everything had not yet developed into an irreparable situation. Li Tinglong noticed his inappropriate expression and quickly composed himself, but he still found it hard to comprehend. After all, the legendary phenomenon of rejuvenation was happening right in front of him, which anyone would find unbelievable. At this moment, Wang Jun spoke up, breaking the various psychological activities of the crowd. "Comfortable, really comfortable. This must be the elixir of life." Wang Jun couldn't help but praise it. "Mr. Wang, it's time to settle up. You've had your elixir of life, so you should pay." Wang Jun nodded at Li Tinglong, who had been silent, and said, "Old Li, you pay up. 20 million per vial." Chu Feng interjected. Li Tinglong came back to his senses, said nothing, took out his phone, and made a call. He had already received the bank card number from Wang Jun, and after giving a command into the phone, he hung up. Less than a minute later, Chu Feng received a bank text message indicating that 20 million had been transferred. Chu Feng was thrilled but tried to maintain an expression as if he were not affected by the money. Noticing that no one was speaking, he decided to turn and leave, but at that moment, Li Tinglong called out to him. Chu Feng looked at him in confusion and asked, "Mr. Li, is there something you need? Feel free to say it. Do you have any left? You want some too? I see your health seems no worse than Mr. Wang's. Can you tell me?" "Here's the thing." Li Tinglong paused slightly, seemingly considering his words, and then continued. "I have a 20-year-old granddaughter who has been changing since December 4 years ago. She fell into a deep sleep and hasn't woken up, no matter what method we tried. At first, we thought she was ill, but after consulting numerous renowned neurologists, We found out that my granddaughter's brain nerves were damaged, turning her into a vegetative state. So what do you need me to do? Chu Feng didn't understand. He was a businessman selling life-extending products, not a doctor. Well, let me explain. Do you remember the last time I had you drink the elixir of life? Wang Jun interjected, seeing that Chu Feng seemed to understand the situation. That's right. Just as you suspected, we hope to get another vial of the elixir from you to wake her up. Chu Feng pondered, covering his chin, while Li Tenglong looked tense. Unable to resist clenching his fists, fearing Chu Feng would refuse. All right, a total of 30 million. Chu Feng looked at Li Tenglong and continued. I happen to have another liquid that can repair nerves. This is a gift for you. Really? If you don't believe me, you can come with me to fetch it. I believe. Let's go now. Then let's go. Mr. Wang, what about you? I won't go. I've already gotten what I wanted. You two go. Chapter 19. Online store. After bidding farewell to Wang Jun, Li Tenglong drove Chu Feng and the ever-invisible Chu Xiang back to the villa. After Chu Feng spoke to Chu Mei, he obtained the liquid made using the separation method, handed it to Li Tenglong, and received the agreed 30 million. Signaling Chu Xiang to follow Li Tenglong. Chu Feng held distrust towards any informants. Wang Jun could no longer approach him. In his heart, Wang Jun had already been blacklisted by Chu Feng, mainly because he had informed a third party about his affairs. And that third party was Li Tenglong, who, judging by his demeanor, was likely a high-ranking member of some family, exuding the aura of someone in power. In the afternoon, the fruit delivery arrived, 1 ton of fruit, with about 100 kilograms set aside to feed the life worms. Despite feeding them a large amount of fruit in recent days, the life worms had not leveled up. Another 5,000 disappeared in an instant. Thinking of the 50 million just received, Chu Feng felt excited. However, considering the upcoming high expenses for purchasing high-end laboratory tools and potentially acquiring more fruit, his mood dampened. After setting aside 100 kilograms of fruit for Chu Mei to feed the life worms, he used his phone to summon urgently needed talents from the biological store. Summoning commercial management and financial management cockroach-headed monsters. The underground level, which had been piled high with fruit, suddenly saw nearly half of it disappear. He then summoned 2 more research-type cockroach-headed monsters, using up all the remaining fruit. Everything was meticulously calculated by Chu Feng, with no waste. The summoned commercial management and financial management cockroach-headed monsters were named Feng and Langshan, respectively. He instructed them to change their appearances, and amidst swirling smoke, they transformed from cockroach-headed monsters into dashing humans. Then he took out 2 laptops and encouraged them to learn the commercial rules of this world. As for the newly summoned research-type cockroach-headed monsters, they were named Research 1 and Research 2, and they were given to Chu Mei to lead. At the same time, he had Research 1 and Research 2 change their appearances, transforming into 2 young men and women. Chu Xiang also received the news and called to confirm that Li Tenglong indeed had a granddaughter who had become a vegetable. The nerve fluid obtained from Chu Feng successfully awakened Li Yaoer. After confirming this news, Chu Feng instructed Chu Xiang to withdraw from Li Tenglong's side and return to the villa. That night, Chu Feng called Li Tenglong. Since Chu Feng's nerve fluid had proven effective, he dared to ask for help in giving identities to Gao Feng and Langshan. While he did not intend to give identities to Chu Xiang and Chu Mei, Research Number 1 and Research Number 2, because they would not reveal themselves. 3 days later, he received confirmation from Li Tenglong that the identities of Gao Feng and Langshan were ready. Early in the morning, Chu Feng instructed Gao Feng and Langshan to represent the senior management of Bijushi Biological to the local tax office to revoke the tax-related rights previously managed by Bijushi Biological. Langshan would be appointed as the financial director of Bijushi Biological, taking over responsibilities for tax collection, reporting, and accounting. Gao Feng would also become the visible manager of Bijushi Biological. At the same time, Chu Feng handed over 40 million to Gao Feng for handling. Later, Gao Feng directly acquired a local factory for processing and packaging the production of primary life liquid. However, since the life liquid was too shocking, Chu Feng planned to make all necessary preparations before launching it into the market. Otherwise, revealing the existence of such a product could lead to a collapse of social norms, with various conspiracies surrounding the life liquid emerging, which he could not afford. Therefore, at least until all preparations were made, Chu Feng did not plan to enter the market, focusing instead on a few wealthy individuals. 3 days later, Chu Mei led a research team to successfully develop a different product, a drug that could enhance kidney function. Chu Feng named this kidney-enhancing product Iron Kidney Liquid, and the nerve-stimulating drug was also named Nerve Liquid, without any relationships with sales agents. Chu Feng had no choice but to let Gao Feng set up an online store on Taobao specifically for selling iron kidney liquid and nerve liquid. The iron kidney liquid and nerve liquid were processed and packaged by a small workshop acquired by Gao Feng. The packaging featured printed labels stating that they were produced by Bijushi Biological, with iron kidney liquid indicating that it was superior to women and produced by Bijushi Biological, while nerve liquid claimed miraculous effects on the nervous system. Previously, Chu Feng was unaware that selling drugs required relevant licenses. These were all pointed out by Gao Feng, who then went to handle the necessary pharmaceutical licenses. However, it took nearly a week to test the drugs, and so far, neither iron kidney liquid nor nerve liquid had passed the drug testing. Left with no choice, Chu Feng had to categorize them as fruit juices, as both iron kidney liquid and nerve liquid were derived from fruit digestion, containing a large amount of fruit components. This made it easier to pass food safety tests, allowing him to obtain the relevant food licenses, and thus, they were immediately listed as high-end fruit juices. The names remained unchanged: iron kidney liquid and nerve liquid, with iron kidney liquid priced at 500 yuan per bottle, clearly stating that it had enhanced kidney strengthening capabilities, with more noticeable effects with regular use. Nerve liquid was also classified as high-end fruit juice, selling for 100,000 yuan per bottle. Of course, Chu Feng didn't care whether anyone would buy it, as he assumed there weren't many vegetative state patients. This product was mainly for enhancing his reputation. If someone bought it, that would be another matter. To prevent future troubles, Chu Feng specifically noted that nerve liquid could slightly promote the activity of human brain cells, suitable for elderly individuals with neurological issues. He believed that customers who had used it would definitely be tempted to repurchase, given that the raw materials and costs of these products were very low, making them hard to replicate. He also established a rule for the auction of nerve liquid: a returning customer must pay double the original price for a second purchase. In the initial days of the new store, there were no customers ordering at all. But Chu Feng didn't mind and was confident that as long as one person placed an order, they would inevitably return for a second purchase. After assigning the online store tasks to Gao Feng and Langshan, he prepared to summon the virus separation worm and the traversal tunnel worm. These were treasures. Although Chu Feng didn't know how to cultivate them, he believed that once summoned, there would surely be a way to upgrade them. So, he went to the fruit wholesaler again and ordered a large quantity of fruit, then took the wholesaler's truck to transport the fruit to the villa's yard. This was physically demanding work, but fortunately, after consuming primary life liquid daily during this time, his body had become increasingly strong and his strength had increased significantly. Carrying bags of fruit weighing dozens of pounds on his back was no effort at all, and he and Chu Feng moved all the fruit from the truck to the backyard. Clearly, this was a result of consuming life liquid. The yard was filled with fruit, except for the swimming pool. Chapter 20. Grand Opening. What a tiring day. By the end of the day, although Chu Feng's physical strength had increased significantly, he was still exhausted. However, when Chu Feng looked at the pile of fruit on the ground, a smile appeared on his face. This was the fruit for summoning the virus separation worm and the traversal tunnel worm, as well as the capital for his rise. Although the villa was sufficiently secluded, usually, aside from the surrounding residents walking their dogs or jogging, there weren't many people around. Occasionally, they would see movement nearby, mainly because Chu Feng didn't want anyone to know his secret. So, he moved all the fruit to the basement, where it was primarily used to continue feeding the life worms. The demand for primary life worms had significantly increased, and considering the non-upgradable life worms, these fruits could barely feed the life worms for a week. Suddenly, his phone vibrated slightly. Chu Feng opened it and smiled. Someone had ordered a bottle of iron kidney liquid. Although it was only one bottle priced at 500 yuan, Chu Feng felt he could see the hope of making a fortune. He called Gao Feng to confirm the order, then took out another phone, clicked on the Biological Processing Factory app, and summoned the virus separation worm and the traversal tunnel worm. The virus separation worm was very small, only 20 centimeters long, but exceptionally thin, like a string of worms. Chu Feng carefully placed the virus separation worm into a tube and handed it to Chu Mei and the research team for study. Meanwhile, he focused on the traversal tunnel worm, which, amidst the black smoke, gradually revealed itself as the smoke dissipated. The traversal tunnel worm resembled an oversized caterpillar, measuring 2 meters long and half a meter wide, with 2 clearly visible small eyes on its face and a round, pudgy mouth covered in numerous short legs. Chu Feng approached and touched the body of the tunnel worm. It was smooth, with a jelly-like cold texture. He also noticed that the tunnel worm's small eyes were squinting as it sensed Chu Feng's touch. Taking out his phone, A white light shot into his forehead. This time, it felt different from usual, as if he could connect with the traversal tunnel worm, almost as if they could communicate. To prove this, he communicated with the tunnel worm for a while. Suddenly, the traversal tunnel worm moved, burrowing into the ground and gradually creating a round wormhole vortex large enough for an adult to enter. Chu Feng frowned as he looked at the black hole. Feeling a bit scared, but he still crouched down and tried to insert his hands. Feeling nothing, he then stepped in entirely, and the dark scene transformed into blinding white light. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng found himself in a place resembling a bedroom. The entire bedroom was very clean, about 40 square meters, with just one bed in the middle and floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. The entire bedroom gave a very quiet feeling. Chu Feng jumped down from the swirling wormhole on the wall, looked around, and vaguely felt a cold wind pass by. It was the wind coming through the floor-to-ceiling window, and Chu Feng found it strange. It was still summer, yet the room felt chilly. He knew that the current wormhole could only reach a distance of 1 kilometer at most, so it didn't make sense to directly cross over to the southern hemisphere. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door, scaring Chu Feng into quickly crawling back into the wormhole on the wall, and he disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the swirling wormhole on the ground had vanished, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The next morning, Chu Feng went to the nearest SF Express service point, packaged a bottle of iron kidney liquid with a lot of foam plastic, and sent it off, spending 20 yuan in one go. Since Chu Feng chose a high-end beverage, he naturally opted for SF Express, which not only had fast delivery but also guaranteed quality. However, Chu Feng discussed a cooperation plan with the person in charge of the delivery point. After all, he might have a large number of orders in the future, and sending them one by one would raise costs. With a cooperation agreement, costs could be reduced. However, the agreement also specified a minimum number of orders required each month, and the basic cost would be reduced accordingly. Everything depended on the quantity ordered. The more orders, the more savings on shipping costs. If there were too few orders, SF Express would certainly not accept it, and the discounts would be minimal. Fortunately, Chu Feng was very confident in his product. The first delivery point was in Guang City, and it arrived the same day. The next day, in the Xingqing district of Guang City, Gao Jianfeng received the iron kidney liquid he purchased on Taobao. The reason he bought the iron kidney liquid was that he had indeed developed a problem. Over the years, he had worked at an internet company, a common office job, and staying up late to revise company work had made him bald. More seriously, due to long nights, he had developed symptoms of kidney deficiency. From an external perspective, his dark circles were so pronounced that anyone could tell he was drained. Last night, he saw the iron kidney liquid on Taobao. Initially, he thought it must be fake, but he still chose to place an order. To his surprise, within 2 minutes, the seller confirmed the order and shipped it. This made Gao Jianfeng feel even more despondent, as he was now more convinced that it was counterfeit. Looking at the foam plastic packaging of the iron kidney liquid in his hand, he felt a sense of disbelief. Over the years, Gao Jianfeng had grown stronger as a programmer, naturally accumulating a small fortune. He even bought a 2-bedroom apartment in Guang City, spending half of his savings. However, he felt satisfied. Before ordering the iron kidney liquid online, he had purchased several kidney-strengthening remedies and even bought a deer penis, clearly indicating that he was not enjoying his manhood. His girlfriend had recently threatened to break up with him over this issue. In desperation, he ordered the iron kidney liquid, motivated by the advertisement claiming that iron kidney liquid indicated that women were no match for men. This time, he found a newly opened online store with a unique sales method. It only had 2 products, one called Nerve Liquid, which could only be ordered in 1 bottle at a price of 100,000 yuan. It was the first time he had seen such an expensive juice. Since he had already ordered several kidney-related remedies, he chose to order a bottle of iron kidney liquid, hoping that it might actually work. So he bought a bottle. Looking at the ordinary plastic packaging made him pause, especially the label that claimed it had slight strengthening abilities for the kidneys and that regular use would yield more noticeable effects. It was clearly not a proper packaging. His phone rang again, and seeing the caller ID, he found it was his girlfriend's call. Gao Jianfeng hesitated for a moment, glancing at the incoming call and then at the iron kidney liquid, before clicking to answer. Today just happened to be the weekend, the best day for programmers. But it was also the day he dreaded, as his girlfriend always wanted him to provide extra money on weekends, which he couldn't satisfy. Even so, although his girlfriend did not look down on him, he still felt a sense of losing face as a man. However, today was the weekend, the day to settle up. Chapter 21. Compromise. At this moment, Chu Feng was feeding the crossing worm. In just a few days, This crossing worm had already become adept at receiving Chu Feng's simple commands, capable of reaching any position within a kilometer radius at any time, even as far as from Lianhu Mountain Villa to an office in Futian District. As a result, he had initially understood the upgrade conditions for the crossing worm. It needed fruit. Thus, he increased his fruit order quantity, prompting the fruit wholesaler to revise the contract, which Chu Feng signed. They would settle accounts once a week, and he assigned this task to Lang Shan, who was the financial director. Moreover, to ensure the confidentiality and security of the villa and underground laboratory, Chu Feng summoned 5 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters. However, it was clear that these 5 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters were not as outstanding as Chu Xiong, especially without an invisibility system. They only possessed 2 ordinary abilities: mind communication and anger recovery. The 5 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters consumed only 500 kilograms of fruit. To strengthen these ordinary combat-type cockroach-headed monsters, Chu Feng fed them the liquid of life, after which they fell into a deep sleep. Chu Feng also fed a bottle of life liquid to Chu Mei and the cockroach-headed monsters she summoned. Now, each cockroach-headed monster had become much stronger, with their physical abilities significantly improved. Now, especially the combat-type cockroach-headed monsters trained indoors at intervals, and after being fed the life liquid, they would also fall into deep sleep. Once they woke up, they would undergo significant changes, particularly in size. Now, Chu Xiong and the 5 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters looked like 2-meter-tall giants, clearly not resembling the slender build typical of Asian men. Carefully, they placed the larvae separated from the virus-separating mother body into tubes, which were then placed into a large glass ecosystem cover filled with decaying plants. This was all biochemically researched by Chu Mei. The main goal was to cultivate a batch of virus-separating worms that were not afraid of biochemical viruses. These larvae separated from the mother body were the vanguards. Because Chu Feng was unclear on how to cultivate the virus antibody liquid, even Chu Mei had never encountered the virus-separating worm before. In their cockroach ball's eyes, the virus was an existence that could never be fought against. The only way to overcome it was by sheer numbers. Thus, these separated larvae would become practical test subjects, primarily fed with viruses for cultivation, while the mother body was unique and could not be used for practice. Fortunately, during this time, they successfully produced the first batch of antibodies against biochemical viruses. Unlike normal virus antibody liquids, these could produce remarkable effects against biochemical viruses and other skin-related viruses, such as the smallpox virus, which manifests on the skin. Although smallpox has been eradicated worldwide, countless different skin-manifesting viruses still exist, commonly including Ebola virus, swine cancer virus, and so on. Chu Feng was just a novice and did not understand any virus structures or formation processes. He only knew that the virus antibody liquid was the ultimate nemesis of all viruses. Even though this virus antibody liquid originated from biochemical viruses, it was at least effective against them. Of course, at present, Chu Feng was unsure whether the virus antibody liquid would be effective for patients with biochemical viruses, and he could not recklessly create biochemical weapons to throw on the streets for testing. That would be a heinous crime against humanity. Of course, it would be possible to find several patients suffering from biochemical viruses in the Middle Eastern war zone, but the premise was whether these patients could wait. The outbreak of the biochemical virus happened too quickly. He could only guarantee that the liquid derived from the antibodies of the biochemical virus could be used for patients severely affected by biochemical weapons. As of now, it is unlikely that there will be a war in the country. If there were, he would definitely be the first to offer the antibody liquid for support. Fortunately, there is a virus-separating worm mother body, and as long as there are enough fruits, many larvae can be separated. Tick-tock. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a message from Taba. Chu Feng looked and saw that the fruit juice shop had received another batch of orders, and it wasn't just a few bottles. 100 bottles? Chu Feng glanced at the total number of orders and was taken aback. He also noticed that the user of the second order was clearly the same as the first one. It seemed this guy had already discovered the effects of the iron kidney liquid. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's face as he began to anticipate a prosperous future. At 500 yuan per bottle, 100 bottles would obviously amount to 50,000 yuan. Such a large order clearly made Chu Feng's heart tremble, followed by a shiver of excitement. However, Chu Feng did not rush to ship the goods. Instead, he called for Lang Shan to take care of the logistics and also to mobilize the combat-type cockroach head monsters to transport the goods. Just after Chu Feng finished giving instructions, his phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, it was the old man Li Tinglong. Since that day when he asked Li Tinglong to arrange identities for Lang Shan and Gao Feng, he hadn't called Chu Feng again, which surprised Chu Feng. In his memory, this was the first time Li Tinglong had taken the initiative to call him. He pressed the answer button. "Mr. Chu, are you busy right now?" Since that day when he handed him a bottle of nerve liquid, he had begun to refer to Chu Feng as Mr., which showed great respect. But to Chu Feng, it was merely a polite address and did not imply closeness. "Not busy, what's the matter?" "Well, it's like this. The life liquid you sold me last time, I gave it all to an old friend. After receiving it, he praised it nonstop. Can you get me another batch?" Li Tinglong said modestly. Chu Feng immediately understood his intention. It turned out this guy had directly given the life liquid to his friend. Was this old man a foolish donkey? Normally, anyone who had the life liquid would hide it away to drink secretly, right? "Old manly, if you're asking about the life liquid, I definitely have it. But why would I give you another batch? Don't you know the significance of the life liquid?" Chu Feng retorted directly, puzzled. "I should have told you not to tell others, right? My old friend is almost at his limit. He is a top official, and his existence has a huge impact on our family. If he falls, our family won't be able to hold on either." Li Tinglong's voice became a bit somber. And upon hearing this, Chu Feng fell silent. "If you can give me another batch of life liquid, I can provide you with any convenience. You should understand my capabilities." Li Tinglong continued, and Chu Feng understood the underlying threat. Chu Feng had no background, just an ordinary citizen, and was only slightly wealthy. However, to a real aristocratic family, he was not worth mentioning, so Chu Feng compromised. Chapter 22. Tai Tai building thus. Chu Feng agreed to Li Tinglong's terms. Li Tinglong on the other end immediately let out a sigh of relief, which Chu Feng could only take as a misperception. He was not offering conditions for free. Originally, he planned to exchange the life liquid for some money, which he would use to purchase a large amount of fruit and build a larger biological processing plant. "All right, I will come by tomorrow to pick it up. Just about 10 bottles will do. Money is not an issue," Li Tinglong continued. "By the way, I heard your application for the drug was not approved. You might need to deal with the drug approval department in the future. The old friend I just mentioned is in charge of that department. Perhaps he can help you." "That sounds good. I'm currently troubled about how to get through the drug approval." Chu Feng flattered him a bit, and Li Tinglong, being a shrewd old man, naturally caught on to Chu Feng's meaning. Similarly, Chu Feng also understood what Li Tinglong was implying. In this way, it was not entirely unfair for him to ask for his life liquid, and he also secured a connection that could reach high places. After chatting for a while, they hung up. Ever since Li Tinglong threatened Chu Feng, he felt quite wronged and kept this matter in mind, being a young man after all. Chu Feng pondered whether he should unleash a biochemical virus on them to let them experience the power of it. However, he only thought about it. Once a biochemical virus leaked, it would not just be a matter for a few people, but a national issue. It could even escalate into an international incident. Because the biochemical virus is too sensitive, it is a man-made virus. Seeing that the fruit was about to run out again, Chu Feng called the fruit wholesaler to have another batch delivered in the coming days. After hanging up, Chu Feng remembered his younger sister, who was studying at Shenzhen University in Nanshan District and was currently a freshman. It was only September now. He guessed college students might still be in military training. So, Chu Feng sent a WeChat message to Lin Xiaoqi, "Little sister, your handsome brother is coming to Shenzhen University to trouble you. Your brother is now successful. Do you want me to take you flying? I heard the cafeteria at Shenzhen University is delicious. Have you finished military training? When does it end? You can come over to stay with me during the break. I bought a villa in Futian District. Oh, you once said you wanted to live in a big villa. Look at the picture I sent. Doesn't it have a swimming pool?" Picture. Chu Feng waited for a long time, but did not receive a message from Lin Xiaoqi. So he had to exit and return to the underground level, where he observed the research room with Chu Xiong. Inside were Chu Mei and a research team studying the non-upgradable life worms. The results were promising. The virus-separating worms had already produced 100 bottles of biochemical virus antibody liquid and nearly 500 bottles of life liquid. With the first-level life liquid reaching 100 bottles, all lined up in rows of liquid glass tubes, Chu Feng felt great satisfaction. That evening, Chu Feng received a message from Lin Xiaoqi. "Lin Xiaoqi, bro, you finally replied to me." Chu Feng, why wouldn't he reply? Confused Lin Xiaoqi. "Sundara, Chu Feng. All right, my fault." Lin Xiaoqi, when are you coming to Shenzhen? Mom said you bought a house there. Chu Feng, I've been coming to Shenzhen for a while. Have you finished military training? Lin Xiaoqi, these days, we are preparing for the welcome party. After the party, we get 3 days off. Chu Feng, That's good. Call me in a few days. I'll take you to see the big villa. Lin Shaoqi, okay. I've always loved your swimming pool. After the holiday, you must come to pick me up. If you don't, you'll be in big trouble. Rolling eyes, Chu Feng and Lin Shaoqi chatted on WeChat for a long time, finally agreeing on the time and place before ending the conversation. The next morning, Chu Feng took a batch of life liquid with him. Of course, the first level life liquid couldn't be taken out. Those were limited edition, and even Chu Feng didn't have much. He also called Chu Xiong and 2 combat-type cockroach head monsters to go out with him. However, Chu Xiong could become invisible, while the 2 combat-type cockroach head monsters could not. So, Chu Feng had prepared a suit for them, along with sunglasses and crew cuts, turning them into 2 burly bodyguards. At 9:30 a.m., Li Tinglong arrived in a luxury car. The two met as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Getting along harmoniously, shaking hands, and chatting happily. They quickly relaxed, but in reality, both sides had been in a hostile relationship since yesterday. However, with interests at stake, the two might establish a cooperative relationship centered around profit. Chu Feng needed the support of Li Tinglong's connections and wealth, while Li Tinglong also needed Chu Feng's life liquid to secure his position. This was the essence of their mutual interests. Upon closer inspection, Li Tinglong was tall and imposing, with rugged features and a strong northern appearance. He said, "Mr. Chu, your life liquid is truly effective. Where did you get it?" Perhaps Li Tinglong's character was originally straightforward, as he took out a pack of Huangala cigarettes and offered it to Chu Feng. But Chu Feng didn't smoke and directly waved his hand to refuse. Li Tinglong was taken aback, withdrew the cigarettes, and laughed heartily. Not smoking is good. So, you want to inquire about the source of this life liquid, huh? If you like, you can come and get it any time in the future. Chu Feng paused, then cheerfully replied, "If you want the formula, I don't have it either." Haha. Look at what you're saying. Li Tinglong awkwardly laughed, and seeing Chu Feng's silence, he continued, "To be honest, your life liquid is too attractive. If used well, it can bring immense wealth. If not, Chu Feng shrugged and sarcastically said, "If you want to get my life liquid without any effort, you'll have to ask my backers." Li Tinglong chuckled but did not respond. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt indifferent and said it was time to leave. He got into the passenger seat while the 2 cockroach-headed monsters and Chu Xiong took the back seat. Li Tinglong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The cockroach-headed monsters were 2 large, 3 2-meter-tall men. Their weight almost sank the $1 million Mercedes-Benz. Li Tinglong dared not object. He looked at the temperament of the 2 big men in the back seat, realizing that they were formidable killers who could only be recognized by someone who had experienced war. Just so happened that Li Tinglong was a retired soldier. He took the driver's seat, started the car, and brought Chu Feng and the others to a 3-story restaurant. From the outside, it looked quite large, but it was only a 3-story Chinese restaurant. In the middle of the restaurant, the words Tai Tai Lu hung prominently. A few middle-aged men were already standing at the entrance below, one of whom obviously resembled Li Tinglong, clearly his son. However, Chu Feng was mainly there to meet the big shop behind the Li Tinglong family and was not interested in these people, so he simply memorized their appearances. Chapter 23. Old Man Zhou Tai Tai Lu was the meeting place that Chu Feng and Li Tinglong had mentioned. It was not surprising that Li Tinglong could find such a tranquil and elegant place, as he was a local and likely a regular at Tai Tai Lu. "Mr. Chu, I didn't expect you to be so young, truly a hero of youth." The old man was quite surprised upon seeing Chu Feng for the first time. Although he had heard Li Tinglong talk about Chu Feng, he expected someone not very old but did not anticipate someone so young. Moreover, the way he was dressed and his demeanor were quite different from others. The old man was of medium height with thick black hair, exuding a strong presence and a loud voice. Additionally, Chu Feng noticed that the old man was accompanied by Li Tinglong, with the few middle-aged men behind them. Chu Feng was astonished. He did not expect the seemingly big figure, Li Tinglong, to look like this. Chu Feng inwardly cursed, "Is this a show of power?" After the two sat down and sipped tea, Chu Feng had no particular taste or feeling for tea. However, the old man clearly knew a lot about tea. After pouring a cup for Chu Feng, he smiled and said, "I enjoy drinking tea. Wherever I go, I always seek out a local tea house to taste it because the same tea leaves brewed with water from different places can yield different flavors." It seemed the old man was indeed an elegant person. "May I ask your surname, sir?" Chu Feng raised his teacup, took a gentle sip, and asked with a smile. "No need for formality. My surname is Zhou. I'm not really an elegant person, just a pretender," the old man replied, putting down his teacup. He then took a document from Li Tinglong, gently opened it, and said, "Mr. Chu, this title is too formal. I'll just call you Chu Shaoxing. And you don't need to call me sir. You can call me Old Man Zhou or Zhou Deyi. This is a contract, along with a drug sales permit. Take a look, and if you need any additions, feel free to mention it. You need me to provide 10 years' worth?" Chu Feng took the contract and flipped through it, quickly noticing the key points. "Chu Shaoxing, this is just a preliminary cooperation period. If we can cooperate deeply, we will surely sign another contract. 10 years is too long. I think we should start with 1 year. Also, the price is a bit high. It can't be lowered." Chu Feng shook his head slightly. Although he wanted to receive the money all at once, he understood that this cooperation needed to be approached step by step. "Chu Shaoxing, this." Old Man Zhou quickly interjected. However, Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "Mr. Zhou, since this is a preliminary cooperation, 1 year is enough. During this year, I can provide you with whatever quantity you need. If we really want to renew the contract, I can give you priority." "Priority?" Old Man Zhou's eyes lit up, as this meant that after 1 year, Chu Feng would also seek to renew the contract with him first. At that time, he could continue to obtain more life liquid, unless he refused and had to seek other partners. This way, he could also provide an explanation to his superiors. Additionally, we need to add a clause stating that the life liquid cannot be sold online or to others. Chu Feng continued when he saw that Old Man Zhou and Li Tinglong understood his point. "This is not a problem," Old Man Zhou nodded, and Li Tinglong next to him took out a pen to record it. "As for the delivery method, I wonder what method Mr. Zhou can use for transportation?" Chu Feng asked. "Of course, there are transportation methods. To be honest, I am here to discuss this matter on behalf of my superiors. We have also arranged a brigade stationed in the local area in Xinshi, so when necessary, we will arrange a special team for transportation." Old Man Zhou said with a smile, and then took another sip of tea. "That's good. The delivery of the life liquid will be arranged by you after it is produced here, and payment will be made upon delivery. Every cent counts." Having the military handle the goods significantly reduced Chu Feng's transportation costs and made things much more convenient. "Of course, no problem. Inspection and payment will be done in person." Old Man Zhou was naturally happy about this, as arranging for ordinary courier transportation could lead to the loss of the life liquid, which was not an ordinary commodity for them. "Chu Shaoxing, may I ask how many bottles can be prepared for each delivery of the life liquid? And how often will it be scheduled?" Old Man Zhou quickly inquired again. This was the question he was most concerned about. If Chu Feng's supply could not meet their needs, it would greatly affect their arrangements. "You can rest assured, in the first month, deliveries will be made once a week, with an average of 100 bottles each time. In the second month, it will increase to once every 5 days. As for future quantities, it will depend on the production capacity in these months," Chu Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. He knew that the current supply of his life liquid was insufficient to meet demand and required a transition period. Orders for iron kidney liquid were increasing, and with future estimates, sales quantities might need to be increased. Although there were only a few user orders currently, once cooperation with suspected military sources began, production capacity would need to be raised several times, even tenfold. He did not expect Li Tinglong to have connections with the military, and judging by Old Man Zhou's status, he seemed to be someone significant, possibly involved with high-ranking officials. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Old Man Zhou did not respond directly but began calculating in his mind. The shipping volume for this month was much less than he had imagined, but he also understood that the production of the life liquid could not be high. Looking at the various effects of the life liquid, although it can enhance human lifespan, it is only effective for the elderly who are nearing the end of their lives, and is completely unnecessary for the young and children. Therefore, this is not the greatest value of the life liquid. Its greatest value lies in its ability to help individuals break through their maximum potential, which is the conclusion drawn from the research on the life liquid mentioned above. The life liquid is in the hands of Chu Feng, who not only possesses the life liquid but also the extraordinary iron kidney liquid and nerve liquid, especially the nerve liquid, which has a significant effect on awakening people in a vegetative state. Regardless, Old Zhou ultimately signed the contract agreement. The first transaction would take place today in person, and Old Zhou was trembling as he looked at the 100 bottles of life liquid in his hands, realizing that each bottle represented a life. However, he noticed that these were only shallow green liquids, not the deep green liquid that could have compounded effects. And he couldn't help but raise this question. The production of the first-level life liquid is very low, with an average of less than 20 bottles produced each month. I have requested all of this on behalf of the higher-ups, and I hope you can deliver all of it to me. Chapter 24. Glass Processing Factory. After discussing the contract, The two began to enjoy the fish and meat on the table, casually chatting about family matters, with Li Tinglong acting as the listener and old Zhou doing most of the talking, while Chu Feng occasionally chimed in. After the meal, Chu Feng saw old Zhou off, and Li Tinglong instructed a young man to arrange for Chu Feng and the others to return. By the time they got back to the villa, it was already 6:30 p.m. He hadn't even had time for dinner, so he called for Lang Shan and Gao Feng, instructing them to prepare for a major overhaul of the factory, hiring local migrant workers for large-scale processing and handling everything except the life liquid. As for the factory's location, he only knew of one place and had never been there in person. The life liquid production line would be located in the basement of the villa, managed by Chu Mei and the research team. After giving his instructions, only Chu Feng and Chu Xiong remained in the villa's living room. Chu Feng looked around the house, noticing the absence of vegetables, fruits, or fish, and immediately headed to the basement with a bamboo basket towards the lifeworm research room. The night was beautiful, with moonlight like water. Several battle-type cockroach-headed monsters observed from the corners of the villa, and occasionally a dog would dart by, drawing everyone's attention. After watching in the basement for a while and finding no issues, Chu Feng took a few pieces of fruit, left the basement, ate the fruit, washed his face, brushed his teeth, took a hot shower, and changed into pajamas. He climbed onto the soft bed and fell asleep. The next morning, after having a few bites of fruit for breakfast and getting dressed, Chu Feng headed to the basement and summoned the tunnel worm, conveying his intentions through his mind. The tunnel worm immediately gnawed out a black hole, and seeing this, Chu Feng quickly jumped in. He arrived in the office of a small factory, where Lang Shan and Gao Feng were already waiting for him. Chu Feng was almost startled, but relaxed upon seeing familiar faces. Running a factory is troublesome. Even a tiny factory has so many things to manage. Chu Feng sighed in helplessness. Although it was just a small glass processing factory, there was no shortage of work. A factory requires both workers and technicians. Workers were plentiful, with a rich labor force from nearby rural areas, as long as they could operate the machines skillfully. The key issue was finding technicians. The few technicians available were inherited from the original factory, which was supposed to close down but was kept alive after Gao Feng acquired it. Chu Feng had a document from Chu Mei and the research team detailing an advanced glass tube manufacturing technology that was shock-resistant and break-resistant. Now, on his first visit to the factory, he felt he needed to clone himself. Although among the 5 workers introduced by the former owner, 2 could barely be considered technicians monitoring the glass tube production process, their skills were insufficient for the specialized glass tubes Chu Feng required. As for management and product marketing, it goes without saying that these 5 workers, while not dishonest, lacked the eloquence of professional salespeople. However, the one thing that satisfied Chu Feng was their hard work. Fortunately, Chu Feng also summoned several technical cockroach-headed monsters. Although these technical cockroach-headed monsters couldn't be considered true industrial technicians, they had no problem with glass tube manufacturing. Their main task was to provide technical support, while the workers handled the labor-intensive tasks, essentially doing the heavy lifting. To prevent dissatisfaction among the workers, Chu Feng also recruited 20 migrant workers from nearby villages, such as Pigu Village, Shuangsuan Village, and Wuyang Village, all aged between 30 and 50. Sourcing raw materials for glass tubes was not an issue. As long as there was money, materials like quartz sand were easily obtainable. The most troublesome aspect remained the management personnel. Currently, only Gao Feng and Lang Shan were serving as the company's executives, with Gao Feng entirely responsible for the factory, and Lang Shan handling financial management. However, Chu Feng couldn't casually summon more management-type cockroach-headed monsters because they required specific identities. 1 or 2 wasn't a problem, but a whole group could be. Dealing with Li Tinglong was already complicated enough. If there were issues with management personnel in collaboration with the military, it would be a significant problem. Chu Feng was aware that even with his extraordinary system, it would be impossible to cover all bases in this world, especially in this socialist-managed country. Therefore, apart from the president and finance, all other executives would be recruited from society. Fortunately, the market in this aspect was mature enough, and there were plenty of high-level management talents available through large headhunting firms for Chu Feng to choose from, many of whom had strong capabilities and execution skills. The prerequisite was that Chu Feng could afford their salaries. Of course, Chu Feng now had enough capital to hire these high-end talents, but he didn't need too many. He only required middle management, not top executives. He wanted a company that he could absolutely control. However, Chu Feng wasn't in a hurry. He sent Gao Feng and Lang Shan off to work while signing labor contracts with the newly recruited migrant workers, which also included a confidentiality clause. Naturally, the workers valued this job highly, not only because it was close to home but also due to the high wages, so they all signed the confidentiality agreement. Others might scoff at this so-called confidentiality clause, thinking what could possibly be confidential in a small, shabby glass factory? But Chu Feng took it seriously. The reason he bought this glass factory was primarily to package the life liquid. His target was the world's top echelon. Chu Feng also did not fully rely on the contract for confidentiality. It was merely his first line of defense. The technology for the glass tubes wasn't what he needed to protect. It was the secret of the life liquid. Next, Chu Feng began to debug the processing equipment, instructing a technical cockroach-headed monster to start compiling the production process. Debugging the equipment was a technical task. The quality of the products was closely linked to the equipment adjustments. After debugging, although these machines were from the original factory, the products produced after being adjusted by the technical cockroach-headed monsters had subtle differences. Coupled with the raw material ratios and timing at the feed inlet, precise scheduling, and temperature variations, certain properties of the products had undergone qualitative changes. The debugging and precise scheduling involved in this design cannot be perfectly replicated, even if someone were watching the technical cockroach-headed monster being debugged. Chu Feng looked at batch after batch of precision glass tubes, feeling extremely excited. As a biotechnology company, the glass tubes for holding liquids are also a necessary aspect of the development of the biotechnology industry. In fact, in certain aspects, the quality of the packaging can influence a company's product distribution. Chapter 25. Arrival of materials. Chu Feng spent the entire day at the glass factory, leaving covered in grease. Before leaving, he kept Gao Feng and Lang Shan as enforcers and even left behind a few technical cockroach-headed monsters. There were also some workers who lived nearby and planned to stay overnight at the factory to earn extra wages. This was all because Chu Feng had established a two-shift work schedule. To motivate the workers, he also implemented a pay-for-work system, similar to that of typical electronic factories. Drawing from his experience at the electronics factory, when no workers were paying attention, Chu Feng summoned the traversing cave worm from the office and returned to the villa. He first took a cold shower and then searched online for suppliers of glass raw materials. However, there were many suppliers on Taobao, each more expensive than the last. So, Chu Feng chose an established supplier and ordered 5 tons of ultrafine quartz powder and high-boron porcelain, filling out the delivery address, contact information, and recipient details. He then looked for soda ash and limestone, which are also crucial raw materials. Compared to quartz powder and high-boron porcelain, the quantities for these were larger. Ordering a total of 8 tons. These materials had a certain stock in the neighboring city of Dongguan, and transportation was convenient. The supplier promised to deliver the goods to Shenzhen the next day. Chu Feng then called Gao Feng to arrange for receiving the shipment. As for some other metal ingredients, due to the extremely low demand, many large suppliers wouldn't take the orders, so Chu Feng could only order directly from online stores, with a total amount of less than half a ton. After sorting all this out, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Chu Feng finally had time to take out his phone and fiddle with the application for the biological processing plant. Despite being busy these days, Egg Tart had always found some time each day to understand the operations of the biological processing plant and see if there were any more suitable creatures to summon. But the results were disappointing. The biological shop at the processing plant had almost no creatures suitable for summoning. One creature did catch Chu Feng's attention, called the breathing worm. It appeared to be an ordinary creature, yet it was indeed a divine being. Breathing worm feeds on ozone, hydrogen, and helium, and can exhale a pure oxygen gas that allows all living things to breathe, significantly improving the surrounding environment and forming an ecological gas dome. The ecological dome protects gases like oxygen and carbon dioxide, creating a complete atmospheric layer that encircles the entire planet's ecosystem, continuously improving the ecological environment and promoting the development of all life. Chu Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. He even had a crazy idea of colonizing a planet. However, when he saw the summoning requirements, he immediately gave up. 1 million tons of fruit, not to mention whether such a large quantity would be difficult to procure. Just the thought of it potentially causing a global rise in fruit prices made him uncertain. Chu Feng had to abandon the idea of summoning the breathing worm, though this didn't mean he wouldn't do it in the future. After all, the ability to improve a planet's ecological environment and transform it into another Earth was enough to captivate Chu Feng. Thus, Chu Feng's initial goal was to focus on upgrading the level of the traversing cave worm. Then, once the cave worm reached a certain level and could traverse to the moon, he would summon the breathing worm to improve the moon, truly making it Earth's satellite. Only in science fiction do we see satellites suitable for human habitation. It seemed that one should not be too greedy. The significance of the breathing worm was immense, and just the life liquid alone could sustain him for a long time. Chu Feng sighed and put his phone aside, then opened his computer to access news broadcasts and catch up on news from various parts of society, something he did every day. Compared to other entertainment news, these reports held no significance for Chu Feng. Currently, he was mainly looking for information regarding the life liquid, searching for any news that might relate to it. For example, there was a report about a long-lived scientist who was admitted to the intensive care unit, but suddenly recovered and even gave a live interview. Another report featured a nonagenarian former executive who successfully underwent surgery and had his black hair restored. These stories made Chu Feng sense the allure of the life liquid. To the above, the importance of these elderly individuals far outweighed that of an aircraft carrier. Chu Feng smiled slightly. He had no significant virtues, but his heart was still red. The life liquid, in their eyes, would surely be allocated to these elderly individuals. As long as these elders remained, the nation's strength could continue to grow, and that was enough. The next morning, Chu Feng brushed his teeth and washed his face. Just as he was about to check the kitchen for food, he discovered that he hadn't purchased any ingredients. After greeting Chu Mei in the basement, he grabbed a few bananas and left. Summoning the traversing cave worm, he traversed to the glass factory office a kilometer away. After finishing the bananas, he walked out of the office. "Boss, you're here." A man in his 30s immediately approached Chu Feng upon seeing him. This man was Gao Feng. When Chu Feng came over, he had called Gao Feng to wait outside because the raw materials were about to be delivered today. What about the others? Lang Shan went to the melting room to have the technicians familiarize themselves with the equipment. Once the materials arrive, we can immediately start producing the special glass tubes. Gao Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. But what? Chu Feng asked, looking puzzled at Gao Feng. "Boss, although these glass tubes use brand new technology, the factory's output isn't high, but it does meet our needs. However, with such a large amount of materials ordered, it seems we might have an oversupply." Gao Feng, who was taking on the role of factory executive for the first time, recognized the glass factory's shortcomings due to his previous experience, high energy consumption, and being a polluting industry that needed to be integrated in Shenzhen. Regarding the procurement of glass raw materials, most purchasing factories and individuals prefer to buy from large factories, such as Fuyao Glass and Yao Glass, which are giants in the glass industry. Of course, Gao Feng also knew that this glass would primarily be used to contain the life liquid. "You don't need to worry about this. As long as we produce the glass tubes, no matter the quantity, the military will buy them. Especially since we won't just use them for the life liquid. They'll also be used for containing iron kidney liquid and nerve fluid products, so there won't be an oversupply. Just focus on completing the task," Chu Feng replied confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, a truck drove up and stopped on the road outside the factory. Chapter 26. The cave's blood-sucking worm. "Is this the Beijia glass factory?" the driver asked while jumping out of the truck. Seeing Chu Feng and Gao Feng, he approached them, took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled out two, and offered them to Chu Feng and Gao Feng. Chu Feng waved his hand. He didn't smoke, so he declined. Looking at the truck, the cargo area was covered with green tarpaulin, making it difficult to see the contents inside. "This is Beijia Glass Factory. This is our boss." Chu Feng, Gao Feng promptly introduced. The middle-aged driver looked at Chu Feng, noticing he wasn't easy to talk to, and was curious about how young the boss was. However, he thought to himself that this was Shenzhen, where many young entrepreneurs were not uncommon, so he didn't think much of it. The middle-aged driver still had a sense of professional ethics. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, he immediately realized that it was Boss Chu, and that he was sent by Bolin Energy Company to deliver goods. "The materials you ordered are all on the truck. Where do you want me to unload them?" After chatting with the other party for a few sentences, Chu Feng let Gao Feng handle the arrangements. He was now the boss. And if he had to worry about trivial matters like where to stack raw materials, then being a boss would be too exhausting. Therefore, he handed over the miscellaneous tasks of the glass factory to Gao Feng and Lang Shan, becoming a hands-off manager. The cockroach-headed monsters summoned by the system represented a society comparable to humans, with a complete civilization. Each summoned cockroach-headed monster guaranteed loyalty and hard work. This was why Chu Feng fell in love with the cockroach-headed monster race. However, the only drawback of the cockroach-headed monsters was their inability to fill in identities. He had to find connections himself, but he couldn't arrange an ID card for every cockroach-headed monster. After all, not everyone had a blank history. An ID card also represented your birth certificate, social connections, and even family ties. Although Chu Feng could exploit the cockroach-headed monsters, he was troubled by the fact that the ones he had painstakingly summoned could not guarantee their legitimate existence. Now he could only focus on upgrading the 3 types of bugs and then upgrading the biological processing plant, unlocking the first-level biological gift pack, to see if he could summon computer-type cockroach-headed monsters to hack into foreign identity systems and fabricate ID cards. This way, the cockroach-headed monsters would have a legitimate source of identity. Chu Feng could then summon a large number of cockroach-headed monsters to serve him and earn massive wealth. This would give him the opportunity to summon breathing bugs and transform the moon into a satellite suitable for human habitation. For now, he could only focus on upgrading it, bringing the biological processing plant up to a formal first-level factory to see what solutions it might provide. Hadn't the biological processing plant indicated before that upgrading to a first-level biological processing plant could unlock industrial and computational talents of cockroach-headed monsters? But he needed to upgrade the biological processing plant to level 1. The prerequisite was to upgrade all 3 types of bugs to level 1 to officially upgrade the biological processing plant and unlock the beginner's gift pack. Currently, the life worm had already been upgraded to level 1, and he had found a way to upgrade the virus separation bug. But he could not find a way to upgrade the time-traveling cave bug, and he didn't even know what to feed it. So he could only summon it for use every day. Thus, Chu Feng had to abandon the plan to upgrade the biological processing plant and focus on developing the glass factory. He remembered Gao Feng saying that the previous owner of this small factory mentioned that there was a natural underground cave beneath the water connected to the bay, with a small entrance that could only allow a child to enter. It was rumored that the temperature inside was warm in winter and cool in summer, and the area was vast. Chu Feng planned to check out the natural cave. Legend had it that every natural cave had a large number of bats. And since Chu Feng needed bats, he certainly didn't want to eat them. He wasn't that heavy-handed. What he wanted was the thousands of different viruses carried by the bats to feed the virus separation bugs. This was the reason Chu Feng was interested in the natural cave. Similarly, he needed a safer laboratory. He found that the underground level of his villa was no longer sufficient for his development because there were many people nearby. Even if there were few people in the villa complex, it still belonged to a densely populated area. Therefore, if the natural cave was large enough, he would consider sealing the entrance and then transforming the inside into a large-scale laboratory, coupled with a large number of natural viruses. It would provide convenience for the virus separation bugs. With the entrance sealed, he could summon the time-traveling cave bugs in and out to prevent leaks. It was simply perfect. Although Chu Feng did not engage in illegal activities, his uniqueness required him to have such a secret base. He called Chu Xiong and 3 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters, leaving 2 cockroach-headed monsters to guard the villa since there were still Chu Mei and the research team in the underground level. The group arrived at the lake by the factory, rolled up their pant legs, and Chu Feng stepped on the protruding rocks of the lake, heading toward the entrance of the natural cave in the west. The entrance was small, only allowing a child to enter. Chu Feng discovered the entrance but did not plan to go in immediately because it was too small and hidden, with a huge rock perfectly blocking the entrance. After examining the entrance, he summoned the time-traveling cave bug to gnaw out the entrance to the natural cave. Just then, the tide was rising, and the waves crashing from the sea were quite large. Chu Feng had to retreat from the lakeside, which could actually be called the seaside since it was so vast, with the estuary not far away. With the tide rising and the waves rolling, the cave entrance was dark, so Chu Feng didn't dare to take risks. He planned to summon the time-traveling cave bug to gnaw out an entrance and then pass through. The time-traveling cave bug had not changed in size compared to before. In less than 5 minutes, an entrance large enough for an adult to enter appeared. Chu Feng first instructed the cockroach-headed monsters to go in before he followed. Once inside, he found that it was a very ordinary natural cave, with only bare rocks above, about 10 meters high, covering an area of nearly 800 square meters. There were no stalactites as he had imagined, nor the legendary amethyst mine. Of course, this cave also had many advantages. It was spacious and wide enough. Aside from the entrance, which was less than 2 meters long, the water from the lake flowed out, leaving the remaining area dry. The height was also quite high, with the top being about 10 meters, equivalent to 4 stories. There was no leakage anywhere, and once inside, one could even lie on the ground. However, when Chu Feng illuminated the entire cave with his hand lantern, he shuddered all over. It was terrifying. The whole cave was filled with blood-red little bugs, which looked very much like the rumored blood-sucking bugs. They were very thin but numerous, swarming throughout the cave. Chu Feng was so scared that he time-traveled back. Upon exiting, he found many blood-sucking bugs on him, and he tried to swat them off with a disgusted and nauseated expression. The combat-type cockroach-headed monsters that followed Chu Feng out, however, had very few blood-sucking bugs on them. Chapter 27. Discovering the truth. Now that Chu Feng had discovered the natural cave, he didn't plan to give up. But he felt disgusted by the sight of the blood-sucking bugs everywhere. So, he ordered several sets of protective clothing and a large number of flamethrowers that night, planning to let the cockroach-headed monsters go in and eliminate those blood-sucking bugs while he did not participate because he was the boss. He purchased a set of mini surveillance equipment with an additional display panel included. Within a few hours, Chu Feng received the goods from the factory because he ordered locally. Shenzhen itself is a tech city with samples of various technology-containing products readily available, so he quickly received the goods. After preparing everything, Chu Feng watched as Chu Xiong and the 3 cockroach-headed monsters disappeared into the dark cave, observing on the display panel that they were unafraid of the blood-sucking bugs. Perhaps it was because the cockroach-headed monsters had substances on them that repelled the blood-sucking bugs. He used a small speaker to instruct Chu Xiong to collect various blood-sucking bugs, as he suspected that these bugs might carry a large number of viruses. He planned to bring them back for Chu Mei to study if no research could be done. They could also be fed to the virus separation bugs to secrete antibodies. Chu Xiong slowly scooped up the blood-sucking bugs from the ground, creating a large pile, all packed into jars. Perhaps due to the presence of the cockroach-headed monsters, these blood-sucking bugs did not dare to come close, even forming a clear circle around the cockroach-headed monsters. Chu Xiong controlled the other 3 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters to explore, and suddenly, Chu Feng saw a clear image on the screen, discovering a pool of water deep inside the cave. The air here was very dry. Although it was located by the lake, the water from the outside lake could not enter, which led to the gathering of various viruses and moisture-loving creatures. However, it is particularly difficult to form a pool of water. Chu Feng was curious and let Chu Xiong and the others slowly approach the pool. After getting closer, before Chu Xiong had a chance to observe, suddenly the pool erupted with a splash of water. The sudden splash scared Chu Feng, who was watching through the screen, so much that his hair stood on end, and he almost threw the display board in his hand. Damn, what the hell is that? Just as Chu Feng was preparing to take a closer look at what was in the pool on the screen, a huge shadow suddenly burst out of the pool, splashing water everywhere, and then a large fish, suspected to be a big fish, jumped out of the pool. This big fish weighed over 10 pounds. Who knows how it managed to survive here until now? Chu Feng moved closer again, carefully observing the pool on the screen, and found no living creatures in it, which made him even more curious. This big fish had grown so large without food, which was impossible. Therefore, there was only one possibility. This pool was actually connected to the outside lake. And this big fish was just a poor creature that had accidentally wandered in through an underground cave passage. This big fish was a tilapia, which is very common in freshwater lakes in the country. This wild tilapia, which looked to weigh over 10 pounds, was not worth much. But Chu Feng didn't want to eat it, because this tilapia seemed somewhat unhealthy. Its skin, which should have been silvery white, was now somewhat blackened. Its eyes were cloudy, and its head was covered with white spots. Perhaps over a decade ago, the water quality of this lake was very good, with abundant marine and freshwater fish around the shore. It used to be a fishing village, and many fishermen raised fish here. Later, the city underwent major reforms. The water quality gradually became polluted, various rare fish species disappeared, and the fishermen all left, turning into landowners, leading to the collapse of shipyards as well. This unfortunate tilapia seemed to have suffered greatly, almost turning into a monster fish. Chu Feng instructed through the headset for Chu Xiong to continue forward and also sent a combat-type cockroach-headed monster to penetrate the bottom of the pool. Sure enough, after diving into the pool, there was a dark passage at the bottom, winding towards the distant sea. The combat-type cockroach-headed monster activated its underwater propulsion mode and seemed unafraid of oxygen deficiency, swimming downwards through the passage. The underwater passage was long and wide, and at the bottom were the remains of common shellfish, with quite a few abalone shells among them. Through the display board, Chu Feng even discovered several abalone shells the size of bowls. If it weren't for the pollution in this water area, just digging up these abalones could earn a lot of money, and one could even become a seafood tycoon because there were so many. The combat-type cockroach-headed monster swam for over 10 minutes and finally reached the end of the passage at the bottom of the pool. According to the time data on the display board, this combat-type cockroach-headed monster swam nearly 5 miles, and because it was a cockroach-headed monster, it swam very fast, covering that distance in just over 10 minutes. The cave exit was located on an underwater slope, and Chu Feng could only vaguely see the murky seawater through the display board. The visibility here was very poor. After circling around the entrance a few times, Chu Feng instructed it to check if there were any noteworthy underwater sites nearby. Not far from the entrance, a metallic pipe covered in many shell remains and mud extended straight up towards the water's surface. At the end of the pipe, a rusty outlet was resting on the underwater slope, continuously spewing dark green sewage from the pipe. Chu Feng had it get closer to take a look. No wonder the water quality here was getting worse. The factory was secretly discharging sewage from the bottom of the lake. In short, this was a violation. Upon closer inspection, this dark green sewage looked very much like wastewater from a chemical factory. Furthermore, judging by the severe rust and the thick accumulation of floating matter on the pipe, this sewage pipe was at least over 10 years old. Discharging sewage is a technical job. Low-end factories directly bury their pipes into rivers and lakes, and before long, they can turn the entire river into a colorful flower pool. Such low-end methods are naturally easy to be fined by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Environmental Protection Bureau. Bosses who dare to do this openly usually have connections or are reckless, and after getting fined and having their pipes dismantled, they quickly find another place to continue discharging. High-end methods involve drilling into deep groundwater and using high-pressure water pumps to discharge waste directly into the deeper layers. The chances of this method being discovered are very low. Not to mention its efficiency, the cost and limited spatial capacity are drawbacks, making it suitable only for high-capital, smaller-scale factories. Therefore, discharging into the depths of the sea is undoubtedly the most concealed method, as the sea water rises and falls daily with various currents. As soon as the sewage pours out from the pipe, it is quickly diluted by the lake water at the estuary. And combined with the fact that the color of the discharged sewage is very similar to that of the seawater, it becomes even harder to detect. This is also why large-scale green and red tides are often seen in the ocean, because the quantity is just too large. Chapter 28, Punishment Now. Besides Chu Feng's factory, there were nearly 20 workshops and small factories in the vicinity, but not a single large factory, and the vast beach was polluted by sewage. Now that this pollution outlet had been inadvertently discovered, something had to be done. Chu Feng's first thought was to seal this outlet. That way, the factory discharging sewage would definitely be caught off guard, as they would have to cut the outlet open again to operate. However, underwater operations are always a challenge. Not to mention anything else, just finding the blocked spot would be difficult for the factory discharging sewage. Moreover, welding underwater is a highly challenging task. The same idea of sealing it with welding would also raise suspicions from the factory owner discharging sewage. Although Deep City is a large technological city, there are only a few companies that possess underwater welding capabilities. Of course, the surrounding factories would also be suspected. So Chu Feng did not intend to weld the sewage outlet himself. After all, his factory lacked underwater welding technical personnel. He recalled the cockroach-headed monster and returned to the factory, calling for a technical cockroach-headed monster to find a piece of scrap wood from the factory warehouse and shape it into a large arrowhead-shaped plug. Then, he had it carve on the plug a design consisting of a blue whale and a blue circle, with a ring of English letters forming the name of the Ocean Guardians Association, which is a registered tax-exempt organization. This is a group of extremely powerful national marine organizations that often appear in international news, using water cannons and stinky butter to confront Japanese whaling ships. Although Chu Feng did not have a good impression of these overly energetic foreigners, he did not have a bad impression either, especially at this critical moment. Under the conditions of foreigners' permanent residency regulations, letting them take the blame posed no psychological pressure. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Feng sent the wooden plug through the black hole to Chu Xiang, instructing him to send a cockroach-headed monster back along the underwater cave passage to the sewage pipeline. The speed of sewage discharge from this pipeline was not fast. Chu Feng could see from the display board that the cockroach-headed monster did not need to wear a breathing mask and dived with one hand holding the plug, directly smashing it into the pipe's drainage outlet. Since the plug had been soaked in water for too long, it would ferment and expand, making it perfect for blocking the pipe. At this moment, at the end of the pipe, which was laid straight on the seabed, there was a large chemical factory located nearly 20 miles away from the lake, specializing in the production of various chemical plastics. An automated water pump system with a high level of automation and large pressure towers was vigorously operating, continuously pumping countless generated industrial wastewater into the underwater pipeline. This large water pump system can only be installed by water plants for long-distance pipeline transportation of water sources. However, it was spotted in a chemical factory where the booster system was continuously operating. Suddenly, a loud alarm went off, and the motor immediately stopped working. A staff member who was leisurely watching a video was startled by the alarm and hurried over to check the cause. Due to excessive pressure that could not be released, the power was automatically cut off, indicating that the pipeline could not drain. The staff member quickly raised the pressure settings, hoping to break through the debris blocking the pipeline with greater pressure, as this was a common problem where debris often clogged the pipes, and increasing pressure could typically break it apart. After the adjustments, the booster system resumed operation, but a few minutes later, another alarm rang out. The drainage was still blocked, and the chemical factory's production line could not operate. Continuous processing would lead to some equipment being directly scrapped if the pressure supply stopped. Such problems were too normal for the aging equipment in most factories. Seeing the situation, the staff could only call the boss for help. More than 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a pot belly and a Mediterranean hairstyle, carrying a handbag, hurried over. The pipeline is blocked by something and cannot be opened with pressure. The staff member cautiously explained to the middle-aged boss. Then hurry up and apply pressure to break it. If the pipeline is blocked, the wastewater tank will fill up in less than half an hour. The boss yelled angrily. Are you trying to make me stop the entire production line? Why did I pay you to come here? It's useless, boss. I've already set the pressure to the maximum. If we don't resolve this, it'll explode. Keep it running. You can't even monitor the machine properly. The factory boss was furious, insisting that he would not believe the pipeline couldn't be opened with maximum pressure. The employee responsible for the equipment quickly nodded in agreement and ran to the control panel to adjust the parameters, bypassing the automatic shutdown setting and switching to manual adjustment. Half a minute later, the booster system continued to operate. With no restrictions, high-pressure air was unleashed, but the wastewater tank seemed unchanged, continuously leaking. As the pressure gauge needle kept rising, the factory boss's face turned increasingly pale. Blockages in the pipeline usually occurred during the non-drainage periods, as currents could easily bring up large amounts of algae and debris, occasionally blocking the pipe openings. However, under normal operations, these debris could usually be easily flushed out without needing to increase pressure. Now, it was surprising that a blockage occurred during wastewater discharge, and even pressurizing had no effect. The blockage was severe. Even at maximum pressure, it could not be cleared. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered his deep thoughts as the safety valve on the pipeline was abruptly opened, and a torrent of wastewater sprayed out like firefighting water. The staff and the factory boss screamed, and before they could run away, they were knocked to the ground by the deluge of wastewater. The murky green wastewater was overwhelmingly foul-smelling. Not only were they drenched, but even a whiff could make one feel nauseous. Now, both of them were directly submerged in wastewater. Help! Help! Ugh! Before the chemical factory boss could even call for help, he was so disgusted by the smell that he vomited right on the spot. At this moment, Chu Feng had just instructed Chu Xiong to collect all the blood-sucking worms from the underground cave, filling 2 buckets with them. Though these blood-sucking worms were a bit gross, they were a treasure for Chu Feng. It was said that these blood-sucking worms produced in humid areas carried countless viruses and bacteria, perfect for feeding virus-separating worms. Unfortunately, he did not find any bats in the cave. Bats carry thousands of different virulent viruses, making them more suitable for feeding virus-separating worms. But sadly, it was almost impossible to find large numbers of wild bats in the deep city. Only more remote and undeveloped mountainous areas could yield them. Chapter 29. Li Yao next. He returned to the factory to report to Gao Feng about the situation, bringing with him a group of battle-type cockroach-headed monsters, and arrived at the villa. Appearing in the living room before heading to the research lab to call for Chu Mei, he handed her the 2 buckets filled with blood-sucking worms and explained their situation. Boss, these are not blood-sucking worms. These are mutated red threadworms, Chu Mei reminded him after listening. Not blood-sucking worms? They look just like red threadworms, Chu Feng said, a bit surprised. Yes, according to your description, this type of red threadworm has not seen light for a long time, and the humid environment has caused a color change. That's normal. They might carry viruses, but generally not many. There are bacteria, though. All right, you can study them, and if there are viruses, feed them. If not, dispose of them yourself. Okay. Chu Mei nodded, taking the 2 buckets of red threadworms away easily. Shortly after, Chu Xiong came in carrying a person, and Chu Feng was stunned, not knowing what to do as he looked at Chu Xiong. Boss, someone has broken in, Chu Xiong said. Is it him? Chu Feng frowned and asked. Yes, it is. After saying this, Chu Xiong threw the body on the ground. Chu Feng approached, squatting down to observe the body. Discovering it was a very young girl, still alive, dressed in casual clothes that made her appear even thinner, with short hair adding a touch of heroism. Who is she? I don't know, just that she knows you. Knows me? Chu Feng frowned, curious about who this girl was. Puzzled how she could know him when he didn't recognize her. Boss, I think she might be Li Tenglong's granddaughter. Don't you think she looks a lot like him? She does have a bit of resemblance. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng closely observed and indeed noticed some similarities. Could it be that this girl is Li Tenglong's granddaughter? If so, that would be easy to guess. How did she get in? When? Chu Feng asked curiously. Around 3 in the afternoon, it was discovered by number 2. She came in and found the boss wasn't there, and since number 2 and no 3 couldn't go out, she jumped over the wall, so number 2 had no choice but to knock her out, Chu Xiong explained. All right, take her to her room. On the left side of the second floor. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng slowly said, Okay. Chu Xiong then picked up the girl and went upstairs. Chu Feng watched Chu Xiong's back, thinking about why this girl had come to him. Logically, he didn't know her, and Li Tenglong wouldn't dare to barge in. Given that old man knew about the battle-type cockroach-headed monsters. Unless the girl came on her own. If that was the case, he could only wait until tomorrow for her to wake up to send her back. There were many things to do tomorrow, and he needed to prepare for rest. At this moment, Chu Xiong came down. Keep an eye on her. Let me know when she wakes up. Yes. Additionally, you go call the restaurant and have them prepare enough food for everyone, and also add an extra portion. Chu Feng, feeling uncomfortable in his stomach, said slowly. Okay. Chu Xiong nodded. Go ahead. Chu Xiong turned and left to arrange dinner for the night. After a long time, around 8 o'clock, the takeout arrived. Chu Feng instructed Chu Xiong to take the portions for Chu Mei and the research team, leaving the remaining 3 portions in the living room of the villa. The two began to eat, when suddenly, Chu Feng heard a sound coming from the stairs. He paused, turned to look at the stairs, and saw that the girl had woken up, looking eagerly at the takeout in Chu Xiong's hands. Chu Feng smiled and waved, seeing this. The girl boldly walked over and sat down opposite Chu Feng and Chu Xiong. Are you hungry? Here, this portion is reserved for you, Chu Feng said. I'm not hungry, the girl shook her head. As soon as the words fell, the girl's stomach let out a loud rumble. Chu Feng was slightly taken aback, then smiled. The girl turned red, but still fixed her gaze on Chu Feng, her fiery eyes making him a bit uncomfortable. Who are you? Chu Feng had no choice but to put down his pig trotter rice and ask the girl. My name is Li Yaoer. My grandfather is Li Tenglong, Li Yaoer said. You are Chu Feng, right? My grandfather told me that my life was saved by you, so I came to thank you this time. Cough, cough, no. Chu Feng was startled, looking at Li Yaoer incredulously. No, your life wasn't saved by me. It was because your grandfather paid for the medicine he got from me. So it's a different matter. I know, but I still want to thank you for saving my life, Li Yaoer said, her eyes turning red. All right. Let us not talk about that for now. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Chu Feng seemed to relax and said slowly, You should like this pig trotter rice. Go ahead and eat. Li Yaoer picked up the portion and started eating. After a while, Chu Feng said again, After you finish eating, you can go back. Are you trying to rush me away? Li Yaoer paused, looking down. I'm not rushing you away. It's just that this place isn't very suitable for you. Chu Feng said slowly. Li Yaoer replied, I know you're doing something important, so I want to stay here and work. I can do anything. I'm afraid that won't work either. Can I ask you a question? You can ask. I'll answer. Did you graduate from university? Li Yaoer shook her head. Are you still studying? This time, Li Yaoer finally nodded. That's right. When you graduate, come back to apply for a job here. I welcome you anytime. But we don't hire just anyone unless you're good enough to meet our hiring standards. I understand. I'll go back tomorrow, Li Yaoer said, lowering her head. Chu Feng smiled and said, That's good. I'll call your grandfather, and you can stay in the room on the left side of the second floor tonight. Okay. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't say anything, Li Yaoer suddenly looked up and asked, Can I call you Brother Feng? Chu Feng was taken aback and nodded, Sure. Li Yaoer continued, If I graduate, you will definitely hire me, right? I won't cause you any trouble. I'll study hard and come to find you after I graduate. You saved my life, and I want to repay you. Please don't refuse me right away. Chu Feng looked at Li Yaoer with difficulty, doubting whether he had said something wrong for the first time. However, looking at Li Yaoer's eager gaze, he inexplicably nodded and said, Well, that could be possible. The next day, Li Yaoer was picked up by Li Tenglong. Chu Feng watched the disappearing car, lost in thought for a moment. Then he turned around, summoned the time-traveling worm, and entered the black hole with Chu Xiong, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 30. Accidentally entering him? As soon as Chu Feng passed through the black hole, he suddenly realized he wasn't in the factory office. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a room resembling a bedroom. The entire bedroom was very clean, about 40 square meters, with just a bed in the middle and floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. The whole bedroom gave off a very tranquil feeling. Chu Feng looked around and recognized the place. Wasn't this somewhere he had been before using the time-traveling worm? At that moment, a cold breeze blew in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chu Xiong also began to observe along with Chu Feng and noticed something different as well. "Boss?" Chu Xiong asked. Chu Feng waved his hand. "No rush. Let's observe first." After saying that, Chu Feng began to examine the entire bedroom. The structure was very simple. The floor was laid directly on the thick trunk of a large tree, and the walls were also made of spliced wooden boards with a wooden ceiling. The entire bedroom, except for the floor-to-ceiling windows, was made of wood. However, what was remarkable was that the wooden bedroom was luxuriously made of small-leaf red sandalwood, and Chu Feng could even faintly smell a subtle scent of sandalwood in the air, making one feel refreshed. The whole house was arranged in a straight line, with a bed in the middle. The right side should be a bathroom or something similar. The candle holder made of black soil in a wooden frame was still damp, and the large wooden barrel made from a wooden pole was already filled with clear water. Chu Feng noticed that there was a door behind the bed in the middle. When he opened it, he found it led to a living room. The small room on the left side of the living room opened up to a wooden trough against the wall, with a long bamboo pipe connecting to a large wooden barrel outside. Clear water flowed into the trough with a splashing sound and then entered a small room next to it through a bamboo pipe. Upon opening that small room, Chu Feng found that it was actually a toilet, with a hole the size of a brick in the middle. And underneath it was a bamboo pipe connected to a drainage system below the wooden board. This setup was quite advanced. Could it be that a wealthy person was living a life that combined ancient and modern technology? Looking at the entire wooden house's structure and layout, Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel. Overall, Chu Feng was very shocked by this house. The entire wooden house, just the small leaf red sandalwood alone, was worth billions. Coupled with the water pipe structure, the only flaw was the floor-to-ceiling windows. With so much small leaf red sandalwood used, having just that one glass window created a stark contrast. Chu Feng and Chu Xiong found no living people in the wooden house, so they opened the doors one after another and walked outside. Suddenly, Chu Feng was stunned. A whole new world lay before him. Everything was strange to him. In a lush jungle, ancient trees towered, and old vines twisted like dragons. A gentle breeze blew, and a floral scent wafted in from who knows where, making one feel intoxicated. The air was fresh. Taking a deep breath made him feel invigorated. Chu Feng froze in an odd posture. With a gulp, he swallowed, but what went down was saliva, causing him to cough uncontrollably. After finally adjusting, Chu Feng looked at the surroundings, his face filled with disbelief. Rustle, rustle. 3 meters away from Chu Feng and Chu Xiong, a 10-meter-long black snake appeared, hissing and then disappeared into a bush. "What is this place?" Chu Feng exclaimed in fear, instinctively retreating, startled by the 10-meter-long black snake. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his foot, gasping as he lifted his foot, realizing that a thorn had pierced his flip-flop. "Boss, are you all right?" Chu Xiong asked with concern, looking at Chu Feng. I'm fine. Chu Feng shook his head slightly, pulling out the thorn from his flip-flop, then enduring the pain to put it back on. Chu Feng continued to stare around in astonishment. There were countless trees that required several people to hug, and looking around, there were hardly any plants that Chu Feng recognized. When he looked up, seeing the sky through the gaps in the leaves, he was even more stunned to find there were 2 suns. Unlike the sun on Earth, which was only as small as a bowl, the suns in the sky were as large as wheels, and their colors were different. The morning sun was red, the noon sun was golden. But what was that white light sphere the size of a wheel? This can't be Earth, right? Chu Feng couldn't help but voice his doubts. It shouldn't be Earth. The air is different, with a rich and pure oxygen. This is the ecology of the giant insect era, and the surrounding large trees couldn't possibly exist on present-day Earth. Chu Xiong said seriously. Whoosh! A gust of fierce wind swept behind them, accompanied by a deafening tiger roar. Chu Feng's mind exploded as he experienced what it meant for a tiger to roar in the mountains and forests. Turning around, he saw a 5-meter-long fierce tiger pouncing towards him. Chu Xiong. Chu Feng couldn't help but shout. At the same time, a desperate cry echoed in his heart. Chu Feng also saw the fierce tiger, rushing towards it while raising his hands in a hugging motion, grabbing the tiger's sharp fangs with both hands and then tripping it, slamming it to the ground. Immediately, a cloud of dust was kicked up. With a thud, the fierce tiger missed its target and was tripped by Chu Feng, crashing to the ground. Then, Chu Feng grabbed Chu Feng's clothes and threw him towards the wooden house behind. Looking at the fierce tiger again, it turned its head slightly, as if to say, "What are you doing?" The fierce tiger shook its head and glared at Chu Feng, as if it had seen Chu Feng behind him. It lifted its four legs and moved to the sides, leaving Chu Feng's flip-flops and a mobile phone on the ground. Whoosh! Chu Feng immediately launched an attack. And a sound like something breaking through the air was heard as a black shadow flashed by. Chu Feng had gone invisible. In an instant, he made a sound as he punched through the eye of the previously ferocious tiger, which then fell to the ground with a thud. The fierce tiger twitched instinctively a few times, and then fell silent. With a whoosh, Chu Feng revealed himself, his hand still lodged in the tiger's eye. And then he pulled his hand out, along with a shattered eye and some brain matter, which began to ooze out. Suddenly, Chu Feng seemed to hear something from a distance. There were voices approaching, and the ground trembled slightly. Chu Feng immediately tensed up, and Chu Feng also heard the sounds. "Chu Feng, pick up the phone, we need to go back," Chu Feng shouted. They mistakenly thought a group of fierce tigers was heading their way. So Chu Feng had no choice but to urge Chu Feng to pick up the phone, as that phone was the key to summoning the traversing worm. Without it, they wouldn't be able to summon it. Not being able to summon the traversing worm meant they would never return to Earth. In Chu Feng's mind, he believed it was impossible for such large fierce tigers to exist on Earth, let alone two suns. All of this was the fault of the traversing worm, which had accidentally brought them to a distant alien planet. Chapter 31. The World of Giant Worms. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng ignored the tiger's corpse and hurriedly picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground, lifting Chu Feng's clothes and carrying him in his arms. He rushed into the wooden house and back to their original bedroom. Chu Feng grabbed the phone and quickly summoned the traversing worm. The traversing worm immediately gnawed out a black hole, and Chu Feng jumped into the black hole with Chu Feng, disappearing without a trace. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, and a group of muscular men, resembling iron towers, appeared. They wore black battle armor and carried large swords, their eyes sharp as knives. Who did this? Who killed the fourth-tier golden quiet tiger with just one punch to its eye? One of the men, scarred and looking fierce yet somewhat young, crouched down and searched the body of the deceased golden quiet tiger, his face darkening. "This is a master, at least at the fourth tier," said another older man, standing around 2 meters tall, with dark skin and arms capable of snapping an ordinary person's neck with one hand, his muscles bulging, although the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed he was past middle age. Another young muscular man frowned and crouched down, sniffing a few times before pushing aside a leaf and spotting Chu Feng's flip-flop. "Third uncle, tiger, big brother, come look at this," the muscular man called Mingzi exclaimed. "What did you find?" the middle-aged man called third uncle asked as he approached. "Look at this thing. Isn't it left by that expert?" Mingzi pointed to the flip-flop on the ground, his face full of excitement, as if he had discovered a great secret. "What is this? It looks strange, but it really resembles a shoe," third uncle replied seriously, picking up the flip-flop to examine it and comparing it to his own foot. "Third uncle, do you think this thing can be worn? Wow, this shoe is so beautiful. Hey, there are words on it, but I don't know who wrote it. It's so exquisite. I wonder what it says." "None of us can read," Mingzi babbled while crouching on the ground and staring at the flip-flop. "What did you find?" Big brother walked over and, upon seeing the flip-flop, looked just as confused, but then his eyes lit up. "This shoe is so exquisite. It must be worth a fortune. I wonder which noble person left it here. Mingzi, tiger, let's take the shoe with us. Be careful not to damage it. Who knows? This flip-flop might even be worth a precious manual," third uncle said seriously. Thus, the four of them abandoned the fierce tiger and carefully took the flip-flop, treating it like a treasure as they left. As for the tiger's corpse, there were plenty more in the vast forest. Chu Feng's inexplicable arrival and departure from this place would leave anyone who saw those four giants abandon a fierce tiger for just a flip-flop in utter disbelief. However, even if they saw it, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't understand a word of what the four were saying. With a thud, Chu Feng fell back onto the sofa in his living room, feeling cold all over, his soul trembling. And he remained in this position for over 10 minutes before he finally reacted. "Chu Feng, where am I?" Looking at the familiar villa, Chu Feng's mind was still in a daze. "Boss, we've returned to the villa on Earth," Chu Feng replied. It was as if he had drunkenly blacked out after hearing Chu Feng's words. He recalled that he had inexplicably appeared in a jungle and nearly got eaten by a 5-meter fierce tiger. The northeast tiger he had seen in the zoo wasn't even that big, only about 3 meters long. Comparing the two, the fierce tiger was twice the size. Chu Feng. What is going on with us? Could it be that the weather is too hot and I got heat stroke, causing hallucinations? Chu Feng seemed to be talking to himself. Yet he turned to Chu Feng for an answer. Chu Feng, as if bewitched, raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead but suddenly froze. He discovered he was still holding an unknown weed. In his hand was a strange weed with purple flowers. When the fierce tiger charged at me, I think I fell to the ground in fright and randomly grabbed something, Chu Feng said, his throat dry as he stared at the weed in his hand. This unknown weed had only one short, thin leaf, about half a foot long, seeming malnourished and very slender. He had pulled it out of the ground, and it still had fresh soil on the root, looking unappetizing. Chu Feng stared at the weed for half an hour, maintaining a dazed expression, as if he had been paused. Concerned, Chu Feng cautiously asked, "Boss, are you okay?" If Chu Feng hadn't spoken, Chu Feng might not have reacted. When he did, it was as if he had been scalded. And he tossed the weed aside, causing his phone to drop as well. "Damn it!" Chu Feng shouted, getting up like he had been bitten by a dog. Grabbing Chu Feng's clothes and excitedly exclaiming, "Did we just go to another world and encounter a fierce tiger? Boss, be careful, don't go mad." Chu Feng instead grew more worried and instinctively hugged Chu Feng tightly, exclaiming, "You're not wrong. We really did go to another world, and we encountered a giant tiger. It's all real. Damn it, we struck it rich," Chu Feng said, his face full of excitement as he gradually calmed down, looking at Chu Feng who was holding him, and said with a twitching mouth, "Let go." "Not letting go," Chu Feng replied firmly. "Let go. I'm not crazy," Chu Feng said softly. Hey, boss, don't be angry." Chu Feng finally realized and relaxed his grip. "I'm not angry, just don't randomly hug my waist in the future. I don't like men," Chu Feng said. "Boss, I don't like men either," Chu Feng replied awkwardly. "That's good. Otherwise, I would regret summoning you." Chu Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, "Is the world we traveled to a place filled with giant worms?" Chu Feng said uncertainly, "Maybe, the giant snake we saw earlier and the later fierce tiger. The whole area with those big trees undoubtedly belongs to a pure oxygen ecosystem. If we saw bugs that were originally only palm-sized suddenly grow to dozens of meters high, then we could be sure." Chu Feng complained. "What do you mean maybe?" Chu Feng said, "Because we can't be sure, unless we are prepared to cross over to that world again. To observe and practice. Otherwise we cannot guarantee that world belongs to the giant insect world." Chapter 32. Return to another world. Chu Feng rubbed his chin, uncertainly saying, "When we crossed over before, was that wooden house man-made? And where did those floor-to-ceiling windows come from?" These are all questions. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng speculated, "Boss, could it be that someone crossed over before?" Chu Feng nodded. "It's possible. So the question arises, why did we cross over to that world? Why did we end up in that world the first time, and now we are crossing over for no reason?" Chu Feng was in great pain and came up with a good idea. "Why don't we summon the worm that allows for crossing over and go in to take a look?" Chu Feng clapped his hands excitedly and shouted, "Good idea. Let us prepare and then cross over." Then, Chu Feng felt both excited and anxious with an unknown world before him. Who could remain calm? Whether crossing over or returning, they would appear at the same place as last time, but there might be several fierce tigers rushing over. And he didn't dare to go there at all. How could he go and take a look? Although Chu Feng really wanted to see what kind of world it was, he understood very well that he was too weak. While Chu Feng could single-handedly kill fierce tigers, he was ultimately just one person. And facing what could be a group attack from fierce tigers, it was impossible to survive. Because Chu Feng suspected that those fierce tigers rushing over might be even larger and more terrifying. In reality, Chu Feng had no idea that the group of fierce tigers rushing over were just a bunch of barbarians. "What if I go take a look myself?" Chu Feng said uncertainly. "It's too dangerous over there. The fierce tigers are bigger than cows. Even if you could kill a fierce tiger alone, it's impossible to kill a group of fierce tigers." "What is a tiger?" "The king of beasts." Chu Feng glared at Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng currently only knew a little about the situation over there, it could be summarized in 2 words: threat. However, the more it was like this, the more he wanted to go over. Curiosity kills, and humans always have an insatiable thirst for knowledge about the unknown, and Chu Feng was no exception, his eyes darting around, looking at Chu Feng, hoping to find a good way to enhance his understanding of that world. Before Chu Feng could find anything useful from Chu Feng, his stomach protested loudly. and he realized that he hadn't eaten anything since morning. Is it already noon? Chu Feng took out his phone and looked, grinning. No wonder his stomach was growling. Chu Feng himself was reluctant to buy groceries, and his cooking skills were only at the stage of being edible but not very tasty, which is why the kitchen had always been empty. So now he could only settle for fruit. Oh no, it's all gone. It just happened that it was all finished, and the fruit would only arrive in the afternoon. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He hadn't even considered whether he could solve the eating problem at home, and now he had to starve for a day. It seems he must solve the kitchen problem at home. Boss, why don't we go out to eat? Chu Feng said cautiously. Wait, let me think. At this time, walking to the villa area isn't feasible. The whole villa area is too large, the subway is very far, and there are hardly any restaurants nearby. Chu Feng waved his hand. Then Chu Feng began to think, and in this anxious mindset, a crazy idea suddenly popped into his mind. It seems there are good things to eat in another world. Tiger meat should be edible too. I've heard that tiger meat is sour. And if you add chili powder, cilantro, and cumin, it would be even better. With such thoughts in mind, he couldn't stop, feeling restless. Pacing around the living room a few times, and then gritting his teeth and stomping his foot. I'm going for it. Chu Feng looked at Chu Feng, confused, and softly asked, Boss, what is going on with you? Chu Feng smiled slightly. We are going to eat tiger meat. Chu Feng was taken aback. Where is there tiger meat? Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of something and trembled. It wouldn't be from the other world, would it? Chu Feng nodded. Yes, just cut some meat from the fierce tigers in that world. Chu Feng inhaled sharply. The boss has gone mad. He rushed to the kitchen, picked up a light-bottom frying pan, tried it out, nodded. Found a long rope to tie around his waist, took a stainless steel pot lid, and twisted a still-unused boning knife, fully armed, leaving Chu Feng dumbfounded. Seeing his boss acting like a madman, Chu Feng said nothing and directly armed himself, taking a deep breath. Chu Feng saw Chu Feng dazed in place and had to say, Let us go. You lead the way. I'll follow. Chu Feng had no choice but to accept and nodded. Okay. Boss, please be careful. Once Chu Feng was ready, he took out his phone and summoned the crossing worm again. This time using telekinesis to command the worm to gnaw its way to the black hole of the other world. The crossing worm received Chu Feng's command, swayed left and right a few times, and then opened its huge mouth to gnaw at the ground. After a while, a black hole appeared. Chu Feng took the lead and went in first, with Chu Feng holding a frying pan in his left hand, a boning knife in his right, and a stainless steel pot lid strapped to his back. With a whoosh, the two disappeared into the black hole one after the other. The reason Chu Feng strapped the stainless steel pot lid to his back was to prevent being ambushed from behind. The boning knife was for cutting tiger bones and meat, and the frying pan was naturally for holding the tiger meat, although he also thought about dragging a whole fierce tiger back and then processing it slowly. Considering that the fierce tiger was too big, a full 5 meters long, and its weight was at least over 400 kilograms, the large villa's living room might not even be able to accommodate it. Of course, he still planned to try to bring the whole tiger over and then move it to the basement at night, as only the basement could barely hold the tiger meat for now. Chu Feng followed closely behind Chu Feng, cautiously appearing in another world, still in the original wooden house bedroom. He carefully observed the surroundings. It was very quiet, and there were no signs of danger. He turned around every few steps, observing the surroundings while looking out the window of the wooden house. Outside, there were only tiger corpses, with no other animals or moving creatures. Chu Feng winked at Chu Feng and nodded towards the tiger corpse, signaling Chu Feng to go take a look first. Chu Feng understood Chu Feng's meaning, so he invisibly and slowly approached the tiger corpse. There was only a light breeze blowing around, with no signs of killing intent or any feeling of being locked onto. Chu Feng deactivated the invisibility system, revealing his body. Standing next to the tiger corpse, he carefully observed the surroundings and found that his boss's flip-flops were missing. His eyes involuntarily narrowed. Someone really had been here. He wasn't sure whether the visitors were animals or humans. He only knew that a living being had come here and had taken away his boss's flip-flops. This was one trace. And the second trace was that he discovered several footprints. Unusual footprints. Each footprint was quite large, like a big foot, different from a normal human footprint, all of which were inverted triangles. Chapter 33, cutting the tiger corpse, and they were big. Using the current shoe size scale, they were at least above size 54. These were the footprints of giants, or perhaps large walking monsters. But now he didn't detect any living beings. So he waved to Chu Feng, signaling him to come over. Chu Feng looked around and then hurried over, cautiously approaching Chu Feng's side, and gently asked, "What is the matter? Did you find something wrong?" Chu Feng pointed at the footprints and said, Boss, look at those footprints. Someone or some monster has been here. Chu Feng followed Chu Xiong's finger and saw the chaotic footprints. Frowning as he glanced back at the wooden house, quietly asking, "These footprints don't seem to belong to humans. Each one is an inverted triangle and very large. Plus, given the deep angle, these monsters must be at least 2 meters tall, and each one is at least 300 kilograms of a large monster." Chu Feng said, "Boss, I think the biggest problem isn't this, but why the wooden house behind us hasn't been discovered by these monsters. It seems like they have been oblivious to its existence from the very beginning. They haven't even gone inside." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng quickly turned to look at the wooden house behind them and nodded, saying, "You're right. Why haven't those monsters checked the wooden house? There's not even a trace of them having done so." Chu Feng speculated, could it be that they can't see the wooden house at all? Chu Feng paused, looking at Chu Xiong with confusion. "What's your basis for that?" Chu Xiong pointed to a giant snake, and Chu Feng also looked in that direction, noticing that the giant snake was coiling in place and accidentally bumped into the wooden house. The strangest thing was that the 10-meter giant snake had not noticed the wooden house in front of it and continued to bump into it after shaking its head slightly and observing the surroundings. Chu Feng uncertainly said, "Could it be that this giant snake is intentionally bumping into the wall?" Chu Xiong shook his head. "No, this giant snake has grown so large. It must be a spirit snake with a certain level of intelligence. It can't possibly be unaware of the wooden house in front of it. Then what do we do?" Chu Feng still didn't understand. Unless they can't see the wooden house but can sense something within it that attracts them, or perhaps everything here obscures the wooden house's existence. And only we from Earth can see it, Chu Feng stated with certainty. Chu Feng hesitated. "Never mind that. Let's bring this tiger corpse back." The largest Siberian tiger. Chu Feng had seen them in the zoo, but compared to the dead tiger in front of him, the beasts in the zoo seemed like small animals. Almost like kittens in terms of size. The so-called tigers might still lingered. Standing 3 meters away from the dead tiger, Chu Feng knew it was dead. Yet he still dared not approach the corpse. That was the power of the tiger. "Forget it," he thought. "I know this big tiger is dead. Yet I'm still afraid to go near." Chu Feng shook his head slightly. "What if I just use a bone knife to chop off its head?" After continually encouraging himself, he slowly approached the tiger corpse, asking Chu Xiong to protect him, fearing that the dead tiger might suddenly spring back to life and pounce on him. Finally, he arrived next to the tiger, gently kicked it a few times, then quickly backed away. Seeing that the tiger corpse didn't move, he let out a sigh of relief and kicked it hard again. Still no reaction. Now Chu Feng relaxed completely. "Little tiger, weren't you fierce before? You almost scared me to death. Now you're dead." Facing the dead tiger, Chu Feng boasted. But if the tiger moved even slightly, he was sure he would flee immediately. This was a normal person's mindset. He was just an ordinary person from a regular world who had never even seen blood. How could he not fear death? He had taken a bottle of physical enhancement liquid, but had not undergone any special training. Could he be expected to overpower the heavens and earth? It was likely that even so-called special forces would kneel before this fierce tiger, let alone him. Chu Xiong was able to hunt this fierce tiger entirely because he possessed a powerful physical level. A level 58 physique was equivalent to half an immortal. How could it not be strong? An adult man typically only had a level 2 physique, at best a level 5. Chu Feng himself was only at level 8. Even so, he was still stronger than most adults. But that didn't mean he could fight a 5-meter fierce tiger. "Boss, what do we do about such a big fierce tiger?" Chu Xiong asked. Chu Feng frowned. "With such a large fierce tiger, if I sell it, I'll be in jail the next day, probably for life." Chu Xiong said. "Then do we just leave it here? Let it rot?" However, with such a large fierce tiger, how much meat would there be? A 5-meter-long fierce tiger was equivalent to 3 adult pigs. Just imagine how big it was. If the tiger's skin could be completely peeled off, it would likely become a family treasure. Chu Feng mumbled to himself, but he knew that if he dared to sell that tiger's skin, his parents would probably have to bring him meals in prison next year. It wasn't that Chu Feng didn't like money, but he already had enough. Besides, that tiger's skin would only fetch a few million at most. It wasn't worth wasting his youth in prison over that. The value of the tiger meat might be worth something to some people, but in his eyes, it was priceless. Chu Feng's eyes shining. Chu Xiong asked in confusion. "What do you mean, boss?" Chu Feng replied, "Do you think such a big tiger might have broken its internal shackles?" Chu Xiong's eyes narrowed as he stared intensely at the tiger corpse. "It's possible. Boss, we must take this tiger corpse back." With a sigh in his heart, Chu Feng swung his knife but couldn't even scratch the tiger's head, instead getting hurt by the recoil of the tiger's skin. Seeing the cut on his palm, He had no choice but to hand the bone knife to Chu Feng. "You do it." "I can't do it." Chu Feng gritted his teeth. Chu Feng took the bone knife, and with a swift motion, he started slicing. The sound of the knife cutting was crisp, and after much effort, he finally managed to completely peel off the tiger's skin. Then cut off one or two of the tiger's front legs, two back legs, and even the tiger's head. Goodness, Chu Feng's expression showed no difficulty at all. This left Chu Feng a bit shocked. It seemed that the higher the physical level, the more evident the difference. He realized he needed to focus on improving his physical level. He absolutely couldn't take risks until he reached level 50. With just this leg, we should have enough to eat for 2 days. Grasping the tiger leg, he estimated it weighed no less than 100 pounds. He couldn't help but wonder how such a large, fierce tiger grew. Perhaps it really had broken its shackles and promoted a second growth. They had obtained the tiger's skin. All they needed to do was expose it to the sun back home, then clean off the blood beneath the skin to preserve it as a family heirloom. Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of something. The most valuable part of a tiger isn't the skin or the meat, but that part. Chapter 34. Discomfort Goodness. Chu Feng was busy for a full 10 minutes. Although he was very strong and had a powerful physique, he was exhausted after finally retrieving that thing from the tiger's belly. It was a full 4 feet long, larger than an adult's arm. What a good thing, it can be soaked in wine. The medicinal properties must be incredible. Looking down at his own certain part, Chu Feng dared not think further. He was still a single man and didn't need it. He would wait until he had a woman to think about that. Let's carry everything back to the wooden house. After transporting everything to the wooden house, they summoned the dimensional worm and returned to the villa. Once in the kitchen, he started to process the tiger legs using various kitchen tools. After leaving the kitchen tasks to Chu Feng, he went upstairs to hang the boiled tiger skin in the sun. Besides keeping 2 tiger legs for meals, the rest were moved to the basement for Chu Mei and the research team to study. He then exerted himself again, helping Chu Feng chop the tiger meat into small pieces with the bone knife and putting all of it in the refrigerator. Fortunately, the villa had a large refrigerator that could accommodate the entire tiger corpse, leaving behind a 10-pound piece of tiger meat and a segment of tiger bone, which he rinsed clean and tossed into a pot. How do I stew tiger meat? He didn't know how to stew tiger meat, but he didn't overthink it. If he didn't know, he could always ask on Jihu. There would surely be answers. In the end, the simplest method was clear stewing, which was convenient. He added half a pot of water, some ginger and garlic, soy sauce, and 2 pieces of brown sugar. After thinking it might be a bit bland, he added some dried chili, covered the pot, turned on the heat to boil, skimmed off the foam, and then simmered it on low heat. Tiger meat, he had heard, was sour. It should be edible, right? Watching the pot bubbling, Chu Feng almost drooled, knowing the taste probably wouldn't be great since he couldn't cook. But he still couldn't help but sniff it. This thing needed to stew for several hours, after only half an hour. He grew impatient and then noticed the tiger whip nearby. He slapped his forehead, forgetting that it could be used to soak in wine. What exactly is tiger whip wine made from? Thinking about it, the simplest method is to throw it directly into high-proof liquor, seal it up, and let it soak for a while. Although there are better ways that can better reflect the value, Chu Feng found it troublesome and quickly forgot the alternatives. He instructed Chu Feng to keep an eye on the villa, took out his phone, and left the villa community. He then arrived at the entrance of the villa, where a few small shops should sell high-proof white liquor. After some haggling, he walked away with a barrel of about 20 kilograms of 58-degree white liquor for a few hundred yuan. Back at the villa, he tossed the clean tiger whip directly into the barrel, covered it with several layers of plastic and cloth bags, then tied it up with a rope and placed it in the cool, dark basement. After giving a command to Chu Mei, he left. He didn't know if the tiger whip wine was ready yet. After a busy time, he remembered the food still simmering in the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he saw Chu Feng deeply engrossed in smelling the aroma, and Chu Feng coughed a few times, interrupting Chu Feng's thoughts. Chu Feng awkwardly chuckled. "Boss, this tiger meat smells really good." Chu Feng twitched his nose a few times, closed his eyes, and murmured, "It really does smell good. This flavor is so special. Even though it's just a clear stew, it still smells amazing." The flavor was so unique that Chu Feng couldn't resist wanting to open it and taste a few spoonfuls. Seeing that it was almost time, he turned off the heat, asked Chu Feng to get a few bowls, and poured himself a big bowl of soup, also scooping out a few pieces of the lightly darkened tiger meat. Seeing that Chu Feng had finished pouring, Chu Feng took the spoon, scooped out a few pieces of tiger meat and soup, and brought a large bowl of tiger meat soup to the living room. After letting it cool for a bit, he tested the temperature and tried a sip, closing his eyes to savor it. It's really delicious. Indeed, he had no talent for being a chef. This thing smelled great, but tasted just like chicken soup, with no difference at all. Chu Feng shook his head, quickly finishing the big bowl of tiger meat soup, wolfing it down, and patting his belly, feeling so comfortable after eating. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong was still gnawing on a tiger leg. After finishing the tiger meat, Chu Feng calmed down and fell into deep thought. The summoned time-traveling worm could take people across worlds, and that world was extraordinary. Almost everything he saw was much larger. And even that 10-meter giant snake, if not trapped in the wooden house, would likely be too much for Chu Xiong to handle. What about the fierce tiger he encountered before? Was there a 5-meter-long fierce tiger in that world? No. Various phenomena proved that the world was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it was really, as Chu Xiong said, a world of giant insects. A world of giant insects is quite possible because, in Chu Feng's imagination, the biological processing plants on his phone are mainly based on insect species, so that world might also be centered around giant insects. But what about those inverted triangle footprints he had seen before? Chu Feng was unclear, and neither did Chu Xiong know. But they could imagine that those inverted triangle footprints must be very large and heavy. Chu Feng realized that conquering that world would be very difficult. Fortunately, Chu Feng could summon a large number of combat-type cockroach-headed monsters. Although these cockroach-headed monsters couldn't guarantee absolute invincibility, after some training and feeding with life liquid, they would significantly improve their combat power, achieving the level that Chu Feng desired. Wait, why is it so hot? Did an earthquake happen? Why is the whole world shaking? Having eaten his fill, Chu Feng lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his mind wandering through all sorts of chaotic thoughts, wiping his forehead, which was covered in sweat. Boss, what is wrong with you? Chu Xiong asked upon noticing Chu Feng's strange demeanor. Something's off. Why is it getting hotter? And why are you shaking, Chu Xiong? Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a strange sensation, 2 streams of heat flowing down from his nostrils. Unstoppable. Seeing this, Chu Xiong rushed over to hug Chu Feng, who felt overly hot all over and restless. In the bathroom, water flowed wildly as Chu Feng looked up at the ceiling. Cold water washing over him, but he still felt hot all over. Blood flowed from his nose, diluted by the water, streaming down his body and into the drain. If Chu Xiong hadn't carried him into the bathroom and turned on the cold water, he might have even thought of Chu Xiong as a woman, which made him shiver uncontrollably. Damn it! Chu Feng couldn't help but curse, feeling grateful that he hadn't acted on such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have to kill himself to cleanse his heart. The flowing nosebleed wouldn't stop, and he felt that if this continued, he would be in real trouble. Chapter 35. Virus infection. It was then that Chu Feng remembered that the tiger was a treasure. Some people use tiger bones to make soup or medicine, all calculated in grams. Goodness, he had just downed a big bowl of tiger meat soup and tiger meat himself, as a super healthy young man, full of vitality. He was almost done for. Tiger meat, oh tiger meat, didn't I have the fortune to enjoy it? If eating a piece of tiger meat could lead to this, what would happen if he drank the tiger whip wine? Wouldn't that be explosive? Chu Feng trembled. At that moment, outside the door, Chu Xiong called out, "Boss, are you okay?" "Get lost," Chu Feng replied. "Okay," Chu Xiong responded. That night was filled with discomfort as he listened to music with headphones while searching for information on outdoor survival. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. Chu Feng frowned and asked, "What is going on?" "Boss, Chu Mei has something to ask you," Chu Xiong replied. "Boss, hurry out. We need to feed a virus-separating worm," Chu Mei shouted. Chu Feng felt a surge of fear. "What do you mean? Are you trying to kill me?" Before Chu Feng could get out of bed, the door suddenly swung open, and Chu Mei entered holding a tube containing the virus-separating worm, followed by Chu Xiong and a group of research team members. Chu Feng widened his eyes and stared at Chu Mei. "What do you want?" Chu Mei looked serious as she gazed at her boss. Although he was completely naked, she wasn't a pervert. She was a doctor now, strictly adhering to the principle of protecting her boss. "Boss, you've actually been infected with a virus. That tiger carcass you brought back was carrying a highly virulent virus." Chu Feng was puzzled. How is that possible? Can tiger meat carry a virus? Chu Mei stepped forward a few steps, and Chu Feng quickly hugged the blanket, retreating a few steps while shouting, "Stop, stop, don't move, let us talk calmly." "What is going on?" Chu Mei halted, coughed a few times, and pondered how to respond. "Boss, the tiger carcass you brought back carries a contagious and deadly virus. Eating the tiger meat that carries this virus will cause nosebleeds and then dizziness. In severe cases, you might faint due to heavy blood loss," Chu Mei said slowly. "And your current symptoms match all the signs. Next, you might experience full-body itchiness, ultimately leading to difficulty breathing. Chu Feng waved his hand. Stop, stop. Are you saying I'm really infected with a virus? Yes, boss, you've already been infected with the virus. The virus-separating worm has been gnawing on the tiger meat and has completely devoured it. Chu Feng couldn't believe it, pointing at Chu Xiong. Then what about Chu Xiong? He ate the tiger meat with me. Why is he fine? Chu Xiong looked just as confused. Chu Mei glanced at Chu Xiong. That's because his physical constitution is at a higher level. This virus is very potent, but it has no effect on those with a higher physical constitution. He may quickly recover due to his constitution, while your physical constitution is too low. This virus is very toxic and requires at least a level 1 physical constitution to heal. Got it. So it's not that I'm too weak, but that the tiger meat is poisonous. Chu Feng waved his hand. Now, give me the virus-separating worm. Hearing this, Chu Mei pouted, stepped forward, and handed the tube containing the virus-separating worm to Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at the tube in his hand and asked, So what happens next? What should I do? Chu Mei then pulled out a small knife from behind, scaring Chu Feng so much that his soul almost scattered. He trembled and asked, What are you doing with the knife? Chu Mei replied, To implant the virus-separating worm into you. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What kind of method? Chu Mei replied, It's very simple. Just make a cross-shaped incision on your chest and then insert the virus separation worm into your body. Chu Feng gasped, Isn't that going to kill me? Noticing Chu Feng's reluctance, Chu Mei thought of something and smiled. Boss, if you don't hurry and get the worm planted, you'll be extremely itchy all over, and you can't scratch it, or you'll bleed. Gradually, you'll lose too much blood, your face will turn pale, and you won't be able to help but scratch. Stop, I'll do it, okay? Chu Feng said with a shocked expression. Wait, you step aside, Chu Xiong. Come here to help. Chu Mei pouted, and Chu Xiong reached out his hand, reluctantly taking the small knife from Chu Mei. Chu Xiong crouched down next to Chu Feng and made a cross-shaped incision on his chest, with a faint trickle of blood oozing from the wound. He then took the tube from Chu Feng's hand, opened the cork, and released the virus separation worm, gently placing it near the wound. It seemed as if the worm could sense something delicious as it crawled towards Chu Feng's wound and forcefully entered it. Chu Feng felt a slight itch at the wound and couldn't help but reach out to scratch it, but at that moment, Chu Mei stopped his hand, preventing him from scratching. Chu Feng felt an overwhelming itch all over his body. Chu Mei said, Chu Xiong, quickly hold the boss down. He mustn't scratch his skin. Oh, okay. After saying that, Chu Xiong grabbed Chu Feng's feet, while Chu Mei continued, Why are you still standing there? Come and help. This was directed at the research team. Gradually, the night passed. Chu Feng woke up early, and thinking about what had happened the night before. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling very afraid. He realized how foolish he had been to eat a virus-infected tiger carcass. If Chu Mei hadn't rushed in last night, he might still be unaware that he had been infected with the virus, thinking it was just a simple supplement. Especially since he had the virus separation worm, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he would die. Because of this, he felt he had wronged Chu Mei last night. It was all thanks to her discovery. As he recalled the intense itch all over his body and the impulse to scratch his skin, he suddenly shivered. Because of yesterday's events, today Chu Feng didn't dare to act rashly. He decided to prepare for a few days, get all the necessary equipment, and then venture into that giant worm world. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he might become infected with an unknown virus. Chu Feng energetically walked out of his room and saw Chu Mei, her face glowing red as she prepared breakfast on the table, while Chu Xiong looked sleepy, rubbing his waist and sitting on the other side. The scene was quite strange. Chu Mei and Chu Xiong were obviously not a couple. Chu Xiong was rubbing his waist because he had locked Chu Feng's legs with his hands, and Chu Mei's rosy complexion was due to having had a good night's sleep. All the work had been done by Chu Xiong and the research team, while that lazy woman just had to lie there and watch. Chapter 36. Marching forward the next morning, after getting dressed, Chu Feng took 2 phones with him as he left, followed by Chu Xiong. They took the Line 4 subway, transferred to Line 9 at Shanghai Linjuan Road, and got off at Yuanling. Chu Feng planned to bring Chu Xiong with him to the Jingfuda Security and Firefighting Military Supplies store. Although he knew that the place was mostly filled with low-quality products and it was unlikely to find genuine items there, Chu Feng had no other choice. If he only intended to buy 2 watermelon knives at the mall, he would definitely be courting death in another world. The Jingfuda Security and Firefighting Military Supplies store was one of the 3 major military stores in Shenzhen. The store was quite large, and the owner was unexpectedly a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a sharp face, and dark skin. even with clothes covering his skin. His muscular build could not be hidden. Chu Feng wouldn't believe that this buzz-cut, middle-aged man hadn't served in the military. "What can I get for you, young man?" The owner looked up and shouted loudly at Chu Feng and Chu Xiong as they entered, deliberately glancing at Chu Xiong. There was no way around it. Chu Xiong was just too tall, standing at 2 meters and 2 centimeters, and his muscular build was striking. Because this store specialized in unique products, there weren't many customers around. Apart from the owner, there were only 3 other customers, with Chu Feng and Chu Xiong being 2 of them. There was only one other customer before them. Gathering his thoughts based on his previous visits, Chu Feng stated his needs. "We need 2 sets of climbing shoes, protective clothing, anti-abrasion gloves, and gas masks. Ideally, we want a full-body biohazard suit." He added, "Oh, and we also need 2 digging tools, preferably multifunctional ones, and 2 machetes. Do you have those?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, the buzz-cut middle-aged man sized him up and squinted his eyes with a smile, saying, "Young man, if you don't mind me asking, what do you need these for?" Surviving in the wild, Chu Feng replied naturally. The middle-aged man said, "You clearly don't understand, do you? You want to go into the mountains, right?" Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man put down what he was doing, took a box about a meter long from the shelf, and tossed it to Chu Feng, saying, "Everything you want is in here, along with things you didn't even think of." Chu Feng remained silent, signaling Chu Xiong to check it, while he looked at the owner, questioning what he meant. The middle-aged man seemed to understand Chu Feng's expression, looking somewhat defeated, and pointed at the box on the ground, explaining, "Inside is a set of professional biohazard outdoor gear. In addition to the biohazard protective suit you want, there is also a multifunctional flashlight that can be used as an arc light, a multifunctional entrenching tool, and a satellite navigator, all of which meet your requirements." Finally, the middle-aged man took out another box and continued, "Although this set isn't top-tier gear, it's clear you're an amateur, probably just planning to wander around the mountains. This should be enough, right? Boss, calling us amateurs is a bit too much, right? We plan to go to the complex areas of the Hengduan Mountains, and you want to sell us this set? All right, I'll get you a different set. We need a suit that can protect against viruses, and we don't need this satellite navigator. Just swap it out for 2 batteries for the multifunctional flashlights." Sure. You don't want the satellite navigator, right? I'll swap it for 2 batteries. After saying that, the middle-aged man went to the back, took down a black box from the shelf, and placed it in front of Chu Feng and Chu Xiong. "How about this set? It's a top-tier biohazard protective suit, specially modified based on the virus infections from the past 2 years. It looks like a military combat uniform, suitable for both civilian and military use, featuring level 2 bulletproof protection and is not easily torn. Can we check the goods?" "Sure, feel free to check." The middle-aged man nodded, saying, "If you're not satisfied, I can't help you. I can get you a more advanced protective suit. But this suit is already one of the best designed protective suits in the world, and even other stores might not have something like this." Chu Xiong crouched down to inspect it, and then nodded at Chu Feng. Chu Feng asked, "How much for this set?" "I need another one. What's the total for 2 sets?" "One set is 12,000. No bargaining. For 2 sets, I can give you a discount at 23,000. Thank you for your patronage. Can I pay via Alipay?" Chu Feng pulled out his phone to ask. "We accept WeChat, Alipay, and Tenpay." As Chu Feng and Chu Xiong carried the boxes away, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered, "In this day and age, there are still fools going to survive in the wild. What era is it now? Where is there any untouched land for you to survive? It's all crowded with people." After returning to the villa and opening the gear purchased from the military supplies store, Chu Feng was instantly stunned. He had never seen such professional protective clothing before and realized what true professionalism meant. Although the equipment inside the box cost a lot, making it seem like a loss, it was because there weren't many places to practice wilderness survival. However, Chu Feng had mastered the means to enter another world. In that world, it might be the era of giant worms carrying viruses everywhere. So, the price of this protective suit is worth it. Not just worth it, but it might even save your life. That's why Chu Feng didn't bargain and directly bought 2 sets. Inside the box, there were all sorts of items. Speaking of which, spending 12,000 yuan on such a set of equipment, did I end up losing or gaining? Chu Feng couldn't calculate this question. Perhaps in front of that middle-aged boss with a buzz cut, these things weren't worth much, but to him, such comprehensive equipment for 12,000 yuan was simply a bargain. However, the question arose, which of these items should they carry with them? Chu Xiong asked, "Boss, which of these items should we carry?" Chu Feng replied, "First, Put on all the clothes and put the rest in the box. Then use the phone's warehouse to store them. That way, when we need them, we can summon them back. Chu Feng silently praised his own cleverness, and the two got busy, once again marveling at the professionalism of the buzzcut boss. Wearing a highly breathable protective suit, along with an adjustable respiratory mask, if this couldn't save their lives, then their lives weren't worth much. After putting on the tight suit, there was a yellow camouflage outfit on top, which looked to be of good quality. He slung a multifunctional belt across his waist, attaching a flashlight and a small knife. On his feet, he wore heavy military boots. What else must they bring? A compass? No need. A rope? Also unnecessary. A first aid kit? Not needed. A water bottle? Useless, as they had already bought 2 boxes of mineral water and stored them. Chu Feng looked into the box and muttered, "Forget it. Let's go see what we need when we get there." He grabbed the entrenching tool, called out to Chu Xiong to take the flashlight, and pulled out one phone while leaving the other on the sofa. The second phone would be useless in that world and just take up space. In the living room, he summoned the traversing tunnel worm, which opened a black hole, and they both stepped inside, disappearing from the human world. Chapter 37. Groping Chu Feng and Chu Xiong, who had disappeared from the villa's living room, found themselves again in the suspected giant worm world. Chu Feng surveyed his surroundings, still in the original position of their departure, meaning that whether leaving or arriving in this world, the position remained unchanged. He didn't know who built this wooden house. It had long been uninhabited and was covered in dust. Chu Xiong held a flashlight. It was still daylight outside, so he turned off the flashlight and put it away, taking out a shovel from his backpack to guard against the surroundings. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the time. Looking at his watch, it was around 1:30 p.m. He called out to Chu Xiong, and they compared their watches. Then, with different intentions, they stepped out of the wooden house and were immediately attracted by a giant snake beside it. Chu Xiong said, "Boss, look at that giant snake." Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Should we chop it up first? A snake this big probably has viruses inside." Chu Xiong thought the boss was joking and asked again, "Really cut it?" Chu Feng glared at him and said quietly, "When did I ever joke with you? Go chop it." Chu Xiong tightly gripped the shovel and slowly walked forward. As he took steps, his body gradually disappeared, and when Chu Feng saw him again, he found that Chu Xiong had already dealt with the giant snake. This all happened in a brief moment, and Chu Feng was baffled. Before he could enjoy the show, he saw that Chu Xiong had chopped the giant snake in half with the shovel, and then the gruesome snake head fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Feng exclaimed, "Wow, that was fast. Are you a speedster?" Chu Xiong scratched his head and chuckled, "Boss, it's done." "Yeah, I see it. You're impressive." Chu Feng gave him a thumbs up and said, "Quick, take out the virus-separating worm's mother body and put it inside the giant snake. Let it absorb the virus and upgrade." Oh. With that, Chu Xiong carefully took out the tube containing the virus-separating worm's mother body from his backpack, which he had previously gotten from Chu Mei, mainly to upgrade in this virus-filled world. The giant snake was one of Chu Feng's targets. Such a large and highly venomous snake couldn't possibly exist. The only possibility was that this giant snake was also a host of the unnamed virus. Before being infected by the virus, Chu Feng was of medium build and somewhat thin, but now he had become as tall and strong as Chu Xiong, all thanks to the unnamed virus. Of course, this was the phenomenon of the cured. The failures had to pay with their lives. Chu Xiong opened the cork and brought the virus-separating worm's mother body close to the giant snake's corpse. In an instant, the virus-separating worm penetrated into the giant snake's body. Invisibly, the giant snake's corpse slowly began to corrode and disappear. Less than an hour later, the entire giant snake's body had vanished, with neither the head nor the body remaining, just a red, thin worm left on the spot. When Chu Feng took out his phone to store the virus-separating worm, he discovered that the virus-separating worm had begun to upgrade. Message notification: the virus-separating worm has reached the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? The upgrade time is 7 days. This surprised Chu Feng. After so long following the life worm, the virus-separating worm had also upgraded. The only remaining upgrade condition for the traversing tunnel worm had yet to be found, but Chu Feng was confident he could find it. Chu Feng and Chu Xiong collected their thoughts and set off. This unfamiliar world also had a magnetic field, and the compass quickly pointed them in the right direction. Generally, animals do not choose to live in high places because lower areas surely have abundant water sources. Where there are water sources, there is bound to be activity. After all, survival is inseparable from water, and Chu Feng felt that this survival rule applied in any world. This meant that as long as they found a water source, they could find the indigenous people of this world. Perhaps the original inhabitants of this world were all animals, or there could also be human-like civilized races. And Chu Feng just wanted to confirm whether there were civilized races in this world. Chu Feng exclaimed, "I almost forgot about those inverted triangular footprints. Since some creatures have been here before, we should be able to follow these traces to find the owner of the footprints, right?" Chu Feng said, "Boss, I can't take on a group of monsters." Chu Feng replied, "What are you thinking? We need to find out what kind of world this is. What if it's a world full of giant monsters?" After saying that, Chu Feng began to walk back. Fortunately, they had only walked a little over 10 meters, roughly in the direction of the original tiger corpse. He carefully observed the messy ground and indeed saw several strange inverted triangular footprints. The decaying leaves and soft soil in the woods, along with the fact that it hadn't rained for several days, left clear footprints. Chu Feng muttered, "So no matter what race these inverted triangular footprints belong to, they should belong to walking animals. Perhaps they represent the human civilization of this world." Chu Feng said, "Still the same, why don't we just follow them? We should be able to find something." Chu Feng nodded, "Yeah, you're right. Let's go, follow these footprints." As they advanced in the direction of the footprints, it proved that his earlier thoughts were correct. These inverted triangular footprints continued toward lower ground, and Chu Feng could even faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Of course, Chu Feng also had to guard against the possibility of these walking animals counterattacking. As they followed the footprints, Chu Feng gradually felt the heaviness from the depth of the prints, indicating that these walking animals were quite large. Despite Chu Feng being very careful, using a spade to stir up the grass and avoid danger, he still fell victim to the python's attack. He felt a tightness around his waist, making it hard to breathe, and he nearly dropped the spade in his hand. Out of nowhere, a python as thick as a thigh emerged silently. Fortunately, Chu Feng, who was walking in front, immediately noticed something unusual. In a critical moment, Chu Feng shouted, "Damn it! Help me!" Chu Feng swung the spade and severed the python's head, but the snake's body continued to tightly coil around Chu Feng's waist, slowly squeezing the breath out of him. Chu Feng quickly noticed this and frantically chopped the snake into segments. Finally freeing Chu Feng, he collapsed on the ground, still shaken as he looked at the severed pieces of the python. Even though he had been cautious and was only wrapped for a few seconds, he felt as if all his bones were about to break. With lingering fear, Chu Feng said, "That was too dangerous." Chu Feng, also looking shaken, replied, "Yeah. Luckily I chopped it into pieces to save you. I didn't expect such a python to be so resilient. If it weren't for me, with your skills, you wouldn't survive half an hour in this jungle. You should have reacted faster." Chu Feng reflected on this and observed his surroundings again, continuing to move cautiously in the direction of the footprints. However, both Chu Feng and Chu Feng were now even more careful. Chapter 38. Lin Shaoqi, Chu Feng, and Chu Feng navigated through the bamboo forest. Even though Chu Feng was protecting Chu Feng and he was being extra cautious, danger still struck repeatedly. A sudden bamboo stalk turned out to be a giant spider's leg that nearly grazed Chu Feng's scalp. He stumbled into a pit dug by some civilization, and a wild beast suddenly lunged at him, almost biting his leg. Similar incidents occurred in a short span of hours. Truly a case of every step is fraught with danger. This world is really terrifying. The legs of spiders can grow as tall as bamboo. And I have no idea what kind of animal that wild beast was, moving so fast, Chu Feng complained while holding his spade and surveying the area. Each time he encountered danger, Chu Feng instinctively tried to escape or call for Chu Feng. Fortunately, with Chu Feng around, he felt safer when facing animals. However, when he encountered pits dug by animals resembling an inverted triangle, he suffered. Each time he walked, he had to test the ground to see if it was solid. Following the faint footprints in the forest, Chu Feng walked for 4 hours, from 1:30 to nearly 6, yet he still hadn't reached the edge of the forest. He estimated that it was already dark on the other side of the earth, but when he looked up, the sun was still shining brightly, indicating it was midday. "Boss, why don't we head back now?" Chu Feng suggested, noticing that Chu Feng was exhausted, both mentally and physically. "All right, let's go back." After saying this, Chu Feng summoned the time-traveling worm and returned to the villa on Earth. Checking his watch, he found that the time was synchronized with Earth's time, which was a crucial point. After tidying up and having a meal, they took a shower and went to bed, the day passing in exhaustion. The next day, around 8:30, Chu Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Lin Shaoqi, and he immediately woke up, realizing he had forgotten that today was her day off, and he needed to pick her up from Shenzhen University. To be fair, He hadn't really forgotten such an important day. He had just overslept. He quickly replied, "I'm on my way. Eat something while you wait for me." Chu Feng jumped out of bed, went downstairs, and instructed the other battle-type cockroach monsters to tidy up the house. After changing into a new set of clothes, he set out with Chu Xiong. Around 9 o'clock, Chu Feng and Chu Xiong arrived at the entrance of Shenzhen University, where Lin Xiaoqi was waiting. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the campus vines, casting a ground of broken jade. The summer in Shenzhen was truly filled with captivating emotions. "Little sister," Chu Feng waved from a distance. "Brother," Lin Xiaoqi, with her long hair cascading down and dressed in white, stood about 1.7 meters tall. She carried a small yellow backpack and was initially excited to see Chu Feng. But when she noticed Chu Xiong behind him, she stopped in her tracks, speechless. "Oh, I forgot." Chu Feng stepped aside to reveal Chu Xiong's figure and pointed at him, saying, "This is Chu Xiong. He works with me and mainly handles my work tasks. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaoqi. Sorry for the trouble with my brother." Lin Xiaoqi nodded at Chu Xiong. "No problem, he is my boss," Chu Xiong replied with a simple smile. "Now that you've greeted each other, let's head back." On the way back, Chu Feng chatted with Lin Xiaoqi about her experiences at Shenzhen University, while Chu Xiong quietly followed along. Soon, they returned to the villa. Upon seeing it, Lin Xiaoqi looked surprised and turned to Chu Feng, who just smiled and shook his head. Lin Xiaoqi casually shifted her gaze and then examined the villa. "Chu Xiong, you stay with Chu Mei and the others tonight. I want to spend some time alone with my sister," Chu Feng said. And Chu Xiong understood the boss's intention, knowing that for Lin Xiaoqi, Chu Xiong was a stranger. Understood. After Chu Xiong left, Lin Xiaoqi took hold of Chu Feng's hand and asked, "Brother, where did you get the money to buy such a big villa?" "I started a company, and I bought this villa with the money I earned," Chu Feng answered honestly. "Then who are the Chu Mei you mentioned earlier?" "Oh, they are all my employees. My company is a bit special, so Chu Xiong is my bodyguard. Don't worry, my biggest client is the government, so it's very safe. And all the sources and income are legitimate," Chu Feng explained, pausing before adding, "Besides, don't you like such a big villa? It even has a swimming pool. I've always wanted to swim." "Then go ahead. It's just me around here." As Chu Feng said this, he suddenly remembered something. 5 years ago, he had said the same thing to her at home, but then, because of a cockroach, he accidentally saw her body. Seeing Lin Xiaoqi's face turn red, it was clear she also recalled that moment. "You mustn't peek or think too much." Okay, I'm blind." Chu Feng exaggeratedly covered his eyes. Lin Xiaoqi laughed. At noon, the big and small pair set off from Fuhua 3rd Road, turned onto Etian Road, and then went at Excellence Times Square. Along the way, Lin Xiaoqi went in and out of various stores, with clothes being what caught her eye the most. Chu Feng was the one who felt the most tired. He was not only worried about Lin Xiaoqi getting lost but also had to hold her small hand. Finally, they managed to sit down at a KFC in Excellence Times Center. Chu Feng silently scolded himself, wondering why he was accompanying a woman on such a shopping spree instead of just ordering takeout. This KFC had just launched a couple's meal set, and Lin Xiaoqi eagerly watched as others ordered it. She then turned to Chu Feng and said, "Brother, let us order the couple's meal. It's cheap and plentiful." Lin Xiaoqi's voice was sweet, and facing her expectant gaze, Chu Feng had no choice but to reply, "I'm really impressed with you. After all these years, you still can't change your love for food." Seeing Chu Feng obediently queue up to buy the couple's meal, Lin Xiaoqi smiled happily at his back. Soon, Chu Feng quickly finished his burger for lunch, and Lin Xiaoqi asked beside him, "Brother, later I need to buy you new clothes and get ingredients from the supermarket. There is nothing at home. Let us just stay here. It's so hot outside and crowded," Chu Feng insisted, not wanting to continue shopping. His legs were already sore, and he preferred to enjoy the air conditioning inside KFC. When Lin Xiaoqi heard this, she smiled and stared at Chu Feng. "Brother, do you remember that day in August 5 years ago? I've been considering whether to tell Mom." "Don't tell Mom. I'll go with you." Under Lin Xiaoqi's threat, Chu Feng had no choice but to continue his shopping life. While strolling through the Excellence Times Mall, Lin Xiaoqi took a liking to a casual short dress. "This dress comes in men's and women's styles. How about we each get one?" Lin Xiaoqi asked. Chu Feng was reluctant. "Look at my body, it's so big. Besides, I don't lack clothes. You can just buy it for yourself." Chapter 39. New Clothes. The salesgirl, seeing a potential sale, quickly persuaded, "The weather is getting hotter, and soon the temperature in the city will exceed 35 degrees. It will be even higher at noon. Your girlfriend is so beautiful with a great figure. I've been selling clothes for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a cute little fairy. If she wears this white dress, she will definitely be stunning." The salesgirl praised Lin Xiaoqi profusely, although Lin Xiaoqi knew the salesgirl was exaggerating. The key was that she had a good foundation and could stand the flattery. This damn weather is still so hot. No wonder it's already late autumn. Yet it feels like summer, Chu Feng silently thought. For Lin Xiaoqi, compliments about her beauty were basically immune. But being mistaken for a couple with her brother Chu Feng in public made her feel both uncomfortable and inexplicably shy. She had never felt this way before. From elementary school to high school, they had always been in the same school, although many people praised her for being beautiful and cute. When they saw Chu Feng and Lin Xiaoqi together, they would be considered a loving brother-sister pair since they were all acquaintances and classmates. This was the first time she felt like a stranger had mistaken them for a couple, which made Lin Xiaoqi unavoidably happy. Lin Xiaoqi no longer hesitated and nudged Chu Feng. "Which color do you think looks good?" The salesgirl at the Excellence Times Mall was very clever and stepped forward to showcase her professionalism. "You have an oval face, fair skin, a tall and slender figure, and a sweet and cute smile. I think light pink suits you best." "And what about him?" Lin Xiaoqi pointed at Chu Feng and asked, glancing at his figure. Realizing that he had grown taller. He used to be just slightly taller than her, about 1.75 meters, but now it seemed like she couldn't reach his head anymore. "I'll just take black, a big size," Chu Feng said casually. For him, it was just clothes, and he could change any time. The salesgirl stepped back a few paces to assess Chu Feng, but found her estimation was not quite accurate. Hesitantly, she asked, "May I ask how tall you are, sir? I need to see if we have matching sizes in the store. I'm not sure. I think I might be over 1.9 meters, Chu Feng replied uncertainly, looking down at his chest muscles, which seemed a bit larger now. "Then please let us measure your size," she insisted. "All right. I'll go try on clothes first. You measure." Lin Xiaoqi took the light pink dress and walked toward the fitting room. The salesgirl continued to praise her, saying, "Your girlfriend is more beautiful than a star and has a great temperament." Listening to this, Chu Feng suddenly interrupted, "She's my sister." The salesgirl was taken aback, measuring Chu Feng's size with a tape measure, and immediately continued to compliment him. "Sir, your physique is great. You should be able to wear an extra-large dress." Chu Feng interrupted again. "You should have delivery services, right?" The salesgirl was surprised. "Yes, but you have to pay first. Paying is not a problem." Chu Feng coughed and continued, "I think that white one is nice too. I want to buy another one in this size. Additionally, I need 2 more in my size. But I want the white one delivered discreetly." "I understand. You want to surprise your sister, so you plan to keep it from her?" The salesgirl seemed to have discovered something new and quickly realized. Chu Feng thought to himself that he hadn't even found a reason, yet she helped him cover it up. He decisively nodded and said, "If you speak more, you might become a floor manager in a few years." "Not at all." The salesgirl smiled brightly, saying, "You look young but are so romantic. Your sister is really lucky." At this moment, Lin Xiaoqi came out of the fitting room and shyly asked, "Brother, what do you think of how I look in this?" Chu Feng looked over. The dress was indeed nice, and its waist-cinching style accentuated Lin Xiaoqi's curves, with her modest bust highlighted charmingly by the light pink. "Oh, this little cutie. You should be the spokesperson for this dress." The salesgirl quickly stepped forward to flatter her. Lin Xiaoqi didn't want to listen to the salesgirl's words, smiling at Chu Feng and waiting for his comment. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Cute is cute. But I hope you are a little cutie, not a reincarnated monster from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. I'll let you off this time." Lin Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at Chu Feng and returned to the fitting room to change back. "Let's settle the bill." Chu Feng turned to the salesgirl and said, "1 black dress, 2 gray dresses, 1 light pink dress, and 1 white dress. But the gray and white ones need to be delivered with pants." The salesgirl gave him an understanding look and quickly helped Chu Feng process the payment at the counter. When Lin Xiaoqi came out after changing, she found that Chu Feng had already settled the bill. She didn't say anything but asked, "Aren't you going to try the black one? You little brat. Are you so eager because you have a crush on your handsome brother?" Chu Feng teased with a grin. "You're so full of yourself." Lin Xiaoqi spat. But Chu Feng's words made her heart race. In the afternoon, they continued to shop in the mall, buying many ingredients and snacks. Besides these, they also ordered a 40-inch TV to be delivered, and by the time they returned to the villa, it was already 4:30 p.m. The next day, after having dim sum for breakfast, Lin Xiaoqi returned to school. The Excellence Times Mall was efficient. The 40-inch TV arrived at Chu Feng's hands, and surprisingly, it was delivered by their own small truck. Chu Feng took the white and gray dresses to the basement and called for Chu Mei and Chu Xiong. noticing that they were still wearing last month's old clothes. Chu Feng reached out to feel the thickness of the fabric. And Chu Mei blushed and took a few steps back. What's wrong? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Chu Mei twisted her body and said softly, "There's someone next to us." Chu Feng looked at Chu Xiong and then smiled at Chu Mei, who thought he was going to do something. However, he had things to attend to, so he handed the white dress directly to Chu Mei and the gray one to Chu Xiong. "It's getting hotter. Your clothes are very old, so remember to wear these thin ones. Especially you, Chu Mei. If I find you not wearing it, you can expect the boss to discipline you." After saying that, Chu Feng left. Chu Mei wanted to decline but couldn't. Just thinking about the boss's discipline made her blush. While Chu Xiong shrugged and took off his old clothes, preparing to change into the new ones. "What are you doing?" Chu Mei yelled when she saw Chu Xiong's actions. "Changing clothes." Chu Xiong was taken aback. "Go upstairs to change. Don't change here." Chu Mei glared at Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong left. And Chu Mei stood still for a while. The white dress and pants were from a big brand, with a new style that looked the same as the black one on the boss, just differing in color and size. Then Chu Mei smiled and said, "The boss is so thoughtful, yet he doesn't say anything." Chapter 40. 49 billion big order on Friday. The cooperation on the life liquid was smoothly delivered. But now, Chu Feng hadn't received a single cent, which he had anticipated. Although the contract stated that payment would be made upon delivery, it required that the goods received must be verified as genuine before the full payment for the first batch and the deposit for the next batch of 50 million yuan of life liquid would be made. Furthermore, starting next Monday, Chu Feng had to deliver the second batch of life liquid within a month. Compared to the first batch of just 100 bottles of the basic version, the second batch would consist of up to 500 bottles of basic life liquid and 100 bottles of first-level life liquid, as it was their first cooperation. And considering the extraordinary nature of Chu Feng's products, the military side would naturally be cautious. However, for just 2 million, one could buy a bottle of life elixir akin to a fountain of youth. Even if it means only purchasing the first batch of 100 bottles, that would still be a significant profit. Looking at the military leader in charge of receiving the goods, Chu Feng thought that even if he only delivered 100 bottles of the life elixir in the first batch, he had to find a way to obtain 1 bottle for himself from that batch. Although the military leader's health seemed fine, every soldier's body was filled with countless hidden injuries, especially old soldiers who had experienced war. It's not that Chu Feng didn't want to set a higher price. If he sold to those wealthy tycoons, it's possible that people would fight to pay 20 million for a bottle, because this was nearly a fountain of youth. The military wanted to procure 12,000 bottles of the primary life elixir and 5,000 bottles of the first-level life elixir. If the price was set too high, although military spending accounted for 5 of the budget annually, they could not simply procure the life elixir, so they couldn't allocate extra budget funds, because the life elixir was not in their budget. As long as the effects of these life elixirs were utilized well at the top level, and the longevity effects were demonstrated, would there be any worries about selling them at a good price? In the future, those at the top would also allocate budget funds for procuring life elixirs. The first batch of 100 bottles of the primary life elixir was priced at 2 million each, and the first-level version at 5 million each, meaning the total price for the first batch of orders reached 200 million. The contract stated that the total order amounted to 12,000 bottles of primary life elixir and 5,000 bottles of first-level life elixir, with a total price of up to 49 billion. After deducting necessary costs, such as specially made glass tubes and labor costs, along with the cost of fruits, the actual cost was less than 10,000 per bottle, allowing Chu Feng to earn at least 1.8 billion. This was an enormous sum. Without the biological processing factory, it would be unlikely to earn this much money in a lifetime. With this money, Chu Feng could immediately start a series of development plans. The first step was to purchase a building for his own company. Chu Feng felt the limitations of working in a villa. It offered no sense of a home, and the office didn't feel like a company at all. The second step was naturally to buy land to build a factory, and he also planned to move the underground research lab to the factory area. This was the preliminary plan. With the quantity of 12,000 bottles of primary life elixir and 5,000 bottles of first-level life elixir, Chu Feng certainly had confidence in delivering the goods. But time was short. Recently, recruitment for the glass factory faced challenges as workers found the work exhausting, even though the pay was high, with a minimum salary of 10,000 a month, and some workers even earning 15,000. However, Chu Feng underestimated the workers' capacity. In the deep market, living costs were high, and every day, people would take their buckets and flee overnight, with only a few coming in for interviews. These individuals believed the factory work was too tiring and the pay too low. In less than 2 months, Chu Feng had no choice but to stop recruiting from society, converting entirely to hiring cockroach-headed monster workers. Apart from the old security guard and Chu Feng, there was hardly a human left. On the way back to the factory, Chu Feng received a call from Gao Feng, who was in charge of the factory. On the phone, Gao Feng informed Chu Feng that the progress of the specially made glass tubes was going smoothly. But he complained that the small scale of the factory limited the company's further development, producing no more than 1,000 specially made glass tubes per month. The technical requirements for these tubes were too high, and the manufacturing process was very complex. Unlike ordinary glass tubes, the specially made tubes had to meet not only normal temperature conditions but also strict antibacterial, anti-vibration, and anti-fall requirements, all of which increased the difficulty of production. Ordinary glass tubes had no such requirements. Chu Feng sighed. It's okay, in a while, our company will quickly have 200 million in revenue. With the money, you can do whatever you want. I leave the company in your hands, and I hope you can give me satisfactory results. Gao Feng excitedly replied, no problem. I will definitely deliver even better results for you. After a while at the green light, once he hung up the phone, Chu Feng leaned out of the car door, his legs shaking nonstop. He was too excited. The company's account was about to receive 200 million, and after deducting personal income tax and business tax, the total income would still be at least 1.8 billion. Next to him was Chu Xiong, who could see that the boss was in a great mood. When the boss was happy, he was happy too. The driver in front saw Chu Feng's expression in the mirror. He had heard the earlier conversation and immediately thought of him as a successful person, with a bodyguard by his side, and talking about tens of millions or billions. This made the driver realize he was driving a big boss. Although Chu Feng's attire was not particularly striking, wearing a pair of flip-flops and black shorts, such outfits were not uncommon among big bosses in the vast Guangdong province. Plus, with the recent large order, Chu Feng was in a good mood, naturally forgetting the previous bad events. Speaking of which, Chu Feng now understood that the upgrade condition for the time-traveling cave worm was actually to consume meteorites to upgrade, which made breeding the time-traveling cave worm much more difficult. Fortunately, Chu Feng managed to buy a meteorite about the size of an egg from a collector for less than 200,000 and fed it to the time-traveling cave worm. To his surprise, just feeding one egg-sized meteorite met the upgrade condition. This realization prompted Chu Feng to frantically acquire a large number of meteorites from society. Some people were happy while others were worried. In the entire deep market, those who owned meteorites were certainly collectors, and these collectors were not likely to easily sell their meteorites. For most collectors, meteorites were considered a type of valuable collectible. The reason why Chu Feng was sitting in someone else's car was that he had not bought a vehicle and did not have a driver's license. So he still relied on the subway and taxis or private car services to reach his destinations. Moreover, with the time-traveling cave worm upgrading, he had been busy searching for meteorites. Recently, Chu Feng felt a lack of transportation, and besides, a car was a man's face. Once he reached his destination, he planned to open his newly purchased computer and search online for any new luxury cars that had recently come out. Chapter 41. Ping an auction. Inside the Baju glass factory, just as Chu Feng got out of the taxi, the old security guard, seeing that it was the boss, quickly opened the door. Chu Feng nodded to the old guard and hurried to the office on the second floor. He wanted to contact various auction companies in Bay City and Lu City to obtain meteorites through their resources from the internet. He saw that the Ping An auction in Lu City was publicly auctioning a batch of meteorites. Seeing this, Chu Feng first called the contact number provided, and after giving a few instructions, he closed the computer. Fortunately, there was a collector named Chun in the deep market willing to sell his only 4 meteorites, which varied in size from as small as a fist to larger than a basin. In the entire deep market's collection community, only Chen Yuduan possessed such a number of meteorites. In fact, meteorites are classified into many different types, such as Martian meteorites, crystal meteorites, olive meteorites, black jade green meteorites, etc. Among them, the most valuable is naturally the black jade green meteorite, which resembles black jade. Following that are the moon and Martian meteorites, with the most expensive meteorites in the world being lunar and Martian, costing about $6,000 per gram, while cheaper desert meteorites, highly weathered, go for only 1 yuan per gram. If there are many witnesses when they fall, the price can range from 40 to 50 yuan per gram. Currently, among various meteorites in China, The so-called black jade green meteorite is valued higher than lunar and Martian meteorites because humans cannot currently determine their origin, and some even say they come from extraterrestrial civilizations. They are highly likely to originate from planets formed during the cosmic explosion 15 billion light-years away, which is very helpful for studying the boundaries and formation of the universe. During its descent through the atmosphere, it fell into the desert of Earth after a high-speed spin, which allowed it to remain intact, with a relatively complete shape, a shiny surface, and a black-green color throughout. The best-preserved black treasure green meteorite in China, weighing 2,750 grams, was purchased by a mysterious collector for 40 million renminbi. This meteorite is neither from the Moon nor Mars, and it is the only one in the world. Its current valuation exceeds 60 million, with a price per gram over 20,000 RMB, indicating significant potential for appreciation in the future. Naturally, the value of the black treasure green meteorite has skyrocketed to an invaluable treasure. Chen Yuduan has a fist-sized black treasure green meteorite for sale, which is comparable to auctioning an authentic Van Gogh from major collectors both domestically and internationally. Therefore, Chu Feng feels quite pressured, but regardless of how high the stakes are. With Chen Yuduan's actions, time is running short, and currently, only Chu Feng in the entire Shenzhen market is eager for meteorites. If this were an iron meteorite, Chu Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to deliver it personally, as meteorites and iron meteorites are two different things. Iron meteorites contain a large amount of radiation that can be deadly. However, Chen Yuduan insists on full payment within a week. Who has the capability to pay such a large sum? Based on market estimates, the 4 meteorites in Chen Yuduan's possession are worth no less than 20 million. Many in the Shenzhen market can come up with such a large amount, but gathering the money requires time, and while Chu Feng has the capability, this roundabout situation brings everything back to the starting point. This means that Chen Yuduan's 4 meteorites can only be sold to Chu Feng. This is also the reason why Zhang Gaudi is in a good mood. Zhang Gaudi is a friend of Chen Yuduan, originally from the intermediary industry. He plans to book a banquet and invite Chu Feng over, claiming to help him introduce cheaper sources for meteorites, which would make Chu Feng grateful to him, thus establishing a relationship. Thinking of this, Zhang Gaudi couldn't help but hum a little tune. Chen Yuduan, oh Chen Yuduan, if you had brought out the meteorites earlier, you wouldn't be in a hurry now needing money to turn around, yet you have no money, and only the meteorites can be worth something. Let's see how you beg me now. Zhang Gaudi runs an auction company and knows clearly who wants what and who has treasures. There was once a collector from Beishur who wanted to acquire Chen Yuduan's meteorite, but Chen Yuduan refused to sell, making that prominent figure resent Zhang Gaudi, the intermediary. Zhang Gaudi had much to say but couldn't express it. One wanted to sell, the other wanted to buy, and he was merely the middleman. However, as long as the parties couldn't reach an agreement, he, as the intermediary, would always offend one side. Now that Chen Yuduan's company is in trouble, although he is dissatisfied with Chen Yuduan, they have known each other for decades, so Zhang Gaudi immediately sought out Chu Feng, intending to introduce him to Chen Yuduan. Of course, as the intermediary, Zhang Gaudi is quite happy, as intermediaries can earn a commission. Zhang Gaudi decided to call Chen Yuduan first. If he calls too late, Chu Feng might get snatched up by someone else. The call went through, and Zhang Gaudi smiled slyly. Old Chen, what have you been busy with lately? Oh, old Zhang, you know my situation. My company has been facing some difficulties recently, and I've been running around trying to borrow money, but no one is willing to lend me any. Chen Yuduan's voice sounded gloomy. Zhang Gaudi frowned. Didn't I lend you some money? Chen Yuduan sighed. It's not enough. Thanks to you lending me money, the company can survive for a while longer, but it's still not enough. At this moment, Chu Feng's phone rang. Someone was calling him. Chu Feng picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He suddenly felt suspicious about who was calling. Considering the timing, it should only be family members calling, as it seemed only his close acquaintances and family knew his contact information. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng answered the call gently. Hello? Hello? Is this Boss Chu? I am Yang Yingying, the general manager of the Pingxing Auction Company in Lucy. A clear female voice came through, introducing herself first. The general manager of the Pingxing Auction Company is actually a woman? Her voice sounds very young. For some reason, Chu Feng felt a fluttering sensation in his heart, finding her voice extremely pleasant. Sometimes, just a voice can stir one's emotions. Her voice reminded him of his sister, Lin Xiaoqi, which he never tired of hearing. Now, this general manager named Yang Yingying was the same, presenting a different kind of beauty and sound, causing Chu Feng to tremble slightly. Oh, okay. Chu Feng was a bit dazed, having expected the auction company manager to be a middle-aged man with good eloquence. but it turned out to be a young woman. Logically, this Pingxing auction company is under the Ping'an Group, which is a world-class Fortune 500 company, making it hard to believe that a company under such a group has a female general manager. Boss Chu, I heard you want to acquire a large number of meteorites? Yang Yingying's pleasant voice continued. What kind of meteorites do you want? Any kind of meteorite is fine, as long as it's not too weathered. I'm interested in meteorites like those from the Moon and Mars. If you have black treasure green meteorites, that would be even better. Chapter 42, Cooperation. Speaking of business, Chu Feng became serious. There is no limit on quantity. As long as you have one, I want one. I want to know the fastest time you can show me the goods. If you have no specific requirements for the type, we just happen to have a flower pattern meteorite available, and the earliest we can have our company representative deliver it to you is within 3 days. Please send me the actual pictures and information. What is your email? Chu Feng took out paper and pen to record the email address. Let us work this out. It'll be convenient for understanding the details. Yang Yingying on the other end said a bit shyly, and Chu Feng could even hear her laughter. Just that laughter suddenly reminded Chu Feng of a saying. A smile from a glance brings forth 100 charms. The beauty of the 6 palaces fades in comparison. Setting aside his random thoughts, Chu Feng casually input her number. Not many young people use email, as chat tools are more convenient for real-time communication. Opening the information. It seemed to be a work account, not even a membership opened. After verification, Yang Yingying sent the document directly, and Chu Feng opened it to find detailed actual images and valuation information, including the contact information of the actual owner. Soon, Yang Yingying sent another picture. It was a price list for various meteorites, with the cheapest being a lunar meteorite similar to those from North America, starting at just 5,000 RMB. With many in stock, varying from the size of a thumb to that of a fist. However, these have slight weathering issues, although the total price is under 200,000 RMB. These meteorites are acceptable to Chu Feng. Even though these meteorites are reasonably priced, besides these weathered meteorites, there are also 2 complete lunar meteorites. As the Moon is the closest to Earth, every year, countless meteorites fall from outer space to the Earth's surface, most of which come from North America. Although there aren't many witnesses, they still count as meteorites. In foreign countries, scavengers can profit, but in China, scavengers never seem to get rich. This is why many meteorites are sourced from abroad. Overall, the quantity of these meteorites is large, but besides the lunar meteorites, there is only one Martian meteorite. And the total price for this batch is less than 10 million. It's unlikely to negotiate prices with these large corporate groups. The logistics costs are all public. And Chu Feng cannot rely on the wormhole to get these goods. He also uses logistics and has sent quite a few iron kidney liquids. There are a total of 18 meteorites, the largest being basin-sized and the smallest only thumb-sized, weighing about 1.5 tons altogether, with Lucy being nearly 500 kilometers from Shenzhen. According to Lucy's logistics prices, nearly 1.2 million is needed for logistics costs. This is also why Zhang Gaudi would never think that Chu Feng would choose those collectors in Lu City and Bay City who have meteorites. Believing that Chu Feng could only select local meteorite collectors in Shen City, especially since Chen Yuduan still had a fist-sized black jade meteorite in hand. However, Zhang Gaudi did not realize that what Chu Feng needed was the quantity of meteorites, not necessarily the high-priced black jade meteorite. Losing 1.2 million in logistics cost is unacceptable to anyone, but what Chu Feng needed was quantity and quality, not just a single black jade meteorite, because as mentioned earlier, a fist-sized black jade meteorite costs 10 million, which Chu Feng also couldn't afford. So, Chu Feng took practical action to express his thoughts. The Ping'an Group must have a dedicated logistics fleet. After Yang Yingying asked Chu Feng which city he was in, she stated that the logistics cost could be reduced to 1 million. This meant a saving of 200,000. Since Chu Feng didn't manage the household expenses, he stubbornly haggled over the logistics costs, insisting that Yang Yingying reduce them further. In the end, the logistics cost was reduced from 1.2 million to 750,000, saving 450,000 in logistics costs. Throughout the process, Yang Yingying, the general manager of Ping'an Auction Company, said, "Boss Chu, should I send an employee over? Or will you send someone to sign the contract? No need to be so troublesome. Just send an electronic contract, and we can sign and fax it to each other." Chu Feng replied. Chu Feng was very aware of the strength of the Ping'an Group, as there was a Ping'an building right in the center of Futian district not far from him. Boss Chu is straightforward. Yang Yingying sent a fist bump emoji. A 20 deposit of the total contract price must be paid first, which is 1.8 million. Will you transfer it from your personal account or the company account? At this point, Chu Feng had no choice but to take out 1.8 million as a deposit, transferring it through his personal Alipay. As the company's account was nearly out of money, and the nearly 200 million from the military had not yet arrived. Finally, Yang Yingying indicated that the meteorites were ready and that logistics work could be arranged for tonight. To show sincerity, she would have the company's logistics vehicle ship the goods that very night. What else could Chu Feng do? He sent a message saying, "Pleasure to cooperate." Yang Yingying on the other side also replied with pleasure to cooperate. After finalizing the preliminary cooperation plan, Chu Feng shut down his computer and ran to the production workshop below. Since Yang Yingying said the logistics would ship tonight, if everything went smoothly, the goods would arrive tomorrow. At that time, Chu Feng would be able to summon the time-traveling worm that was in the process of upgrading to level 2. Awakening the skill of the eternal wormhole, aside from not being able to travel to the moon after traveling to another world, he could use the eternal wormhole skill to permanently connect the underground layer of the other world to the underground layer of Earth, allowing Chu Feng to access the other world without having to summon the time-traveling worm. This way, Chu Feng could move the underground laboratory to the wooden house in the other world, achieving a concealed effect without worrying about the laboratory being discovered. In the future, the villa could also be used as a residential villa, no longer needing to worry about external forces stealing the secrets of the life liquid. However, this meant that the small factory could no longer meet the demand. The surrounding area was full of workshops and small factories, with people coming and going year-round. Chu Feng called Lang Shan and asked him about the company's account and the incoming funds. "Boss, the military hasn't transferred the funds to our company yet," Lang Shan respectfully reported. Chu Feng frowned, thought for a moment, and then relaxed his brow. It seemed that the military was not planning to transfer the funds all at once, but was instead using the life liquid overnight for testing at the Research Institute, attempting to analyze the components of Chu Feng's life liquid and possibly going solo. If they succeeded, he could get into trouble. Thinking of this, Chu Feng suddenly smiled. If the life liquid could be analyzed so easily, would they still need the life worm? The cockroach ball, where Chu Mei, the chief scientist, worked, had tried to analyze the composition of the life liquid with the efforts of the entire world. At the very least, in Chu Feng's eyes, the technology capable of successfully cultivating the invisible Chu Xiong's cockroach ball was likely far more advanced than that of Earth. Although Chu Xiong's invisibility system relied on ambushing young chameleons to extract their heart's blood. Chapter 43. The attitude from above. Chu Feng called Lang Shan back, asking him to watch for any incoming payment notifications from the finance department. However, by midnight, more than 12 hours had passed since the delivery time, and there was still no payment from above. Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. To be honest, he didn't expect the military to default on their payment, nor did he fear offending him. If Chu Feng got angry and ran abroad, wouldn't that directly hand over the life liquid to others? However, Chu Feng also understood that the military had no reason to intentionally default on a mere 200 million, and there was no need to ruin their own credit over such a small amount of money. It was likely that there was a mistake in the financial department. Chu Feng also didn't think that such a large-scale military organization could have such significant financial issues. He was very angry, and the consequences could be severe. So he immediately called Li Tinglong. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." After a few minutes, he tried again, but it was still the same customer service voice. He dug out the phone number of Old Man Zhou, which he had been given before but had never called until now. Now, Chu Feng was calling Old Man Zhou for the first time, which showed how he felt. He directly bypassed Li Tinglong and called Old Man Zhou's mobile phone, as Old Man Zhou was a person from above and was more likely to be responsible for the transactions of the life liquid. Less than 10 minutes later, Old Man Zhou's phone finally connected. "Old Man Zhou, can I still trust you?" Chu Feng's voice was slightly gloomy, but Old Man Zhou on the other end remained silent. Perhaps Old Man Zhou had a pang of conscience, and, after a moment of silence, said, "Chu Shaoxing, what happened that made you so angry?" Old Man Zhou's tone was somewhat indifferent. With such a reaction, Chu Feng immediately understood what Old Man Zhou meant. "Don't, just call me Boss Chu. It's been so long, and we are still waiting for your payment." "Payment? What payment?" Old Man Zhou feigned confusion, then suddenly realized. "Oh, you mean the money for the life liquid, right? Didn't we transfer it to you?" "What money? It's just 200 million. I believe you won't default on it, but it's been so long." and I don't know if the next batch of goods can still be traded. There was no response from Old Man Zhou on the other end. And Chu Feng did not rush him. He kept waiting, but his expression grew increasingly unsightly. He realized he shouldn't have trusted Old Man Zhou, that damned Li Tenglong. Sorry, Zhu Shaoxing, I'll have someone handle it immediately. Old Man Zhou finally spoke, continuing, let's do this. I'll give you news shortly. I will investigate which link went wrong. All right, I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng stared blankly at the phone in his hand. While Chu Xiang beside him remained silent and did not disturb him, but now he had to wake Chu Feng. Boss. Seeing that he couldn't wake him up, Chu Xiang stepped forward to shake Chu Feng. What is going on? You seem lost in thought. I'm fine. You go ahead and busy yourself. I want to be quiet for a while. Chu Feng waved his hand, dismissing Chu Xiang. Before long, Old Man Zhou called back, saying that the matter had been investigated and it was the finance department that had caused the issue. He did not specify the exact reason, only mentioning that he had sternly criticized the relevant department and announced accountability for 2 related staff members. Naturally, Chu Feng did not believe this but had to accept it. However, he was not concerned about this matter. What he cared about was when the 200 million would be settled. I want to know when the money will arrive. The transfer has already been arranged. Please keep an eye out for it. Chu Feng could only say that those relevant department staff had made mistakes in their approach. And since they made a mistake, they naturally had to compensate. Old Zhou's meaning was that the 200 million income did not need to be taxed, which meant that Chu Feng saved nearly 10 million in business and personal income taxes this time. This is why offshore companies frequently appear, mainly for the purpose of reasonable tax avoidance. Soon, Langshan entered the office and said the company had received 200 million. Chu Feng nodded. Got it. You can hand this money over to Gao Feng to handle and try to develop it. I understand, boss. At Old Zhou's place, in a large research laboratory. Besides Old Zhou, many researchers and staff were busy, surrounded by various machines and experimental platforms trying to analyze the synthetic materials of the life liquid. They had been given strict orders from above to deeply analyze the synthesis of the life liquid, but after so long, they still had nothing to show for it and could not extract any useful information. The only guess was that the life liquid might be synthesized from fruits, mainly glucose, fructose, and sucrose, with varying proportions depending on the type. Besides that, they were unable to influence the life liquid in any way. The only thing they could do was to decompose it, producing an effect similar to nourishing the kidneys, which was the same product as the iron kidney liquid sold online by Chu Feng, but Chu Feng's iron kidney liquid was more effective. This result shocked many people and left Old Zhou and others dissatisfied. So far, they had gathered the top talents from across the country. And although they had grasped a liquid similar to iron kidney liquid in just 12 hours, they were still not satisfied. Moreover, this effect was always inferior to that of the iron kidney liquid. The staff responsible for the life liquid had no choice but to report this situation. And Old Zhou learned this news as well. He sighed, is it really not working? After much consideration from above, and with Chu Feng calling Old Zhou, they also learned of this situation and had to issue another directive. While researching the life liquid, they should first establish a friendly cooperation with Chu Feng. This was why Old Zhou compromised and transferred the 200 million account to Chu Feng. Although this 200 million did not seem much, in reality, this money would eventually be given to Chu Feng. Old Zhou just wanted to research the life liquid before paying. It was not that Old Zhou intended to keep this money. In fact, there were no plans from above to withhold it. This entire approach was made by Old Zhou himself. However, under these circumstances, Old Zhou's actions naturally offended Chu Feng. After further consideration, the matter of cooperating with Chu Feng was handed over to Li Tenglong. This was also why Li Tenglong's phone was unreachable. He was in Beishur coordinating tasks with Old Zhou, and during the handover process, carrying a phone was not allowed. So much had happened in just 12 hours. In this way, Li Tenglong naturally replaced Old Zhou's position, but he could not replace Old Zhou's status, as Old Zhou's position was very special. At least his previous actions were for the national interest. Chapter 44. The banquet. A day later, Chu Feng finally upgraded to 3 creatures. The earlier life worm had upgraded. Although there was no change, the life liquid could stack effects, which was enough. He clicked on the life worm. Life worm feeds on food containing the source of life, secreting a life liquid rich in the essence of all things. The life liquid greatly increases human cell activity for up to 10 years, promotes a small probability of human evolution, and can increase the probability of human evolution through upgrades. Current biological level is 1. Level 1 life worms have a probability of stacking human evolution opportunities, with a current success probability of 10. To upgrade to level 2 life worms, a condition of 5 million tons of food containing the source of life is required. This is the information about the life worm. The conditions for upgrading to level 2 life worms have increased significantly, from a few hundred pounds of fruit directly to 5 million tons of fruit. Next, he clicked on the upgraded virus separation worm. Virus separation worm, as the name implies, it feeds on viruses, specializing in their protein shells, extracting genetic data, uploading it to its own system, and secreting virus antibody liquid. When the virus disappears, the virus separation worm will explode itself, transforming into protein acid enzymes for digestion within the organism, and any indigestible material will be expelled as waste. Current biological level is 1. Level 1 virus separation worms can produce unlimited separating larvae, existing as a liquid that humans can absorb by ingestion, devouring all level 1 and below viruses, and producing virus antibodies. The condition to upgrade to level 2 virus separation worms is 10 times that of upgrading to level 1. Host, please strive. He then looked at the time-traveling worm that was currently upgrading. Since it was upgrading, he could not click to check its data. Now that he had 200 million in funds, Chu Feng planned to select another location to set up a factory, but this glass factory was also a very important place. However, there was no rush for the moment. He would upgrade the biological processing factory first. After all, he had already upgraded all 3 types of worms to level 1. Meeting the conditions for upgrading the biological processing factory, he opened the display for upgrading the biological processing factory. Looking at the notification congratulating the host for successfully completing the upgrade conditions for the biological processing factory, earning the qualification to upgrade the factory, he clicked Confirm directly. Message notification. The biological processing factory has reached the upgrade conditions, with an upgrade time of 7 days. Since the time-traveling worm is currently upgrading, the system will immediately initiate the upgrade function after the time-traveling worm completes its upgrade, with an upgrade time of 10 days. It seemed he would have to wait for 10 days. Now, besides the glass factory needing to continue processing special glass tubes, there were also loading processing tasks to complete, such as the iron kidney liquid and life liquid. As for the nerve liquid, since there were no orders on Taobao, Chu Feng simply took it off the shelves. It was indeed difficult to accept the price of 100,000 per bottle, but for Chu Feng, it was worth it to buy 1 bottle of nerve liquid for 100,000. However, not everyone was fortunate enough to enjoy it. Taking advantage of the time, he and T returned to the villa for a night. Chu Feng logged into WeChat and found his landlord from the rental in Puxi. The landlord was a young person in their 90s, only a few years older than Chu Feng, with a gentle personality and easy to talk to. Since Chu Feng had a good reputation and was clean, he hadn't informed the landlord when he moved out last time, which is why he only thought of the landlord after so long. He had only rented for 3 months, and now the 3-month period was about to expire. The landlord asked Chu Feng through WeChat whether he would continue renting. Chu Feng straightforwardly said he would not rent anymore, and he didn't want the deposit, stating that the keys were left in the room. The landlord, possibly staying up late playing games, quickly replied to Chu Feng, expressing regret and saying he would receive the keys since the landlord was right downstairs at the grocery store of the rental building. After resolving the rental issue, Chu Feng flipped through his friend records and found that they were all unfamiliar, merely contacts of classmates with whom he hadn't spoken much. He discovered that Lin Xiaoqi had sent him a message, and upon opening it, he found that Shunda was on holiday again, with a 7-day break for the upcoming National Day in October. Lin Xiaoqi said she would return to the villa by herself, so Chu Feng need not worry. Chu Feng could only reply, "Be careful on the road, try to avoid peak times." After waiting for 2 minutes without receiving a new message, Chu Feng guessed that Lin Xiaoqi might have gone to rest. Today was Wednesday, and it was the middle of the night. Tomorrow was Thursday's classes, which was the time university students least wanted to attend class. Looking at the entire contact list, he found that he had only conversed with Lin Xiaoqi and the landlord. Almost all others were ghost friends, and many friends were even unrecognizable, except for some university friends he remembered, as Chu Feng had just graduated from college not long ago. Looking at it this way, Chu Feng felt like a failure. Before he could think about who this Chun Enyo was, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the number. It was an unknown caller without any notes. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng answered the call, his voice sounding very stiff as he said hello. "It's me, Boss Chu." The voice on the other end was slightly flattering and continued, "I'm Zhang Gaudi, the owner of the Anshan Intermediary Company. We met yesterday. I arranged for you to meet that farmer who collects meteorites, and your meteorite was assessed by our company that day. Do you remember, Boss Chu? Chu Feng frowned. He knew who Zhang Gaudi was, one of the intermediaries who arranged for him to meet the owner of the first meteorite. Back at the intermediary office, Chu Feng had given business cards to several intermediary bosses, but why was he calling now? I remember. How could I forget Boss Zhang? Chu Feng perfunctorily replied with feigned politeness. He had heard that Zhang Gaudi was a petty person who would take advantage of friends and relatives alike. And if it weren't for business dealings, he wouldn't bother with such people. Boss Chu, are you free tomorrow night? I've booked a banquet at Mingai Building and would like to invite you to join. I wonder if you could grace us with your presence? Chu Feng frowned as he looked at the phone number. It was indeed a Shenzhen number. He felt a bit puzzled. His career had just begun. And aside from meteorite transactions, there shouldn't be any other business dealings, right? You might not know this, but I have dinner plans with friends tomorrow night. Chu Feng casually made up an excuse to brush him off, but Zhang Gaudi was clearly a skilled manipulator. You must come, you must come. Boss Chu can also bring your classmates along. I will introduce you to a boss who has what you want. Zhang Gaudi was so polite that it was hard to refuse, and he continued, Boss Chu, you must have heard of the famous seafood at Mintai Building, right? The golden swordfish caught from the depths of the sea isn't available every day. If you don't come, wouldn't that golden swordfish be wasted? What a grand gesture. The seafood is a favorite dish among locals in coastal Shenzhen, and a golden swordfish in a restaurant costs at least hundreds of thousands. If it's a rare delicacy, it could double in price. Zhang Gaudi's mention of introducing a big boss to him made Chu Feng speculate that it might be Chen Yuduan, as he had already learned about who in Shenzhen was most likely to have a large collection of meteorites, and that had to be Chen Yuduan. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had not met Chen Yuduan before. Since Boss Zhang was so courteous, he naturally had to reciprocate. He would show up. Avoidance was not Chu Feng's style. One can hide from the first day of the month, but not from the 15th. Of course, Chu Feng could anticipate that this meal might not be harmonious, because he had heard of Zhang Gaudi's infamous reputation as a greedy petty person, and Chen Yuduan was known for being a big talker. So Chu Feng needed to be well prepared, calling on Chu Xiong to have a backup. Besides Chu Xiong, he also needed to call upon a combat-type cockroach-headed monster, a combination of offense and defense. Chu Feng arranged the meeting time with Zhang Gaudi for tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. He had one day to prepare, calling on Chu Xiong and another combat-type cockroach-headed monster in work clothes. Chu Feng didn't know the name of this combat-type cockroach-headed monster because he had summoned many cockroach-headed monsters in recent days and didn't have the time or energy to name them. So, this cockroach-headed monster was unfamiliar and probably didn't have a name. He could only call it Combat Number 7. Chu Xiong and Combat No. 7 walked over with bare upper bodies, and Chu Feng handed his clothes to Combat Number 7 to change out of the work clothes, while also giving Chu Xiong a new suit to change into, and then they put on black glasses. Chu Xiong and Combat Number 7 looked at each other, puzzled. But since the boss had given the order, they had to comply. Their work clothes were originally loose, and now that they changed into tight suits, the oversized suits looked like cropped pants on Chu Xiong and Combat Number 7. Fortunately, the black suits still fit, and both were 2-meter-tall strong men. They looked at each other, seemingly wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. It must be said that after putting on suits, they looked very much like bodyguards. Just a bit bulkier, with handsome features that seemed to be muscular even on their faces. They resembled very strong Asians, and of course, compared to Combat Number 7. Chu Xiong had a sunny disposition and a very handsome face. The next evening, Chu Feng instructed Lang Shan and Gao Feng, and then he took Chu Xiong and Combat No. 7 out of the industrial park, hailing a taxi. The taxi driver was nearly scared to death upon seeing Chu Feng and the two in black suits. But after some explanation from Chu Feng, the driver begrudgingly agreed to let them in under the intimidating presence of Chu Xiong and Combat Number 7. So, Chu Feng sat in the passenger seat while Chu Xiong and Combat Number 7 sat in the back, heading straight for Mingai Building. Upon arriving at Mingai Building, Chu Feng told the driver to find a secluded spot to park, and after paying, they got out. On Jingtian Road, where the lights were dim. Mingai Building was located on Jingtian Road. Chu Feng stood with Chu Xiong and Combat Number 7 at the pedestrian crossing waiting for the traffic light. Mintai Building was not the top restaurant in Shenzhen, but it had a relatively long history and specialized in seafood delicacies. At this time, luxury cars were already parked at the entrance, including many worth over $1 million. Suddenly, a black Mercedes-Benz drove past Chu Feng, and the young male driver with a made-up face lowered the window. One hand was on the steering wheel, while the other was resting on the other side. his restless right hand scratching the long-haired girl in the passenger seat, who was giggling and covering her mouth, begging for mercy. This guy even raised an eyebrow at Chu Feng in a show-off manner, only to see Chu Feng step forward a few paces, scaring the driver into stepping on the gas to flee. Chu Feng shook his head slightly. What is this fool showing off? Chu Feng stepped forward and whispered, Boss, when are we buying a car? Look, everyone else is driving. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng turned to look at Chu Feng, then at combat number 7 behind them, and declared loudly, We'll buy one tomorrow. We have money, let's buy a few off-road vehicles. Tomorrow, we must buy a car. Walking with confident strides, Chu Feng entered the main door of Ming-I building. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? A young man in a red suit approached with enthusiasm, bowing to Chu Feng. Where is Zhang Gaudi? All right, sir. Please follow me. I'll take you upstairs, the young man said with a flattering expression. All the way up, he was respectful, even rushing to press the elevator buttons, perhaps because that was part of their job. On the 3rd floor, at the end of a corridor decorated in an ancient wooden style, Zhang Gaudi and Chen Yuduan were sitting on deep red wooden chairs, whispering to each other. Next to them were several attractive girls with hot figures. These girls were certainly not staff of Ming-I building, as it was still a high-end restaurant that wouldn't resort to such low tactics for a little money. That was the method of low-end hotels. So these girls were the top class hired by Zhang Gaudi at a high price from elsewhere. Zhang Gaudi's face was flushed, and Chen Yuduan, the chemical factory owner, looked equally excited, speaking with a trembling voice, barely containing his excitement. Even the door of the private room couldn't hold the sound back. The 6-month high-pollution transformation in Shenzhen had caused many chemical business owners to lose money. Originally, Chen Yuduan was also one of those chemical bosses, but this time, in order to ensure the development of his factory and successfully transition, he unexpectedly encountered problems in the previously stable order process. He didn't have enough money to secure the order and was outbid by a rival. 20 million. For this order, Chen Yuduan specifically recruited dozens of mechanical employees. The transition from the chemical industry to the machinery industry was not easy. He bought 15 electric machine tools and added several large mechanized production lines. Everything was ready. But then he received a call from his subordinate informing him that the 20 million order his company had been tracking was personally taken away by the company's CEO and given to another boss, who dared to steal an order from Chen Yuduan. Having mingled in the special economic zone in his early years and now managing over 100 young employees, Chen Yuduan was nearly driven to illness by anger. In the entire Shenzhen market, anyone in the business circle knew of his name. He had always bullied others, and no one dared to bully him, except for those large companies worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Could it be that those big companies were after this small piece of meat? Impossible. A mere 20 million order could not attract the attention of those large corporations. So there was only one possibility. It was a competitor. However, despite his anger, Chen Yuduan patiently sought out a friend in the industry to inquire about the matter. And then he was completely shocked. Chapter 46. Mixed emotions. The company that stole his order was not a competitor, but Longguang Real Estate from Shanshi. Longguang Real Estate is a family-run property company that dominates half of the real estate market in Shanshi. Even the Longguang Century building in Shenzhen was built by this company, showcasing its terrifying strength. Most importantly, they were not stealing his mechanized chemical plastic processing business, but rather innovatively launching a new technology that he had never heard of before. This technology could be described as ingenious, coupled with a price that was utterly despairing, allowing for arbitrary sculpting and mechanized chemical plastic processing while filtering out chemical impurities. Chen Yuduan was initially highly skeptical. Who in the entire Shenzhen market understood mechanized chemical plastic processing technology better than him? Chen Yuduan was also a well-known boss in the chemical plastic industry, and since Longguang Real Estate had placed samples in that order company, and those samples were not strategic materials, just sitting in the factory of that company, he went to the site with a skeptical attitude to take a look. The result of that glance was like being struck by lightning. Mechanical processing technology. It was only today that Chen Yuduan truly understood what was meant by mechanized chemical plastic processing technology. To put it bluntly, the chemical plastics produced in bulk by Chen Yuduan's factories were practically semi-finished products, compared to these exquisitely crafted pieces produced by high-precision machines, which looked like artworks carved by a master artist. The difference was so suffocatingly despairing. The more he understood this industry, the more Chen Yuduan realized how valuable these artworks were. After the shock came an overwhelming and complex desire for possession. If he mastered this technology, then forget about just Shenzhen. In the entire eastern Guangdong province, who would dare to compete with Chan Yuduan in the quality of mechanized chemical plastic processing. Fortunately, Longguang Real Estate did not understand the terrifying nature of this technology. In fact, Longguang Real Estate was a large real estate company. Mechanized chemical processing was not its forte, and it could not possibly give up real estate to develop mechanized chemical industry. This meant that as long as he negotiated a cooperation plan with Longguang Real Estate, he could grasp this technology. However, with this in mind, while cooperation was negotiated, Chen Yuduan found himself out of money. Previously, to secure the 20 million order, along with the heavy fines from the Environmental Protection Bureau due to factory wastewater incidents, his chemical factory was now on the brink of bankruptcy. As long as he had the money to buy this high-tech machine tool, what pollution from chemical plastics, what millions in orders. All the orders for mechanized chemical plastic processing in several nearby cities and counties would all be his. The other party was a high-tech company capable of producing such epic-making machine equipment, naturally possessing countless technical patents and formidable strength. Moreover, Longguang Real Estate was a 100 billion company focused on real estate. Would he compete with them, who were struggling with how to solve wastewater problems, and whose names weren't even worth mentioning? This big company had just launched a new epic-making machine equipment, eager to find something to prove their product and advertise it. One must say, this advertisement was too loud, and anyone with money could buy this technology. Even though Chen Yuduan had only taken one glance, he developed an intense desire to borrow money, even if it meant selling everything, to acquire this technology. However, now that his chemical factory was exposed due to wastewater issues and fined by the Environmental Protection Bureau, leading to near bankruptcy and making it difficult to borrow money, the banks were unwilling to lend him any. So when Zhang Gaudi approached him, introducing a boss interested in purchasing a meteorite from him, he came. If he sold the meteorite and got the money, then not only Zhang Gaudi, but all the bosses in eastern Guangdong province dealing with mechanized chemical plastic processing would swarm over with checks in hand. If he missed this opportunity because he didn't have enough money to buy the technology, then when would he have another chance? This technology was so groundbreaking that it couldn't just be casually handed over to anyone. In the face of absolute profit, Chen Yuduan didn't care about face or treasures. As long as he could exchange the meteorite for money and then buy the technology, he would make enough money to still possess various meteorites in the future. This opportunity was rare. A meteorite was just a meteorite, and he could always buy another batch later. At that moment, Chen Yuduan understood Zhang Gaudi's intention. This old fox merely wanted to take a bigger commission and show off in front of them, indicating that someone needed the meteorite in his hands. The other party was a glass factory owner, simply interested in the meteorite. All he had to do was curry favor with him to get him to introduce that boss to purchase the meteorite from Chen Yuduan. Chen Yuduan smirked coldly. He knew Zhang Gaudi's intentions well. He wanted to take a commission while also trying to connect the dots. Zhang Gaudi, you fool, what do you know about high-tech technology? What is a meteorite? At most, it's worth around 10 million. My 20 million order has been stolen, all because of that technology. As long as I meet that boss, I will cry and sell the meteorite at a high price, thinking about the black jade meteorite box beside him. Just one black jade meteorite for a technology. What luck that would be. At that time, Chen Yuduan would go to Longguang Real Estate to throw money at buying technology cooperation. As long as Longguang Real Estate moves a finger and shows him some pity by selling the technology to him, wouldn't he be set for life? Forget about a mere 20 million order. He would be aiming for hundreds of millions in big orders. With this in mind, Chen Yuduan adjusted his emotions and glanced at Zhang Gaudi beside him, smirking slightly. Thankfully, Zhang Gaudi, this old fox, didn't understand the intricacies involved. Otherwise, he would have jumped at the chance to snatch the mate. For this meeting, Chen Yuduan spared no expense. Not only inviting a top-tier girl, but also spending over 100,000 just on that golden swordfish transported from the depths of the ocean. Just then, the box office attendant learned through her earpiece that a customer downstairs mentioned Zhang Gaudi's client was on their way up. Are they coming? Chen Yuduan thought about the technology that was about to be in his grasp, his fingers trembling with excitement. He immediately stood up from his seat. Today, he had intentionally worn a suit, taken off his big gold chain, and put on a Longines watch. All of this was to leave a good impression on the other party. Chapter 47, Transaction. Upon seeing Chen Yuduan stand up, the young ladies present also rose to their feet. They had long been instructed by Zhang Gaudi that although the money was coming from Chen Yuduan, their task was to properly entertain the distinguished guests who would soon arrive. When a welcoming attendant slowly opened the intricately carved wooden door of the private room, Chen Yuduan was already standing at the entrance, eagerly extending his hands. he saw a young man approaching. Chu Feng walked forward with his hands in his pockets, chest out and head held high, followed by Chu Xiong and Zhang Keheo. When Chu Feng noticed Chen Yuduan's outstretched hands, he paused for a moment before extending one hand to shake Chen Yuduan's. The two shook hands firmly, and Chu Feng responded politely. What a young boss. This was their thought. Although Chen Yuduan had heard Zhang Gaodi mention that Chu Feng was very young, he didn't expect him to be this young, almost younger than his own son. However, he dressed very ordinarily. The several nightclub beauties scrutinized Chu Feng from head to toe, but didn't find any trace of designer brands. Yet, just the presence of Chu Xiong and Zhang Keheo was enough to show that Chu Feng was not simple. Boss Chu? Chen Yuduan asked uncertainly. I am. Chu Feng replied softly. Boss Chu has arrived, coming quickly. Seeing this, Zhang Gaodi immediately stepped forward to flatter. Boss Chu, this is Chen Yuduan, the boss I told you about. He has a batch of goods you want. Boss Chen, this is the boss Chu I mentioned to you. Surprising, right? Very young, but rich and generous. Zhang Gaodi continued. Come in and sit down. Don't just stand at the door. Hearing Zhang Gaodi's words, Chen Yuduan's expression changed from shock to warmth as he invited Chu Feng to come in and sit down. He understood Zhang Gaodi's style very well. He flatters wealthy bosses and looks down on the poor. Chu Feng nodded and said okay, just as he was about to go in. He caught sight of the young ladies, causing him to furrow his brow. Chu Xiong and Zhang Keheo happened to enter just then. At this moment, Zhang Gaodi and Chen Yuduan noticed Chu Feng's expression change, their faces suddenly shifting. Zhang Gaodi immediately waved to shoo away the young ladies, who had a chance to greet Boss Chu before being ushered out. The young ladies had never encountered such a situation before and exchanged glances. After a perceptive lady signaled, they all left one after another, and that lady also closed the door behind them. Who are these two? Zhang Gaodi asked, looking at Chu Xiong and Zhang Keheo in confusion, though he already had his suspicions. They're my bodyguards. Just sit down. Chu Feng didn't want to explain further. Yes, sit down. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Gaodi stood up first, picked up a bottle of wine that Chu Feng was familiar with, and poured it into the glasses of Chu Feng and the others while introducing, Boss Chu, this wine is Love Bay imported from Spain, specially prepared for you. Good. Let's drink up tonight. I haven't tasted this brand of wine yet. Chu Feng laughed heartily, picking up the empty glass to catch Zhang Gaodi's poured wine. However, the meaning of Chu Feng's words led to a misunderstanding by Zhang Gaodi and Chen Yuduan, who interpreted it as Chu Feng looking down on such low-end red wine, mistakenly thinking he came from a wealthy family. This made them feel a bit startled. This wine is a bit sweet, not bad. Chu Feng was actually from a wealthy family. He was just a novice with red wine, and this was indeed his first time tasting it. And he found it to be sweet. Haha, Boss Chu has great taste. Love Bay is indeed a semi-sweet wine. Chen Yuduan also didn't know much about wine. He had just learned a bit over the years and had heard other bosses explain it. Is the goods here? Chu Feng put down his wine glass and looked at Zhang Gaodi. They are here. Boss Chen, hurry and bring the meteorites out for Boss Chu to take a look. Zhang Gaodi looked at Chen Yuduan, who immediately stood up and lifted a small wooden box from behind him. He placed it in front of Chu Feng, who exchanged glances with Chu Xiong, and Chu Xiong immediately understood Chu Feng's intention. He took the wooden box, opened it with a few clicks, and both Zhang Gaodi and Chen Yuduan were stunned, their guesses about Chu Feng's identity skyrocketing. Chu Xiong inspected the meteorites in the box, which contained 4 pieces. Aside from one meteorite with black jade and green jade beads, the others were Martian meteorites. Chu Xiong wasn't very clear about the value of the meteorites. He just needed to confirm they were all genuine. After confirming they were all meteorites, he subtly nodded to Chu Feng, who naturally saw Chu Xiong's meaning. With that, Chu Feng relaxed and smiled slightly. Chen Yuduan and Zhang Gaodi, being shrewd, noticed the small gestures between Chu Xiong and Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng smile, they exchanged glances and also put on smiles. I'm confident. I'll take all of these. Chu Feng sampled the Love Bay red wine again and licked his lips. This was the bargaining stage between buyers and sellers. Zhang Gaodi remained silent. His role was mainly to facilitate communication between the buyer and seller, and he didn't interfere with the bargaining. Chen Yuduan pondered for a moment, biting his lip, uncertain about what would be the most reasonable price to sell. He glanced at Chu Feng's expression across from him, but saw no discernible emotion, only a smile, which made Chen Yuduan's heart sink. How about 20 million? This was the price Chen Yuduan hoped for the most. Currently, he only had one piece of black jade meteorite, which, although only the size of a fist, weighed 124 grams. As mentioned earlier, black jade meteorites were priced at a minimum of $20,000 per gram, meaning that the black jade meteorite alone was worth nearly 18 million. As for the other 3 Martian meteorites, due to their excellent quality preservation, their market price averaged around 1.5 million each, meaning the price for the 3 would exceed 4.5 million. Therefore, Qinyuduan's price was neither too high nor too low. In reality, if Qinyuduan had more time, he could sell for an even higher price. But he was in urgent need of money now, so he had to sell the 4 meteorites at a price below market value. For Qinyuduan, 20 million was a bargain. Chu Feng understood this reasoning as well, so after thinking for a while, he decided to go ahead with the purchase. Qinyuduan breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhang Gaodi also looked excited. He pressed the call button on the table, and soon the door opened, with 2 attendants bringing in a golden swordfish. Come, the golden swordfish is here. Boss Chu, you haven't tasted golden swordfish, have you? Zhang Gaodi raised his glass, and Qinyuduan also lifted his glass. Chu Feng had no choice but to also raise his glass for a gentle clink. Comparatively, Qinyuduan and Zhang Gaodi understood the rules better, lowering their glasses a bit. Chapter 48. Conflict. The unspoken rules of the business world are common in various circles of daily life and during communication. If it were any other boss, hearing about a successful transaction would likely make them ecstatic. After all, meteorites are very expensive, and even giving Qinyuduan enough time to arrange an auction wouldn't be easy. Auction house commissions aren't cheap either. Chu Feng's acquisition decision was equivalent to a price of 20 million. In contrast, his only request was to use the 20 million to purchase technology and thus reach the pinnacle of his life. May I ask where Boss Chu is from? Qinyuduan, having received the 20 million text message, felt positively towards Chu Feng and looked at Chu Xiong and Zhang Keheo, asking kindly, just average. I run a small company to make ends meet. Haha, Boss Chu really knows how to joke. Qinyuduan dismissed it, thinking Chu Feng was reluctant to share, and laughed heartily as he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Feng. Boss Chu, here is my business card. If you're interested in chemical machinery, you can contact me. Boss Chu, here is my business card too. I have a wide network. Zhang Gaodi also took out his business card. Last time, he couldn't get a word in among many big bosses of intermediaries. So now that he had the chance to hand over his card, he naturally seized the opportunity to curry favor with Chu Feng. Although he knew Chu Feng wouldn't come looking for him, it was still a way to make an acquaintance. All right, no problem. In the end, he continued to speak to Chu Xiong. You give Boss Chen a card. He should have given you one last time, right? Yes, your card is still with me. Then Boss Chu, we'll take our leave. I've already paid for the private room. I want to see you off. You're free to go. After a feast, Qinyuduan and Zhang Gaodi left the private room one after another, leaving only Chu Feng, Chu Xiong, and Zhang Keheo. Everyone except Chu Feng was eating, especially the yellowfin tuna, which is tender and delicious whether as sashimi or steamed. Now that Chu Feng finally got to eat it, whether steamed, grilled, or as sashimi, it was all a delight. It seems that this Ming Tai Lu indeed has great chefs. However, Chu Feng was concerned about the feast of yellowfin tuna at the moment because Gao Feng called him, saying that the factory had received a batch of meteorites from the Lu Shiping auction company. So Chu Feng gave him an order to take good care of the driver. Seeing that the private room was nearly done eating, he called Chu Xiong and Zhang Keheo to leave. The wormhole was currently upgrading, so it couldn't be summoned and could only return to the factory through normal means. When Chu Feng opened the door to the private room, he saw a waiter standing in front of the door. Upon seeing the door open, the waiter immediately bent down to flatter. This was the first time Chu Feng experienced such service, but he remembered that Qinyuduan had already paid, so he didn't pay any attention. As they left the private room, Chu Feng glanced back at the wooden box in Chu Xiong's arms. Chu Xiong understood Chu Feng's meaning, opened it, and confirmed it was the 4 meteorites. Chu Feng walked past Zhang Keheo and took another look at the waiter, who had entered the private room and was cleaning up the leftover dishes on the table. Chu Feng then understood and turned back to continue walking towards the main door in the corridor. Just as Chu Feng was about to leave, the door to a private room by the corridor suddenly opened. Chu Feng saw Li Yaoer and a young man in a white suit chatting and laughing as they walked out of the room. Her smile was still beautiful, but upon seeing Chu Feng, her smile stiffened for a moment, then she averted her gaze. Chu Feng was also taken aback, but he was experienced and immediately understood the situation. Even nodding in acknowledgement was impossible. Chu Feng sneered coldly and pretended not to recognize her. Thus, He walked forward with his chest out and head held high. Behind him, Chu Feng and Zhang Keheo, both towering giants at 2 meters tall, walked side by side despite the spacious corridor. As a result, Li Yaoer had to sidestep to let Chu Feng and the others pass, but the young man frowned slightly, thinking they would yield, only to find they did not. As Chu Feng passed by Li Yaoer and the young man, he even smiled slightly at Li Yaoer. Chu Feng wouldn't act like it was nothing. He recognized Li Yaoer and naturally frowned. He then bumped into the young man in the suit while holding the wooden box. The young man fell to the ground, and Li Yaoer gasped in shock, while another young man in a suit quietly said, "Li Gu, are you okay?" "Stop." The young man called Li Gu shouted angrily at Chu Feng. This shout echoed through the corridor, causing the waiter who was originally serving to rush out. Chu Feng glanced at him and shook his head, continuing to walk without any intention of stopping, but soon the corridor was surrounded by waiters. Zhang Keheo's eyes were fixed on the young man called Li Gu, and upon seeing Zhang Keheo's gaze, the young man felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing hard. Chu Feng, holding the wooden box, disdainfully glanced at the young man and muttered a few words. "What? Want to fight me?" The young man heard Chu Feng's voice and was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, only able to appear as if he was angry but didn't dare to say anything. What a waste. Zhang Keheo stopped looking at him, deeming it not worth his time. "All right, let us hurry up and leave. We still have to go back." After saying this, he didn't wait for Chu Feng and Zhang Keheo's response, greeted the surrounding waiters, and walked past the encirclement of waiters, leaving Ming Tai Lu first. An hour later, they returned to the glass factory, which was brightly lit as if it were daytime. To the left of the main entrance was a truck, and Gao Feng and Lang Shan were discussing unloading work with the driver. When Chu Feng arrived, Gao Feng and Lang Shan immediately approached to greet their boss. "What is up? Is the cargo confirmed?" "It's confirmed. It's definitely the meteorites we wanted. Since it's confirmed, why haven't you unloaded it?" "Boss, it's not that we don't want to unload it, but the driver insists on receiving the final payment on site, saying it's their company's decision. We can't make the call, so we had to wait for you to come back to resolve it." "All right, I'll handle it." Chu Feng took out his phone and contacted Yang Yingying from the Lusher Ping Auction Company. It was still not even 9 o'clock, and soon Yang Yingying replied. After chatting for a while, Chu Feng ultimately paid the final payment. Chu Feng said to Lang Shan, "Go call a few workers to help move the cargo." "Okay." The driver on site also received the call, and after confirming the company's news, agreed to let Chu Feng send people to load the cargo. Soon, a total of 18 meteorites were loaded. Chu Feng compared them with the images and confirmed they were from the same batch. After all the cargo was moved from the truck, the driver closed the truck door and drove away from Chu Feng's glass factory. Chapter 49, Reaction half an hour later. Chu Feng was in the office, examining the meteorites on the floor. One particularly noticeable meteorite was clearly a black jade green meteorite, while the others were mostly lunar meteorites, with a few being Martian meteorites. The origins of these meteorites were easy to judge. They were all fragments from small asteroids colliding with large planets, resulting in debris that formed due to inertia. To be precise, these meteorites were all part of asteroids. Picking up the fist-sized black jade green meteorite, it felt heavy and smooth to the touch, a natural gem made of iron and stone. Although humanity has made some guesses about the origins of black jade green meteorites, the actual statements are vague. When the world's first black jade green meteorite appeared, many scientists claimed it was an alien artifact. Chu Feng was not clear about that black jade green meteorite, but this was the second black jade green meteorite he had the fortune of encountering. Even if it was only fist-sized, it was still a black jade green meteorite, coupled with the first one that appeared in the country. It could be said that the black jade green meteorite in Chu Feng's hand was one of only 2 in the entire world, and in terms of value, it was certainly not inferior to any ancient treasure. Chu Feng called Gao Feng and asked him to arrange for several combat-type cockroach monsters to guard this batch of meteorites, strictly prohibiting any outsiders from entering the factory, except for the old security guard, because he was a real human being. After strolling around the entire factory and seeing the assembly line steadily producing special glass tubes, Chu Feng called Chu Feng to leave the factory. Less than an hour later, they returned to the villa. However, when Chu Feng and Chu Feng arrived at the villa's front gate, they saw a familiar figure next to a pink Anomaly car. They could vaguely see the back of a short-haired woman. Chu Feng immediately guessed who it was and frowned. To be honest, he initially had a good impression of Li Yaoer, but now seeing her in person made him feel a sense of disgust. Perhaps he didn't like this uncomfortable feeling. Chu Feng originally wanted to pretend he hadn't seen anything, but Li Yaoer had already noticed him and Chu Xiong. She had an unnatural expression on her face, then smiled and waved at him, stepping forward to stand in front of Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng didn't understand Li Yaoer's current thoughts, he could only smile back and nod, as this was the most basic respect one should show. What a coincidence, Li Yaoer said softly as she approached Chu Feng, but her voice sounded a bit unnatural. Chu Feng thought he might have misheard. After half a month apart, Li Yaoer had changed a lot compared to the fresh and fashionable look she had before. He hadn't had the chance to observe her at Ming Tai Building, but now, she exuded a more mature charm, as if she had transformed from a girl into a woman. Chu Feng frowned at her and took a step back, realizing that Li Yaoer was no longer a girl. She wore bright red lipstick, with diamond earrings reflecting the light under the street lamp, and a pale low-cut dress. Seeing this, Li Yaoer bit her lip tightly but still took a step closer. As she approached, a strong fragrance of jasmine wafted towards Chu Feng. He couldn't help but stop breathing for a moment. He disliked strong scents and coughed involuntarily. Behind him, Chu Xiong glared at Li Yaoer with a murderous look, which frightened her, making her retreat 2 steps before facing Chu Feng again. It really is a coincidence. This is my home, Chu Feng finally replied with a sigh. Would you like to come in for a bit? No, we need to go back and rest, Chu Feng said coldly. I brought 3 boxes of pig trotter rice. This place has a good flavor. I waited a long time to buy it. Would you like to eat together? Li Yaoer raised her voice a bit, her expression full of anticipation when she mentioned the pig trotter rice. I already ate and I'm not hungry. Chu Feng glanced at the bag in her hand. Why are you so indifferent? You clearly promised me you would accept my offer. Li Yaoer looked down, unable to hold back her thoughts. She wanted to ask this out loud, but ultimately, she could only think it in her heart. She was now a mature woman and felt guilty inside. So after hiding her intense emotions well, she raised her head and smiled, saying, you can take the pig trotter rice. Okay, Chu Feng nodded. But he didn't reach out to take it. Chu Xiong stepped forward from behind, disdainfully taking the bag. Then they fell silent. As time passed, the transparent glass that separated them became increasingly obvious, making the figures in each other's eyes blurrier. Well then, I'm leaving, Li Yaoer couldn't help but say. Goodbye. Chu Feng replied. Li Yaoer stretched and yawned, her perfect figure becoming apparent. Chu Feng and Chu Xiong's expressions remained unchanged, causing her heart to sink. She could only give Chu Feng a light wave and paused before saying, then goodbye. Don't come again. Chu Feng's voice slowly came. Li Yaoer turned around, about to return to the car, but suddenly paused, opened the car door, and sat inside. The pink Maserati started up and quickly merged into the departing road. She didn't turn on the headlights and slowly drove into the right lane, where Chu Feng and Chu Xiong couldn't see her. Li Yaoer parked the Maserati by the roadside and, through the car window, saw Chu Feng and Chu Xiong leaning against the street lamp across the lake. Boss, what should I do with this pig trotter rice? Throw it away, Chu Feng said, turning to leave and walking into the villa. Okay. Chu Xiong walked to the trash can under the street lamp and threw the pig trotter rice bag inside. He looked up at the concealed pink Maserati, sneered, and then returned to the villa. Li Yaoer leaned on the steering wheel, crying out and banging on it until a car with its lights on slowly passed by. She sniffed, wiped her tears, pulled out a makeup mirror, and reapplied her makeup, gently pressing the accelerator. The pink Maserati drove slowly and elegantly back onto the busy city roads. However, she didn't expect that just under a eucalyptus tree less than 3 meters from where she had parked, Chu Xiong's figure suddenly appeared, watching the car that had already left in silence for a moment before disappearing. In the living room of the villa, Chu Feng sat on the sofa, holding the remote control, the TV screen flipping channels incessantly. At that moment, he heard footsteps outside the door. Chu Feng didn't turn his head. He knew it was Chu Xiong's footsteps. He was well aware of the reason for his earlier exit, to observe Li Yaoer's reaction. How was her reaction? She cried, banging on the steering wheel, and then she put on makeup and left. Chu Feng fell silent. Chapter 50. Buying a car after sending Li Yaoer off and returning to the villa, when he heard Chu Xiong talk about her crying and screaming in the car. Chu Feng suddenly felt a bit lost. He didn't feel that he had fallen in love with Li Yaoer. He just hated this uncomfortable feeling. It's worth mentioning that he had only met Li Yaoer once, but she had left a deep impression on him. Perhaps she was the first unfamiliar girl he had encountered in his life. In the more than 10 years of his education, he had never experienced any contact with the opposite sex. From elementary school to graduating from university, apart from his university counselor, he had hardly spoken a few words with any girls. During his 3 years in college, he studied electrical engineering, a field with almost no female students. So he had never talked to a girl in those 3 years. Even the female counselor in college was rarely seen. Forget it, for a moment. Chu Feng thought a lot and then regained his focus, telling Chu Xiong to go back and rest. He turned off the TV, placed the remote on the table, and walked to the bathroom, stripping off his clothes and taking a cold shower to calm himself down. Perhaps it was due to the sudden drop in temperature these days that he shivered when washing with cold water. After showering, he brushed his teeth and washed his face while still naked. He tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine, added some laundry powder he had bought last time. As Chu Feng's family rarely used laundry liquid, making powder a habit for health and cleanliness. He then went to the kitchen fridge and took out a bottle of cola. At that moment, the phone rang, and Chu Feng answered it. "Hello, Mr. Chu, are you still resting? Who is this?" "It's me, Li Tenglong. Don't you have my name saved on your phone?" Chu Feng looked at the name on his phone and confirmed it was indeed Li Tenglong's number. "Oh, it's you. What's up? Why do you ask like that? Can't I call you if there's nothing going on?" Fine, what's going on then?" "Well, I've been instructed to hand over the tasks and be responsible for the transactions between you and the military. So if you have any questions, you can ask me." "I see. So what about old Joe's people?" "Oh, you mean old Joe? He's getting old, and they've considered that. They want him to retire and take care of himself. However, old Joe disagrees, so they are also troubled by this issue. But this matter is not small. He can still take on related duties. Just transferred to the military logistics department." Chu Feng suddenly understood, but he was still a bit uncertain. "So you took over old Joe's position and are responsible for the cooperation arrangements between me and the higher-ups?" "Haha, that's how the higher-ups arranged it," Chu Feng coldly complimented. "Then I really should congratulate you." "Haha, Mr. Chu really knows how to joke. Everything I have is because of you, so I must thank you. Without your life essence, I wouldn't have everything I have now, you know? I've wanted this for a long time." "Oh, then I won't disturb you anymore. Good night, Mr. Chu." Hearing Li Tenglong's words, Chu Feng suddenly recalled something and quickly asked, "Wait, I have something to say. Don't hang up." Li Tenglong's voice on the other end sounded curious. "Oh, what does Mr. Chu want to say?" Chu Feng organized his thoughts and recalled what Chu Xiong had said earlier, feeling a bit uncertain as he asked, "Tonight, I saw Li Yaoer at Mingtai building, laughing and chatting with a young man. Who is that guy called Li Go?" Li Tenglong's voice sounded hesitant, and from the tone, Chu Feng understood what Li Tenglong meant, which made him curious about the identity of this Li Go. However, he certainly wasn't afraid. With Chu Xiong around, everything was manageable. "All right, I understand." After saying that, Chu Feng hung up the phone. Looking at the number on his phone, he felt that Li Tenglong didn't want to talk about Li Go, and perhaps this wasn't Li Yaoer's original intention either. He shook his head slightly, mocking himself. Li Yaoer wasn't even his girlfriend, so why should he care? He returned to the bathroom, took out the clean clothes from the washing machine, hung them on the balcony, and quickly returned to his room. This damn weather was scorching during the day, but freezing at night. He was still bare-skinned. Lying on the bed, he thought about what to do tomorrow. Buying a car? Oh right, a batch of fruits is arriving at the fruit market tomorrow afternoon. What else? Suddenly, he remembered an urgent matter. He forgot that in Shenzhen, buying a car requires a lottery for license plates. Forget it. Tomorrow is tomorrow. With that thought, Chu Feng's eyes grew heavy, so he simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Chu Feng took Chu Xiong and boarded the Line 9 subway from Shanghai Lin, passing through Shanliang and Nigong, heading towards Shenzhen's largest luxury car purchasing center. Getting off at Hongling North, he was going to Shenzhen's largest used car trading center. There were several large used car trading centers nearby, but relative to others. Although the second-hand luxury car center had the largest inventory, he chose to go to Huikong first. Besides Huikong, there were also Jianda and other smaller second-hand trading centers, making it one of Shenzhen's biggest second-hand car markets. Buying a car went smoothly. As a large used car dealership, the area was usually not crowded due to the difficulty of obtaining license plates in Shenzhen. However, Chu Feng had a way to get a lottery number, so he wasn't worried about that. Of course, no one dared to cause trouble here. There were snobbish people everywhere, but as long as they worked here, very few looked down on car-buying customers. This was Guangdong province, where many big bosses were low-key, and similarly, the staff wouldn't actively approach customers. Chu Feng quickly set his sights on a 2010 six-wheeled Hummer H6, a six-wheeled off-road vehicle based on the Hummer H2. He approached and visually compared the car's roof, which was almost higher than his eye level. Opening the door, he saw that the driver's seat and passenger seat were made of light yellow leather, luxuriously clean. While the back seat was a horizontal black faux leather seat with a small fridge beside it. Chu Feng was very satisfied and asked Chu Xiong, who also seemed pleased. But he still asked Chu Xiong to choose another vehicle since this Hummer was discontinued and there was only this one. So, Chu Xiong picked a Prado off-road vehicle. A shiny all-black Prado, along with the black six-wheeled Hummer H6, totaled less than $1.5 million, with $1.2 million being the price of the six-wheeled Hummer H6. While the new Prado's market price was over $600,000, but this second-hand price was only under $300,000. Chapter 51. Payment. Chu Feng stepped back a few paces, looking around for staff. A woman in casual attire was standing by a pillar playing with her phone. After checking the surroundings and seeing her look this way, Chu Feng waved his hand, and the woman immediately jogged over. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Most of the staff in the dealership were male, and this woman just happened to be in charge of this area. Moreover, Chu Feng didn't have much desire for unfamiliar women. Years of being single had prepared him psychologically for not being noticed by women, so he straightforwardly said, "How much for this Hummer and that black Prado?" "I want to buy them outright. No loans." "Is this the six-wheeled Hummer H6? Do you need any modification services, like leather seats or decorations? We can provide those services here." The woman's eyes clearly brightened, her previous frown replaced by a slight smile. "No need, just the original. Also, is there something wrong with that black Prado? The price seems halved?" Chu Feng asked curiously, as he had a slight understanding of the second-hand car market. This six-wheeled Hummer H6 is an old model modified from the H2. It has only been driven less than 10,000 kilometers. Many people can't afford it due to its fuel consumption, but currently, this car is the cleanest, has never been in an accident, and was purchased at a low price from a business owner. No wonder the price is still high. "What about the black Prado?" Chu Feng inquired again. The woman assessed Chu Feng and the quiet Chu Xiong behind him. Chu Xiong's imposing presence, combined with their demeanor, led her to categorize him as a bodyguard, especially since he was so tall and strong. Compared to Chu Feng, he lacked the upper-class aura. Since Chu Feng was knowledgeable about the second-hand car market, it was clear he had done his homework, so the woman directly explained the reasons for the black Prado's low price. "The door of that black Prado has been cut. The glass has been completely replaced, and it has been driven for over 80,000 kilometers. Basically, aside from the engine and shell being original, everything else has been replaced." "Has the engine ever been submerged?" "Sir, please rest assured, cars that have been submerged or have accident issues won't be here. Our Huikong used car dealership is a large-scale one. The vehicles you mentioned can be found in those smaller used car dealerships due to their high profits. I don't know about other large used car dealerships, but we definitely don't have such cars." "All right, just bring me the keys for this Hummer. And also introduce me to another Prado. I believe your dealership should have more black Prados." "Yes, sir. Please follow me. I'll take you to see the Prado series." Chu Feng and Chu Xiong followed the woman to a wall display area, where almost all the Toyota models were displayed, including the Prado that Chu Xiong liked, as well as Camry, Crown, Corolla, Land Cruiser, Prius, and many more series. The woman arrived at a spot where 4 Prado vehicles were parked, 2 white, 1 black, and 1 green. She pointed to a black Prado and gently said, "Sir, the Prado series you wanted is all here, besides the black Prado outside. These are our entire Prado series." "Okay." Chu Feng nodded and turned to Chu Xiong, saying, "Xiong, which one do you like?" Chu Xiong stepped forward, glancing at the black Prado and the vibrant green Prado. The Prado, also known as the Ba Dao, is named for its tough appearance and high seating, giving off an imposing vibe. In the end, Chu Xiong chose the vibrant green Prado. Chu Feng then asked the woman about the condition of this vibrant green Prado. "Sir, this car is currently the best here besides the white one. It has hardly been cut or repaired, and there are no issues with its condition. The only downside is it has been driven over 20,000 kilometers, so the price is a bit higher than the one outside, at 330,000. "Are you saying this car has no problems at all?" "Not exactly. It has been driven over 20,000 kilometers. So aside from the mileage exceeding 20,000 kilometers, there are no other issues, right?" "Yes." "All right, then I'll take this green Prado, and I also want to take that 6-wheeled Hummer 6 outside. Just tell me, how much for both? Is it a full payment?" "Yes, it's full payment, but I remind you not to bring up any loans or anything like that." Chu Feng squinted at the woman, while Chu Xiong beside him looked at her expressionlessly, staring at her until she took a step back. Her eyes shifted away, not daring to look at them, and she repeatedly said, It won't be a problem as long as you pay in full once you take the car. There won't be any issues for you. Well, I believe you. How much is it? For full payment, the Hummer 6 outside is 1.2 million. And this green Prado is priced at 330,000, a total of 1.53 million. However, our dealership has a discount. If you pay in full, you can get a 10 off, so you only need to pay 1.37 million. Okay, can I transfer the money via Alipay? Yes. Our company accepts both WeChat and Alipay. But may I ask if you have a Shenzhen household registration and license plate lottery qualification? You should know the regulations for purchasing a car in the Shenzhen market. Without lottery qualifications, you cannot purchase a car. What if neither of us has a household registration or lottery qualification? If you don't have a lottery qualification, do you have a company? If you have a company and have paid taxes or have a business turnover exceeding 5 million before, you can be exempt from the lottery qualification. Huh. Can it work like that? Chu Feng looked at the woman in surprise. Her eyes were very clear, and he understood she wasn't lying. Nor could she lie about such matters. This made Chu Feng feel both embarrassed and relaxed. He didn't expect that there could be such a way. Speaking of which, the 49 billion order his company established with the state far exceeded this condition. Then Chu Feng took a screenshot of the company's transaction records and showed the woman the company's business execution certificate. Later, the woman called over the manager of their used car dealership, a man with slick-back hair dressed in a dark gray casual outfit, who looked to be in his 30s. He first let the woman input the company organization number and tax number that Chu Feng provided, confirming that the tax amount met the requirements, and that he also owned a villa, which counts as half a Shenzhen household registration. Because to have a Shenzhen household registration, one only needs to own a house locally and have paid social insurance for 2 years. So soon, Chu Feng and Chu Xiang each signed a contract. And then Chu Feng transferred 1.37 million via Alipay, receiving the keys. Chu Feng had already obtained his driver's license during college, but Chu Xiang didn't have one. However, there was no need to worry. It was enough that Chu Xiang could drive. Chu Feng drove the 6-wheeled Hummer 6 ahead, closely followed by Chu Xiang's bright green Prado, and they quickly returned to the villa in less than 2 hours. Chapter 52, Cooperation in the Afternoon. Chu Feng lay on a wooden chair waiting for the fruit transport truck to arrive at the villa. The truck came through the road behind the villa, which belonged to a highway. Chu Feng watched as Chu Xiang guided the truck slowly into the villa's courtyard. Soon, 2 middle-aged men got out of the truck, one of whom was the fruit wholesaler boss, whom Chu Feng recognized, from Mengbu County in Yunnan Province. He had a prominent belly but relatively thin limbs, sporting a buzz cut and a standard bronze skin tone. The fruit wholesaler's last name was Wang. Chu Feng didn't know his full name, but it didn't matter, as calling him Boss Wang was enough. Boss Chu, sorry to bother you. We've brought you goods again. As soon as Boss Wang got out of the car and saw Chu Feng lying on the wooden chair, he shouted loudly. Chu Feng quickly stood up and nodded in response to Boss Wang. Is this batch the same as before? Yes, it's all low-priced fruits you need. Don't worry. They're all fresh, just transported from Yunnan Province yesterday. The quantity is more than last time, totaling 12 tons. I wonder if Boss Chu will accept it? No problem. I'll take all of it. Just unload the goods over there on that empty space. Chu Feng pointed to an empty area in the courtyard, close to the underground level, just above the swimming pool. As soon as Boss Wang saw that the empty space could be filled with fruits, he called the driver over and instructed him to unload the fruits in the designated area. After receiving the order, the driver started the truck and slowly reversed while looking back. Chu Xiang stood by the swimming pool, and Chu Mei and the research team from the underground level also came out to help. Boss Wang knew that the underground level was for work, and he was aware of Chu Mei and the others' presence, but he didn't know the specifics of their work or their names. Of course, he would maliciously inquire or speak out of turn. He only knew that Chu Feng was a client he could ensure long-term cooperation with, and he was one of those rare essential clients. He was a businessman, so he understood the secrets of others, as long as others didn't speak. He wouldn't maliciously inquire. Boss Wang took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, intending to offer one to Chu Feng, but Chu Feng didn't accept. Boss Wang had to put the cigarette in his mouth instead. He had long understood that Boss Chu didn't smoke, so he didn't plan to smoke in front of Chu Feng. He just wanted to enjoy the feeling, put the pack back in his pocket, and hung the cigarette from his ear, then took out his accounting book from his bag. Boss Chu, it's time for billing again this week. The accounting book records this week's transaction records, plus this time 12 tons of fruits, 8 tons of apples, 2 5 tons of bananas, and half a ton of pineapples, totaling 214,000. Let me see. Give it to me. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Boss Wang quickly handed over the accounting book. Chu Feng took out his own accounting book to compare the data, confirming there were no errors. It was just that Chu Feng's book was more detailed and easy to understand. Boss Wang wasn't surprised. He was used to Chu Feng's cautious and generous nature. As long as the accounting book had no errors, he would quickly pay in cash and then take the book back, which was their usual practice. Sure enough, after confirming the accounting book, Chu Feng transferred a total of 214,000 to Boss Wang via Alipay Enterprise Edition, without a single cent less, and he didn't think of giving a penny less. This was also why Boss Wang liked doing business with Chu Feng. To express respect, he personally came to settle accounts every time. Boss Wang's phone received a text notification indicating that 214,000 had arrived in Alipay. He laughed heartily and bid farewell to Chu Feng, going over to help. However, this time Chu Feng didn't ask Boss Wang to help, so he called him back. Because Chu Feng had a big business he planned to introduce to him. As he wasn't familiar with other fruit wholesalers, but he heard that Boss Wang had established several fruit acquisition centers in his hometown, holding a large amount of fruit resources. Plus, Boss Wang always delivered fresh fruits, so Chu Feng decided to cooperate with him. Is there something Boss Chu wants? Just go ahead and say it. Seeing that Chu Feng seemed to have something to say, Boss Wang vaguely guessed that Chu Feng might have something to discuss. Aside from business, there was hardly anything else that could lead to a conversation between them, and this guess made Boss Wang a bit excited. Oh, it's like this. I have a big business I want to collaborate with you on. I heard that you have several fruit acquisition centers in your hometown and have a lot of fruit resources? Yes, I do, but how much goods do you need? Boss Wang suppressed his excitement. In this era, with the market in Shenzhen stabilizing, it was very difficult to penetrate the local malls and supermarkets. It wasn't easy to develop new partnerships. The phenomenon of many wolves, but little meat was prevalent among fruit wholesalers. Clients like Chu Feng, who were neither supermarkets nor grocery stores but had a large purchasing volume, were very few. I need a large quantity of goods that you alone cannot handle. Boss Chu. Are you joking? As long as you can eat it all, I can be your sole market without any problem. I need you to provide me with 1 million tons of fruit every year. Can you do that? Just 1 million tons? How many would 2 million tons be for you? How many tons did you just say? Boss Wang was taken aback and almost didn't react. Directly saying it out loud. When he realized something was off, he thought he must be hearing things. 1 million tons, at least 1 million tons of fruit every year. Boss Chu, are you joking? I can't eat such a large quantity either, unless you give me the ordering rights. And I can pull in a few wholesalers like me. As he spoke, Boss Wang paused, looking at Chu Feng in disbelief, and asked, Boss Chu, you're not planning to have me find a few wholesalers to work for you, are you? What do you think? The business I'm introducing is quite big, right? You can't handle it alone, so I can give you the rights. As long as you provide me with enough goods, money is definitely no problem. Chu Feng smiled without saying anything, continuing to lounge in the wooden chair. Boss Wang bit his lip, having made a decision in his heart. But he still had a family to support. He needed to go back and discuss it with his family before deciding to cooperate with Chu Feng, after all. He had a few children. Such a big business would require him to initially invest money to get the goods and transport them to the deep market. Only after handing over all the goods to Chu Feng could he get paid, which would be his first profit. The transportation process of fruit wholesale cannot be delayed. As it needs to be shipped quickly, the larger the shipment, the lower the cost. If anything goes wrong in the process, it would mean a total failure, and his family would immediately fall into difficulty. Boss Chu, can I go back and discuss it with my family before considering giving you an answer? Boss Wang asked seriously, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, staring at Chu Feng. Chu Feng squinted his eyes while lying in the wooden chair and said, no problem. I'll give you a month to think about it. Once you've made your decision, let me know. If it's overdue, I'll look for someone else. Thank you for your support, Boss Chu. Wait until you have an answer before thanking me. Once the goods are unloaded, you can head back. By the way, continue to send next week's goods to me. Don't forget. No problem, it's a small matter. After saying that, he looked at the goods that had already been unloaded. Boss Wang called the driver, got into the truck, and headed back. Continuously glancing at Chu Feng and then at Chu Mei and the others who were moving the goods, making up his mind. Chapter 53, Volunteer September 21st, Thursday. There are 3 days left until the biological processing plant upgrade is completed. Chu Feng was arranging the transformation of a production line for the cockroach monster in the factory when he suddenly received news that Chu Mei and the research team were planning to study the virus brought from another world, attempting to decompose a liquid that could increase height through a series of plans. Although this virus poses a high risk of being a lethal infectious source, it has the ability to change body shape in an enviable way, with height change being the most obvious. For instance, Chu Feng himself is a successful case. That time he ate the meat of a ferocious tiger, which caused hallucinations and high fever, and it was difficult to achieve the desired effect through strong fever-reducing medication. Fortunately, Chu Feng had the virus-separating worm in hand. What reassured Chu Feng the most was that this unnamed virus would not be transmitted through the air or by contact. As Chu Mei mentioned that this virus would die quickly once it leaves its host, taking less than 0.2 seconds. The virus-separating worm can not only dissolve the virus but also retain the side effects it produces. Although these side effects have negative aspects, there are also many positive aspects. At least height increase is a side effect that can be both good and bad. Because if height exceeds what the body can bear, it will compress the bones, causing soft bones and easy fractures. But for dwarfism patients, they don't need to use growth hormones to increase their height, as the price of growth hormones is high. But the harm to personal health is even greater. In some respects, it can even be considered trading lifespan for height. Growth hormone has also been used in recent years to treat cardiovascular diseases, and it has shown good effects in weight loss and anti-aging fields. There is even evidence suggesting that growth hormone is beneficial for intellectual development, despite the lack of sufficient evidence to prove its authenticity. The use of growth hormone for dwarfism also means that one can never exceed a height of 1.6 meters, which is why many dwarfism patients are only around 1.6 meters or even lower. If this result is successful, if one consumes something containing this virus and then feeds on the larvae separated by the upgraded virus-separating worm, they could use nerve liquid to suppress nerve rupture, thereby nourishing the nerves. Wouldn't that achieve a zero-cost increase in height? After all, increasing height is the dream of most people who feel they are not tall enough, even though this dream has been deemed a delusion. At the very least, Chu Mei and the research team have taken a crucial first step. If successful, it would lead to the emergence of an absolutely shocking product. No one can imagine what the future era will be like. Basketball will no longer be dominated by black players. In soccer, everyone will have long legs, running faster and more vigorously. Perhaps there will no longer be an era of short people, or maybe short people will become the standard for the poor, because Chu Feng plans to sell it at a high price. Thinking of this, Chu Feng quickly drove back to the villa in a 6-wheeled Hummer, with Chu Xiong still beside him in the passenger seat. Currently, Chu Xiong has no ID or driver's license, nor a driving permit. This made Chu Feng quite troubled because, as a result, he could only be a driver for the time being. He clearly wanted Chu Xiong to serve as both a bodyguard and a driver. After all, he is a boss. However, despite his dissatisfaction, he didn't have time to complain. He was eager to return to the villa to check on the results. As for Chu Xiong's identity issue, he had long asked Li Tenglong to resolve it. Such a cheap resource should not be wasted. As soon as tomorrow arrives, Li Tenglong will send over Chu Xiong's identity and driver's license materials. Although Chu Xiong's identity is very sensitive, Chu Feng didn't care. As long as the higher-ups couldn't figure out the principle of the life liquid, they would never offend him and would do their best to meet his conditions. Swiftly using remote control, he opened the villa's main door, drove the 6-wheeled Hummer into the garage, parked it, and got out of the car. He jogged to the underground level, then familiarized himself with the corridor, walking down step by step. The underground level had already been transformed into a semi-glass import by Chu Mei, allowing sunlight to enter and preventing the growth of bacteria in a humid environment. Chu Feng opened the aluminum iron door, followed by Chu Xiong entering as well. The two stood outside a glass wall where they could observe Chu Mei and the research team putting a specially made glass tube filled with black liquid. This black liquid looked very beautiful under the light, reflecting a nourishing purple glow. Chu Feng asked Chu Xiong to wait outside while he first went to a small room, which was where protective suits were changed. Chu Feng put on a white protective suit and then connected to the oxygen supply gun, checking the integrated watch, which was already filled with oxygen. Then he turned on the oxygen supply gun, opened the small room door, first opened an aluminum iron door, walked in, closed that door, took a few steps, and then opened another aluminum iron door, finally reaching Chu Mei's side. Chu Mei turned to look at Chu Feng, gave him a glance, and ignored him. She carefully placed the specially made glass tube into the socket, and the black liquid inside seemed to emit a certain smell. Chu Mei sealed the glass tube with a cork to prevent the smell from leaking out, but Chu Feng, wearing a fully sealed protective suit, couldn't smell anything. Chu Feng didn't disturb them, just stood quietly beside them watching. After Chu Mei finished her work, Chu Feng asked about the black liquid. Chu Mei didn't say anything. Instead, she took out the filled glass tube and called Chu Feng to walk to another side, trying not to disturb the research team. How is it? What's the effect? Chu Feng hurriedly asked as he walked to Chu Mei's side. I don't know the effect yet, but we should have successfully made it. However, we don't have a test subject to practice on, so we can't prove the effect of this liquid. What about animals? No, even primates won't work. Because there are differences between humans and animals. Even if they are similar by more than 90%, we still can't draw accurate conclusions. Does it have to be a human? Can it be a dead one? It has to be a living one. Where am I supposed to find living people for testing? Unless we publicly recruit volunteers, but if we do that, if it succeeds, that's fine, but if it fails, it would be disastrous. The keyboard warriors in this country are terrifying. They have already started ranking their combat power. What are keyboard warriors? Never mind. Just know that keyboard warriors attack anyone they see and argue about everything. Oh, when will you get me living people for testing? Just wait. After the system upgrades in a few days, I will be able to summon computer-type talents, and then I can recruit a few volunteers willing to participate in the experiment. Chapter 54. The experiment subject delivered to the door. Let me see the glass tube you have. Chu Feng reached out and took the glass tube from Chu Mei's hand. He glanced at the liquid inside. It was black, and when he held the tube up to the light, it reflected a purple glow. A black liquid with a hint of purple. This is the real deal. I combined the virus from the other world with the liquid from the virus-separating larvae. The effects are promising. There might be a series of reactions, such as body heat and growth spurts. Will this liquid be contagious? You should know that viruses can mutate severely due to the host, even evolving into deadly airborne viruses. I've taken that into account. So I made sure the virus was rendered inactive beforehand. Therefore, although this liquid can cause body heat and growth, the virus itself is dead and cannot be transmitted. That's good. Just as Chu Feng finished speaking, a series of firecracker sounds erupted from the ground. The sporadic sounds made Chu Feng furrow his brows as he looked at Chu Xiong outside the glass. Chu Xiong had also heard the sounds and noticed the expression on Chu Feng's face. He nodded and turned to walk away, with Chu Xiong leaving. Chu Mei curiously asked about the firecracker sounds. Chu Feng himself wasn't sure if it was firecrackers or something else. He said he was unclear and just needed to wait a moment for news from Chu Xiong to find out the situation. Of course, he wasn't worried about the villa's safety because he knew a group of combat-type cockroach-headed monsters were guarding the area around the villa. Even though these monsters weren't as strong as Chu Xiong, they could easily handle 3 ordinary humans at once. Before long, Chu Xiong came down carrying one person in each hand. Chu Feng handed the glass tube to Chu Mei and went to the small room to change out of his protective suit, then opened the aluminum door and stepped outside. What happened? Boss, these 2 people brought a weapon capable of killing people and sneaked into the villa. They were discovered by battle number 2 as soon as they entered, leading to a confrontation. After saying this, Chu Xiong threw the 2 individuals onto the ground and then produced what appeared to be a handgun, handing it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked closely at the handgun in shock. Are these 2 here to kill me? I haven't offended anyone. Who sent them to kill him? And why did they come armed? Who are they? Unclear. No clues at all. By the time I arrived, they had already been knocked out by battle number 1. We can only find out who they are once they wake up. Chu Feng pondered for a moment and then continued, go get a basin of water. And tie them up first. Put them in the research room. Okay. Wait, give me the handgun. Chu Xiong first handed the handgun to Chu Feng, then carried both individuals into the research room, each with one hand. Chu Mei noticed the bodies in Chu Xiong's hands, and her expression tightened slightly as she looked at him. Chu Xiong shrugged and said it was the boss's orders. Hearing this, Chu Mei immediately relaxed. She could vaguely guess that the boss intended to use them as experiment subjects. Chu Feng looked at the handgun in his hand, his brow furrowing as anger surged from within. He never expected that even without offending anyone, someone would come to assassinate him. He put the handgun in his pocket and then walked back into the small room to change into a protective suit. Unlike Chu Xiong, who had a high physical level and was unafraid of the so-called virus, Chu Feng, Chu Mei, and others had lower physical levels and weren't as resistant to the virus. So they had to wear protective suits to prevent infection. The virus was named Zhuang virus by Chu Mei because it resembled a certain shape. Once it entered cells, It quickly adheres and rapidly inputs many small-shaped pathogens, turning all cells into abnormal-shaped cells. This is the process of viral infection. And the most important point is that this virus causes changes within just 1 hour of infection, which is more toxic than any known severe virus. What Chu Feng had to do now was to use these two individuals as experiment subjects. Not only to find out who sent the assassins, but also to let them experience viral infection and serve as subjects for the experiment. Originally, Chu Feng was still troubled about how to get living humans for Chu Mei. Now, he didn't have to worry because 2 living subjects were conveniently delivered. Chu Feng planned to awaken them and have Chu Xiong use telepathy to understand their identities and the mastermind behind the attack. After changing into a protective suit, he walked into the research room. At this moment, the research team surrounded the 2 ordinary humans. It was their first time encountering strangers in the underground level. And when they heard their leader Chu Mei say these 2 were experiment subjects, their faces filled with anticipation. They had never researched human bodies before. And they were very curious about this civilization, which had developed to a level almost equal to their cockroach-headed monsters. At this time, Chu Xiong carried a basin of water and poured it onto the 2 bound individuals, waking them up. Chu Feng approached, and the research team parted to make way for him. Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao lay on the cold, damp ground, their limbs bound by an unknown material. Their bodies soaked with moisture, dirty and wet, and the coldness of the underground research room left them gasping. Suddenly splashed with water by Chu Xiong. Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao's nerves reacted, but they quickly realized they were bound. Looking around, they saw everyone wearing sealed protective suits except for Chu Xiong. For a moment, Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao even wondered if they were hallucinating from exhaustion. Li Ziyuan instinctively looked at Chu Feng at the front. Although the sealed protective suit concealed his identity, he recognized that the person in front of him was their target for assassination. In an instant, Li Ziyuan realized they had failed and fallen into the enemy's hands. Recalling their earlier encounter with Battle Number 2, he had never imagined there were humans who were unafraid of bullets. Their usual reliable handguns had failed to work, and they had been easily defeated by Battle Number 2. Now, as they woke up, they found themselves in this predicament, and the harsh interrogation methods flashed through Li Ziyuan's mind. Unknowingly, he recalled the poison pouch that had burst in his teeth. In an instant, Chu Xiong seemed to guess Li Ziyuan's thoughts and punched him in the jaw, then brutally dislocated it with his hands. The intense pain quickly radiated from the nerves at the corner of Li Ziyuan's mouth, causing him to howl in agony. Zhang Gao beside him had not yet reacted but was also frightened by Chu Xiong's cruel methods. His eyes widened as he flailed his limbs, unable to suppress his screams. Chu Xiong simply shattered Zhang Gao's jaw as well, dislocating his teeth with his hands. All of this transpired in just a few seconds. It was so fast that Chu Feng couldn't stop Chu Xiong in time. Watching the bloody scene before him, Chu Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. However, when he glanced at Chu Mei and the research team around him, he noticed that their eyes seemed devoid of compassion. They appeared to be quite accustomed to such violence. This made Chu Feng lament the peculiar civilization of the cockroach ball. Nonetheless, Chu Feng quickly suppressed his emotions and looked at Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao, whose limbs were still flailing. He signaled to a member of the research team, and the young man immediately understood. They tied both of them up with ropes, rendering them completely immobile. Chu Xiong seemed to be knowledgeable about human anatomy, dislocating both men's jaws without causing them to lose consciousness, keeping them fully awake. Chu Mei, you first find out who is behind this. Once you get the answers I want, you can deal with them as you see fit. Okay. Chu Mei nodded with a smile and instructed the research team to begin their work. Chapter 55. Upgrade. After Chu Feng had explained some matters to Chu Mei and Chu Xiong, he first returned to a small room to change out of his protective suit, then went back to the villa, only to find the entire living room in disarray, especially the floor-to-ceiling windows, which had been pierced by something from the outside, leaving small holes, and the entire window was shattered like a spider web extending outward. There were charred marks on the sofa, caused by a bullet passing through the glass, getting lodged inside due to insufficient inertia. Chu Feng first called a combat-type cockroach-headed monster to smash the broken window and clean up the mess. He inspected the charred marks on the sofa and personally extracted an exploded bullet from the cotton inside the sofa. It was faintly marked with the special number 56. It still radiated some warmth, and a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Chu Feng even detected a burnt gunpowder odor mixed with an unbearable sulfur scent. Before long, Chu Xiong reported the interrogation results of the assassin. Did you find out anything? A man named Li Ziyuan, who just flew in from the northern city a couple of days ago. On the evening of September 18th, The day before arriving in Shin City, a man named Jia Roqiang contacted him, asking him to come to Shin City to kill someone and obtain the information on the life fluid. Jia Roqiang also arranged for someone to hand over Li Ziyuan's tasks in Shin City. Did you uncover the specific identity? No, there are no traces at all. Even Li Ziyuan couldn't guess who Jia Roqiang was, but he felt that Jia Roqiang was just another expendable like them. What about the other one? The other is named Zhang Gao, who is responsible for Li Ziyuan's logistics and weapon supply. He is Jia Roqiang's assistant in Shin City and has lived there for a long time, familiar with everything locally. Is that all? There is another situation. This Li Ziyuan is a fugitive, wanted by the police for a family annihilation case in Anyang Village, Puxi City, in Yuhua Province 4 years ago. Suddenly, the warrant was revoked the next day, after which he assumed a new identity, stayed in the northern city, and even got married and had a child, a 2-year-old boy. What about Zhang Gao? It's quite simple. Zhang Gao is an orphan, has no girlfriend or partner, has had 4 one-night stands with women at bars, and has a cooperative relationship with a snakehead. He can get hold of handguns and often engages in this kind of service. How did he coordinate with Li Ziyuan? By direct phone call. A man claiming to be Changgu directly transferred 5 million to him, mainly to connect Li Ziyuan and provide handgun services. Zhang Gao's apparent identity is simple, but his main job is to handle escape-related matters. So both of them have never met Jia Roqiang? Not exactly. Li Ziyuan has seen Jia Roqiang's true face. Are they acquainted? No, they only collaborated because of Jia Roqiang. Additionally, I obtained this information from the car outside. Li Ziyuan suspects that Jia Roqiang is a local from the northern city. At least that's what he thinks. So, we still don't know who is behind this or the reasons. Chu Xiong's expression was a bit awkward. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Yes, that's about the gist of it. Then forget it. Hand them over to Chu Mei for disposal. It doesn't matter if they die. As for Li Ziyuan's 2-year-old child, we won't worry about it. Sooner or later, we will find out Jia Roqiang's identity. Go ahead. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand to let Chu Xiong leave. Chu Xiong nodded and turned to leave. He went to the underground level and conveyed the boss's intention to Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao. Chu Mei waved her hand impatiently to indicate that she understood, then instructed Chu Xiong to leave. Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao turned pale. Although their jaws had been dislocated, it didn't mean they were deaf. They heard Chu Xiong's intentions, which meant they were to be treated as experimental subjects by the blonde woman before them. Their faces turned even paler from blood loss. Becoming increasingly terrified, they watched as the research team, clad in protective suits, approached with glass tubes, twisting open the caps and pouring black liquid into their mouths. With their jaws dislocated, they could not close them and naturally could not stop the actions. They struggled with all their might, shaking their bodies in resistance. But it was futile. They could only watch helplessly as Chu Mei and the research team poured the black liquid into their mouths. Soon, they felt their bodies heating up, and everything in their vision began to shake, as if the entire world was moving. At this moment, Chu Feng was reviewing the materials that Chu Xiong had retrieved from the car belonging to Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao. These materials contained information about Chu Feng, some of which he was not even aware of. The more he read, the more his heart trembled. The details were too thorough, covering everything from his birth to the present, even including everything he had done in Puxi City. Aside from the life fluid, there were even detailed accounts of the process when he and Chu Xiong went to Wang Jun's hospital room. Based on this information, it didn't seem to align with what the female nurse had said. It suggested that all their actions and lives were under someone else's surveillance. Closing the materials, he took them to the kitchen, turned on the gas, ignited the documents in his hands, and threw them into a metal barrel, watching the flames grow stronger. Chu Feng's eyes darkened. He was contemplating the time had come to develop his own intelligence network. He didn't want to be caught off guard when the enemy came knocking, unaware of their every move. If they targeted Lin Xiaoqi, who was studying at Xin University, and his parents running a small restaurant in Lu City, he couldn't imagine how that would feel. 3 days later would naturally mark the beginning of everything for him. The morning weather was refreshing, and the calls of unknown birds in the villa complex rose and fell continuously. In an instant, 3 days had passed. This Sunday, because Lin Xiaoqi's university was about to go on a National Day holiday, she needed to stay at school for weekend classes and did not return to Chu Feng's villa. Chu Feng only found out through WeChat, regretting that he had specially bought a big meal and waited all night. Reluctantly, he called Chu Xiong and Chu Mei to finish it off. As for the research team and combat team as cockroach-headed monsters, they had already prepared their meals. Chu Feng had to take responsibility for them. Until the next day, Chu Feng had been looking forward to the upgrade of the biological processing plant all day without sleeping. On this day, he deliberately changed into new clothes, washed his hands, and stood by the sofa in the living room as if welcoming a distinguished guest, staring at his phone, which was spinning clockwise while a timer was counting down. Soon, as the timer approached 0, Chu Feng's phone suddenly exploded, shooting a milky white light into his forehead. The sound of the explosion startled him, but due to his slightly above-average physical constitution, this minor damage did not hurt him. Chu Feng quickly picked up his phone to take a look and restarted it, but smoke was continuously billowing out from the device. Realizing the situation was dire, he hurriedly threw the phone out of the living room. The moment the thrown phone hit the ground outside, it exploded with a magnetic roar. Chu Feng was at a loss, watching the phone on the ground that had turned into a blackened brick. He had never felt such despair. The system had actually exploded, something he had never anticipated. He quickly ran out of the living room, squatted down outside, picked up the phone with both hands, his lips trembling in fear, because the system had actually exploded. Chapter 56. Memory worm, huh? Something's wrong. Why is there a data panel appearing in my eyes? Chu Feng had initially thought that the explosion of the phone would cause him to lose the system, but as he was looking at the phone, a series of data suddenly appeared before his eyes. He reached out to touch it, but the projected panel was intangible. He hurriedly took the damaged phone to find Chu Xiong. After locating him, he asked if Chu Xiong could see the projection panel in front of him. Chu Xiong looked carefully and then shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not see anything in front of Chu Feng. Chu Xiong's reaction made Chu Feng feel a surge of excitement. Didn't this mean he no longer had to worry about losing the system in the future? Not believing it, Chu Feng called over Chu Mei and asked the same question. Chu Mei looked bewildered at Chu Feng, not understanding what was wrong with him. However, she also shook her head, indicating she did not see anything. Chu Feng then gathered other members of the research and combat teams, making them focus on the projection panel in front of them, ensuring they genuinely could not see it. After confirming this, Chu Feng waved his hand to dismiss them, telling them to continue with their work. Gradually, he regained his rationality and thought process, setting aside the strange situation before him. He was satisfied that he had not lost the system. He attempted to touch the panel before him. However, he could never reach it, and he furrowed his brows, staring at the panel. The panel was simple, almost identical to the original screen of the biological processing plant application on the phone, except it had transformed into an intangible projection panel. Chu Feng thought of many methods. He remembered that there were various ways to operate systems in web novels, such as telekinesis. He decided to control the panel before him with his thoughts. The first option he thought of was the summon biological option. It displayed, "Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the biological processing plant to a level 1 biological processing plant, unlocking the opportunity to summon level 1 biological entities." Chu Feng looked at this content without feeling surprised. He had waited 10 days precisely because of the system upgrade, and now it had indeed upgraded. He continued to use his telekinesis to click next. The panel before him was indeed operational. Following Chu Feng's thoughts, it clicked to the next step. And then the icon turned into a clockwise rotating circle. In less than 2 seconds, it transformed into a card interface, displaying 3 lit cards along with 3 other bizarre worm-shaped cards. Besides the life worm, virus separation worm, and traversal hole worm, which Chu Feng was quite familiar with. He temporarily ignored them since they had already completed their upgrades and he understood their functions. He wanted to see the other 3 types of worms, which were transport worm, memory worm, and lightning worm. Transport worm, capable of transporting non-living items within a specified range. It can transport items between 2 locations and can use the phone for fixed-point transportation. Upgrading this biological entity's level increases the transportation quota range. Currently, this biological entity's level is 0. Memory worm feeds on the brains of any living being, stealing memories within a recent time frame. The host can gain memories by consuming the larvae that split from the memory worm. Upgrading this biological entity's level increases the duration of the memory range. Currently, this biological entity's level is 0. Lightning worm feeds on electricity, capable of providing unlimited power. Upgrading this biological entity's level increases the power output. Currently, this biological entity's level is 0. Chu Feng looked at these 3 types of worms. Although this time's worms were not as mythical as the last batch, they still counted as extraordinary entities that did not exist in the world, especially the lightning worm, which could provide unlimited power and instantly dethrone nuclear power from its claim to being the cleanest energy source. as nuclear power consumes resources while the lightning worm does not. Looking at the transport worm, it represented a myth of future science fiction. Once Chu Feng summoned it, it could replace the current express delivery era at any time because it was too futuristic. As long as a customer ordered a bottle of life liquid, he could use the transport worm to deliver it directly to the customer without going through various intermediary processes. Although the memory worm made Chu Feng feel a bit nauseous, at least it could obtain the answers he wanted by stealing others' memories. Without a doubt, the memory worm was what Chu Feng wanted the most at the moment. Due to the assassination incident a few days ago, Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao were still alive, but he could only obtain limited intelligence. Thus, Chu Feng first used telekinesis to click on the summon memory worm option. Soon, smoke billowed from the ground in front of him, and a palm-sized white, worm-like memory worm appeared. Chu Feng felt a slight sense of disgust. After all, a worm that fed on brains reminded him of maggots. He picked up a plastic box from the coffee table to contain the memory worm and went to the underground level. After changing into a full protective suit, he called Chu Mei to bring Li Ziyuan's body over. Now, Li Ziyuan's jaw had already returned to its original state. The power of the virus made Chu Feng feel incredulous because this virus not only made a person grow taller but also restored flesh to bones. In the true sense of the phrase, just look at how Li Ziyuan's jaw had originally been forcibly removed by Chu Xiong, gruesomely detaching it from his skull. Chu Feng had even seen Li Ziyuan's slack tongue still connected to his throat. Now, however, it had returned to normal. The two severed jaws had begun to rot and grow worms, and Chu Mei had burned them with high-temperature fire, as this kind of decaying flesh could trigger mutated bacteria. Watching Chu Xiong grip Li Ziyuan's neck and throw him onto the ground in front of Chu Feng, Chu Xiong looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Soon, Chu Mei and the research team came over to watch Chu Feng and the lifeless Li Ziyuan lying on the ground. Li Ziyuan, how have you been lately? Chu Feng smiled at Li Ziyuan with a concerned expression. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Ziyuan trembled all over, as if he had encountered some kind of ferocious beast, and instantly reacted. Tears streamed down his face as he looked at Chu Feng, trembling, and said, "Please, kill me, just kill me." After testing the virus, Li Ziyuan's body had changed from about 178 meters tall to nearly 190 meters now, with veins protruding visibly from his skin, making one acutely aware of the overwhelming power. This was all the effect of the virus. Knock him out. This was what Chu Feng instructed Chu Xiong. Although it sounded cruel, he could not bear to witness someone being eaten alive by worms that gnawed at the brain. After doing this, he planned to let Li Ziyuan go, because he had no value left. Chapter 57, Counterattack. This is why Chu Feng let Chu Xiong knock him out. He then took the memory worm larvae out of the plastic box in his hand and placed them in Li Ziyuan's brain after Chu Xiong held Li Ziyuan's head up. Soon, the memory larvae were seen entering Li Ziyuan's skull and disappearing. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Chu Feng saw a fat white worm protruding from Li Ziyuan's forehead. That was the memory larvae. Unexpectedly, it had grown from the size of a pinky finger to the thickness of an adult thumb. Chu Feng grabbed the memory larvae, looked at Chu Xiong and Chu Mei, then glanced at the research team. He called over a very handsome member of the research team and asked him to eat the memory larvae, reasoning that he wouldn't admit to being jealous of someone more handsome than him. However, half an hour later, Chu Feng got the answer he wanted from this research team member, clues about Jia Roqiang. It turned out that Jia Roqiang was a Chinese-American who had lived in Beishur for nearly 10 years. Chu Feng asked for more clues about Jia Roqiang and relevant connections. Learning that Jia Roqiang's full name was Li Chang, a middle-aged man in his 40s who now taught at a university in Beishur. Thinking about it, Chu Feng had a slight feeling of conspiracy, wondering if he was caught up in some kind of intrigue between major powers. This thought made him realize that there was indeed a possibility, all due to the life liquid. But then the question arose, why would this Li Chang send someone to kill him? Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of another possibility, perhaps over in Beishur, due to high confidentiality. They might only know Chu Feng's name but not what he had done to attract the attention of the entire Beishur. Yet, they didn't want to let Chu Feng off the hook, believing he was a scientist involved in some secret technological research. This was indeed possible. With that thought, Chu Feng immediately came up with a plan. When Li Ziyuan woke up, he would have someone follow him to Beishur to capture Jia Roqiang. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to wait for Li Ziyuan to wake up. Soon, Li Ziyuan regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. Once he saw his surroundings clearly, his expression shifted from confusion to panic as he recalled what had happened earlier and touched his skin. When he felt something wet on his head, He opened his hand to find it was blood. His originally terrified eyes widened as he looked up at Chu Feng and fiercely asked, "What have you done to me? Are you talking to me?" Chu Feng, half lying on the testing platform with one hand still holding the box of memory worms, squinted at Li Ziyuan and said calmly, "I beg you, let me go. I can tell you everything. You can kill me if you want." Instantly hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Ziyuan's expression changed from hatred to fear. He pleaded, even kneeling before Chu Feng and begging for mercy. However, Chu Feng already had his plans and would never kill him. "Don't worry, I won't torture you now. You can go home tomorrow." Li Ziyuan might not have understood Chu Feng's words clearly, still begging for mercy, so Chu Feng had to repeat himself. Only then did Li Ziyuan understand what Chu Feng was saying, and his expression turned into one of disbelief as he sat on the ground, unable to accept it. "Really? Is that true?" "Yes. Tomorrow I will have someone accompany you back to Beishur, and you can reunite with your 2-year-old son." "No, don't hurt my son. I was wrong. I don't want to go back anymore. Just kill me. Don't hurt my son." Li Ziyuan mistakenly thought Chu Feng intended to harm his son. His expression changed instantly, and he knelt down again to plead for mercy, even slapping his own mouth loudly, with a hint of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Stop." Seeing Li Ziyuan still hitting himself, Chu Feng quickly put down the memory worm box, stepped forward, and kicked Li Ziyuan, causing him to stop. Chu Feng continued, "I told you to stop. Can't you understand? Don't worry. I'm not interested in your son or your woman. I want you to bring Zhaoqiang to me. Do you understand?" "Zhaoqiang?" Li Ziyuan finally understood he had misunderstood Chu Feng's intention and asked in confusion. "Yes, tomorrow Zhan Heo and Yin Seheo will go with you to Beishur. Once there, they will cooperate with you. Your only task is to bring Zhaoqiang to me. If you complete the task, you can reunite with your family in Beishur. As long as you don't expose my secret. Do you understand what I mean?" I understand. No matter what, I will bring Zhaoqiang to you. Even if it costs my life, just don't harm my family." Li Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded to Chu Feng. "Good." Chu Feng smiled, and then turned to the silent Chu Xiong beside him, saying, "Go get Zhan Heo and tell him I have a task for him." "Okay, boss." Then Chu Xiong turned and went upstairs to call Zhan Heo down to the underground level, while Yin Seheo was the research team member who had eaten the memory larvae. Zhan Heo had relatively strong combat power compared to Chu Xiong, though slightly weaker, but still much stronger than other combat-type cockroach-headed monsters. Furthermore, Yin Seheo knew the true identity of Zhaoqiang and deeply understood Li Ziyuan through the memory larvae. That's why Chu Feng chose these two to accompany Li Ziyuan. With these two cockroach-headed monsters by his side, he believed Li Ziyuan wouldn't dare to run away and wouldn't be able to, and would have to obediently complete the task Chu Feng assigned him. "If I bring Zhaoqiang to you, will you let me go?" Li Ziyuan asked, his face full of expectation and desire as he stared at Chu Feng, afraid that Chu Feng would say he wouldn't let him go. He feared Chu Feng's methods and had some understanding of his character, which was cruel and ruthless, especially with someone like Chu Xiong following him. That's why he asked, because he didn't dare to betray Chu Feng or make any moves against him. He even believed that as long as Chu Feng saw him bring Zhaoqiang, he would definitely let him go, even though he knew it was unlikely, but he still held expectations and even blind trust, because he didn't dare not to believe. "Don't worry, once you bring Zhaoqiang here, you can live with your family. I can promise you that as long as you don't expose my secret, your family will be safe, including you." But, at this point, Chu Feng paused for a few seconds, smiling at Li Ziyuan. "But if you expose us, even with a single word, I will make you regret it deeply. You should be very clear about my methods. Do you understand?" I understand. "All right, Zhan Heo. Take him back to the villa upstairs and give him a new set of clothes." After saying that, he instructed Yin Seheo on some matters, then used his psychic power to summon a warehouse, retrieving a satellite phone from inside and handing it to Yin Seheo. Soon, after changing clothes, Li Ziyuan was knocked out again by Chu Xiong. Then Chu Feng summoned the crossing worm and ordered it to gnaw out a black hole big enough for a person to enter. As the upgraded crossing worm could only cross a maximum distance of 100 kilometers, Chu Feng summoned the crossing worm and went in first, followed by Chu Xiong, Yin Seheo, and Zhan Heo, with Zhan Heo carrying the unconscious Li Ziyuan. After crossing 22 times, covering a total distance of 2,200 kilometers from Shunshur to Beishur, they arrived at an unmanned alley at the front gate of Beishur. After giving some instructions there, he took Chu Xiong back to the villa in Shunshur. Chapter 58. Entering the other world again, Chu Feng placed all the fruits that Boss Wong had sent over the past few weeks in the underground level. The temperature in the underground level was slightly lower and had humidity to keep the fruits fresh, so over the weeks, Chu Feng procured nearly 10 tons of fruits. Now, Chu Feng's system had been upgraded. Although it was slightly more advanced than the previous mobile application, it also minimized the possibility of loss. The transparent screen of his eyes began to circulate as he clicked on the biological shop section and found a brand new card. As expected, there were indeed industrial technology-type cockroach monsters and computer-type cockroach monsters. He summoned 10 units of each. Soon, half of the 10 tons of fruits in the underground level disappeared. The 2 rooms in the underground level, which were originally piled high with fruits, visibly decreased from the ceiling to the middle of the walls. Chu Feng noticed that both the left and right sides were filled with a spreading smoke, and within the smoke, a group of human-like figures emerged. These were the cockroach monsters he had just summoned. After summoning these technology-type cockroach monsters, Chu Feng summoned 20 combat-type cockroach monsters. Compared to these true technology-type cockroach monsters, the combat-type ones were much cheaper. Perhaps in the system's eyes, technology types were the real truth. After summoning these cockroach monsters, Chu Feng arranged them in a line and summoned the traversing worm. However, before he intended to let the traversing worm gnaw out a black hole to the other world, he first had them wear protective suits and then distributed a bottle of virus-separating liquid to each, to prevent them from being infected by the virus when they traverse to the other world. After completing these tasks, Chu Feng called over Chu Mei and the research team, even summoning Chu Xiong to stand beside him. He did not call down the combat-type cockroach monsters he had previously summoned, but instead left them to guard the villa, as he planned to take everyone to the wooden house in the other world for research. He always felt that the villa was not very safe. Although the safety of the other world was not necessarily higher than here, at least there was confidentiality, preventing exposure and subsequent pursuit. Moreover, the other world was filled with the presence of the virus. Therefore, Chu Feng had the non-combat type cockroach monsters stand on the left and the combat type cockroach monsters on the right. Chu Feng used telekinesis to command the traversing worm to gnaw out a fixed wormhole. The upgraded traversing worm had a permanent skill. It could gnaw out a permanently fixed wormhole, meaning as long as the worm was alive, the fixed wormhole would not disappear. It would permanently maintain the wormhole between the 2 worlds. Soon, the entire right wall of the underground level transformed into a clockwise rotating wormhole. A giant wormhole with a diameter of 5 meters. After retracting the traversing worm, Chu Feng instructed Chu Xiong to protect him, and then let the fully armed combat-type cockroach monsters enter the giant wormhole, followed by Chu Feng and Chu Xiong, and finally, Chu Mei leading the research team and the technology-type cockroach monster army. In the end, more than 50 people passed through the wormhole to the other world, and a giant wormhole appeared in the wooden house in the other world, with the first to emerge being the fully armed combat-type cockroach monsters. Then came Chu Feng and Chu Xiong, followed by Chu Mei and the research team, and finally the technology-type cockroach monsters. Upon returning to the wooden house in the other world, Chu Feng first observed his surroundings and found that the wooden house had not changed. Except for a bit more dust, it was almost exactly as it was before he left. Chu Feng ordered the combat-type cockroach monsters to go outside the wooden house and simultaneously gave them a command to eliminate any potential threats with all their might. After receiving Chu Feng's orders, the combat-type cockroach monsters each exited the wooden house and soon encountered a 20-meter giant spider, which killed 4 combat-type cockroach monsters in an instant, nearly making Chu Feng tense, as he realized these newly summoned cockroach monsters couldn't defeat the giant spider. Ultimately, it was thanks to Chu Xiong that they managed to unite and kill the giant spider. Seeing the giant spider fall, Chu Feng, who was still in the wooden house, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect that after some time, another giant spider would appear near the wooden house. This other world was more dangerous than he had imagined. He even began to question whether it was a mistake to set up the research lab in the wooden house in the other world. However, he quickly came to realize that no matter what, he would choose to place the research lab in the other world, especially in the wooden house, where the safety was far greater than he had anticipated, as no giant monsters could be seen around. Chu Feng looked at the remaining combat-type cockroach monsters and saw that there were still 16 of them. He decided to hand them over to Chu Xiong for training and upgrading. During this period, Chu Feng had gathered a lot of life liquid, enough for these combat-type cockroach monsters to upgrade and be cultivated. Then, Chu Feng noticed that the remaining cockroach monsters showed no signs of fear, including Chu Mei, which made Chu Feng admire the cockroach monsters even more. If Earth faced off against the cockroach species, he believed Earth would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Despite being a member of Earth himself, he did not think Earth could overcome these fearless cockroach monsters. Fortunately, they all obeyed Chu Feng's commands, and he was their summoner. Next, Chu Feng instructed Chu Mei to lead the remaining cockroach monsters to remodel the entire wooden house, while also constructing a layer of bungalows around the wooden house. As they would be living in the other world for a long time, Chu Feng looked around and still felt that the number of people was a bit low. He traversed the wormhole back to the villa on Earth, called Boss Wong, and asked him to send more fruits over, to prevent Boss Wong from noticing anything unusual. Chu Feng arranged for the delivery to take place at the glass factory, which was entirely under his control. After chatting on the phone for a while, Chu Feng received accurate news from Boss Wong, who said he would send 10 tons of fruits over and also expressed his opinion. Chu Boss, regarding the matter you mentioned last time, I discussed it with my family and we agreed to cooperate with you. But you can't let me down. I understand. As long as you're willing to do it, I'm willing to take it. After a pause, Chu Feng continued, for now, just bring me 10 tons of fruits. In the future, I'll need more. Don't worry, this batch of 10 tons, I'll pay you in person. All right, 10 tons it is, any variety will do. As long as it's cheap fruit. Yes, no need to sort by variety. Just make sure the price is low enough and the quantity is sufficient. But I warn you, don't send me any rotten fruits. If I find even one, don't come to me about cooperation in the future. Haha, Chu Boss really knows how to joke. When Wong Hu, sent you rotten fruits last time, you can rest assured. I'll chop off my own head and use it as a urine bucket if this batch has rotten fruits. Okay, it's settled then. I want to receive the 10 tons of goods today. All right, 10 tons, right? Baju Glass Factory? I'll deliver it to you at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 59. Purple Lizard. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng called Gao Feng to inform him about Boss Wong and the 10 tons of fruits. This time, he did not plan to interfere in Boss Wong's cooperation matters, so he handed all cooperation affairs over to Gao Feng and Lang Shan. After all, Gao Feng and Lang Shan were the heads of Baja Biotechnology Company. He only needed to stand behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would he summon the management-type cockroach monsters? After explaining the matters regarding Boss Wong, Chu Feng thought for a moment and summoned the traversing worm, intending to reach the glass factory's office first. He planned to meet Wong Hu face-to-face now to prevent any doubts later, as such a large business had the potential to either bankrupt Boss Wong or make him a fortune. Before 2 o'clock that afternoon, Boss Wong's fruit transport truck arrived at the Bejeweled Glass Factory. Chu Feng chatted privately with Boss Wong for a moment before quickly moving on to the contract matters. Chu Feng called over Gao Feng and Lang Shan, smilingly saying, Boss Wong, I will leave all the contract matters to them. You can discuss it with them. I won't interfere. Haha, Boss Chu is truly an extraordinary person, entrusting such a large business to his subordinates, Boss Wong replied, quickly standing up to shake hands with Gao Feng and Lang Shan as a greeting before entering the discussion about the contract. After finalizing the contract details, Chu Feng signed on behalf of the company, with Wong Hu naturally signing as the other party. The contract stipulated that Wong Hu, as the other party, must provide at least 1 million tons of fruit annually, and the price must be set at no less than 5% and no more than 10% above the market purchase price, to be sold entirely to Bejeweled Biological Company. Additionally, he could not supply goods that do not meet the quality standards to Bejeweled Biological Company. Otherwise, the first party had the right to unilaterally terminate the contract and demand compensation for losses from the second party. Bejeweled Biological Company also had to purchase no less than 1 million tons of fruit each year, among other stipulations. After signing, Chu Feng transferred money to Boss Wong via Alipay to pay for this batch of 10 tons of fruit. When Boss Wong received the transfer notification, he kept smiling. Chu Feng, impatient with Wong Hu's continuous chatter, saw Wong Hu noticing his expression and immediately called for the driver to leave the Bejeweled Glass Factory. After seeing Wong Hu and his driver leave, Chu Feng instructed Gao Feng to gather all the cockroach-headed monsters in the glass factory to move the mountain of fruits inside. At that moment, the old security guard wanted to help, but Chu Feng immediately stopped him, telling him to enjoy his movie or return to the gate to keep watch. The old security guard then returned to the duty room to continue watching his small television. Chu Feng felt a bit complicated about this old security guard. He initially wanted to fire him and let him rest at home. However, he ultimately felt pity for him and allowed him to continue his job. As the old man was also a pitiful person who had never married due to poverty, had no children, and only had an adopted daughter who was deaf-mute. This was also why Chu Feng kept the old security guard, paying a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan and even buying him a second-hand two-room apartment for him and his adopted daughter. As for the pension, since the old security guard was over 60, he naturally could not contribute to a pension fund. Next, taking advantage of the lack of outsiders, Chu Feng used the 10 tons of fruit as material to summon 30 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters and 60 construction-type cockroach-headed monsters. The construction-type cockroach-headed monsters could have been summoned earlier, but Chu Feng felt he had no real estate construction to undertake, so he hadn't summoned them. However, there was a significant demand for construction-type cockroach-headed monsters due to the threats posed by giant beasts and insects from the other world, prompting Chu Feng to plan to build high walls to prevent these giants from invading, as the research team comprised ordinary people. Looking at the 30 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters and 60 construction-type cockroach-headed monsters before him, each was filled with power, their muscles covered in bulging veins. Without a doubt, Chu Feng believed they could crush an ordinary adult man with a single punch. After organizing them into a line, Chu Feng summoned the wormhole creature to carve out a passage to the underground level of the villa, allowing the leading cockroach-headed monster to enter first, followed by Chu Feng. After which the wormhole disappeared. In no time, they arrived at the underground level, now filled with cockroach-headed monsters. Chu Feng had to shout from the corner, "Those standing on the right, enter the wormhole first. Do you see it? The giant wormhole on the right." Soon, all the cockroach-headed monsters in the underground level had entered. And Chu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, still complaining about almost being crushed. Complaining aside, he quickly returned to the other world through the giant wormhole. Upon arriving in the other world, Chu Feng called for Chu Xiong and handed over the 30 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters to him, instructing him to eliminate all threats in the vicinity. Then, Chu Feng called for Chu Mei, giving her the 60 construction-type cockroach-headed monsters. Although Chu Mei was a research-type cockroach-headed monster, she was also a qualified manager and leader, making her the most suitable person for the task of building high walls to defend against giant beasts and insects. As for the materials for building the high walls, the other world was not lacking in resources. The large trees and the red clay nearby could easily be turned into suitable red bricks. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to summon only construction-type cockroach-headed monsters. His foresight was to have Chu Xiong eliminate nearby threats first, gradually increasing the actual control of the surrounding area, and then build high walls around the wooden house, ultimately allowing the combat-type cockroach-headed monsters to guard each corner of the walls. Chu Feng followed Chu Xiong and the combat-type cockroach-headed monsters to a silver sandy area not far from the wooden house. He noticed many large bird footprints in the sand, larger than those of ordinary chickens. This sandy area was directly south of the wooden house, with some small and shallow three-toed bird footprints that were almost difficult to notice. There were also some very large footprints that left deep impressions in the sand. Chu Xiong examined these footprints seriously when suddenly a crisp chirping sound was heard, followed by rustling from the bushes to their right. Is that a bird's call? Chu Feng thought it didn't sound like a bird, but he couldn't be sure. The cockroach-headed monsters prepared for an attack, and Chu Feng remained still, quietly waiting. Hearing the rustling sound again, he finally located the source. About 5 meters away, from the base of an unknown lush tree, a deep purple lizard emerged, staring blankly at them. Chapter 60. Killing the dragon. Chu Feng held his breath. It was another unknown giant lizard, this one covered in purple armor, measuring 10 meters in length. The giant lizard stood on its 2 hind legs, balancing itself with its thick tail, its eyes fixed on them. When standing, the lizard was nearly 12 meters long, with skin that was deep purple with a hint of green and brown patterns along its back. Its front legs were thin, with small claws that waved in the air. As it stared at Chu Feng and the others, its head tilted slightly as if in thought. Before Chu Feng could speak, Chu Xiong exclaimed, "Chameleon." "What? Chameleon?" Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Feng was shocked and immediately fixed his eyes on the purple lizard. Chu Xiong began to move forward stealthily, but before he could get close, the purple lizard also began to blend into its surroundings and disappeared. Indeed, it was a chameleon. Chu Feng was filled with excitement. But then his expression suddenly changed as he could no longer find the lizard. "Surround the area, don't let it escape." The rumbling footsteps shook the ground, as if a giant monster had pushed down a large tree, causing Chu Feng's attention to snap back. He instructed the combat-type cockroach-headed monsters to charge forward. In no time, The invisible Chu Feng used his wooden stick to jab into the invisible air, causing it to hang in the void. Now, the chameleon could no longer hide, immediately attracting all the combat-type cockroach-headed monsters. Some threw stones, drawing blood, while others attempted to smash the chameleon with their fists, only to be kicked away by the giant lizard's hind leg. Realizing its position was discovered, the chameleon chose to reveal itself instead of remaining hidden. Chu Feng no longer remained invisible. He leaped up to a height of 5 zhang, and then like a meteor fallen from the sky, he crashed down hard onto the back of the giant lizard. The impact caused the giant lizard to screech in pain, making Chu Feng, who was watching from a distance, instinctively cover his ears. Boom! Another loud sound accompanied by the giant lizard's cries echoed, and it turned its head to open its mouth, shooting out its long whip-like tongue to strike Chu Feng, dragging his entire body with its barbed tongue. Chu Feng would not allow himself to be taken away. He swung his fists, hitting the giant lizard's tongue. However, Chu Feng couldn't intervene and could only watch helplessly as Chu Feng was swallowed into the giant lizard's belly. Immediately after, the giant lizard jumped up with its massive limbs, crushing a battle-type cockroach-headed monster that failed to evade in time. The surrounding battle-type cockroach-headed monsters, like a death squad, charged forward fearlessly and successfully severed one of the giant lizard's front legs. The giant lizard roared in anger, but the next moment, it spat blood. Chu Feng knew that Chu Feng had begun to unleash his power inside the giant lizard's belly, and he even saw a hand punch through the giant lizard's jaw. Chu Feng sighed in relief upon seeing this. As the giant lizard staggered sideways and retreated a few steps, it finally collapsed, stirring up dust from the ground. A gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust, taking with it the last breath of the giant lizard. With a loud crash, the corpse hit the ground. Unexpectedly, the giant lizard's mouth moved slightly as if it wanted to make a dying counterattack, startling the surrounding battle-type cockroach-headed monsters into defensive positions again. However, a few seconds later, everyone relaxed and put down their weapons, for Chu Feng was emerging from the giant lizard's mouth. After seeing Chu Feng come out, he said nothing and threw another punch, finishing off the giant lizard, which had not yet fully closed its eyes. Only then did Chu Feng dare to step forward and stand beside Chu Feng. To be honest, Chu Feng really envied Chu Feng's combat power and invisibility. If he had Chu Feng's abilities, he could dominate the entire world, at the very least. Invisibility would allow him to roam freely in the city. But now he finally had the chance to obtain the invisibility system because they had killed the chameleon. Moreover, this giant lizard could also become invisible. Given its massive size, it was clearly an adult chameleon, capable of providing enough heart's blood for at least 3 people to gain the invisibility system. In this way, he could also have invisibility. And several of his subordinate battle-type cockroach-headed monsters could reach Chu Feng's level of combat power. This meant he could accomplish even more. Is it dead? Completely dead? Boss. This is an adult chameleon. Chu Feng changed from his previous cold demeanor and resumed his somewhat goofy personality, pointing at the giant lizard. How much heart's blood can such a large adult lizard provide? Chu Feng thought for a moment before asking this question. Chu Feng pondered for a while and somewhat uncertainly said, "It should be able to provide at least 5 people's worth. Such a large chameleon is extremely rare in our cockroach world. The largest recorded in books is only about 5 meters long. To be honest, I'm not sure how many people's worth of heart's blood it can provide." Thus, Chu Feng could only gather the surviving battle-type cockroach-headed monsters and move the enormous giant lizard to the wooden house. However, due to the giant lizard's size, despite Chu Feng's strong combat power, it was impossible for him to carry the entire giant lizard's corpse back. They could only barely pull out many ropes from the forest, tying up the giant lizard's head with one set of ropes and binding its front legs with another. There were a total of 45 battle-type cockroach-headed monsters remaining, along with Chu Feng and Chu Feng. Chu Feng instructed Chu Feng to stand in the middle, while the 30 battle-type cockroach-headed monsters pulled the head from the center, with 8 battle-type cockroach-headed monsters on each side pulling the ropes tied to the front toes. Suddenly, Chu Feng slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that he also had a warehouse and could directly store the corpse inside. Thinking of this, he quickly told Chu Feng to stop. Chu Feng looked at Chu Feng in confusion, and without explaining, Chu Feng directly used his mental power to manipulate the transparent screen in front of him. In the next second, the entire corpse, which was over 10 meters long and weighed no less than 2 tons, disappeared without a trace. In the warehouse, Chu Feng found an icon with the head of the giant lizard on it. Chu Feng quickly understood. And then Chu Feng instructed the battle-type cockroach-headed monsters to spread out and search for anything resembling lizard eggs nearby. He felt that the giant lizard could not possibly be alone, as the tracks on the beach had already proven the existence of juvenile lizards. Soon, a battle-type cockroach-headed monster found a lizard nest not far from the beach. Lizards generally do not dig holes, but rather lay their eggs in any ventilated and cool place. Sure enough, they found 12 juvenile chameleons and 6 unhatched lizard eggs. Chapter 61. Another type of humanity? After leaving the lizard nest near the beach, the first thing Chu Feng wanted to do was to have Chu Mei extract the heart's blood from the dead giant lizard and then inject it into his body, allowing him to fully acquire the invisibility system like Chu Xiong. However, Chu Xiong's next words made Chu Feng give up on this idea, as to successfully obtain the invisibility system, the injector must have a strong physique. Therefore, Chu Feng chose to continue exploring the surrounding area and regarding the heart's blood of the chameleon. He could consider that later after the exploration was complete, since the corpse still existed in the space warehouse. Next, Chu Feng and Chu Xiong, along with the remaining battle-type cockroach-headed monsters, walked around the beach, where they found another lost juvenile chameleon. After knocking it out, they stored it in the warehouse and continued on their way. Along the way, Chu Feng curiously asked Chu Xiong, "What kind of world is your cockroach world?" It's somewhat similar to a society developed through the combination of advanced martial arts and technology, primarily focused on high martial arts, because even the strongest nuclear weapons cannot completely kill a powerful martial artist. What about technology compared to Earth? At least it's a bit more advanced than Earth, because Earth has yet to achieve the stage of artificial intelligence and lacks the armed forces of space aircraft carriers. Additionally, I understand that Earth is still in the early stages of space exploration and hasn't even developed satellites. How many years has that been? A few hundred years, I guess. That's impressive. It seems your cockroach world is indeed a planet of advanced civilization. Chu Xing scratched his head and chuckled. Hee hee. If I go back, can Chu Mei guarantee that I will have an invisibility system like yours? Not necessarily. Then why not necessarily? Well, Chu Xing said seriously, we have conducted many experiments and have countless failure reports. Thus, we deduce that individuals with slightly weaker physiques cannot withstand the transformation from the heart's blood of the chameleon. In most cases, failure leads to skin rupturing, boiling blood, and then exploding to death. I understand. I will also focus on strengthening my physique when I return. Chu Feng then casually asked, by the way, have you heard of other human beings from different planets visiting the cockroach world? No. Why do you ask that? If not, then forget it. The weather in this other world was exceptionally unpredictable. After walking for only 2 hours, it had gone from a clear blue sky to a torrential tropical rain, drumming on the lush leaves of the giant trees. It was now close to noon, and the forest was dark. In the midst of the storm, with no electricity or shelter, Chu Feng summoned a protective suit from the warehouse, taking out a flashlight to explore the surroundings with its light. Suddenly, they heard squeaking sounds, which they all thought were mice. But since this was another world, even a single mouse could carry a virus. Chu Feng and the others hurriedly grasped their wooden sticks and entrenching tools, heading towards the source of the squeaking sound to investigate what kind of animal was making it. As Chu Feng shone his flashlight onto a patch of weeds, he heard the squeaking sound again, causing them to relax. Clearly, Chu Feng thought it was just a small animal that had flown from the weeds to the base of a large tree to escape the rain. Chu Xiong and the others seemed not to notice anything unusual. When Chu Feng stood up and took a few steps forward with the flashlight, he discovered 3 deep black strange birds crouching at the edge of the weeds, resembling 3 oddly shaped statues. When they saw Chu Feng, they lifted their heads curiously to look at him without fleeing. In the flashlight's beam, the feathers of the 3 bizarre birds appeared very soft, like recently hatched chicks. Chu Feng noticed blood dripping from their beaks, and one of the strange birds gently chirped while lowering its head, quickly tearing off a piece of flesh from a hairless black piece of meat on the ground. Chu Feng frowned and rushed forward to scare away the strange birds, which instantly flew into the darkness and vanished. As Chu Feng approached the hairless black piece of meat, he vaguely guessed it was human flesh. Although the skin color was off, he could still tell it was a piece of human meat, and it had been torn from the neck. Behind him, Chu Xiong also walked over to Chu Feng's side. He had clearly seen what had happened, and he crouched down a few steps forward, using his fingers to pinch the piece of meat and examining it carefully. Eventually, Chu Xiong declared it was human flesh. As expected, Chu Feng was not surprised. He had guessed it was human meat, and it belonged to a child since it was too tender. The strange bird squeaked and screamed, scattering into the torrential rain of the dark forest, leaving behind bloody three-toed footprints, as those footprints left on the beach were made by these strange birds. Later, Chu Feng stored the piece of meat in the warehouse, intending to bring it back for Chu Mei to experiment on. Although he did not wish for the existence of humans in this other world, reality made him understand that there were indeed humans here. Gradually, Chu Feng calmed down. He was determined to explore this world thoroughly. Despite witnessing terrifying scenes, he was not worried about being discriminated against or rejected by the indigenous people of this other world. His concern was that the humans in this world might look different from them, the outsiders from Earth, because the black skin suggested a disparity, possibly indicating that these indigenous humans resembled black people from Earth. After the rain stopped, only Chu Xiong and 3 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters followed Chu Feng. The remaining combat-type cockroach-headed monsters dispersed to explore the surroundings, with the goal of finding any nearby human groups. However, until nightfall, they could not find any signs of human activity, especially after losing 4 combat-type cockroach-headed monsters, all of whom had encountered some kind of monster or unknown giant beast attack. Upon returning to the wooden house, Chu Mei analyzed the hairless black meat cells that Chu Feng had picked up, noting several significant discoveries. As expected, the saliva on the black meat contained a large amount of serum-promoting factors, but within the saliva proteins, there was a strange substance that increased the entire protein's molecular weight to a staggering 2.02 million, making it one of the largest known proteins to date. Compared to Chu Feng's saliva proteins, its molecular weight was over 4 times greater. One of the chromosomes contained in it was completely inconsistent with the one provided by Chu Feng. It seemed as if it had been artificially spliced, always differing from the other chromosomes. Its biological activity phenomenon is still under study, but it appears to be a structure related to jellyfish, albeit more complex. Chu Mei also detected a very special enzyme in the saliva, which is a substance unique to genetic engineering and has not been found in the human body, leading her to conclude that it was due to some large-scale chemical explosion contamination, hence deducing that this was not a type of human from Earth, but rather a different kind of human, such as jellyfish humans or ocean humans. Chapter 62. The bull demon king chameleons are reptiles that inhabit tropical jungles year-round and are known for their very slow movements, living mostly solitary lives except during breeding season. Although Chu Feng had not found another giant lizard, the dead giant lizard was placed outside the wooden house, surrounded by a large iron shed built above it to prevent it from being soaked by rain and exposed to high temperatures. The research team was busy slicing the corpse into pieces, while Chu Xiong assisted Chu Mei in extracting heart blood from the chameleon's crown. Chu Feng originally thought the heart blood was in the heart itself, only to discover it was in the crown. Watching Chu Mei extract bright red blood with a large syringe, mixed with some glowing golden blood, he heard her say that the bright red blood needed to be filtered to successfully obtain the golden blood. Chu Feng did not intend to stay any longer. He walked out of the iron shed to the outside. The surrounding area had already been cleared by the cockroach-headed monsters, making the area around the wooden house much more spacious, with a 2-kilometer diameter of open space surrounding it. The back bordered a lake, and the entire area was a flat plain, allowing a view of even farther places from the high walls. Additionally, in the past 2 days, they had begun constructing high walls reaching 10 meters, using felled trees inserted into the ground, surrounding the wooden house to establish a fortress wall, centering around the wooden house and extending 2 kilometers in front, all the way to the lake behind, with a cliff on the left and reaching the sandy beach area of the giant lizard on the right. Chu Feng crouched down, his nose just inches from the ground. Despite wearing knee pads, he still felt pain in his knees. It had just rained in this other world, and the temperature exceeded 40 degrees Celsius, with dust rising from the ground making his skin feel as if it were burning. Sweat continuously dripped from his forehead to the ground, as there was a fossil on the ground. However, Chu Feng paid no attention to his discomfort. His focus was entirely on a patch of land just a few square feet in front of him, where a bone was exposed. A member of the research team was using a dental pick and a brush to excavate a fragment of a frontal bone. It was only a foot long, no thicker than his pinky, with a row of tiny sharp teeth, and the angle of the teeth from the middle was quite peculiar. Chu Feng noticed that when the cockroach-headed monster excavated, some small bone fragments scattered in all directions. After taking a look, Chu Feng quickly lost interest and returned to the wooden house. The outside temperature was too high, and the inside of the wooden house was a bit cooler, like a natural air conditioner, so Chu Feng simply lay down on the bed inside the wooden house. Although the bed was a bit dirty, he felt drowsy and decided to rest for a while. While lying there, he summoned a transparent light screen with his eyes, revealing the novice gift package in the warehouse. which he had not seriously looked at yet. After reaching level 1, the novice gift package had met the conditions for opening. He attempted to open the level 1 biological processing factory gift package with his mind, and soon, an icon resembling a small backpack was clicked open in the warehouse. Level 1 biological processing factory gift package. A level 1 biological processing factory gift package owned by the level 1 host of the biological processing factory. Upon opening, you will receive a loyal humanoid creature, a bottle of level 1 physique enhancement liquid, good quality, and a level 2 biological processing factory gift package. After clicking, 3 item icons suddenly appeared in the warehouse, one of which was an icon of a humanoid creature with large horns on its head. Chu Feng clicked on it, and then a 2-meter-tall strong man gradually appeared through the mist. His physique was incredibly robust and violent, exuding a powerful force throughout his muscles. He had horns on his head, wore black battle armor, his hair was like burning fluff, and there was a long scar on his face, which inevitably reminded Chu Feng of the Bull Demon King from Journey to the West. His physique and appearance matched, and coupled with the half-meter-long blood axe he held, he was the very embodiment of the Bull Demon King. I pay my respects to my master. Chu Feng was startled by his voice and quickly came to his senses. He sat up on the bed and looked at the bull-headed monster kneeling on one knee. His eyes displayed the data of the bull-headed monster. After reading all the information, Chu Feng hurriedly got off the bed to help him up. No need to kneel all the time. Get up first. Yes, master. You don't have to call me master. If you don't mind, just call me boss. Okay, boss. How about this? I suppose you don't have a name, right? Chu Feng stroked his chin and walked around the bull-headed monster. How about I give you a name? You shall be called Bull Demon King. Thank you, boss. Well, from now on, you will be responsible for eliminating any threats in the surrounding area, like giant monsters. By the way, those who look like me around here are our people. Don't accidentally harm them. I understand. Good, that's all I need. You can go out now. He waved his hand to let the Bull Demon King leave. Once the Bull Demon King went out with the blood axe in hand, Chu Feng quickly clicked on the Bull Demon King's data to study it carefully. Creature, combat type, bull-headed monster, physique level, level 64, existing talents, invincible counterattack, blood axe reversal. Buried sky bull roar, loyalty level, absolutely loyal. This was all the information about the Bull Demon King. His physique level was even higher than Chu Xiong's, and he had 3 talents as well. Chu Feng guessed that the invincible counterattack was similar to Chu Xiong's rage reversal, a death-triggered counterattack technique. As for blood axe reversal, Chu Feng couldn't figure out what kind of skill it was, but it should relate to the blood axe in the Bull Demon King's hand. Buried sky bull roar was likely a common combat technique unique to bull-headed monsters, a battle roar technique that only they possessed. Invincible counterattack, special combat technique, and innate combat skill essential for combat-type bull-headed monsters. When close to death, it triggers an absolute invincible state, significantly enhancing its combat power and granting 5 seconds of immunity to damage. Sure enough, the effect of the bull-headed monster's invincible counterattack was almost identical to Chu Xiong's rage healing. He had gained another warrior subordinate. Chu Feng continued to click on blood axe reversal. Blood axe reversal, special combat technique unique to bull-headed monsters with a blood axe. It can unleash the resentment of the blood axe, transforming it into the source of its life and enhancing its recovery from damage. As for buried sky bull roar, Chu Feng didn't need to look to know what kind of talent it was, so he ignored it. As long as the Bull Demon King was loyal, that was enough. Chu Feng had never doubted this. At least the loyalty summoned by the system was guaranteed. The Bull Demon King's talents were all related to combat techniques, suggesting that he belonged to a combat-type race similar to Chu Xiong and might even be stronger in certain aspects. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, he was far inferior to Chu Xiong's stealth system. However, now that he had the heart's blood of a chameleon, he thought the stealth system would suit the Bull Demon King better. He couldn't imagine what kind of being the Bull Demon King would be if he had a stealth system. He summoned a level 1 physique enhancement liquid from the warehouse. This was a bottle stronger than the basic physique enhancement liquid and was expected to enhance Chu Feng's physique level. He clicked on his own data to see what his current physique level was. As he thought, he flipped through and found his data, clicked in, and soon his complete information was displayed. Host, Chu Feng, race, human, physique level 11, creatures that can be summoned, transport worm, lightning worm, creatures already owned Chu Mei. Chu Xiong, Bull Demon King, traversing cave worm, virus separation worm, life worm, memory worm. This time, his personal data had changed. At least his physique level had risen from level 8 to level 11. This bottle of level 1 physique enhancement liquid should help him increase even further. So he summoned a bottle of level 1 physique enhancement liquid, uncorked it, and a strong fragrance wafted out. Chapter 63. Restocking again, then Chu Feng tilted his head back and drank it all down, the rich flavor filling his mouth. He felt intoxicated all over, and soon after, he caught a whiff of body odor. He looked around the wooden house and decided to go back to the villa for a shower. Thinking of it, he used the giant wormhole. Back at the villa, after taking a shower, he used the transparent light screen in his eyes to check his personal data and found that his physique level had risen from level 11 to level 21. One bottle of level 1 physique enhancement liquid had raised it by 1 level. He didn't know what benefits the increase in physique level would bring, but he felt full of strength, and his mind was clear, no longer feeling drowsy as before. He went to the edge of the swimming pool, where there was a half-ton stone. He attempted to lift it with both hands and easily raised it. He held the giant stone and walked a few steps, then circled around before placing it back in its original position. He looked at the swimming pool, which was approximately 6 meters wide and 12 meters long. Went to the side, took off his flip-flops, stripped off his shirt and pants, leaving only his underwear. He swung his arms back and forth, then made up his mind and jumped over. Looking back, he estimated the distance to be about 8 meters. Next, Chu Feng planned to test his swimming speed. After about 10 minutes, he estimated he swam 6 laps in less than 20 seconds, which meant he swam 60 meters in under 20 seconds, breaking the world record. After that, Chu Feng returned to the giant worm world, immersed in the joy of exploration, gradually building high walls around the wooden house, and cutting down large trees to expand the visibility outside the high walls. He transported all the felled trees to the empty space inside the walls. These tree roots would be used to build wooden houses, providing a place for the cockroach-headed monsters to live. Although the construction project was large and time-consuming, the building-type cockroach-headed monsters were efficient. In just a few days, the basic structure of the construction was completed. And they even built a few makeshift wooden houses for the research team. Of course, Chu Mei occupied the original wooden house, and only Chu Feng could enter freely at any time. One day, when he came over, he felt frustrated because it was still daytime on Earth but nighttime there. Although the moon was bright and the stars few, the darkness of the jungle increased the danger level tenfold, forcing him to give up further exploration. It seemed he needed to find some time to purchase electrical system equipment to transform the area inside the walls into an electrified small town. Otherwise, he would find it very uncomfortable living such a primitive life. The next day, Chu Feng first summoned the traversing cave worm to the office of the glass factory. This time, he didn't call on Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King because it was unnecessary. Next, without disturbing Gao Feng and Lang Shan, Chu Feng moved out 18 meteorites and summoned the traversing cave worm again, instructing it to consume all the meteorites in sight. However, after devouring 17 meteorites, he found it still didn't meet the upgrade conditions, and now only the last black emerald meteorite remained. He initially thought that just these 17 meteorites would be enough for the traversing cave worm to upgrade again, but he didn't expect it was enough. Reluctantly, Chu Feng took out the last black emerald meteorite, which he cherished most since there were only 2 in the entire world. However, just as he was about to hand the black emerald meteorite to the worm for it to consume, a red light message shot out from the transparent light screen in his eyes. Warning, space stone detected. Would you like to melt it? This red light message made Chu Feng stop his actions immediately. He rubbed his eyes and then looked carefully at the message on the transparent light screen. With this message, he certainly chose to melt it. Although it wouldn't allow the traversing cave worm to upgrade, any reaction from the system was certainly beneficial. So he clicked the confirm melt option, and the next moment, the black emerald meteorite in his hand instantly disappeared. A message appeared in the system again, indicating that the space stone had been melted and the warehouse space had been expanded to 100 slots. It turned out that the black and green meteorite was a space stone, which serves to expand the slots in the warehouse. Originally, the warehouse only had 50 slots, but now it has been expanded to 100 slots, allowing for the storage of 100 items, regardless of size. This indeed improved Chu Feng's mood. He stored the time-traveling worm back in the warehouse, left the office, and first went to Gao Feng's office to chat. Then observed the special glass tube production line at the glass factory. From the news he received from Lang Shan, the entire glass factory had produced 100,000 special glass tubes. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, then he remembered something he needed to do. Today seemed to be the time when the military would be receiving supplies. However, they had forgotten to fill the glass tubes with the life liquid. This was a bit problematic. Chu Feng felt he needed to consider moving the life worms to the glass factory so that they could produce glass tubes while simultaneously filling them with life liquid, thus saving on transportation costs when the military sent someone to pick up the goods. However, there was another urgent matter to attend to. The fruit supply speed from Wang Hu was still insufficient. Therefore, Chu Feng called Wang Hu, asking him to send more fruit. No matter how many tons, with the delivery location still at the glass factory, Wang Hu bluntly stated that there was less than 8 tons of fruit left in the entire warehouse. But he mentioned that he had a few friends who had a lot of fruit left and offered to sell it all to him at a discount, asking if Chu Feng could accept it. After thinking it over, Chu Feng decided to accept it all, but added a warning. I can accept everything, but I don't want rotten goods. If you can't ensure that, then you should replace him with another supplier. No problem, I understand your rules. I won't accept rotten fruit. Only fresh ones. Wang Hu replied after a moment of silence. Boss Chu, don't worry, I'll bring you good news. After hanging up, he called Gao Feng and instructed him to have a few cockroach-headed monsters clear out a decently sized room to move all the qualified special glass tubes into it. Next, he summoned the time-traveling worm back to the underground level of the villa and stored both the life worms and the non-upgradable life worms in the warehouse. Back at the factory, he saw that Gao Feng had cleared out a room of about 10 square meters, with neatly arranged glass tubes beside it. He summoned all the life worms stored in the space and also brought out a batch of glass tubes filled with the life liquid. He arranged the filled glass tubes and then just waited for news from Wang Hu. Soon, Wang Hu called, and Chu Feng answered immediately. Wang Hu understood that Chu Feng was not a procrastinator, stating that there were 37.5 tons of fresh goods available, with over 8 tons being Wang Hu's personal stock, and the rest were from his friends. Chu Feng quickly said he wanted all of it, and instructed Wang Hu to deliver the goods to the glass factory. Wang Hu excitedly thanked Chu Feng multiple times. But Chu Feng was disinterested and hung up the phone directly. During lunchtime, Wang Hu's trucks finally arrived at the Hongling Industrial Park, with a total of 7 extended trucks filled with fruit, including various types, primarily pineapples. Although the taste of pineapples is sweet, the market is quite small, leading to many fruit suppliers having a large surplus, mostly consisting of pineapples. Chapter 64. Delivery after spending 1 or 2 hours. All the fruit from the trucks was finally unloaded, filling a vacant space on the factory's first floor. Chu Feng asked Langshan to settle the bill with Wang Hu while he checked the quality of the fruit. All the fruit was divided into 2 parts. One part was fresh, and the other consisted of fruits that were damaged during transport. After inspecting the damaged fruit, Chu Feng confirmed it was not due to quality issues but rather because they were crushed during transportation. So he did not intend to hold Wang Hu accountable and proceeded to settle the bill. However, Chu Feng still made a few suggestions, advising Wang Hu to pay more attention to how to prevent fruit from being damaged during transport. Wang Hu promised to take it seriously. Boss Wang, you'll need to deliver goods to me again in a few days. Since you don't have any stock now, when will you arrange to go to Yunnan province? Soon. I originally booked a flight for the day after tomorrow, but it seems I will have to change it to the earliest flight. It looks like Boss Chu has big plans with all this fruit. How about we go out to a big restaurant for a meal? No time. Chu Feng waved to stop Wang Hu's invitation and continued, you should hurry up. I want to keep you here. You should leave quickly. All right, then Boss Chu. We will take our leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hu left with the driver who had been waiting for a long time, and the truck slowly drove out of the gate. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the factory, only the old man at the security booth and his adopted daughter, Chu Feng thought for a moment and decided to visit them. The security guard, Old Chen, was a retired soldier from Anchuan village in Shao City. His full name was Chen Aigua, and his adopted daughter was named Chen Tingyu. Although she was mute and not particularly stunning, she had a simple demeanor and could hear others speak, making her almost indistinguishable from normal people apart from her inability to speak. She was currently attending a high school in Shenzhen. From her name, it seemed Old Chen hoped that one day Chen Tingyu would hear the sound of falling rain. Although she was only 18 and in her 3rd year of high school, she rarely met people but was not bullied, as Shenzhen High School was a well-known high school in the country, evident from its strict admission rate year after year. However, being able to get into Shenzhen High School undoubtedly meant she had already outperformed hundreds of thousands of candidates. The school only admitted fewer than 3,000 students in the high school division. Chu Feng stood outside watching Old Chen eating a boxed meal. He saw it contained only some vegetables and pork, along with an egg, while the rice was abundant. Old Chen smiled as he ate, quietly reminding Chen Tingyu to be careful not to spill anything. Chen Tingyu was very thin. her school uniform fitting her like oversized casual wear. She waited for old Chin to finish his meal, cleaned up the box, and then helped him massage his back and neck while listening to him talk. Chu Feng stood outside for a long time without being noticed, until Chen Tingyu left the security booth with an iron lunchbox bag and finally saw Chu Feng standing outside. She was startled and hurriedly lowered her head and ran away. Old Chen inside also noticed and quickly came out to say, "Boss, you're here." That must be your adopted daughter? Yes, she is the only descendant of this old man. She seems quite well behaved, bringing you food every night. Boss, oh, don't worry. I want to deduct your pay. I heard your adopted daughter is an outstanding student at Shenzhen High School. She's already in her 3rd year now. What university does she plan to apply to next? Old Shin sighed in relief and smiled comfortingly. The child has her own choices. During the summer vacation, a university abroad called to say they wanted to admit her, but the old man, don't understand English. That's great. I remember there were fewer than 300 candidates in this year's Shenzhen High School 3rd year. Your adopted daughter securing a spot is impressive. If the tuition is not enough, I can provide her with tuition and living expenses in the name of the company. No need, boss. Our family already has enough money for school. This is all thanks to you. As he spoke, Old Chen couldn't help but bend his knees. But Chu Feng quickly caught his hands to prevent him from kneeling. Old Chen, you're going to kill me. If you want to thank me, don't kneel. Oh, I won't kneel anymore. I'll take my leave now. In the future, when it's almost dark in the afternoon and your adopted daughter comes, you should go back early. Don't let her take the subway alone every day. There are many bad people outside. Seeing Old Chen looking foolishly dazed, Chu Feng gently pushed him and urged softly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find your adopted daughter to go back together." Old boss. I went back and saw Uncle Chen stuttering while pointing at himself, wanting to say something, but in the blink of an eye, he seemed to understand something and quickly nodded, saying, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Seeing that Chu Feng seemed to notice something, and since they were standing outside the door, Uncle Chen understood it might be because Chu Feng saw them earlier. Speaking of which, the boss did see his adopted daughter delivering food and felt it was hard work, urging him to go home and spend time with Chen Tingyu. The boss is indeed a good person. Chu Feng had no idea what Uncle Chen was thinking. The reason he let Uncle Chen go home early was indeed because he saw them earlier, but more importantly, Chu Feng wanted to ensure he had his secrets. He just watched Uncle Chen pack up his clothes, then handed him the key to the main door, while he used an old mobile phone to call Chen Tingyu. Although he didn't get a response from her, he knew she would definitely come back to find him. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Chu Feng saw Chen Tingyu in her dark school uniform. She was holding Uncle Chen's hand with one hand while carrying a bag with an iron lunchbox in the other. After nodding at Chu Feng, she left. After they left, Chu Feng called over a nearby cockroach-headed creature, handed him the key, and instructed him to take charge of the factory's main door, making sure that nothing could get in. Of course, he also reminded him that the army might come later, so he should not block the military truck when he sees it. Then Chu Feng returned to the factory, looking at the fruits on the ground and the life worms in the adjacent room. He called a few cockroach-headed creatures nearby and instructed them to move all the fruits into the life worms room to feed them, while also telling a few others to prepare for the life liquid. By around 5 in the afternoon, all the fruits on the ground were consumed. Looking at the nearly 40,000 glass tubes in the cold water tank and the 160 cockroach-headed creatures he had just summoned, there were construction types, research types, and combat types. Observing the cold water tank on the ground, Chu Feng called Li Tinglong, asking him to send someone to the Hongling Industrial Park to pick up the goods. Li Tinglong's side said they would send troops soon. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the entire factory was lit up, and the cockroach-headed creatures occupied various places in the factory, hiding, with only a few people left waiting with Chu Feng. Leading the group was Li Tinglong, dressed in a dark green military uniform and wearing a high-top military hat, standing next to an officer who had met Chu Feng before. Li Tinglong communicated with Chu Feng, while the officer waved, and over 20 soldiers got off the truck, some of them armed with rifles, surrounding the cold water tank. This made Chu Feng frown as he looked at Li Tinglong, who had an awkward expression and dared not meet Chu Feng's gaze. Chapter 65. Land and 7 billion. Chu Feng naturally noticed Li Tinglong's little movements. His frown deepened, but then relaxed again. He looked at Li Tinglong's shoulder insignia and remarked, "Colonel Li is quite efficient. I wonder how much goods you need." Li Tinglong's expression remained unchanged. He could sense the sarcasm in Chu Feng's words. However, Li Tinglong understood that he and Chu Feng did not share any deep friendship. Both were simply using the life liquid to achieve their goals. He said bluntly, "Hee, Mr. Chu, why bother with such trivial matters? How much do you have now?" "The higher-ups want all of it." "All of it?" Hearing Li Tenglong's bold statement, Chu Feng smiled, pondered for a moment, and continued, "I calculated that there are about 29,730 tubes of primary life liquid and 10,002 tubes of first-level goods. As for the price, let's go by the agreement. I wonder if Colonel Li can transfer the money now?" "What?" Li Tinglong's face changed dramatically, unable to believe what he was hearing. Staring at Chu Feng, while the officer beside him gasped in shock. Chu Feng glanced disdainfully at the officer, then turned to Li Tenglong and slowly walked over to the cold water tank. Although these life liquids were stored in specially made glass tubes that could maintain temperature, placing them in a cold water tank was actually more effective, as no one in the world had invented a glass tube that could provide low temperatures. If refrigerants were mixed with the life liquid, it would produce unimaginable consequences, which is why no one had invented such low-temperature glass tubes. They could only serve a thermal insulation purpose, so soaking in a cold water tank was a very clean method. Chu Feng took out a glass tube containing first-level life liquid from the cold water tank, held it up to the light, and a green light, like smoke, reflected out, turning the area illuminated by the glass tube green. Then, with his other hand, he placed it on the lid and, in the next moment, twisted it open in front of Li Tinglong and the officer. "What are you doing?" Li Tinglong looked confused, watching Chu Feng's actions, unable to comprehend or understand, but still couldn't help but voice his doubt. "Just watch." After saying that, Chu Feng poured the open life liquid onto the ground. The factory floor was dirty and covered with a lot of dust, but when 100 grams of green liquid hit the ground, it immediately turned green. And some weeds spread out like a swarm of ants, slowly turning green. "Do you see this? This is life liquid. One tube is one life. How? Can't you all take it?" Chu Feng smirked, looking at Li Tenglong as he slowly spoke, not glancing at the officer. The officer's eyes greedily fixed on the bottle of life liquid in Chu Feng's hand, and he looked darkly at Chu Feng's wastefulness. This officer probably hadn't gotten any life liquid. His hair was still a bit gray with some black, and he walked awkwardly, giving off a feeling of having a protruding waist with skin that was uneven and rough. "Don't pour any more. We want all of it." Li Tenglong also looked grimly at Chu Feng, then took out an old mobile phone with a green casing and extended the antenna, saying, "Give me a moment. I need to call the higher-ups." "Go ahead. This is our last transaction. To be precise, it's the last cooperation between me and the state. After selling these goods, we won't sell to you anymore." Li Tinglong paused while holding the phone, then understood and walked to the side of the truck to make the call. The officer seemed like he wanted to come forward and talk to Chu Feng but had no intention to do so. There was nothing to discuss between them. So he simply ignored Chu Feng, stood by the cold water tank, took out a glass tube to examine it, while the surrounding soldiers holding rifles remained motionless, just standing by the cold water tank. However, some of the soldiers were clever enough to notice that these glass tubes were extraordinary. They had witnessed the amazing phenomenon earlier and developed a sense that this was a precious product, even though they didn't know the truth. Nevertheless, the soldiers maintained their composure and did not show any change in expression. Soon, Li Tinglong hung up the phone and approached Chu Feng, looking at him expressionlessly. Chu Feng smiled at Li Tenglong, and the two remained silent, but Li Tenglong eventually couldn't hold back and broke the silence first. "You win. The 54 billion payment will be directly sent to your company's account by the higher-ups, and they also won't collect taxes on this amount. However, such a large sum cannot be given to you directly, so you can accept a piece of land plus 7 billion. The land is right next to you, totaling 209 acres, plus the value of the buildings and machinery on it. What do you think? You already had a plan? I remember there's a large processing factory next door. I didn't expect it to be the higher-ups' land. No wonder decaying electronics moved elsewhere. I wouldn't know about that. It's all the higher-ups' actions." Li Tinglong continued. "So, how about it? If you accept this offer, you can get this land along with the 7 billion. Such a large piece of land, I wouldn't be able to use it all. This land is industrial land. What would I do with it?" Chu Feng asked in confusion, thinking that this old man really took him for a fool. "The land next door is designated for commercial use. You can remodel it or build high-rise office buildings. Anyway, such suggestions are all I can provide. The 54 billion on the account cannot be given to you directly. If you insist on 54 billion, it can only be paid in installments, as that is too much." Chu Feng remained silent for a long time, calculating various plans in his mind. He ultimately decided to choose this option, acquiring the land and 7 billion in cash. After all, the cost of the life essence is very low, totaling less than 100 million. However, Chu Feng had to pretend to hesitate, otherwise accepting immediately would easily raise Li Tinglong's suspicions. If they discovered the low cost of the life essence, Chu Feng wasn't sure he could survive in the armed forces. After all, he wasn't strong enough to be bulletproof. This is also why Chu Feng sold all the life essence to the state and decided not to sell it anymore. He wanted to operate from behind the scenes. Now, having acquired a piece of land and 7 billion, he could do many things. At the very least, it ensured that the land belonged to the state, saving Chu Feng the trouble of ownership issues. Thus, Chu Feng made a difficult expression and accepted Li Tinglong's payment method. The officer then waved for the soldiers to quickly move the cold water barrels to the truck. However, due to the large quantity, only a few soldiers could guard with rifles while the rest rolled up and moved the cold water barrels. Seeing these soldiers struggling, Chu Feng had no choice but to let the cockroach-headed monsters help. In just half an hour, all the life essence was moved. At this point, the civil servants from the Housing Authority and Land Resources Bureau, arranged by Li Tinglong, arrived at the glass factory, and Chu Feng personally signed the land transfer contract, signifying that the land now belonged to him. Following that, Chu Feng handed the contract to Gao Feng and Lang Shan, asking them to arrange for the takeover tomorrow and to have the original tenants move out. The moving tasks for these tenants were all arranged by the higher-ups. Chu Feng just needed to wait for some time to fully take over. Finally, Li Tinglong and the officer drove away in an off-road vehicle, followed by the truck army. Leaving the Hongling Industrial Park, Chu Feng also received a message that the 7 billion after tax had arrived. He instructed Lang Shan to handle this payment and then told Gao Feng to recruit local construction companies to dismantle the entire factory, disposing of all the remaining machines. Chapter 66. Paving the way, what a cunning old fox. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. After Li Tinglong left, he estimated that Li Tinglong's offer was almost half less than it should have been. According to the contract's listed price, it should have exceeded 100 billion. This old fox directly pulled a trick and cut it in half. Now, when he returned, Li Tinglong would probably think the cost of the life essence was very low. However, for Chu Feng, he didn't care much. He would treat this as the last transaction. The next day, Chu Feng took Gao Feng to check the neighboring factory. The land was quite large, over 200 acres, with an actual building area of more than 50,000 square meters. However, the walls looked a bit old, and many workshops were filled with obsolete machines and equipment that the previous factory had left behind, simply discarded as trash. Chu Feng then stood on the highest rooftop, taking in the surrounding scenery. Behind was a stretch of wasteland leading to a lake. On the left was the glass factory, and on the right was an electronics factory that had been in business for over 20 years. The entire land distribution looked like a character for I. With 4 blue iron boron factories, and exiting the main gate led to a subway entrance, making transportation fairly convenient. The next station was in the city center, with the exit near the Ping and building. This land was worth it. Not far away, several factories had already been dismantled and converted into office buildings. It was estimated that soon, the Hongling Industrial Zone would be transformed into a technology zone. Many large factories were still in the Luohu district, while those in the Futian district had decreased. More were small workshops without capital to buy land and build factories elsewhere. Calling Gao Feng over, the two discussed how to utilize the land from the rooftop. They ultimately decided to demolish all the buildings on the land, opting for demolition via blasting for efficiency and cost savings. After returning to the glass factory, Gao Feng took Lang Shan and drove off in a luxury car to negotiate cooperation with the local government and construction companies. Chu Feng instructed all work at the glass factory to stop, reminded Elder Chun, and then closed the door. The work was paused for a month, with wages still paid, but only to Elder Chun. The other cockroach-headed monsters were Chu Feng's private assets and did not require salaries. After Elder Chun packed up and returned home, Chu Feng gathered all the cockroach-headed monsters from the glass factory and summoned them to another world, entrusting them to Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King. Chu Feng then gathered the computer-type cockroach-headed monsters and returned to the underground level of the villa, instructing them to stay there. He also gave a few words to the combat-type cockroach-headed monsters guarding the villa before leaving in a 6-wheeled Hummer. He first went to a computer specialty store, browsing through the entire computer city but was dissatisfied, finding only overpriced, low-spec versions with some desktop computers already outdated and unable to meet current office needs. So, Chu Feng left there directly. He arrived at Huiqiangbai and after a long search, found a store with many desktop computers on display. After trying one, he felt it was good and decided to buy it. He called over a sales assistant to discuss the price and quantity. From the sales assistant, he learned that these desktop computers were sold at a low price by an internet CAF to their store, with an average import price of 6,000 yuan each. Now available at less than 3,000 yuan each for all 23 curved screen computers. Chu Feng simply bought them all. After agreeing on the pickup location with the sales assistant, he paid and drove away in the Hummer. During this time, he called the villa, and the call was answered by battle number 3, while battle no. 2 was still in Bayshire capturing the bomb meat. After informing battle number 3 to expect a truck delivering computers, he instructed him to ensure all computers were moved to the underground level upon their return. As Chu Feng drove the Hummer, he thought it would be better to go directly to the nearest broadband service hall, which was affiliated with China Mobile. Chu Feng parked the Hummer properly, then got out and walked into the service hall. At that moment, the service hall was bustling with activity. After taking a ticket from the machine, Chu Feng sat in the waiting area playing with his phone. Until the loudspeaker announced number 673, Chu Feng checked his ticket to confirm it was him. He quickly stood up and sat at service desk 4. The woman at the desk had light makeup. But Chu Feng did not delay and directly stated he wanted to apply for broadband, specifically requesting 12 lines of 500 megabits per second. The staff member was taken aback by Chu Feng's big order and uncertainly asked, "Sir, are you sure you want to apply for 12 lines of 500 megabits per second?" "Yes, 12 lines of 500 megabits per second, and I need the lines installed today." "Sir, each line of 500 megabits per second broadband costs 500 yuan per year. For 12 lines, that's 54,000 yuan. Do you have your ID with you?" "I do." "Please fill in the specific location for the line installation and also provide a contact number. We will consider issuing you a card that you can recharge to access the internet." After Chu Feng filled out the form, he continued asking, "What next?" "Let me see the form." The staff member took the form, reviewed it carefully, then operated the computer, pointing to the QR code on the desk. "Please scan this payment code. How many years would you like to apply for?" Let us go for 3 years." Saying this, Chu Feng took out his phone, logged into Alipay, and clicked on the scan function. "Hello, the total is 162,000 yuan. Please scan the code to make the payment." After scanning the QR code, Chu Feng entered 162,000 yuan and completed the payment. He then asked, "When can the lines be installed at the earliest?" "This is your receipt. Please keep it safe." The waiter looked again at Chu Feng's address on the form and found it to be Lianhua Mountain Resort in Futian District. "In the afternoon, our company will arrange for employees to come and lay the lines as soon as possible. At that time, you just need to keep your phone on for 24 hours. And as long as you have this receipt, you can lay the lines." "Oh, okay. Thank you for your cooperation." Chu Feng parked his Hummer at a nearby small restaurant, went in to order a few home-cooked dishes and a bottle of orange juice, enjoying a hearty meal to solve his breakfast and lunch, filling his stomach. Shortly after, while driving his Hummer back to the villa, he received a call from the mobile company employee. Chu Feng mentioned the specific location, stating that someone would lead them into the villa to connect the lines. After hanging up, Chu Feng was still on his way back, estimating it would take about half an hour. He called Zhang Sanhao, asking him to take charge of the mobile company's employees' tasks, ensuring they only needed to lay the lines to the underground entrance without discovering the giant wormhole. By the time Chu Feng returned to the villa, the mobile company employees had already completed the network line installation and secured it to the wall. However, they hadn't connected it properly to the underground entrance. And 2 of the lines were also laid inside the villa, which was what Chu Feng had instructed Zhang Sanhao. Upon receiving Chu Feng's receipt, the mobile company employees confirmed that it was indeed the boss who wanted to lay the lines. This was a villa area. And although they had already built communication base stations here and were familiar with the wiring work in the surrounding villa area, it was their first time laying so many network lines at once. However, their main task was just to lay the lines. They wouldn't care about what the boss intended to do with the network lines, let alone report it. After the mobile company employees left, the 24 curved screen computers that Chu Feng had purchased also arrived. 2 young men unloaded the computers from the truck and placed them beside the swimming pool. When these 2 young men handed Chu Feng a receipt, he glanced at it and signed his name, after which they drove away from the villa area. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Chu Feng quickly called over a few computer-type cockroach-headed monsters from the underground to help move the computers inside. Meanwhile, several other computer-type cockroach-headed monsters extended the network cables into the underground, setting up the computers properly and connecting the cables. Chapter 67. Kidnapping. The computer-type cockroach-headed monsters had very strong computing abilities and high efficiency. With only 10 computer-type cockroach-headed monsters, each could easily operate 2 computers. Chu Feng named them from GE to G Sure for simplicity and clarity, having them line up from left to right. GE had long arms. G Air had a slightly offset chin. G San had slightly darker skin. G C looked a bit foolish. G Wu had very big eyes. G Lu was short and thin. G Chi was short and chubby. G Ba was tall and thin. G Jiu had very fair skin. And G Sure had a belly like a barrel. As for the extra 4 computers, Chu Feng left one brand new computer in the villa for his personal use, while the other 3 were intended to be moved to the giant worm world. Acting on impulse, the 3 of them each carried a curved screen and a main unit. Successfully passing through the giant wormhole to the wooden house, they set up the computers in the bedroom of the wooden house. And then Chu Feng pulled a long power strip and network cable to the other world, plugged the power plug into the socket, and connected the network cable to a small box, then to the main unit, only to find there was no signal. It seemed this method wouldn't work. Chu Feng gave up, unplugged the network cable, and instructed a short and chubby computer-type cockroach-headed monster to take it back. These 3 computers would be left for Chu Mei to calculate biological data. Although there was no internet connection, they could still compute biological data using the computers. Chu Feng set up the computers in the wooden house, instructed someone to inform Chu Mei, and then returned with the computer-type cockroach-headed monsters to the underground level. In the underground level, 20 computers were operating continuously. Chu Feng set them a goal to establish a complete and defensible official website. Meanwhile, he took down all products from Taobao and sent a brief statement to customers who had placed orders. All unpaid orders were also refunded, along with an apology statement and a link to the official website. In just under an hour, the initial version of the official website was established. The Cockroach Ball's network technology was highly advanced and unique, entirely different from traditional technology, with the code primarily composed of complex numbers rather than English letters, making it almost impossible to understand. The preliminary official website was very sci-fi and clean, with no advertisements, featuring a rotating black background of machine glaze and an ugly worm head. According to the computer-type cockroach-headed monsters, the internet viruses on Earth could not attack this source code composed entirely of numbers, as the components of the source codes were inconsistent. This saved Chu Feng the trouble of defending against attacks. At that moment, a tall and thin computer cockroach-headed monster approached Chu Feng, holding Zhang Gao's neck in his hand. Zhang Gao's eyes were glazed over, his lips dry and cracked, and his body emitted a strong odor of sweat and urine. Chu Feng frowned, and then relaxed his brow, realizing that he had overlooked Zhang Gao. However, it was not too late. He immediately said to the tall and thin Ji Ba, "Come with me and bring this person along." "Okay, boss." Chu Feng planned to take Zhang Gao to the giant worm world to deal with him, as keeping Zhang Gao around posed a danger. After all, Zhang Gao had been infected with a virus, and although he had developed antibodies through self-healing, he still posed a significant threat to other residents in the country, as accidental close contact could lead to a large-scale viral infection outbreak. Most importantly, Chu Feng did not intend to let him go. Since that was the case, the only solution was to eliminate him entirely in the other world. So, he took Ji Ba and Zhang Gao through the giant wormhole, returning to the wooden house. He opened the door and called for Chu Xiong and Yo Mo Wang to guard him, then left the walled area, continuing to walk until they reached a lakeside area. There were almost no creatures around the lake, but various insects flew in the sky. Chu Feng signaled to Ji Ba, who immediately understood, and with one hand, he threw Zhang Gao into the lake, creating a splash. Zhang Gao, immediately reacting to the lack of oxygen, gulped down several mouthfuls of water before he could even process what was happening. Originally dehydrated, his skin cracked. Zhang Gao, like a lost traveler in the desert finding an oasis, frantically drank the dirty lake water. After a while, when Zhang Gao finally realized what was happening and had drunk enough water, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. However, his first sight was Chu Feng and Chu Xiong, followed by the still non-human-looking Yo Mo Wang and Ji Ba. Seeing the bull-headed Yo Mo Wang and the cockroach-headed Ji Ba made Zhang Gao panic, causing him to step back several times, only to lose his footing and nearly drown in the lake. "Stay away from me, you monsters." Everyone present, except for Zhang Gao, silently watched as he flailed and screamed in the lake like a madman. Chu Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer and nodded to Yo Mo Wang, quietly saying, "Kill him." Yo Mo Wang nodded in response, then swung the bloody axe in his hand, directly striking Zhang Gao's neck. Zhang Gao clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Chu Feng, his body slowly collapsing. The lake surface instantly turned red. Niu and Mo Wang jumped into the water, stepping on Zhang Gao's chest, gripping the axe handle, pulling it out, and then fiercely severing Zhang Gao's neck, resulting in a clean separation of the head from the body. Due to the virus he had been infected with, there was an effect that allowed for regeneration of flesh from bones. Now that the head was severed, it should not return to its original state. The Bull Demon King came ashore holding an axe, while the blood in the lake grew thicker, flowing and gradually extending outwards. Monsters in the distance seemed to be attracted by the blood, causing the surface of the lake to boil as if a school of piranhas rushed towards this side, dragging Zhang Gao's corpse down into the water. Soon, after a while, the surface of the lake stopped boiling, and a complete human skeleton floated up before sinking completely, falling silent. Back in the underground level, G-Number 8 continued his website maintenance tasks. While Chu Feng first used the satellite phone brought by Chu Xiong to call Jean Number 2 in Beishar, asking if he had found any clues about Jia Rouqiang. Boss, we've caught Jia Rouqiang, but we've also been exposed. Now there are people looking for us everywhere outside, and we can't escape Beishar. Where are you now? I'll bring people to find you. We're currently in a cave called Qianghua Island in Beishar. There's an ancient tomb inside, and we're hiding here, but we're also exposed outside. Why did it get so out of hand? Where's Li Ziyuan? Li Ziyuan hasn't shown his face at all, so we let him hide outside. However, we were able to catch Jia Rouqiang thanks to Li Ziyuan's help. Earlier, we directly grabbed Jia Rouqiang in front of his students at the university town, which triggered a massive response throughout Beishar, because Jia Rouqiang is a university teacher. Stay there for now, we'll be there soon. Chapter 68, Jia Rouqiang. Chu Feng looked at the phone in his hand, silent. He didn't expect Jean Number 2 and Yin No for it to be so bold as to catch Jia Rouqiang right in front of other students, especially in such a sensitive environment like Beishar. Perhaps the entire country's attention was already on Jean Number 2 and the others. As soon as they stepped out, they would be greeted by armed soldiers with rifles. Therefore, Chu Feng could only act low-key and called Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King. While waiting in the wooden house after Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King arrived, Chu Feng wasted no time and led them back to the villa, then summoned the wormhole. The current wormhole hadn't been upgraded yet, and the maximum distance for one crossing was only 100 kilometers. The distance from Deep City to Beishar was over 200 kilometers, meaning they needed to cross 12 times. Thus, during the long crossing process, after 12 crossings, they finally arrived at a remote roadside near the front gate of Beishar. It was night, and the road was already deserted. Standing at the roadside, the Bull Demon King's burning hair had extinguished, and his entire body had turned into a dark-skinned human. Before coming, Chu Feng had asked the Bull Demon King to retract his hair and horns, as his hair would burn and illuminate the surrounding darkness. Later, Chu Feng checked on his phone to see where Qianghua Island was and found that it was located on a small island behind the Forbidden City. Chu Feng frowned because this place was too dangerous. During the day, there were many tourists, and at night, even more locals. However, Chu Feng didn't know which entrance Jean Number 2 and Yin Number 4 were at. He only knew they had hidden inside an ancient tomb. He could only use a clumsy method, first finding a secluded alley, summoning the wormhole, and arriving at Qianghua Island. A corner called the White Pagoda revealed a small wormhole. Chu Feng first extended half his body out, looking around and finding no one. He quickly jumped out, followed by Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King. They then realized they were standing inside the White Pagoda, in an empty room. Through the window, they could see the streetlights outside and the crowds of people moving beneath them. These were all ordinary tourists. Many places in Qianghua Island were free, while some buildings required tickets to enter, such as this White Pagoda. Chu Feng first walked out of the White Pagoda, with Chu Xiong going invisible behind him. The Bull Demon King, standing at 2 meters tall, immediately attracted attention from the surrounding crowd, especially the Bull Demon King. Many gazes were fixed on him, both male and female, and then more eyes turned to Chu Feng because the Bull Demon King was subtly acting as his bodyguard, glaring menacingly at the surroundings. As Chu Feng walked forward, the crowd parted to make way for him and the Bull Demon King. As for Chu Xiong, he remained unnoticed among the crowd. Chu Feng quickly left the area, then took out his phone to call Jean Number 2, asking for the exact entrance. We're under the Xuanji Tower. There's an underground passage that leads directly into the tomb. No one is allowed in here, so we're temporarily safe. Okay, wait for me. After receiving Jean No. 2's specific location, he brought Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King directly to the Xuanji Tower. upon entering. It was indeed true that the underground passage was off-limits to tourists, and even the main door was locked. So, in a place where tourists were not paying attention, Chu Feng directly climbed over, and Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King followed suit, heading down the underground passage until they quickly arrived at an empty space with a coffin in the center. Green light illuminated the ground, and Chu Feng did not see Jean number 2 and the others, muttering softly. Soon, Jean number 2 peeked out, saw Chu Feng, and stepped forward, followed by Yin No. For Chu Feng looked around but did not find Jia Roqiang, so he asked, "Where's Jia Roqiang?" "Inside. Lead the way." Jean number 2 complied, leading everyone deeper inside. On the ground lay a slightly thin, middle-aged man dressed in a suit, with his hair disheveled. Chu Feng squatted down to look at Jia Roqiang but did not recognize him. He had a strange impression. How long has he been unconscious? He's been out for 3 hours. He just woke up, and I knocked him out again. Good job. Chu Feng summoned a memory worm, holding the mother worm and letting it split into larvae. Holding the separated memory larvae, he squatted next to Jia Roqiang and placed the memory larvae by his ear. The next moment, the memory larvae seemed to smell delicious food, wriggling its body towards Jia Roqiang's ear, continuing to crawl towards his forehead, then like a leech, it penetrated into his forehead, slowly making its way into the brain. Soon, after a short while, the memory larvae crawled out. Chu Feng did not continue to reach out to grab it but stood up and exchanged glances with Yin number 4. Yin number 4 understood, after all. He had already consumed the memory larvae once, and eating it again wasn't a difficult task. So he squatted down, grabbed the memory larvae, tilted his head, and placed the memory larvae in his mouth, starting to chew. It was like eating fried chicken, and then Yin number 4 squinted his eyes as if trying to recall. Jia Roqiang's memories were complex, and for a moment, Yin number 4 couldn't digest them all in a short time. "Are you done?" Yin No. 4 opened his eyes and nodded in response. "Let us discuss this later. I'll first put you all in the warehouse." Chu Feng could see that Yin No. 4 had already integrated Jia Roqiang's memories, but for the moment, this place felt a bit eerie, and Chu Feng felt uncomfortable staying there. Chu Feng looked at the transparent light screen in his eyes, mentally clicked on the warehouse, then waved his hand, and instantly Jean number 2 and Yin number 4 disappeared. Following that, Chu Feng let the Bull Demon King carry Jia Roqiang's body. He summoned the wormhole, leaving that place and arriving at the roadside by the previous alley. Finding a spot without surveillance, throwing Jia Roqiang by the roadside, and then directly leaving Beishur, returning to Deep City. In the villa, Chu Feng summoned Jean No. 2 and Yin number 4. Jean number 2, why did you create such a huge commotion in Beishur? We're not sure either. Originally, according to the plan, we were supposed to pull Jia Roqiang out of his car on his way home, and after knocking him out, we discovered there was a female student in Jia Roqiang's car, probably one of his students, who kept shouting for them to let Teacher Li go. In other words, you spent several days planning, but when it came time to execute the plan, an unexpected incident occurred, and this female student was the unexpected factor? Chu Feng frowned and slowly said, while Jean Erheo nodded in response. Chu Feng then looked at Yin Seheo. This female student had been closely monitored by Jia Roqiang for a long time before he found an opportunity. Originally, they planned to find a hotel to discuss matters related to graduation. Jia Roqiang intended to threaten her regarding graduation issues. Chapter 69, Public Security System, so that's it. Additionally, I discovered that there are clues about a mastermind in Jia Roqiang's memories. In his recollections, a member of the Zhou family approached Jia Roqiang, gave him money, and instructed him to arrange an assassination mission against the boss. This Zhou family member is said to be someone named Zhou Shaoli. Zhou Shaoli. In the memories, this Zhou Shaoli is the heir of the Zhou family in Beishur. Zhou Lao? Chu Feng calmly analyzed the situation. He hadn't offended many people recently, and the only person with the surname Zhou he had encountered before was Mr. Zhou, whom he had met at Tail Tower. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but recall Li Guo, who had been with the Yaoer at Mingtai Tower. Do you have any other thoughts? For example, why would Zhou Shaoli want to kill me? No, I have no impression at all. Forget it. You can go now. Jean Erheo, you continue to guard the villa. Yin Seheo, later you will return to the underground level. There is a giant wormhole there. You will pass through it and return to the wooden house to report to Chu Mei. Go ahead. Jean Erheo and Yin Seheo responded and then left one after another. Chu Feng watched their disappearing figures, while Niu Mo Wang and Chu Xiong remained silent, quietly observing Chu Feng. Chu Feng let them move about freely. Chu Xiong and Niu Mo Wang half laid on the sofa, turned on the TV, and watched a certain urban sitcom with some interest. Then Chu Feng also took out his phone, found Wang Jun's number, and dialed it. It was around 2 a.m. But Wang Jun probably had only set Chu Feng's number as his sole contact, and it connected in just a few seconds. "Mr. Chu, what's the matter?" Chu Feng heard the excited voice on the other end of the line. He remained silent for a moment, and Wang Jun on the opposite side also dared not speak. For Wang Jun, who had lived long and feared death, Chu Feng was his reborn parents. Every time he called, it was surely about matters of life. After thinking for a long time, Chu Feng decided to voice his doubts. "Mr. Wang, can I trust you?" "Mr. Chu, what do you mean by that?" Wang Jun's voice was filled with confusion, but he quickly understood and hurriedly continued. "Don't worry, my life is given by you. I dare not trust anyone but you. All right, I'll trust you once. Tell me, is Li Tenglong backed by the Zhou family in Beishur? May I ask if Li Tenglong has offended Mr. Chu?" Wang Jun asked with a trembling voice, slightly suspicious, as if he was deciding whether to betray a lifelong comrade. But he quickly continued. "Yes, Li Tenglong is indeed protected by the Zhou family, because everything Li Tenglong has comes from Zhou Lao. Without Zhou Lao, he would be nothing." Unknowingly, Chu Feng seemed to hear a sigh from Wang Jun on the other end, and he narrowed his eyes, continuing to ask, "That's good. What is the relationship between Zhou Shaoli and Li Yaoer?" This question was a thought Chu Feng had just speculated, and he was a bit uncertain. If it was confirmed that the previously Gu was indeed this Zhou Shaoli, then everything would be clear. Their relationship was that of betrothed childhood sweethearts. For years ago, because Li Yaoer became a vegetable and couldn't wake up, the Zhou family unilaterally broke off the engagement. Until you appeared, Li Yaoer woke up, and the Zhou family proposed engagement matters again. Coincidentally, that old man Li Tenglong agreed. "I see. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Wang. Don't tell anyone about today's conversation, and don't disclose anything you hear in the future. I hope you understand what I mean. I won't tell anyone. But I hope, Mr. Chu, you consider this. The Zhou family is ultimately a powerful family, and we cannot act recklessly. Don't worry, it won't involve you." After saying that, Chu Feng hung up the phone. The truth was simple and clear. It didn't matter who sent Li Ziyuan and Zhang Gao. What mattered was that Chu Feng found the mastermind. As long as he found Zhou Shaoli and gave him a memory larva, the answer would naturally be revealed. Chu Feng instructed Chu Xiong about something, as Chu Xiong had an invisibility system and could become invisible at any time. Upon arriving in Beishur, he could enter the Zhou family and capture Zhou Shaoli. As long as the mastermind was confirmed to be Zhou Shaoli, all troubles could be cut off at the source. Even though the consequences might anger Zhou Lao, and despite everything seeming unrelated to Chu Feng, he couldn't forget the Zhou family's power. The fact that Zhou Shaoli paid Jia Roqiang to send someone to assassinate Chu Feng was likely already on the Zhou family's table. However, he needed to take a breather, as Jia Roqiang's death on the roadside would likely stir up a storm online soon. Sure enough, the next day, the entire internet was flooded with news about a university teacher in Beishur who was brutally murdered on the roadside. After several days of failing to find the murderer, a senior executive responsible for the case was dismissed, and then the matter fell silent. A week later, Chu Feng traveled through the wormhole to the glass factory. Gao Feng spent a week obtaining layers of demolition approvals and had now contacted a demolition company to demolish the adjacent factory completely, selling all the old machines inside at low prices to small factories. Chu Feng, wearing a white construction helmet, stood not far from the factory about to be demolished. With the demolition unit beside him, and Chu Xiong and Niu Mo Wang standing guard on either side. Behind them were Gao Feng and Lang Shan, whose task was to monitor the demolition work on site. Soon, as the responsible executive of the demolition unit counted down, the ground shook. And then the 4 blue factories exploded. Following that, the entire factory collapsed. Dust filled the air, and instantly the sky was shrouded in fog, sand and dust flying everywhere, obscuring vision. Chu Feng frowned and pinched his nose, then turned to leave, while Chu Xiong and Niu Mo Wang seemed unaffected and calmly followed Chu Feng. Gao Feng and Lang Shan couldn't leave yet. They had to monitor the site. Chu Feng first returned to the glass factory, where the gatekeeper, Old Chun, was back on duty. Chu Feng originally suggested he take a month off to come back later, since the main work for this month was the demolition of the neighboring factory. However, Old Chun insisted on coming to work every day on time, so Chu Feng had to let it be. After greeting Old Chun, he returned to the office and summoned the time-traveling worm to go back to the underground level, because Chu Feng had another task for the computer-type cockroach monster. That was to assign each cockroach monster a suitable and inconspicuous identity. First, He had Ji Sanhao infiltrate the identity management system of the public security department without being detected by the firewall system. In just 2 hours, he successfully uploaded forged ID cards for all the computer-type cockroach monsters. From then on, the computer-type cockroach monsters had legal ID cards. Then he uploaded false identities for the other cockroach monsters, including Chu Xiong and Nyo Mo Wang, as well as the cockroach monsters in the other world like Chu Mei, and even found his own identity information. He deleted all the specific information above, assigned various non-existent information, removed other important information, and finally, all the cockroach monsters successfully obtained legal ID cards, then exited the identity system of the public security department. Chapter 70. Building design plans. Chu Feng then had the computer-type cockroach monster attempt to infiltrate the Pentagon's defense system to see if it could copy some top-secret documents from inside. Soon after the attack began, Chu Feng discovered that Ji Sanhao had successfully entered the U.S. defense system first. Chu Feng hurriedly instructed Ji Sanhao to copy all top-secret documents, even if these documents weren't necessarily all useful. As long as they were copied, they would surely be useful. So Ji Sanhao operated 2 computers, his hands moving like shadows, quickly downloading all the top-secret documents one by one. However, he found that both computers' memory and storage were already full. Ji San saw the red warning signals on his 2 computers and loudly told Ji Qi beside him to take over and continue downloading. Ji Qi nodded in response without saying a word and silently operated his own computer. Then, without missing a second, Ji Qi took over Ji San's work and continued to download all the top-secret files from the U.S. defense system. Chu Feng stood by, not daring to interrupt. His heart tense as he watched, and before he knew it, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Chu Feng quietly asked Ji Lu next to him whether this would alert the U.S. defense system and lead them to trace their specific address and location. Ji Lu shook his head, saying they wouldn't be discovered. At most, a few skilled experts might notice an intrusion into the defense system, but they wouldn't trace it back to their address. Nonetheless, they had prepared some counter-tracking and firewall measures, deliberately placing their address in Europe. Anyway, they wouldn't be traced. Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief, and the next moment he noticed Ji Qi's computer was also fully loaded, prompting Ji Qi to call Ji Lu to take over, repeating the same operation. Eventually, 17 out of the 20 computers completed the download, consuming a total of 23 memory units. After the computer-like cockroach monster finished its copying work, there was another wave of rapid operations, with each computer successfully exiting the U.S. defense system, disconnecting from the internet, and entering a series of security passwords that Chu Feng couldn't understand. After completing this series of operations, 5 hours had passed. These top-secret files were of no use to Chu Feng at the moment, but keeping them was still beneficial. Although they couldn't be used now, they might be useful later. So Chu Feng took the slightly tanned Ji San with him, as he believed Ji San had the best skills among the computer-like cockroach monsters. Planning to go out and buy some computer components. First, using the system operation, he transformed Ji San into a human form, discovering that Ji San had turned into a bronze-skinned, muscular Asian figure. However, he soon noticed that Ji San had no clothes to wear. Not only him, but all the other computer-like cockroach monsters were in the same situation. Chu Feng first had Ji San put on new underwear, then got into a Hummer, and drove to a clothing store, buying over 20 pairs of shorts and flip-flops. When they returned to the Hummer, he pulled a small cart and tossed a pair of shorts and flip-flops through the car window for Ji San to wear inside. Then he opened the rear door of the Hummer, tossed all the items from the small cart into the back, estimated mentally that nothing was missing, closed the rear door, returned the cart to the store, and left in the Hummer. Arriving at a place that sold computer parts, Chu Feng, not understanding these items, let Ji San choose since he was the expert. Chu Feng could only watch as Ji San scanned through cases, power supplies, motherboards, fans, memory, hard drives, graphics cards, and monitors. After buying these items and returning to the villa, Chu Feng had all the items moved down from the car by the cockroach monsters and let them distribute the items themselves. He then used the wormhole to reach the glass factory. Just as he arrived at the glass factory, Gao Feng approached Chu Feng and handed him a building design blueprint. Upon receiving the paper, Chu Feng was shocked to see it was a design, thinking to himself that he might one day own his own office building. So, he carefully examined it and found a few exterior designs of Shaman that he liked best. However, after comparing these designs, he still felt unsatisfied. So he raised his head and told Gao Feng, "I'm not satisfied with these. They're either very ordinary or too similar to existing models." Find a better design company to create better architectural plans. Okay, boss. Do you have any specific requirements? For example, how large should it be? Gao Feng was not surprised and began to tidy up all the design drafts on Chu Feng's desk before asking a question. The land next to us is about 200 acres, with a total area exceeding 130,000 square feet. First, we will definitely build an office building. So the area has to be large enough, and the appearance luxurious enough. Money is not an issue. As Chu Feng spoke, he covered his chin and thought seriously for a moment, then continued, let us set the area at least 120,000 square feet, ideally 39 floors, with 3 underground levels, totaling 42 floors. If that's the case, the cost will be very high. The construction and decoration costs will be at least 5 billion. And with the land cost, the total cost will exceed 38 billion. Money doesn't have much use sitting around. Our primary task is to build the building and fully develop this piece of land. Then we can focus on making more money. Understand? Got it. After tidying up the items on the desk and bidding farewell to Chu Feng, Gao Feng left the glass factory and drove the luxury car that Chu Feng had left for him to find the design company. Chu Feng sat in the office, thought for a moment, then walked out. He greeted the security guard, Old Shin, and continued walking next door. The land next to them had undergone significant changes. Workers were loading rubble from demolished buildings into large dump trucks, which left one after another, while more trucks awaited the excavators. The leftover construction debris on the ground was decreasing, and various workers wearing red hard hats were moving around. Of course, Chu Feng had finalized the design. So these workers' main task was to clear the construction debris and transport it elsewhere. Chu Feng walked for a long time around the construction site, and even asked Lang Shan, who was monitoring the site, for a white hard hat, listening to Lang Shan's introduction of the land. During this period, Gao Feng called, saying he had found better designs at the design company and needed Chu Feng's decision, asking him to come over. Learning that Gao Feng was at a design company in the center of Futian district, Chu Feng bid farewell to Lang Shan, returned to the glass factory office, and summoned the wormhole to return to the villa. Seeing that the Hummer's trunk was empty, he closed the rear door, got in, and started the Hummer towards the city center. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the location of the design company, which was inside the Hualien building. Chapter 71, a 100 million contract. Parking downstairs at the design company, he opened the car window, leaned out, and looked up. The exterior of the Hualien building was low-key, elegant, and generous. At the same time, Chu Feng also noticed Gao Feng downstairs with 4 men and women in suits, 1 woman and 3 men. From a distance, Gao Feng also spotted Chu Feng in the 6-wheeled Hummer, as it was quite rare in Shenzhen. Next, Chu Feng saw Gao Feng talking to a young man nearby while pointing at the 6-wheeled Hummer, and the young man nodded and jogged over to Chu Feng's Hummer. Arriving next to Chu Feng's Hummer, he politely asked, "Are you Boss Chu?" Chu Feng nodded in response, and the young man pointed toward an underground parking passage of the Hualien building, indicating that Chu Feng could drive into park, and offered to help park the car. After considering, Chu Feng decided to get out of the car without taking the key. The young man nodded to Chu Feng, saying he would take the key up later. After that, the young man got into Chu Feng's car and slowly drove toward the underground parking lot, while Chu Feng walked toward Gao Feng. Not far away, Gao Feng jogged over and nodded to Chu Feng as a greeting. 2 men and 1 woman followed closely behind Gao Feng, with one middle-aged man wearing gold-framed glasses extending his hand. Seeing this, Chu Feng also reached out to shake hands. The middle-aged man with the gold glasses said, "Are you Boss Chu?" "Hello, I am Li Yinan, the chairman of Yinan Design Company." "Hello, I am Chu Feng, the owner of Beijisheng Bio Company." "Haha. Let's go to the office to chat." Chu Feng nodded repeatedly, then he and Li Yinan led the way, followed by Gao Feng, and finally a slightly younger man and woman. Everyone entered the Hualien building one after another. The Hualien building is surrounded by the most developed commercial center in Futian district. Companies established here generally have some foundation, and Yinan Design Company is one of the few design firms in Shenzhen with an annual income exceeding 100 million yuan. Having long-term collaborations with famous foreign designers and participating in many local building designs, its strength is evident. Everyone took the elevator up, during which a few staff members holding employee badges nodded silently to Li Yinan, while listening to Li Yinan introduce the capabilities and standards of his Yinan Design Company. Chu Feng was also sizing him up. Li Yinan appeared to be in his 40s, with hair slicked back with a lot of wax, shiny and black. He wore an expensive Patek Philippe watch, a black suit, and gray crocodile leather shoes. Next to Li Yinan were a young man and woman. The man looked to be in his 30s, dressed similarly in a black suit. The woman had light makeup, was about 28 years old, wore silver diamond earrings, and a black skirt suit, with long hair that exuded a hint of charm, attracting Chu Feng's attention. Seeing this, Li Yinan quickly introduced the people beside him. The man is named Zhang Lu, an architectural designer at Yinan Design Company. The woman is named Chun Miling, also a designer and the head of the business department. Considered a strong urban woman. Soon, the elevator reached the floor where Yinan Design Company's office is located. Chu Feng and Gao Feng followed Li Yinan into what seemed to be a conference room. Chu Feng and Gao Feng sat on the left side, while Li Yinan and Chun Miling sat on the right. Zhang Lu went to get the design plans. After a while, Zhang Lu entered the conference room with a set of design plans, first handing each Chu Feng and Gao Feng a copy, then giving one to Li Yinan and Chun Miling. After distributing these, Zhang Lu sat in the seat to the left of Li Yinan. Chu Feng opened the document and examined it carefully. It contained a building design plan and various design data, including a detailed architectural sample image, alongside an introduction to the total area of the building and possible costs. However, the total building area was only slightly over 120,000 square meters, which did not satisfy Chu Feng, as it would waste a significant amount of space. Knowing that 200 acres would estimate to over 130,000 square meters, Chu Feng's idea was to build a 42-story office building occupying at least 120,000 square meters. Thus, the actual building area for a 42-story building should exceed 260,000 square meters. This was the ideal building in Chu Feng's imagination, so this design plan did not meet his expectations. He immediately raised his requirements, leaving Li Yinan astonished and shocked. However, as the boss of a large design company, he quickly regained his composure, contemplating Chu Feng's ideas. It was clear that Chu Feng's design vision far exceeded Li Yinan's. If Chu Feng's building were established, it would overshadow all buildings in Shenzhen. Although it might not reach the highest floor count, it would occupy the largest area. After all, 200 acres is enough land for a university. However, Li Yinan quickly expressed his opinion. Boss Chu, your idea is too crazy. To be honest, there is no building of 200 acres in Shenzhen. If you build it, it will undoubtedly be the first skyscraper. Can't you, Li, also design such a plan? I think your company is quite good. I personally believe you have capable people. We do have such talents, and they are basically the treasures of the company, but this design will require a very high cost. May I ask how much Boss Chu can offer? I am not too clear on this, so let Gao handle it with you. I only need you to provide this design plan within a month. Otherwise, we will have to look for others. Okay. We will do our best to provide you with a perfect design plan within a month, but before that, you need to sign a contract and confidentiality agreement. No problem. We were planning to do that anyway. Let us sign. After Chu Feng said this, he instructed Gao Feng. Gao Feng, you will be responsible for this contract, and you will also arrange this cooperation. All right, boss. Gao Feng nodded in agreement, then began discussing the contract details with Li Yinan and others. Gao Feng also presented Chu Feng's ideas, and after discussing the contract content, Chu Feng signed a contract for the design plan and a confidentiality agreement on behalf of the company. Meanwhile, Gao Feng transferred a deposit of 5 million yuan to Yinan Design Company's account. Once Yinan Design Company completes the architectural design plan to Chu Feng's satisfaction, he will receive the remaining payment of 95 million yuan, as the cost of such a large building design is also very high, with demanding requirements. Considering fire safety and indoor pathways, as well as the overall structure of the reinforced concrete walls, it is not just about designing whatever one wants. Chapter 72. Discussion. The conference room of Yinan Design Company was filled with various levels of designers, from newly graduated assistant designers to experienced senior designers. And even fashion designers were present. This was because Li Yinan was going to discuss an order from Beijing Bio Company, a contract worth 100 million yuan. How could he not let the entire staff of Yinan Design Company understand this? Li Yinan also wanted to thank Chu Feng for giving them a better opportunity to challenge building design. Although they had participated in building designs across the country, they rarely had their landmark representative works, such as the Jinmao Tower in Lushi or the Canton Tower in Guangzhou, even the leading design company in Shenzhen. Yinan Design Company had not participated in landmark buildings because the designers of these projects were all from abroad. It is easy to imagine that Chu Feng's 200-acre building would shock the entire design industry in some ways. Chu Feng could be seen as giving domestic designers confidence and recognition. Sure enough, when Li Yinan finished explaining this plan, the entire conference room erupted with excitement. This was the largest order since the establishment of Yinan Design Company, a 100 million yuan contract that everyone wanted to be a part of. Even senior designers who had not been paying attention to the company's development sat up straight, listening attentively to what Li Yinan had to say next. Li Yinan was very pleased to see the expressions of the employees in the conference room. In fact, he felt a surge of pride inside. This was an opportunity to make Yinan Design Company famous throughout the country and a chance for the company to take another step forward. Aiming for the greatest red dot design award in the design industry, known as the Oscar of the design world. After considering these future possibilities, he looked around the conference room, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Did everyone hear that? This is the most important opportunity for our company. Quiet down and listen to me." Soon, the entire parliamentary room calmed down. Seeing this, Li Yinan gently nodded to the silent Chen Miling beside him. Chen Miling also nodded back at Li Yinan, distributing the materials in her hands to everyone present. This material contained the client's requirements, which were quite simple. The area must reach 120,000 square meters, and the total construction area must exceed 260,000 square meters. Additionally, there should be 39 floors above ground and 3 underground, totaling 42 floors. There were no other design requirements, so you can fully utilize your abilities. After Li Yinan finished speaking, a very spirited middle-aged woman raised her opinion, asking if the client had any exterior design requirements. Li Yinan replied seriously that Chu Feng did have exterior design requirements, which must include fully sunproof reflective glass. This middle-aged woman, named Wu Xiaoan, had short hair, fair skin, and well-defined features, although she had crow's feet and dark circles around her eyes. It did not affect her elegant demeanor. She continued to ask various other questions, and Li Yinan answered them one by one until Wu Xiaoan had no more questions. After seeing that she had no further inquiries, Li Yinan looked around and asked again, "Does anyone else have any questions? If not, we can disperse. After you go back, it would be best to bring a preliminary design plan tomorrow." "All right, we are dismissed." The crowd remained silent. So Li Yinan and Chen Miling left the parliamentary room one after another, leaving others sitting inside. Everyone did not leave but turned to look at Zhang Lu, who had been sitting in the lower left corner, waiting for his input. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhang Lu smiled slightly and said, "What is the matter? Why is everyone looking at me? This design is open for everyone to participate, provided you can come up with a plan that satisfies the client." After finishing, Zhang Lu tidied up his desk and then left the parliamentary room. He didn't say another word, as he had heard and understood everything just like everyone else, without any concealment. So he hurried home to arrange a specific design plan, because this time the company was offering an 8 million reward, and most importantly, it could make his name well known in the entire design industry. Therefore, how could he waste time here discussing with these senior designers who were used to fighting? He was also a senior designer, but had never encountered such an opportunity. It was clear that the opportunity brought by Chu Feng had given him a glimmer of hope. The other senior designers and design assistants left sitting in the parliamentary room, saw Zhang Lu leave directly, and everyone exchanged glances. Even Wu Xiaohan stood up to leave, and her assistant quickly followed her, tidying up the desk as they went. The entire parliamentary room suddenly fell silent. A handsome man with a small braid broke the awkward atmosphere for the first time. "Everyone, let's share our thoughts. The company is offering an 8 million reward for this design. I wonder if anyone has any opinions? Just for this 8 million reward. I would even work late every night. It's for a living." A young man with an ear stud sneered, pinching his fingers to cover his nose as if he had smelled something foul, and moved back, saying, "The reward is substantial, but don't forget that the higher the building, the greater the difficulty in design. Similarly, the larger the area, the greater the design difficulty. Do you really think you can handle it?" The handsome man also sneered. "Whether I can handle it or not, I have more opportunities than you little weakling." The young man with the ear stud was furious, trembling as he pointed at the handsome man, saying, "Oh, you're so impressive. If you could design it, you wouldn't still be a senior designer." Suddenly, an expressionless middle-aged woman spoke. "All right, stop arguing. What do you think this place is? A vegetable market?" The handsome man and the young man with the ear stud exchanged glances and sneered before turning to look at the middle-aged woman who spoke. Everyone was waiting for her next words, and she said, "All right, everyone go back. Do what you need to do. Additionally, everyone can participate in this design plan. And tomorrow you should each bring a design plan." This middle-aged woman was Yu Jing, one of the senior management of Ening Design Company, serving as the vice president in charge of all work in the design department. She could be considered the highest management level after Li Ening and the other directors. And these senior designers listened to her arrangements. Therefore, when she said this, everyone had no objections and began to leave the parliamentary room one after another to arrange their design plans. Some employees had already started to get off work and go home, while more employees planned to stay in the company overnight to produce a preliminary design plan that would satisfy the company purely because of the 8 million reward. Chapter 73. Dining. Chu Feng and Gao Feng were in the chairman's office of Ening Design Company. Chu Feng was lazily half lying on the sofa, while Gao Feng sat beside him with his eyes half closed. Suddenly, the door opened, and Li Ening and Chen Miling walked in one after another. Li Ening looked apologetic and said, "Boss Chu, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting." Hearing the sound of the door, Chu Feng reacted but still did not sit up properly. He only straightened his posture slightly after Li Ening finished speaking, shaking his head and saying, "Don't say that. You mobilized the entire company's staff for my design drawing. I should be the one feeling embarrassed for causing you trouble." Li Ening waved his hands and then checked his watch, continuing, "No, you are the client of Ening Design Company, and this is a requirement we must meet. It's a bit late today. How about we go out to find a place and treat you to a meal?" Chu Feng also noticed the weather outside and felt a bit hungry, so he nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you to treat us, Boss Li." Everyone walked out of the office and headed down the corridor. As they passed the employee office area, some employees noticed Chu Feng and Gao Feng standing next to Li Ening, as they were unfamiliar faces. However, they saw their boss Li Ening treating Chu Feng with great respect, and a group of employees began to whisper among themselves. Employees passing through the corridor also stopped to nod at Li Ening. Li Ening laughed and said, "It seems Boss Chu has become famous. Your 100 million order has made our company's employees very curious about you. Do you want me to introduce you to the senior management of my company?" "No need. We're just going out for a meal. It's not necessary to call so many people." "All right. It seems they're not fortunate enough to meet you." After saying this, Li Ening suddenly thought of something and quietly instructed Chen Miling beside him, "Miling, go get Boss Chu's keys." "No need. Your employees have already given me the keys." While speaking, she took out the car keys from her pocket and showed them to Li Ening and Chen Miling. Li Ening laughed heartily, saying that the kid was efficient for the first time. He then added that they should keep him and promote him to a full-time employee, which surprised Chu Feng for a moment, but he quickly understood Li Ening's intention. Perhaps that unnamed employee was an intern, and Li Ening might have had ideas to eliminate him, but to please Chu Feng, he decided to promote him to a full-time position just because he helped Chu Feng drive and returned the keys to him. Soon, everyone took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Chu Feng and Gao Feng's cars were parked together. Chu Feng drove his six-wheeled Hummer, while Gao Feng drove his Land Cruiser. Chen Miling sat in the passenger seat of Li Ening's car, which was a common Benz, a model Chu Feng wasn't he familiar with. Watching Li Ening's car lead the way, followed by Chu Feng and finally Gao Feng's Land Cruiser. It took them just over an hour to arrive at a private restaurant located in Luhu District. This private restaurant is quite simple, with basic decor, and the entrance is sheltered from the wind with a makeshift canopy. The owner is a short, plump man with a beer belly, but he is an excellent cook. Li Ening introduced this restaurant to Chu Feng. The reason Li Ening brought Chu Feng here is that the ingredients are fresh and grown in their own backyard, without pesticides, in a field right behind their house. Chu Feng glanced to the side and indeed saw a sizable vegetable garden planted with many seasonal vegetables, including rapeseed, greens, and radishes. While the fresh produce is one reason to come here, the main reason is that the chef who moved here from Sujiang province can prepare authentic Su cuisine and Lu cuisine, especially signature dishes like the famous tofu, scallion braised sea cucumber, 3 silk shark fin, braised 4 treasures, and sweet and sour yellow river carp. This is also why Li Ening brought Chu Feng here. Such a chef is hard to find, even in large restaurants, and it is often said that authentic Lu cuisine can only be found in the northern city, which is no joke. The northern city lacks its own special cuisine and is close to Shandong province, allowing many Lu dishes to be preserved there. As Chu Feng and Gao Feng listened to Li Ening's arrangements, they sat at table number 4. To Chu Feng's left sat Chen Miling and Li Ening. Being a regular at this private restaurant, interacted with the owner to order dishes. The owner's wife took notes on a small pad and, after the order was placed, came over to ask Chu Feng if he wanted to drink. Chu Feng shook his head, saying that everyone had driven over, so drinking was out of the question. A few bottles of drinks would be enough. Upon hearing this, she nodded and told the owner to bring a few bottles of drinks, ordering 4 large bottles of orange juice. After receiving the menu, she handed it back to the owner, indicating that they would order just these for now. The owner seemed to have a good memory, saying he heard her and would prepare the food right away. In just over 20 minutes, the dishes were served. Chu Feng had improved his physical condition significantly, allowing him to eat and digest more quickly. The Lu cuisine was quite good, though a bit spicy. Perhaps the owner had heard that people from Guangdong province generally do not like spicy food, so the spice level was toned down a bit, resulting in a surprisingly fresh meat flavor. Chu Feng and Gao Feng dug in heartily, while Li Yinan laughed and joined in. Chen Miling, sitting next to them, was more reserved but was taken aback by their voracious eating. However, she did not dare to object, as they were the owners and senior management of a large company. In her imagination, a boss capable of purchasing hundreds of billions worth of land was a big shot, even though Chu Feng seemed a bit young in her eyes. This is Shenzhen, where anything is possible. The owner of DJI Technology is also a young man, having dominated over 90% of the global drone market by his 30s, with a market value exceeding hundreds of billions. Not to mention Chu Feng, so she did not dare to voice any opposition. Li Nan, on the other hand, accepted the eating habits of Chu Feng and Gao Feng. He had also risen from humble beginnings. Although he was now a billionaire and the owner of a design company, he appreciated the style of Chu Feng and Gao Feng because, in his view, such people could be good friends. Soon, after finishing their meals, Chu Feng engaged in casual conversation with Li Yinan and Chen Miling. Li Yinan shared stories about his entrepreneurial journey, which Chu Feng listened to as mere stories, and eventually, they exchanged business cards before parting ways. Chu Feng returned to the villa, while Gao Feng drove back to the glass factory, and Li Yinan and Chen Miling headed toward a nearby hotel. Chapter 77. Goodbye Zhang Gaodi. When Chu Feng heard that Zhang Gaodi had close contact with foreigners, and it was related to meteors, he was quite surprised. He never expected Zhang Gaodi to be linked to the recent viral infection incident that had caused such a stir. Even if it was not a direct connection, it was still related. This made Chu Feng feel astonished and led him to think deeper. Perhaps this viral infection incident was orchestrated by Zhang Gaodi himself? However, Chu Feng did not act hastily because he believed that upon receiving the meteorite, Zhang Gaodi would contact him immediately, as he was the only one in Shenzhen who would want a meteorite. Others would only want to buy it cheaply for collection. So how could Zhang Gaodi go crazy over it? Similarly, Chu Feng believed that Zhang Gaodi would call him today. Sure enough, in the morning, Zhang Gaodi called Chu Feng, and he picked up right away. How have you been, Boss Chu? Not bad, just get to the point. Hey, Boss Chu knows me well, I'll be straightforward. I have the goods you want. When can we discuss the price? Meteorites? How many do you have? Hee, just 12 pieces, but the price is a bit high. What do you mean by high? Do you have other precious meteorites like the black treasure green meteorite? Boss Chu, you're making it hard for me. While my goods are not as rare as the black treasure green meteorite, they are still valuable. Have you heard of the famous Mars glass ball meteorite and the jibing meteorite? These are well-known meteorites in Europe that I had a hard time obtaining from a friend. Did you steal them from museums in Europe? Don't frame me, Boss Chu. Zhang Gaodi's voice on the other end raised slightly, possibly startled by Chu Feng's words. Chu Feng thought he heard a faint, suppressed cough from the other side. Ever since learning about those matters yesterday, he had become more sensitive to coughs. Let's not discuss framing. Do you really have a batch of meteorites? So, Boss Chu is interested? I am interested in meteorites. How about this? Set a time for me to visit you at your home. It's chaotic outside, and I can't risk infection. Okay, let's discuss business at my home. After all, this batch of goods is also at my place. After agreeing on a time, he also learned that Zhang Gaodi lived in a luxurious community near the Hongling Industrial Zone, which was a place he was somewhat familiar with. However, Chu Feng was worried about Zhang Gaodi's safety, and since he wanted the meteorite, he decided to bring Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King along. This way, he could grasp the situation and avoid falling into a passive predicament. At the same time, he gathered the cockroach-headed monsters that had previously worked at the glass factory and concentrated them. Then, he summoned the time-traveling worm to return to the glass factory office. In the office, he first asked Gao Feng about the progress of the design drawings, only to find out that a Nan design company had only proposed a preliminary design plan, and nothing had been finalized yet. With this, Chu Feng decided not to inquire further, waving his hand to let Gao Feng get back to his work. He then left the office with Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King, first assigning the technical cockroach-headed monsters to Gao Feng. As he felt the glass factory should not be dismantled for now, they would likely be busy producing glass tubes to hold the virus treatment liquid. As he passed through the front gate of the glass factory, he chatted with Old Chin for a while. He also mentioned that the glass factory might resume operations and would not consider taking a break for now. Since Old Chin wanted to work, he could continue. After asking Old Chin where the luxury community was, he learned that there were only 4 luxury communities near the industrial park, and the Edu City community was the most luxurious among them. Chu Feng called Zhang Gaudi again from the guardhouse and learned that it was indeed on the top floor of the Edu City community. Chu Feng first complained a bit, and then simply hung up the phone, leaving the guardhouse with Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King. Old Chin continued to stare at Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King as he found them unfamiliar, but since the boss did not say anything, he did not dare to ask further. After a while, they arrived at the main entrance of the Edu City community, just a road away from the Hongling Industrial Park. To the north is Kaitian Park, and to the south is Lianhua Mountain Park, making it a beautiful environment. Soon, they passed the security check and registration at the entrance smoothly. Under a nearby building was Zhang Gaudi, who hurried over upon seeing Chu Feng from a distance. Extending his hand as he said, "Ahem, Boss Chu, we meet again." "Not bad. Take me to your house to have a look," Chu Feng said. But he didn't extend his hand to shake. At this crucial moment, seeing the sudden change in Zhang Gaudi's expression, Chu Feng had to explain. "This is a crucial time. It's inconvenient to shake hands. If we hadn't mentioned we were looking for you, your community wouldn't have let me in." "Boss Chu is quite considerate," Zhang Gaudi said, feeling relieved as he withdrew his hand and changed it to a gesture of invitation. He looked at Chu Feng as companions, Chu Xiong and Niu Moang. He recognized Chu Xiong, but Niu Moang was unfamiliar, which made Zhang Gaudi view Chu Feng with higher regard. After all, it was rare to afford such a strong bodyguard these days. Zhang Gaudi didn't inquire about Niu Moang and invited Chu Feng, Chu Xiong, and Niu Moang inside. They took the elevator to the top floor. Zhang Gaudi's home was a luxurious duplex apartment with 2 lifts, far more lavishly decorated than Chu Feng's villa. There was no one else at home. According to Zhang Gaudi, his wife had gone back to her parents' house, and his children were studying abroad, so he lived alone. Hearing Zhang Gaudi cough suppressively again made Chu Feng furrow his brow tighter. He couldn't determine whether Zhang Gaudi was infected. Suddenly, Chu Xiong leaned in and whispered that the duplex was filled with the scent of a virus. Who knew how Chu Xiong could smell the virus? Boss Zhang's house is indeed luxurious. Boss Chu, why do you have to be so sarcastic? This house is probably just a small matter in your eyes. Zhang Gaudi said with an awkward smile. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't say much, he continued, "Boss Chu, without further ado, please sit down. I'll get the meteorite for you." With that, Zhang Gaudi walked into a room that resembled an office. Chu Xiong and Niu Moang sat on a top-grade crocodile leather sofa, having heard Chu Xiong mention that the entire duplex was filled with viruses. And since Zhang Gaudi was still in the study, Chu Feng secretly summoned the virus separation bug. Just as he summoned the virus separation bug, Zhang Gaudi came out holding the meteorite, startling Chu Feng to the point where he almost crushed the bug. Fortunately, Chu Feng remembered in time and relaxed his fist slightly, allowing the bug to breathe a sigh of relief and fall limp into his palm. Chu Feng didn't notice this and stepped forward to follow Zhang Gaudi to the coffee table in the living room. Zhang Gaudi carefully placed the meteorite on the coffee table, his expression resembling someone cautiously protecting a treasure, which amused and impressed Chu Feng. This kind of hard-working boss for money was truly diligent. As Zhang Gaudi unveiled the black cloth covering the meteorite, Chu Feng saw various oddly shaped stones. Some meteorites resembled cracked marble, others looked like ordinary blue bricks, and some were smooth and reflective. Among these meteorites, 2 caught Chu Feng's eye the most. Clearly, these 2 meteorites were the Jibing meteorite and the Mars non-spherical particle meteorite, 2 of the top 10 rare meteorites in the world. As Chu Feng looked at these 2 meteorites, he discreetly released the virus separation bug while Zhang Gaudi wasn't paying attention, letting it devour the virus in the luxurious duplex. Then he took out his phone to search the internet for the world's rarest and most expensive meteorites. One of the Jibing meteorites looked identical to the one in Zhang Gaudi's hand. It was practically the same meteorite. Logically, this Jibing meteorite should be in the hands of a certain European consortium, yet it was unexpectedly in Zhang Gaudi's possession. Chu Feng picked up the Jibing meteorite and compared it with the real image online. Apart from a chip in the upper left corner, it was almost the same meteorite. Rumor has it that this Jibing meteorite fell during prehistoric times, and it is named after a place called Jibing City at the edge of the Sahara Desert in southern Namibia. Thus it is referred to as the unique jibing meteorite in the world. In fact, many meteorites of the same material exist. What Chu Feng cared about was whether there was another black gem green meteorite. But out of the 12 meteorites, none belonged to the black gem green category. All were very ordinary meteorites, except for the Huibo non-spherical particle meteorite and the jibing meteorite, which had special significance and were slightly more valuable. One was a stone iron meteorite and another was a Fukang meteorite, while the rest were ordinary lunar stone iron meteorites. So, how much for these meteorites? Ahem. I might have caught a cold today. I've been coughing a lot, but don't worry. I haven't been to that restaurant or had close contact with any infected people, Zhang Gaodi hurriedly explained when he saw Chu Feng frowning at him. Alas, actually. You're really infected. Chu Feng sighed and had to reveal the truth. Zhang Gaodi couldn't believe it, thinking Chu Feng was joking, but before he could speak, he saw the serious look on Chu Feng's face. Zhang Gaodi coughed again and then asked tremulously, "Really?" Chu Feng nodded slightly. Zhang Gaodi still looked disbelieving, thinking Chu Feng wanted to trick him out of his meteorites, so he didn't intend to discuss this matter further and continued, "Let us not discuss this for now. How much for these meteorites?" The stone iron meteorite was the most valuable. Last year, a similar material meteorite weighing 15 kilograms was auctioned in New York for $2 million. This one you have is slightly smaller, so I'll offer you 15 million. As for this Fukang meteorite, weighing 50 kilograms, there was also a 420-kilogram Fukang meteorite in the U.S. in 2008 that had a starting price of $2 million, based on the current market price. I'll give you 40 million for it. Zhang Gaodi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the two least conspicuous meteorites were the most valuable, while the jibing meteorite and Huibo meteorite, which he considered the most valuable, were worth much less. Ultimately, he received an offer of 80 million, which, although not reaching Zhang Gaodi's expected price, was sufficient. Zhang Gaodi immediately agreed to the transaction, so Chu Feng called Gao Feng to transfer the money to this account. After a short while, Zhang Gaodi received a text message confirming the transfer. Chu Xiong and Niu Moang picked up all the meteorites, totaling 200 kilograms, while Chu Feng discreetly recalled the virus separation bug when Zhang Gaodi wasn't paying attention and left the place. Entering the elevator, he first pressed the button for the first floor. As they slowly descended, Chu Feng suddenly pressed the button for the 15th floor, stopping the elevator. He got out and went to the stairs to store all the meteorites in his space. Then the three of them turned invisible and climbed to the top floor to Zhang Gaodi's home. Seeing that Zhang Gaodi's door was tightly closed, they had to climb over the outer wall and jump onto the balcony of a bedroom, noticing that there was no one inside. Then they carefully opened the floor-to-ceiling window, stepping on the wooden floor in the bedroom. It was a pink room, and there was a photo frame on the bedside table featuring a beautiful girl. Chu Feng thought that she might be Zhang Gaodi's daughter. Opening the door gently, they immediately saw Zhang Gaodi standing in the living room on the phone. No wonder he hadn't heard the sound of the wooden floor in the bedroom. He was on a call. The three of them stepped out of the bedroom and stood next to Zhang Gaodi. With no outsiders around, Zhang Gaodi's coughs were continuous. He was cursing the person on the other end of the phone, and Chu Feng couldn't make out what he was saying because it wasn't in Chinese or a dialect. It sounded like English. And Chu Feng himself was not good at languages, so everyone was confused. When Zhang Gaodi finished his last sentence and hung up the phone, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that I really got infected? The two white pigs infected me with their illness." Coughing, Zhang Gaodi's face became increasingly pale, and he couldn't suppress his coughs. Suddenly, it felt like he was struck hard, and he bent over, lying sideways on the sofa, his forehead covered in sweat. Ultimately, he couldn't help but vomit blood, and immediately lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Chu Feng, who was standing by, did not reveal himself and continued to watch Zhang Gaodi coldly, confirming that he had truly passed out before making his appearance. Next, he summoned the memory worm, commanded it to split and produce memory larvae, which entered Zhang Gaodi's brain. After obtaining a segment of memory, he let the bull demon king devour the memory larvae. Then he summoned the virus separation worm and performed the same operation, separating out virus larvae and making a cross-shaped wound on Zhang Gaodi's hand to insert the virus larvae. Observing Zhang Gaodi's complexion improving, Chu Feng called for Chu Xiong and the bull demon king to leave the area. The three of them maintained their invisibility as they walked down the stairs, revealing themselves only on the 15th floor, where they summoned the meteorites they had collected. They first had Chu Xiong and the bull demon king carry them before taking the elevator to leave, seeking a remote location. Using the time-traveling worm, they returned to the villa. Looking at the meteorites, Chu Feng did not immediately have the time-traveling worm devour and upgrade, but went to the giant worm world to let Chu Mei check if these meteorites contained any foreign viral substances. As a result, Chu Mei, through some testing methods, discovered that a piece of iron meteorite indeed contained a highly lethal unknown substance that could cause any organism to be infected with a new type of virus. But it itself was not a virus. Even if Chu Feng summoned the virus separation worm, it couldn't devour it. This showed how terrifying this unknown substance, which could cause organisms to be infected with a virus, was. For Chu Feng, this unknown substance, which was not a virus but could cause organisms to be infected with one, was a perfect biochemical weapon. The surface of this iron meteorite was covered with an oxidation layer, called a fusion shell, with numerous pits of various sizes distributed on the surface, known as gas prints. Additionally, there were grooves of different shapes, called fusion grooves, and very noticeable fusion flow lines. This was the iron meteorite. Chapter 79. The elevator oddity. After cutting the iron meteorite in half, they found a black stone inside, which was not the same type of stone as the outer fusion shell, but rather seemed like a black stone melted together with the fusion shell. First, they used an insulating clamp to hold the cut yellow-red stone shell and placed it in a pre-dug pit. Then everyone put on their gas masks and started a fire. With a bang, they consumed the oxygen on the surface, and then tested with a radiation detector, which showed no data. Using the same method, this time the Bull Demon King used clamps to take out the black stone. Chu Xiong first took out the original meteorite, and the Bull Demon King put the black stone inside. Again, with a bang, the black stone ignited. While holding the radiation detector, Chu Feng noticed the data was continuously rising. Scatter. Everyone spread out. Chu Feng shouted immediately, urging the surrounding cockroach-headed monsters to disperse. Then stood 100 meters away from the black stone in the pit and used the detector again. The data was low but still showed a weak radiation value. Chu Mei, what's going on? Chu Feng turned to ask Chu Mei. She frowned as she looked at the black stone in the pit, which was continuously burning, accompanied by a blue flame emerging from the black stone. The others standing 100 meters away also smelled a strange odor, reminiscent of some insect being roasted. This smell is delightful. Chu Feng glanced at Chu Xiong, who awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Chu Feng didn't continue to stare at him, but turned to look at Chu Mei, who shrugged and shook her head in response to Chu Feng's confusion, possibly not knowing what was happening either. Reluctantly, everyone had to wait for the black stone to burn out before approaching. After a long wait, the flames of the black stone stopped rising, and the blue flames that had emerged began to shrink. The data on the radiation detector began to drop from 5122 down to 001, before everyone finally dared to approach the pit to examine the black stone. Finally, the strange blue flames stopped emerging, and the radiation detector showed 0, indicating almost no radiation response. Chu Mei asked Chu Xiong to take out the black stone. Chu Xiong looked surprised at Chu Mei, then pouted, looking quite wronged, making a face that suggested indifference to life and death, extending a hand to grasp the black stone from the pit. However, he found the black stone to be cold, lacking any residual heat from its recent burning. Not only that, but the outer shell of the black stone began to peel, revealing a corner of the black polycrystalline inside. Chu Xiong was stunned upon seeing this, looking at Chu Mei and the others, especially at his boss, Chu Feng, who was just a mediocre student and knew nothing of this professional knowledge. Chu Mei seemed to discover something, stepping forward to take the black stone from Chu Xiong's hand, using her nails to pry and knock off the dirt on the black stone, slowly revealing the complete contents inside. Chu Feng's keen eyes noticed that this looked like a supersized processed black diamond, black and transparent with a hint of black light. Curious about this crystal, Chu Feng asked Chu Mei, "What is this?" "I don't know, but I think it's a black diamond. However, I have no evidence, and further testing is needed to confirm." "Then you should do a test. How long will it take to get results?" "It should take a few days since we don't have any machines for testing. This black crystal may be a product from an alien civilization, and it has a glimmer of black light. It might be an energy stone." "Energy stone?" "Yes. Our cockroach ball once had an energy stone like this, but it was yellow, and the energy it contained was enough to destroy a planet. As the chief scientist of the cockroach ball, I was naturally invited to study this energy stone. However, whether this black crystal is an energy stone, we need to do a lot of things to confirm." "All right, I'll try to have Gaofeng prepare what you need. And we should also try to install electrical equipment in this base as soon as possible." After saying this, Chu Mei held the black crystal and returned to her research lab, followed by some research teams who were curious and eager to explore this black crystal, all of them looking quite excited. Chu Mei took the research team away, leaving a bewildered Chu Feng, Chu Xiong, and the indifferent Bull Demon King behind. Chu Feng shook his head slightly, not bothering with them. After returning to the underground level of the villa with Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King, he asked the Bull Demon King about the location of the two foreign white individuals. From the memories the Bull Demon King devoured from Zhang Gaudi, it was learned that these two foreign white individuals were still staying at a hotel near the Baoan airport. They were preparing to leave overnight before the lockdown in Shenzhen, catching a 7:30 flight back to the United States. Chu Feng would not allow these two foreigners to escape, not to mention where these meteorites came from. Just the strange black crystal was enough to pique Chu Feng's interest in these two foreigners. Summoning the time-traveling worm, Chu Feng began to become invisible, followed by Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King doing the same, arriving at a luxurious hotel near Baoan International Airport, where they asked for the Bull Demon King's room number. The Bull Demon King said it was room 1204. The three of them, still invisible, entered the elevator, where an odd occurrence happened. The elevator was quite small, accommodating a maximum of 5 adults, yet the three of them occupied the weight of 5 to 6 individuals. So when they entered the elevator invisibly, a plump woman walked in. The three of them began to press against the corners, trying not to touch her to avoid scaring her. However, before the plump woman could close the elevator doors, a slender middle-aged man entered. As he pressed the button to close the doors, the elevator suddenly blared an alarm. The slender middle-aged man froze upon hearing it, glanced at the plump woman beside him, and silently exited the elevator. The plump woman had a blank expression, then quickly realized and pressed the close button, but the elevator still emitted an alarm sound. She mistakenly thought the elevator was malfunctioning and walked out without giving it much thought. After she left, Chu Feng quickly pressed the close button, and the empty elevator in front of the plump woman and the slightly thin middle-aged man began to slowly close its doors. At that moment, the slightly thin middle-aged man looked at the plump woman with surprise. The plump woman, not noticing the man's intentions, covered her face with her handbag and left. Before she could walk far, she faintly heard the slightly thin middle-aged man's voice saying, "This woman is really plump. Must be so heavy." On the other side, Chu Feng, Chu Xiong, and the Bull Demon King arrived at the door of room 1204, but since it was a hotel, they couldn't climb over from the balcony. So, they had to knock on the door while still remaining invisible. Chapter 82. Little Red Paper. 2 days later, in the villa's kitchen. Delicious. Chu Feng let out a breath of hot air, trying to chew a piece of meat with his teeth. Sitting across from him was Lin Xiaoqi, who rested her chin on one hand, looking happily at Chu Feng eating the meat, because the braised pork was made by her. Even though it was her first time making braised pork and it didn't taste as good as her parents', seeing Chu Feng enjoy it with a blissful expression made Lin Xiaoqi's heart swell with happiness. For Lin Xiaoqi, nothing was more fulfilling than watching Chu Feng eat the food she made, as it represented the taste of home. The epidemic in Shenzhen was still ongoing, but primary, middle, and high schools had temporarily suspended classes. Coincidentally, it was also the National Day holiday on October 1st, and students across the country had a 7-day-long holiday. However, due to the epidemic, the Ministry of Education decided to extend the holiday. Since Chu Feng's home was local, Lin Xiaoqi went directly to his house, wearing a mask and buying a large bag of food to cook for him. By the time Chu Feng returned to the villa, Lin Xiaoqi had already prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. "What's up with your school? How long is the break?" 10 days off. I finally have time to spend with you. Brother, what have you been doing lately? You seem to have grown taller all of a sudden." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoqi stood up, walked over to Chu Feng, and touched his muscles, exclaiming, "Last summer, you were only a little taller than me. And now you're a whole head taller." Feeling Lin Xiaoqi touch him while he was eating made Chu Feng shiver. Lin Xiaoqi had a naturally cold body, and her icy hands against his skin sent a chill through him. With his mouth full of meat, he mumbled, "Maybe I had a bit too much calcium before, and it just exploded later. By the way, where should we go to play during the long break?" Hearing Lin Xiaoqi's question, Chu Feng widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Isn't the epidemic still rampant? Where can we go? We should stay home. If you want to play games or watch movies, that's fine, but we can't go out. Don't forget, our parents aren't here. Here, I make the rules." Hee. You make the rules? It seems my authority as an older brother is fading. As he spoke, Chu Feng swallowed the piece of meat he hadn't finished and stood up, rubbing his hands together with a smile while looking at Lin Xiaoqi. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoqi quickly put her hands up in a surrender gesture. But Chu Feng didn't let her go. He lifted her from behind and locked her arms with his hands. No, brother, I was wrong. I won't go out to play. Let me go? Lin Xiaoqi's arms were locked behind her back, causing her to twist and cry out in pain. Ah, it hurts. Let go, you old brother. Chu Feng smiled at Lin Xiaoqi from behind, then waved his hand and let her fall to the ground, saying, Are you convinced now? Dare you go out to play again? I won't dare. I won't dare. Hurry and let go of me. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoqi's submissive words, he immediately released her hands. Lin Xiaoqi, suddenly freed, lost her balance and fell towards the ground, and Chu Feng quickly reached out to catch her, only to accidentally touch an inappropriate place. Ah, let go of me. Lin Xiaoqi went crazy. When Chu Feng realized what he had touched, he quickly let go, but in doing so, Lin Xiaoqi ended up on the floor, her backside sticking up. The air froze for a few seconds. Chu Feng cautiously watched Lin Xiaoqi while backing away. Suddenly, he heard her scream in rage, and he hurriedly turned and ran toward the stairs. However, Lin Xiaoqi was faster, quickly jumping on his back and biting his ear with her sharp teeth. Hey, don't bite. Lin Xiaoqi was half lying on the sofa, searching for a good movie with the remote control, while she stretched a leg out onto the table. Chu Feng, lost in deep thought, carefully squeezed Lin Xiaoqi's leg. Can you even squeeze? You always call yourself a master, but you can't even massage a leg? As she spoke, Lin Xiaoqi kicked Chu Feng with her other foot, continuing. Squeeze harder, don't daydream. Who knows what authority I still have as an older brother, but this leg is a bit cold and soft. Forget about that authority. Isn't this leg nice? While watching a movie, Lin Xiaoqi complained to Chu Feng about how tiring the new student military training was and how petty her classmates were. She was still that little girl, confident in front of familiar faces but acting aloof and quiet in front of strangers to avoid trouble. Chu Feng listened to Lin Xiaoqi's complaints with his head down. Lin Xiaoqi was still the same little cherry from years ago, and Chu Feng particularly liked her. When they were kids, he always praised her for her quick thinking, like a heroine from another world. Although she didn't come from a prestigious family, she had extraordinary skills and was good at unconventional methods. Unlike other good sisters who kept their secrets hidden, afraid that if others found out, they would no longer pay attention to her. So, Chu Feng was happy to ask her questions, enjoy playing with her, and whenever he had something delicious, he always gave it to Lin Xiaoqi first, simply because she was his sister. What activities does your school have? Lots of activities. Brother, did you know? I found a historical costume club at Shenzhen University, and many girls were wearing beautiful traditional costumes. I want to buy a few sets to wear at home secretly. Then buy them. If you don't have money at home, I can give you some. Lin Xiaoqi paused for a moment and then heard Chu Feng quietly say, Who told me I'm your brother? Just a brother? Lin Xiaoqi murmured to herself. Chu Feng didn't hear clearly and asked, What did you say? Nothing. You misheard. Lin Xiaoqi laughed heartily, trying to cover her embarrassment. Chu Feng simply went quiet, continuing to squeeze her leg, his eyes focused on the movie. Lin Xiaoqi, not paying attention, glanced at Chu Feng, and upon seeing his serious face, smirked and suddenly pulled her legs back, giving him a playful kick in the face. Chu Feng jumped back in shock, whispering, What are you doing? Lin Xiaoqi laughed triumphantly and said, Brother, I'm going to take a shower now. After saying that, she stood up and bounced toward the bathroom corridor, and a small red paper fell from Lin Xiaoqi's pocket. She didn't notice, but Chu Feng immediately caught sight of it. Rubbing his face, he stood up to pick up the small red paper and was about to call out to Lin Xiaoqi when he found words written on it. Opening it, he saw it read, I, Lin Xiaoqi, will always be with my brother, moving towards marriage. Below it was a signature and a note from Honglin Tree Scenic Area. Chapter 83. Lingering fear. Chu Feng expressionlessly placed it back down. Then returned to the original sofa to sit, picked up the remote, and kept flipping channels. But his mind was occupied with another matter. This girl actually wants to marry me? Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Xiaoqi returned to the living room, with her head down. She was looking for something and discovered that a piece of red paper had fallen on the floor. Seeing it, she quickly crouched down, picked it up, and pretended to be oblivious as she stuffed it into her pocket, while secretly keeping an eye on Chu Feng, which made him chuckle to himself. Unable to help, Chu Feng asked, Aren't you going to take a shower? However, the red paper was now in Lin Xiaoqi's pocket. She seemed to relax her body and then asked Chu Feng if he had seen the red paper. How could he possibly reveal that? Moreover, if he said he saw the red paper, it would imply that he understood its meaning, so he had to honestly say he hadn't seen it. Lin Xiaoqi looked skeptical and said, Oh, really? What could be so important to you? Show me. Chu Feng simply replied, You're beautiful. After saying that, Lin Xiaoqi displayed a complex expression that seemed both disappointed and relieved, then quickly bounced back to the bathroom to continue her shower. Taking advantage of Lin Xiaoqi's shower time, Chu Feng returned to the underground level and found computer bug number 3, who had now become the small leader of the computer-type cockroach monsters. He first had computer bug number 3 design a mobile app similar to Taba, but they would only sell products produced by their company, such as Life Liquid. The first-grade Life Liquid could not be sold publicly, along with Iron Kidney Liquid and Nerve Liquid also being stocked. Although there were only 3 products, Chu Feng believed they would sell well. However, before designing the mobile app, he also instructed them to create a system that could verify personal identity information, ensuring that each person registered an account as themselves, and that each person could only have one account. The mobile app was slightly more complex than the client side. In addition to the server, many qualifications and proofs were needed, such as obtaining a business license on the development platform. But these were not issues and were just a matter of a phone call. Of course, to avoid complications, Chu Feng decided not to consider launching it on Apple, as he wanted to create a special app that might involve hospital qualification documents, which were troublesome. However, if he called Li Tenglong, it could resolve the issues. But the problem was that this was the Apple platform. It is well known that the Apple platform charges fees compared to the Android platform, not only for server maintenance and management, but also for forcing the provision of source code within its ecosystem, which felt like being trapped like a sheep, controlled by Apple. Thus, this was also why Chu Feng did not plan to launch on the Apple platform. Every product Chu Feng launched was extraordinary and something every human desired. To describe Chu Feng's product in one sentence, I can dominate others' thoughts and actions, but I will not be dominated by others. So the question arose, what should it be called? Chu Feng could not think of a name for the app. Duobao? No, that would easily remind people of Alibaba's Taobao. So, he had to settle for a simple and understandable name, Chongbao Insect Treasure, as the official company name was also Bijubio Company, Limited. And the client was also named Chongbao, which would help people recognize Bijubio Company, Limited. He instructed Computer Bug No. 3 to arrange for the creation of the app's source code, then called Gaofeng to have him handle the license and permits. Gaofeng was very efficient, within an hour. He called back to say it was all resolved, and the relevant licenses were placed in Chu Feng's office at the glass factory. First, he went to the glass factory to obtain the original licenses. When Chu Feng returned to the underground level, Computer Bug No. 3 said they had created a smooth app that could be launched on any platform. Chu Feng first had Computer Bug number 3 send the installation package to his phone. After downloading, the interface was very simple, with only 3 products. There were 4 options at the bottom: Product Home, Platform Chat, Order Tracking, and My Profile. The platform chat and order tracking could not be accessed until one registered with their ID, and the Product Home had only 3 products. This was the current product, and more products would be added in the future. After attempting to register himself, it seemed that Computer Bug number 3 had added in the Public Security Information Database, automatically sorting his ID information, and also accessed Chu Feng's phone location, tagging him as the first registered member of the app. Clicking on Platform Chat, there was an input box where he could casually post a message, and upon successfully posting, it directly displayed his input on the platform square. This was also because Computer Bug number 3 had set his account as a permanent member, allowing him to enjoy the app's privileges indefinitely. When it was time to choose a platform to launch the app, he opted for the Android platform, as it was currently the largest ecosystem globally and free. He handed the licenses to Computer Bug number 3 for the app's launch. Now all that was left was to wait for the review process results. Perhaps due to Computer Bug number 3's strong capabilities, after some operations, the app was directly approved by the platform and entered the warehouse, and Computer Bug No. 3 also arranged for all computer-type cockroach monsters to start promoting the app on all Android phones globally. At the same time, Chu Feng also summoned the Transport Bug, which functioned similarly to the Wormhole Bug but could not transport living things. So this was a perfect delivery bug that could use the phone's pinpoint location to deliver goods through the black hole summoned by the Transport Bug, without involving any third parties, thus saving extra time and shipping costs. After handing the Transport Bug to Computer Bug number 3, Chu Feng returned to the villa on the ground, just as Lin Xiaoqi finished her shower. At that moment, unable to find Chu Feng, Lin Xiaoqi anxiously searched around the villa for him. So as soon as Chu Feng returned to the living room, Lin Xiaoqi's worried expression turned to anger, and she shouted, "Chu Feng, where have you been? I've been looking for you for so long." "Hey, I was in the underground office." Chu Feng swallowed hard, looking at Lin Xiaoqi, who was as fierce as a mother tiger. He felt uneasy, unable to sweat, and his hair stood on end as he looked at Lin Xiaoqi. Speaking of Lin Xiaoqi's temper, Chu Feng spoke quietly, still scared. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know how scared I was? Lin Xiaoqi's voice was cold, and her body was naturally chilly. When she spoke, it felt as if the surroundings were slowly freezing, making Chu Feng involuntarily shiver. Chapter 84. Returning to school. Lin Xiaoqi was a girl who lacked a sense of security, having lived in a single-parent family since childhood. When Lu Yimei remarried Chu Chang, Lin Xiaoqi had often been home alone, while Lu Yimei worked long hours at a breakfast shop. After Lu Yimei remarried Chu Chang, although they opened a restaurant downstairs, leaving Chu Feng and Lin Xiaoqi to live together, it was during a dark and rainy night that Chu Feng saw Lin Xiaoqi, usually carefree, so terrified. When they were alone at home, she would cling to Chu Feng's hand or stay by his side to feel bold. However, once Lin Xiaoqi couldn't see Chu Feng, she would become frightened, which would lead to her anger. Once Lin Xiaoqi got angry, the consequences were severe. So, Chu Feng quickly stepped forward to hug Lin Xiaoqi, softly comforting her, and felt her gradually calm down in his embrace. Looking down, he realized that Lin Xiaoqi had wrapped her arms around his waist and had closed her eyes to sleep. Chu Feng raised his hand to stroke Lin Xiaoqi's hair, which was still damp, and carefully picked her up, taking her to the changing room where he took out a dry towel to wrap around her hair. He gently rubbed the towel to dry her hair. Lin Xiaoqi's body was slender, standing at 171 centimeters tall but weighing only over 50 kilograms, making her quite light. Easily lifted by Chu Feng with one hand, Lin Xiaoqi hung her arms from her waist to her neck, prompting Chu Feng to use one hand to dry her hair with a cloth. After drying her wet hair, he carried Lin Xiaoqi to the living room to turn off the TV, then to the bedroom on the second floor. Gently bending down to take off Lin Xiaoqi's slippers before placing her on the bed, he attempted to pull away her hands, which were tightly wrapped around his neck. Feeling the increasing pressure on his neck, Chu Feng sighed slightly and reluctantly lay down beside Lin Xiaoqi, covering himself with a blanket and closing his eyes. The next morning, Chu Feng felt the delicate body in his arms stirring. He opened his eyes to see Lin Xiaoqi squirming, trying to escape from his salty pig hand. Chu Feng felt a soft sensation and, with a playful thought, deliberately rolled over to pin Lin Xiaoqi down. She immediately stopped moving, and to avoid her noticing his intentional act, he quickly closed his eyes, feeling her warm body. Perhaps Lin Xiaoqi thought he was still asleep, so she began to squirm again. Soon, Lin Xiaoqi managed to flip him over, carefully picked up her slippers, and quietly opened the bedroom door, which creaked slightly, startling her as she looked at Chu Feng. He intentionally rolled over again, turning his back to her. Lin Xiaoqi finally relaxed, pushed the door open, and stepped outside, closing it gently behind her. When he noticed no more sounds from outside, Chu Feng opened his eyes, sat up, and muttered to himself, "This silly girl. She slept with me all night and is only now feeling shy." After deliberately waiting for over 10 minutes, he went downstairs and found Lin Xiaoqi in the kitchen. Approaching her, he saw she was busy making fried rice with eggs, using leftover rice from the night before. Hearing a noise behind her, Lin Xiaoqi turned around to see Chu Feng, her face slightly flushed, and said, "You're awake? The fried rice will be ready soon. You should go brush your teeth and wash your face." Chu Feng replied, "Okay, I've been looking forward to your fried rice for a long time. I haven't had it in months." He then went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, followed by a quick trip to the toilet. After changing into clean clothes and taking a morning shower, since he hadn't washed the night before after being held by Lin Xiaoqi, he came out wearing fresh clothes and slippers. Lin Xiaoqi had prepared breakfast, which included fried rice and a fried egg, along with a glass of milk. As they sat facing each other eating, Lin Xiaoqi noticed Chu Feng staring at her, perhaps recalling something. Her gaze became evasive as she felt shy, lowering her head to nibble on her fried rice. "What are you thinking about so early in the morning?" Chu Feng teased her. "You must be thinking of something naughty." "I want tea." Lin Xiaoqi's voice grew softer, and by the end, Chu Feng couldn't hear her last few words. He raised an eyebrow at Lin Xiaoqi, thinking to himself that this silly girl still couldn't change her shy nature, at least in matters he knew. Lin Xiaoqi was only shy around him, while she remained indifferent and cold towards others. Perhaps Lin Xiaoqi realized her words might have been misunderstood, so she decided not to explain. She huffed and continued to eat her fried rice, stabbing the fried egg with her chopsticks, biting into it fiercely as if it were Chu Feng, causing him to suppress his legs instinctively. This girl is too fierce. After finishing their meal, they started playing mobile games together, specifically Chicken Dinner, for 2 consecutive days. They were either playing games or Lin Xiaoqi would sneak into Chu Feng's room at midnight, lying beside him for deep sleep, only to sneak out again in the morning. During this time, thanks to the virus antibody serum provided by Chu Feng, the nationwide pandemic had been completely controlled, without a single large-scale infection event occurring. This pandemic was nothing compared to the one in Wuxi 2 years ago, as that virus had a longer incubation period and higher transmissibility, allowing it to infect many people without their knowledge, leading to the city being locked down. The day after the lockdown was lifted, Chu Feng drove his 6-wheeled Hummer with Lin Xiaoqi to the World Ocean Center. Although many people were wearing masks and there was a long queue at the entrance, Lin Xiaoqi urged Chu Feng to leave the World Ocean Center and go to the private restaurant where Li Yi had taken him before. After enjoying a delicious meal, they drove around in the 6-wheeled Hummer and then went to a supermarket called Wanjiale to buy ingredients for the next 2 days before returning to the villa. They embraced intimately, sitting in a lotus position while continuing to play chicken dinner. After 3 days of lounging at home, they grew tired of it, and coincidentally, it was the day Lin Xiaoqi was returning to school. A few days prior, when Chu Feng had given Lin Xiaoqi the life liquid and first-level life liquid, she had mistakenly taken it for a drink. To explain her perspective, she said, "After drinking it, I felt much lighter all over." Fortunately, Chu Feng had tea clarified, as Lin Xiaoqi believed that the so-called drink was made from bug excrement, especially after discovering an entire barrel of life liquid in her room, which she thought was just a drink that Chu Mei had forgotten to move. She ended up taking a bath in the barrel, completely undressed. After 10 days of this wild lifestyle, today was Lin Xiaoqi's school day. Before she left, Chu Feng specifically gave her a bank card with 100 million inside, the password being her birthday. Of course, he didn't dare mention the amount, but merely said there was money for her to spend as she liked, whether for ancient-style clothing or Lolita outfits. Driving the 6-wheeled Hummer, Chu Feng took Lin Xiaoqi back to the North Gate 2 of Xinda in Nanshan District. After registering at the security desk, they continued inside. Lin Xiaoqi was a student at the Xinda Medical School, and her dormitory was located in the Songhai campus, next to the Zhongkenung building, so Chu Feng drove the Hummer toward that direction. During the journey, perhaps because the Hummer's appearance was quite imposing, many masked students stopped to glance back at the vehicle. After stopping below the medical school dormitory, Lin Xiaoqi, sitting in the passenger seat, pouted and looked at Chu Feng with a pitiful expression, clearly feeling wronged. Chu Feng, confused, asked her what was wrong, and she replied that the siblings on TV always shared a kiss before parting, and she wanted one too. Chu Feng was curious about which drama had influenced her so much. "Don't you love me? I'm your sister." Eventually, Chu Feng had to give in beneath Lin Xiaoqi's skirt. Thankfully, the Hummer's windows were tinted, so he first pretended to look disgusted, then gently kissed the side of Lin Xiaoqi's face. After that, Lin Xiaoqi insisted on kissing him back on his cheek, making him silently curse that particular drama. After all, she was a pure girl, and now she was being influenced to learn such messy things. However, once Lin Xiaoqi opened the car door, stepped out, and waved goodbye softly while closing the door, Chu Feng's previously disdainful expression instantly turned into a smile as he mumbled, "This isn't bad, a farewell kiss." After dropping Lin Xiaoqi off at Xinda, Chu Feng drove the 6-wheeled Hummer back to the villa. Chapter 85. Girls' Restroom. He called for Battle 2 and Battle 3 to follow him, while leaving Battle 4 and Battle 5 to guard the villa. Although Chu Feng didn't know how Battle 2 and the others would find an inconspicuous corner to hide in the villa, he simply raised a hand and waved gently. Sure enough, the next moment, Battle 2 appeared silently beside Chu Feng. Chu Feng was almost scared, but quickly suppressed his emotions and explained to him that he wanted Battle Number 2 and Battle No. 3 to follow him to the other world to prepare for receiving the golden blood of the chameleon, as Chu Mei had filtered several bottles of chameleon's heart blood. Soon, they arrived at the underground level, crossed through a giant wormhole into the giant worm world, and then Chu Feng took Battle Number 2 and Battle No. 3 to Chu Mei's wooden house. The computer on the bedroom table in the wooden house was missing, probably moved to the research lab by Chu Mei. Chu Feng initially wanted to find Chu Xiong and Yo-Mo Wang, but he couldn't find them. He directly stopped the nearest battle-type cockroach-headed monster and asked where Chu Xiong and Yo-Mo Wang were. The battle-type cockroach-headed monster respectfully replied that they were outside the wall, hunting nearby giant beasts and giant worms, while bringing their corpses back here for Chu Mei and the research team to study. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng waved his hand to let the cockroach-headed monster leave and took Battle Number 2 and Battle Number 3 directly to the research lab. At that moment, there was a strange smell in the research lab, a strong sulfur mixed with camphor odor. Chu Feng saw research number 4, who was completely charred. In front of him was a simple bowl with white smoke rising from it, like fairy smoke wafting, attracting attention at first glance. Chu Feng learned from Chu Mei that they were conducting an evaporation experiment. However, that was not the main point. Chu Feng asked Chu Mei to take out 2 glass tubes containing the chameleon's heart blood. Chu Mei looked surprised and glanced back at battle number 2 and battle no. 3 behind Chu Feng, questioning, "Do you really want to use the heart blood on them? Is there something wrong?" Hearing this, Chu Feng was surprised and looked at Chu Mei, expressing his confusion. "Excuse me, boss. Do you intend to let them use the chameleon's heart blood for the sake of guarding the villa?" After thinking for a moment, Chu Mei continued, saying that for her, using the chameleon's heart blood on ordinary battle-type cockroach-headed monsters was not worth it, unless these two had special abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even mentioned it, as the chameleon's heart blood was too scarce, even if Chu Feng had moved an entire family of chameleons over without the giant chameleon. It was uncertain whether these young chameleons could survive, because no one knew how to raise chameleons. This was one reason, but mainly it was to protect her sister. As her products slowly went on sale, many small people would definitely target her family, especially her parents in Lu City, which was of utmost importance. If they couldn't protect her family, what was the point of having this chameleon's heart blood? All right, you're the boss. You have the final say. After saying that, Chu Mei took out 2 specially made glass tubes of heart blood from a freezer on the left side of the lab and handed them to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took them, opened one, and indeed saw the chameleon's heart blood. Earlier, he had noticed that there were still a few bottles of heart blood in the freezer. He asked Chu Mei how much stock was left. Chu Mei said there were still 4 glass tubes of chameleon's heart blood in the freezer, all extracted from a giant lizard and filtered, resulting in less than 10 specially made glass tubes of chameleon's heart blood. If they wanted more heart blood, they would have to kill those young chameleons and extract their blood to refine heart blood. He handed 1 glass tube each to battle number 2 and battle number 3, instructing them to take it here. They nodded in response, then opened the glass tubes and drank it all in one go. Afterward, the expressions of battle no. 2 and battle number 3 changed dramatically, but they endured in silence. Seeing this, Chu Feng's mouth twitched. He remembered how he almost fainted from the pain the first time he drank the chameleon's heart blood. However, these 2 battle-type cockroach-headed monsters might have a higher physical level and endured the pain. Compared to them, he felt quite useless. Fortunately, battle number 2 and battle no. 3 successfully activated the invisibility system, and even battle number 2's physical level increased from level 22 to level 29. Although the improvement speed was not as high as Chu Xiong's, battle number 2 was also considered a master close to level 3, as an ordinary adult's physical level was only about level 0. 2. A physical level close to 3 could easily take on 10 ordinary people. Chu Feng instructed battle no. 2 and battle number 3 to implement the invisibility system on the spot until they were familiar with it and could be invisible anytime and anywhere. Thus, they repeatedly turned invisible and visible, finally mastering the invisibility system. Then Chu Feng sent battle number 2 and battle number 3 to guard Lin Shaoqi invisibly, which was the only command he gave them. After seeing battle number 2 and battle number 3 return to the villa through the giant wormhole in the wooden house, Chu Feng summoned the crossing worm through the computer-type cockroach-headed monster in the underground level, creating a black hole. Looking at battle number 2 and battle number 3, he said, "Later, both of you, and I need to be invisible. Once we reach our destination, no threats can approach my sister. Understood?" "Understood. All right, become invisible and follow me." After saying this, Chu Feng first became invisible and disappeared. Then the black hole began to tremble. Battle number 2 and battle number 3 exchanged glances and nodded. Then both became invisible and disappeared. The black hole also trembled and then vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the girls' dormitory restroom of Lin Shaoqi's medical college. However, the girls' restroom was a bit cramped, and although the 3 of them were invisible, it didn't mean their bodies were undetectable. The 3 of them squeezed into a small girls' dormitory restroom, which was quite awkward, especially since the restroom door was open, revealing some private items outside, colorful and dazzling. However, they were not interested in those things because they were not perverts. The 3 of them silently walked out of the restroom and entered the dormitory. This was a girls' dormitory decorated in pink, with 6 beds and desks. One girl wearing glasses was sitting at the desk, operating the computer in front of her, seemingly troubled about how to write her thesis. She looked like she might be a senior or a graduate student about to graduate. Chapter 86. The progress of the worm treasure. Chu Feng silently approached the girl with glasses from behind, noticing her distress as she seemed unable to write. Battle No. 2 and Battle Number 3 mistakenly thought their master was going to take action against this girl with glasses, so they stood still. Chu Feng leaned to the side and looked down, seeing that this girl with glasses was very beautiful and cute, with a full chest, especially when she wore glasses. It added a touch of elegance and sexiness, though her outfit was not very conservative, perhaps because she was in a girl's dormitory. And the weather in Guangdong province was hot and changeable. This girl with glasses was not wearing pants, only her underwear and shorts. What a sexy little enchantress. Then, Chu Feng cautiously walked to the door, lightly grasping the doorknob, carefully turning it while watching the reaction of the girl with glasses. As he opened the door, he suddenly thought about whether Lin Xiaoqi had been as cautious as he was a few days ago. Thinking of this made Chu Feng smile. However, he didn't notice that his unintentional smile caused trouble. The girl with glasses seemed to hear a sound and turned her head in confusion to look at the door. Seeing the dormitory door open, she mistakenly thought it was a roommate who had forgotten their keys, so she stood up from the desk. When she stood up, Chu Feng was startled and immediately let go of the doorknob, causing a loud click. Chu Feng's face changed dramatically, thinking to himself that he was in trouble. The girl with glasses, with her bare thighs, walked straight to the door while lightly asking, "Who's out there?" After speaking, there was no sound outside the door, which made the girl with glasses suspicious. She reached out a small hand to grasp the doorknob, twisted it forcefully, and opened the door to find the corridor empty. With a puzzled expression, she thought she might have misheard and closed the door again. She continued to sit at the table, troubled by her thesis. Seeing that the girl with glasses did not seem suspicious, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he was more careful as he twisted the doorknob, and it opened smoothly. He gently pushed the door wider. Chu Feng stepped out first, and when Jean number 2 and Jean number 3 saw the door open, they assumed it was Chu Feng and followed him out of the dormitory. However, just as Jean number 3 stepped out, the girl with glasses noticed the door was open again. She softly asked, trembling slightly, "Who is it outside? Don't scare me." Chu Feng ignored her and whispered, "Hurry. Follow me." The cockroach-headed monster had a natural ability to sense the vitality of people nearby. So, as Chu Feng moved, Jean number 2 and Jean no. 3 hurriedly followed him. Although Chu Feng did not know the layout of the medical college dormitory, he saw the room number on the door and remembered that Lin Xiaoqi was in room 311 on the 3rd floor of this building. They guessed they were currently on the 4th floor based on the room number 407 nearby. Finding the stairs, they went down and located room 311, knocking on the door. There was no response, just some chaotic footsteps. Then, they heard a click as Lin Xiaoqi peeked out to check the corridor, seeing no one outside. Just as she looked confused, a gentle voice came from inside the dormitory. "Xiaoqi, who is it outside?" "No one. I don't know who knocked just now." "Maybe we misheard." "Oh, then hurry and come eat chicken with me." "Okay." After saying this, Lin Xiaoqi closed the door directly. In fact, Chu Feng and the combat-type cockroach-headed monster were invisible. Now that they found the true master, Chu Feng pulled Jean number 2 and Jean no. 3 to the side of the corridor, telling them some precautions and ensuring they would protect Lin Xiaoqi without entering the dormitory. After discussing these precautions, Chu Feng waved for them to retreat. He then heard a light, airy sound of footsteps before they completely disappeared. Although he did not understand what Jean no. 2 and Jean number 3 meant, he assumed they were secretly guarding Lin Xiaoqi. Finally, Chu Feng arrived at the laundry area, which had no surveillance cameras and was currently empty, probably not yet at the peak return to school time. He quickly summoned the time-traveling worm to gnaw out a black hole back to the villa. As the wormhole appeared on the wall, Chu Feng hurriedly entered it. Soon, the wormhole disappeared and reappeared, bringing him back to the villa. Upon reaching the underground level, he found Jean number 3 to understand the development of the mobile application. Due to the recent pandemic, the download count had surpassed 10,000, and effectively registered accounts made up 1/5 of that number. Most users who downloaded it thought the products from Chongbao were fake promotional software and uninstalled the app, leaving negative reviews on the download platform. Fortunately, the computer-type cockroach-headed monster was highly efficient and directly infiltrated the platform to raise the ratings, preventing it from dropping to the lowest rating like DingTalk under Alibaba. Now, fewer than 20 people had registered and purchased the mentioned products, most of whom were loyal customers who had previously ordered iron kidney liquid from Taobao, forming the first batch of loyal fans. Some of these customers even paid to become ordinary members. They constantly chatted in the platform's microchat, expressing their opinions and gratitude, which brought some popularity to Chongbao. Chu Feng also logged in using his phone. As a permanent member, his entry into the platform's microchat displayed an eye-catching advertisement, shocking those who had paid for their memberships. In Chongbao, ordinary members were required to order at least 100 bottles to qualify, making it a user-friendly software. However, for customers who regularly ordered one bottle of iron kidney liquid for 500 yuan, these requirements posed no issue, primarily because the product was worth it. It provided them with the dignity of being men. The key point now was Chu Feng's purple permanent membership. Those who had ordered hundreds or even thousands of bottles of iron kidney liquid were mostly business owners with certain companies, with only a small portion being second-hand intermediaries trying to sell the iron kidney liquid to bosses who were unaware of Chongbao, seeking to profit through speculation. However, they were all ordinary members. What exactly was this purple permanent membership? Did it require purchasing a life liquid worth 10 million yuan and a nerve liquid costing 100,000 yuan to obtain? If that were the case, wouldn't this person named Chu Feng be a big boss? Chu Feng did not intend to interfere with these speculative merchants, as iron kidney liquid was currently the only hot-selling product of the dominant biological company, even surpassing the life liquid, which nobody believed could extend life and was considered fake. Therefore, the sales orders for the life liquid and nerve liquid were zero. However, Chu Feng did not believe that the life liquid and nerve liquid would remain obscure forever. He believed that one day, the life liquid would become a competitive product, and they were just waiting for one opportunity. Chapter 87. Platform Microchat. Everyone in the platform microchat noticed Chu Feng, the purple permanent member, and raised their eyebrows slightly. A permanent member was quite impressive. Although their titles were only ordinary members, they all felt that this newcomer was overly arrogant. Yet no one truly doubted the legitimacy of Chu Feng's permanent membership. They found that Chongbao had strong virus defense capabilities on the internet, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to break in. Even trying to obtain an ordinary membership for free was unfeasible. One had to spend at least 50,000 yuan to gain access, even though they had yet to receive their goods. One could imagine how much money Chu Feng, with his flashy purple permanent membership, had spent, especially the life liquid, which claimed to provide several years of life. Who would believe it? Moreover, a bottle of life liquid cost 10 million yuan. Who would dare to risk that much money to test it? Therefore, no one truly knew the authenticity of the life liquid. Additionally, since everyone had used iron kidney liquid, they all had a certain economic foundation to support their purchases. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford a bottle of iron kidney liquid for 500 yuan. Thankfully, the iron kidney liquid was very effective. Furthermore, the effects were real. Since they bought the iron kidney liquid, they had all enjoyed the dignity of being men, making their partners satisfied and fulfilled. Most importantly, over time, they found that they could maintain this effect permanently, even on days they didn't drink iron kidney liquid. They could still hold their heads high and attack with confidence. The platform microchat only paused for a moment before someone with an ordinary member badge, named Chang Yongxiang from Wushi, posted, "Another person has arrived. This time it's a purple permanent member. Does anyone know how to become a permanent member?" Zhang Wei from Luxia responded, "Is this Chu Feng from Shin City? Did you purchase the life liquid? How effective is it? Does it really extend life by a few years?" Gao Jianfeng from Guang City said, "What a coincidence. I'm in Guang City too. Is this Shin City big boss really that wealthy? No wonder people from Guangdong say Shin City tycoons are even more extravagant than those from Guang City. I wonder how much this permanent membership is worth." While Chu Feng was lurking, he suddenly froze when he saw Gao Jianfeng. He recalled that the first customer of the iron kidney liquid seemed to be named Gao Jianfeng, and the delivery location was also in Guang City. Could it be that this Gao Jianfeng from Guang City is the very first customer who ordered the iron kidney liquid? After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng also clicked on the input box and typed a message. "I am indeed in Shin City, and the effect of the life liquid is truly effective, especially noticeable for elderly people nearing the end of their lives. It can help the elderly and the family live a few more years. Spending just 10 million for a few extra years of life is worth it." From Guang City, Gao Jianfeng, "Wow, you really are a big shot." From Lu City, Zhang Wei, "Wow, you really are a big shot." From Wu City, Chang Yongxiang, "Wow, you really are a big shot." From Lu City, Zhang Wei, "Big shot Chu Feng. Has the life liquid you bought been shipped?" Chu Feng, "Yes, it was shipped in the coolest way possible." Zhang Wei, "You've received your goods, so why haven't we who ordered the iron kidney liquid received ours? It's been stuck in preparation for shipment." Gao Jianfeng, Chang Yongqiang. Chu Feng. Maybe I ordered a lot, and it's still being shipped. So far, I've only received less than a third of what I ordered, which is why you haven't received yours. Zhang Wei. I'm dumbfounded. Big shot Chu Feng. How much did you buy? Gao Jianfeng. How much did the big shot spend to become a permanent member? Chu Feng. Not much. Just over 1 billion or so. Chang Yongqiang. Please take care of the big shot. I'm cute and lovable, and aside from not being able to have children, I can do anything. Zhang Wei. Chang Yongqiang. What about your chastity? We're all millionaires here. Aren't you losing the face of a millionaire? Chang Yongqiang. If chastity could be exchanged for over 1 billion, I would sell it in a heartbeat. Chu Feng found it particularly amusing. He felt comfortable with these bosses who loved to express themselves. Here, perhaps everyone shared the same identity and status, which allowed them to express their thoughts freely. Because the platform required everyone to spend over 50,000 to obtain a regular membership before being allowed to enter and express themselves, there were no so-called tourists. However, this raised a question. From what Chu Feng gathered from their expressions, these people who ordered a large amount of iron kidney liquid had yet to receive their shipments. Moreover, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not prepared the goods and had just put the application on his phone online. Additionally, the iron kidney liquid was separated from the life liquid and had lost its ability to extend lifespan, only affecting the kidneys and other organs related to sexual function. This was also the reason why Chu Feng priced the iron kidney liquid at 500 per bottle, as it was not a one-time purchase for permanent function. It required long-term use, taking about a year to restore a man's dignity. More precisely, it took 1 year and 3 months. At an average consumption rate of 1 bottle every 3 days, at least 150 bottles were needed to permanently fix those functions. At 500 per bottle, 150 bottles would cost 75,000, so one would need to spend 75,000 to ensure those functions were stronger and thicker, allowing their women to feel the true power of a man. However, those who ordered large quantities of iron kidney liquid were purchasing in the hundreds of bottles, and it was normal for them to feel a bit frustrated after so many days without receiving their goods. Therefore, Chu Feng first exited the insect treasure and waved his hand to put his phone back in the warehouse, then went to the giant insect world to ask Chu Mei how to extract the iron kidney liquid. He learned that the extraction method for iron kidney liquid was quite simple, just evaporating the life liquid at high temperatures to collect it, leaving behind the mud residue, which was the essence of the life liquid. The evaporated moisture would flow into another bucket through a straw, and adding some mineral water would turn it into iron kidney liquid. 1 bottle of life liquid could be refined into 10 bottles of iron kidney liquid, with the majority of its components being mineral water. After returning to the villa, he summoned his phone from the warehouse and called Gao Feng, asking him to find a company that specializes in mineral water to order a large quantity of it. If possible, it would be best to use 10 yuan per barrel bottled mineral water and in large quantities. Gao Feng on the other end of the line was confused. He couldn't understand why they needed to order a large amount of bottled mineral water and high-temperature pots. However, since it was the boss's order, he agreed. After hanging up, Gao Feng searched online for the nearest mineral water supplier and following the contact information provided, he called and said he wanted to place a large order for bottled mineral water. Chapter 88. Transportation Worm. However, at that moment, Gao Feng couldn't find anyone selling high-temperature pots online. He didn't even know what a high-temperature pot looked like. Left with no choice, Gao Feng had to call his boss and explain that he couldn't find a high-temperature pot and didn't know what it looked like, so he couldn't resolve this issue immediately. After comforting him over the phone, Chu Feng said, "I'll handle it. You just prepare those bottled mineral waters, and I'll come to get them later." Gao Feng on the other end responded, "Yes." Chu Feng then had Ji San prepare the list of customers who had placed orders, first traveling through the giant wormhole to the other world to get the high-temperature pots from Chu Mei. In her research lab, he found several high-temperature pots and directly took 2, storing them in the warehouse before returning to the underground level. In a sealed room in the underground level, he summoned the high-temperature pots and placed them on the floor. At the same time, Chu Mei also came to help and brought what seemed to be an energy stone, placing it under the high-temperature pot. She said it was a stone that could provide unlimited high temperatures, and through layered filtration by Chu Mei and her research team, it would no longer emit any unknown substances that could cause viral infections. Chu Feng didn't know how to set up the high-temperature pots, but fortunately, Chu Mei was there to guide him, instructing 2 computer-like cockroach monsters to help assemble the pots. Finally, in less than half an hour, the assembly was completed. One high-temperature pot was used to steam the life liquid, and through pipes, the evaporated liquid would flow into another high-temperature pot. The original life liquid would turn into mud residue. Especially, this mud residue also had effects. If applied to the skin, it would be absorbed by the body and heal all skin diseases. This made Chu Feng think of patients suffering from psoriasis, tinea, and other skin diseases. Even severe cases of skin diseases caused by syphilis infections. These were all symptoms reflected on the skin, while they might not be life-threatening. They could make people feel so miserable that they might contemplate suicide. Chu Feng still remembered a woman from Hebei province 2 years ago who jumped from a hospital building due to suffering from psoriasis and died on the spot, citing the high cost of Sujin monoclonal antibody and the fact that it could not guarantee a complete cure as the reasons. After thinking of this, Chu Feng decided to keep all the mud residue. Although the mud residue from the life liquid and the iron kidney liquid was not valuable and was separated from the life liquid, Chu Feng actually didn't want to only sell the life liquid because he knew that there were many poor people in the world. The life liquid could only be afforded by the wealthy, while the mud residue from the life liquid could be bought by the poor. Therefore, Chu Feng planned to sell the mud residue for only 300 per bottle. According to Chu Mei's explanation, the mud residue left after the evaporation of the life liquid could completely cure skin diseases in one go. Just 300 could buy a lifetime, which was worth it. Some might wonder why the life liquid sells for 10 million per bottle, while the mud residue and the iron kidney liquid are only sold for a few hundred. This is because the mud residue and iron kidney liquid do not have lifespan effects. Lifespan has always been the greatest dream of humanity. Is it worth spending 10 million to buy a few years of life? Moreover, the cost of the life essence is actually very low. Just a few dozen yuan worth of fruit, and it's a product excreted from life worms. Chu Feng first summoned the time-traveling worm and arrived at the glass factory, where numerous barrels of bottled mineral water were already stacked up. Just standing at the entrance, the sight of the bottled mineral water resembled a small mountain. He gathered all these bottled mineral waters into the warehouse and then greeted Gao Feng, asking him to bring over some specially made glass tubes. Gao Feng asked how many glass tubes were needed. After confirming the quantity requested by Chu Feng, he quickly instructed the roach-headed monsters in the glass factory to bring over the glass tubes that had already been manufactured. With just a wave of his hand, Chu Feng had all those specially made glass tubes collected into the warehouse and returned to the underground level of the villa through the time-traveling worm. After arriving in the other world through the giant wormhole, he stood outside the wooden house and summoned all the barrels of bottled mineral water from the warehouse, placing them on the ground before taking a barrel of mineral water back to the underground level. At this moment, Chu Mei had already started igniting energy stones, emanating an extremely high temperature. The underground level, which was already hot enough, was now filled with heat from the energy stones, causing everyone in the underground to evaporate several pounds of moisture. Chu Feng thought to himself that he was quite foolish. He could have moved the high-temperature dish and energy stones to the glass factory for convenience and space. Instead, he was now being dried out by the heat from the energy stones, his throat feeling like it was on fire and extremely thirsty. Fortunately, the evaporation process was quick, taking only an hour. The life essence that Lin Shaoqi had bathed and evaporated, leaving some residue at the bottom of the first high-temperature dish, while the second high-temperature dish contained a blue-green transparent liquid. Just then, Chu Mei said, "Boss, pour those mineral waters into the liquid." Chu Feng nodded and carefully poured the bottled mineral water from his hands into the high-temperature dish. Soon, the entire high-temperature dish was filled. And after the liquid from the evaporated life essence mixed with the mineral water, it not only did not dilute but became greener, with a richer and more fragrant aroma. Meanwhile, the computer-like roach-headed monsters began placing the specially made glass tubes into the liquid, filling them with the liquid and sealing the lids. After repeating this process, they successfully filled a total of 700 glass tubes, all containing iron kidney liquid. At this time, Jisun also handed the order form to Chu Feng. After taking a look, Chu Feng found that the total number of orders had reached 16,872 tubes of iron kidney liquid. Notably, one customer named Li Mianfei from Beishur had ordered 10,000 tubes of iron kidney liquid, based on his background and identity information. He was a big boss with 4 companies under his name. The others ordered a few hundred to over 1,000 tubes each. This shows how wealthy the first batch of registered customers are. Even though each bottle of iron kidney liquid only costs 500 yuan, ordering 10,000 would amount to 5 million, which is not a price everyone can afford. Chu Feng could only sigh. pouring the life essence that Lin Xiaoqi had bathed into the high-temperature dish, continuing to ignite the energy stones to evaporate more residue. Then, the evaporated liquid was transferred to another high-temperature dish, and the energy stones were covered with a cloth to extinguish the fire. Afterwards, Chu Feng instructed the roach-headed monsters to bring another barrel of mineral water from the other world, pour it into the high-temperature dish, stir it, and fill the liquid into the specially made glass tubes, sealing the lids. Finally, after an hour, they gathered the required quantity. He wiped the specially made glass tubes with a cloth and said to Ji-san, "Bring up the transport worm." Soon, Ji-san, with a flattering expression, brought the transport worm before Chu Feng. Chu Feng used his mind to command the transport worm in conjunction with the computer to send an urgent message to the customers. Just a few seconds later, the customer clicked to confirm receipt, and suddenly, black smoke billowed from the phone, with a black hole appearing in the middle of the smoke. The transport worm began to gnaw out a one-way black hole, and Chu Feng tossed the prepared iron kidney liquid into the black hole, which disappeared moments later. The next task was to arrange for the transport worm to deliver the iron kidney liquid. Not long after, all the customers on the list received their ordered items. But the miraculous black hole delivery method made them all excited. Chapter 89, Zhang Wei's reaction in Luzhou, at Lujiazui. The entire balcony provided a view of the Oriental Pearl and Jinmao Tower. Zhang Wei, sitting by the computer and chatting with users on the platform, suddenly felt his phone vibrate incessantly, even hovering in the air. Seeing this, Zhang Wei quickly reached out to grab it, only to find it was an urgent notification from Chongbao, with two options below. "Dear Zhang Wei from Luzhou, the iron kidney liquid you ordered is being shipped. Would you like to send it now?" He clicked on the phone to confirm receipt of the message. However, the phone seemed to be about to explode, suddenly emitting a large amount of black smoke. Startled, Zhang Wei quickly tossed the phone aside, bracing himself on the office chair and stepping back, running towards the door. While running for his life, he turned to take a look. What he saw made Zhang Wei's eyes widen in shock, causing him to stop and turn back. Despite the phone emitting a lot of black smoke, it seemed to be a flavorless energy body, with no sounds of explosions. Moreover, amidst the black smoke, a black hole appeared, and a clean tin box gently fell out of the black hole, slowly descending until the sound of the tin box hitting the ground echoed. Then, the black smoke seemed to find its target, frantically pouring into the black hole, which gradually shrank and finally disappeared. As the smoke vanished, Zhang Wei naturally saw a phone and a mysterious tin box on the ground. Thinking there was no danger, he approached the tin box, first picking up the phone that had fallen beside it. Then, he kicked the tin box, which made a clattering sound like glass colliding, and it felt quite heavy, suggesting it contained many glass-like items, or so Zhang Wei thought. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated a few times. He quickly checked the message, which was from Chongbao. "Dear Zhang Wei from Luzhou, your order of iron kidney liquid has been successfully shipped. Please check." This message left Zhang Wei, who had seen a lot, dumbfounded. He had thought Chongbao would ship it like last time on Taobao, but he never expected it to be delivered in such a manner, especially with the wormhole transport that only existed in sci-fi movies. Now, it was actually shipped through a wormhole. How powerful is this beverage company selling iron kidney liquid? Zhang Wei had always thought of Chongbao as just a beverage company based on his previous experience on Taobao, but now he was witnessing their delivery method. The legendary wormhole transport? Zhang Wei seriously accepted his shattered worldview, looking at the tin box on the ground. The outer packaging was very sturdy and well-constructed. Although the outer shell was clearly made of tin, it appeared to be a seamless tin box, with the edges and corners appearing perfectly aligned, showing no signs of being crooked. As he went to get scissors, Zhang Wei took a photo to post on Chongbao's platform chat, saying he received 200 bottles of iron kidney liquid worth 100,000 yuan, and that it was delivered through a wormhole. Previously, in a chat on the platform, Zhang Wei had already introduced his order of 200 bottles of iron kidney liquid that he had placed a few days ago. He also learned that other users had spent tens of thousands, and even a few people had spent over 1 million just to buy iron kidney liquid. And they were all worried about when the official delivery from Chongbao would arrive. The images were posted on the platform's chat, and instantly, the users on the platform started to stir, each claiming they had received their goods as well. From Wushi, Chang Yongqiang said, "Bro, I just received my goods too. You have no idea how amazing Chongbao's delivery is. They can actually send things through a black hole by locking onto your phone." From Guangshi, Gao Jianfeng exclaimed, "Damn. You all received your goods? I just got mine too. I thought I was going to be swallowed by a black hole and end up in another world." From Beishur, Li Mianfei commented, Chongbao's delivery method is very sci-fi. From Wushi, Chang Yongsheng replied, the big shots from Beishe are chiming in. From Beishe. Wang Jungang said, I received my goods too. Chongbao is amazing. Zhang Wei looked at the content in the platform chat. His mind stirred. He placed his phone on the ground and began to examine the tin box, using scissors to cut open the bag outside the tin box. The entire process was quite long, but Zhang Wei was very excited because he was about to see the iron kidney liquid. And there was going to be another battle of 300 scenes tonight. However, Zhang Wei was sweating profusely. With beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and flowing down his cheek, he wiped it off with his shirt sleeve. It took him several minutes to finally unwrap the outer packaging. Then, with his eyes wide open, he saw that inside the tin box were specially made glass tubes, which were exquisite, with protective caps on all four corners, and the top was labeled with Chongbao's tag. The middle was a transparent glass tube with green liquid swirling inside. Zhang Wei took out one of the glass tubes and looked it over from all angles, noticing the cap, which he twisted off with force. Instantly, the glass tube opened easily. Zhang Wei brought it close to his nose and took a gentle sniff. It had a fragrant smell, just like the sweet scent of green apples. He tilted his head back and drank it, waiting for his body to react. Finally, after a short while, he pulled down his pants and looked inside. Sure enough, there was a reaction. On the other side, after Chu Feng finished processing the orders, he began to put all the high-temperature dishes into the warehouse. He also planned to store the bottled mineral water from the giant bug world in the warehouse, as Chu Mei and the others needed hydration, and the water in the giant bug world could not be guaranteed to be clean. Therefore, the bottled mineral water was kept over in the giant bug world, placed inside a wooden house. The temperature inside the wooden house was a bit lower because the dense forest outside shaded the sunlight, leaving only a little bit of light coming in. The computer-type cockroach-headed monsters remained in the underground level, tasked with maintaining the website and handling customer service, with no other important duties. So, Chu Feng planned to bring the transport bugs to the glass factory, where there was more space and better ventilation. Seeing that everything in the underground level was tidied up, he began summoning the time-traveling bugs to the glass factory office. After coming out of the office and going downstairs to the first floor, he found an empty room and summoned the high-temperature dishes, placing them on the ground. Chu Feng did not bring energy stones because the glass factory had enough temperature to vaporize the life liquid. Chapter 90. Upgrade. The energy stones were taken by Chu Mei back to the giant bug world for experimentation, trying to uncover the secrets of the energy stones. Meanwhile, Chu Feng first had the cockroach head monsters in the glass factory set up the high-temperature dishes, then applied the factory's cooling system to this room, and installed high-temperature flame equipment under the high-temperature dishes, which was originally used for high-temperature glass manufacturing. Chu Feng called a few of the cockroach head monsters from the isolation area, personally teaching them how to extract iron kidney liquid and collect the mud residue, and then had them arrange the production work for iron kidney liquid and mud residue. After finishing all this, Chu Feng went to the isolation area and found many backbone animals lying on the ground. These were animals that couldn't withstand the viral infection, but they still contained a lot of live viruses and could serve as breeding grounds. Though all this was quite cruel, Chu Feng wasn't a bleeding heart. These already infected livestock and poultry, even if cured, could not be put on the market for consumer consumption. The end result would only be to watch them die painfully. Even in death, the bodies of these livestock and poultry could still be used for breeding grounds. If the bodies started to rot, they could provide nutrients for the virus-separating bugs to continue dividing and produce more viral antibody liquid. But the virus-separating bugs could only produce up to 100 larvae a day, meaning they could produce just over 1,000 bottles of viral antibody liquid at most each day. Next, Chu Feng went to Gao Feng's office, trying to learn about the production capacity of the viral antibody liquid, but found that Gao Feng was not in the office and that the office's phone had been ringing off the hook, with calls flooding in from all over. A cockroach-headed monster was busy answering one call after another. Now, their glass factory was able to smoothly produce 50,000 specially made glass tubes daily, plus the quantity of viral antibody liquid produced from the isolation area, which had already reached over 4,000 glass tubes of antibody liquid. Moreover, the most important reason was that a key piece of news had emerged a few days ago. The World Health Organization had officially named this outbreak the money copper virus, especially since all infected patients who had been reported internationally were completely cured in just a few days due to the use of the viral antibody liquid produced by the Baju Biological Company, which was also referred to as money copper antibody liquid. This was the company's official announcement regarding the viral antibody liquid. as it was derived from antibodies based on the money copper virus, thus named money copper antibody liquid. As a result, the money copper antibody liquid became popular. Now, the entire country was buzzing about the money copper antibody liquid. At the same time, experts and executives began to be dispatched to Shenzhen to find Baju Biological Company, hoping to purchase some money copper antibody liquid, which was also the reason Gao Feng's phone was being bombarded with calls. The domestic outbreak had been brought under control, and strict prevention and detection of foreign tourists were being implemented. Now, the glass factory had begun to rapidly mass-produce money copper antibody liquid, but the virus-separating bugs were only first-level organisms and had not yet met the upgrade conditions. The secondary conditions were far more difficult than Chu Feng had imagined. He had fed the virus-separating bugs many viruses, yet they still had not satisfied the upgrade conditions. Although Chu Feng did not find Gao Feng in the office, he learned from a cockroach-headed monster that Gao Feng was currently in Futian district negotiating with some foreign health departments and diplomatic executives regarding the purchase of money copper antibody liquid. This made Chu Feng admire Gao Feng's capabilities. In just a few hours, he had accomplished such a significant task, and Chu Feng was unaware of it. Of course, he still believed in the loyalty of the cockroach-headed monsters. After all, the system was not that simple. Since the system's description of Gao Feng stated absolute loyalty, he certainly wouldn't betray him. So, Chu Feng asked this cockroach-headed monster for more crucial information. It turned out that Gao Feng had gone with Lang Shan, and their specific location was at the Shenzhen International Chamber of Commerce, meeting with those foreign executives. Thus, Chu Feng decided not to go over. Since Gao Feng and Lang Shan were together, it meant they had matured and started to get involved in Baju Biological Company's business cooperation. As the boss, he would definitely give them the opportunity and not interfere, allowing him to be a leisurely boss. Chu Feng returned to his office and found 12 meteorites in the system's warehouse. These meteorites had been stored for a long time without time for the traversing worm to devour them. Now, he finally had time to let the traversing worm consume the meteorites. However, before that, Chu Feng needed to return to the villa and upgrade the traversing worm. Otherwise, how would he get back to the villa? He summoned the traversing worm and returned to the bedroom in the villa, holding the traversing worm in his arms. He then walked out of the room, summoned the meteorites in the living room, a total of 12 meteorites, and placed the traversing worm on the ground to let it consume the meteorites on its own. Soon, the traversing worm devoured the meteorites one by one, and after consuming the last meteorite, it successfully upgraded. Chu Feng saw the transparent light screen displaying a red message, indicating that the conditions for the traversing worm's upgrade had been met, with an upgrade time of 7 days. Chu Feng confirmed with his thoughts. He then waved his hand to store the traversing worm back in the warehouse. After storing the traversing worm, Chu Feng sat on the sofa and pondered for a moment. The production work at the glass factory was progressing smoothly, and with Gao Feng and Lang Shan's presence, there was no need for him to worry about it for now. The energy stones that triggered the outbreak of the money copper virus were also in Chu Mei's hands. Now, only one matter needed to be resolved. The issue with Li Ziyuan and Beishir had not been settled, and Chu Feng had to pay attention to it. After all, the virus had been injected into Li Ziyuan's body, and this virus was far more terrifying than the money copper virus. It could not only promote height and growth but also regenerate flesh from bones. Moreover, the most important point was that Li Ziyuan possessed many secrets regarding his door, such as the virus and how to send him to Beishir overnight. All these factors made Chu Feng harbor thoughts of killing Li Ziyuan. Unless Li Ziyuan decided to serve him, Chu Feng would never let him go. Now that the traversing worm was upgrading, he would only consider finding Li Ziyuan in Beishir once the traversing worm had upgraded, wanting to use the memory worm to understand Li Ziyuan's thoughts. Suddenly, Gao Feng called. He said that some foreign countries intended to order their company's antibody solution, with a total of 50,000 units, with the bullfight country and the Shiba country each accounting for 10,000 units. According to Gao Feng's understanding, these two countries might be secretly serving the American superpower and wanted to pay after receiving the goods. Chu Feng sneered. If they wanted to buy the antibody solution, they must pay a deposit first, and the remaining balance must be settled on the spot when picking up the goods. Otherwise, no shipment would be made. These countries really thought too highly of themselves, trying to negotiate terms and delaying payment. Chu Feng's stance was that they could buy it or not. If they didn't want to buy, they could leave and let their citizens die. What did international comments have to do with him? Chapter 91. Tiger-headed monster bird in the world of giant insects, about 4 kilometers away from the wooden house. A squad of battle-type cockroach-headed monsters was being chased by a tiger-headed monster bird, which had a pointed horn on its head, 2 wings on its back, and was entirely golden, larger than an ordinary tiger. Not far away on the ground was a huge ravine nearly a kilometer long, 6 meters deep, and 8 meters wide, with many strange animal corpses scattered at the edge of the ravine. The tiger-headed monster bird flew in the sky, occasionally swooping down to attack, its speed extremely abnormal, able to accurately crush the heads of the battle-type cockroach-headed monsters with each strike, before Chu Feng and Yo-Mo Wang could approach while invisible. The tiger-headed monster bird immediately flew up into the sky, not giving the cockroach-headed monsters below any chance to exploit their numerical advantage. Chu Feng hid under a big tree, recalling how they had previously hunted 8-meter-long giant spiders, and when they entered this forest, a roar of a tiger suddenly echoed, as if declaring this territory as its own. The battle-type cockroach-headed monsters, focused only on chasing their prey, could not grasp the meaning behind it, and besides, the tiger-headed monster bird would only end up being eaten clean if it faced them, so the cockroach-headed monsters ignored it and continued hunting. Before long, the golden tiger-headed monster bird, with bat-like wings, appeared on top of a large tree, coldly overlooking the battle-type cockroach-headed monsters that were hunting the 8-meter-long giant spider. To deal with an enemy hiding in a tree, the battle-type cockroach-headed monsters, lacking long-range capabilities, had their own methods. They threw their weapons to break the wings of the tiger-headed monster bird, forcing it to land. After the battle-type cockroach-headed monsters threw their weapons at the tiger-headed monster bird's side, the enraged tiger-headed monster bird suddenly flew into the sky, opening its mouth. Strange light and mysterious runes shone from its wings, and a bright light was brewing in its mouth. After a while, to Chu Feng's disbelief, a terrifying beam of light shot from its mouth, instantly killing a battle-type cockroach-headed monster, penetrating through its chest and creating a long ravine in the ground, clearly showcasing the terrifying power of this beam. What kind of monster is this? It can shoot light from its mouth? This was Chu Feng's first time accompanying the cockroach-headed monster squad for training, but he never expected to encounter a flying tiger-headed monster bird. And this kind of monster could shoot a cannon from its mouth, creating massive ravines in the ground. How terrifying. He did not want to attract this incredibly powerful monster that could fly and shoot cannons to his side. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Chu Feng finally realized that this was a world completely different from Earth. It seemed that monsters capable of emitting light from their bodies were quite normal in this world. Take this tiger-headed monster bird, for instance. Not only did it have a tiger's head and an ostrich-like body, but it also had bat-like wings and could shoot cannons from its mouth, creating huge ravines in the ground. Generally speaking, a tiger-headed monster bird that could shoot from its mouth would surely have differently colored crystal cores inside, similar to the magic cores of magical beasts in novels. Currently, the best course of action for Chu Feng was to remain hidden under the roots of the big tree to avoid attracting the attention of the tiger-headed monster bird. This tiger-headed monster bird's physical level might only be slightly lower than that of Chu Feng and Yo-Mo Wang, but it was higher than that of Chu Feng and the cockroach-headed monsters present. The remaining battle-type cockroach-headed monsters kept running towards the east, while Chu Feng and Yo-Mo Wang, each holding a spear and an axe, stayed invisible, keeping a close watch on the flying tiger-headed monster bird. Suddenly, the tiger-headed monster bird swooped down from the sky, flapping its wings and shooting countless small beams, slaughtering the battle-type cockroach-headed monsters that had provoked its authority. Fortunately, Chu Feng could always spend money to buy fruit and summon more battle-type cockroach-headed monsters, so he was not worried about these ordinary battle-type cockroach-headed monsters. At the same time, these battle-type cockroach-headed monsters had also been trained and nurtured by Chu Feng, each having a physical level above 2, with extremely fast speeds and highly agile movements. Originally, there were 15 ordinary battle-type cockroach-headed monsters, but now only 8 remained. When the tiger-headed monster bird chased halfway and discovered that all the cockroach-headed monsters had hidden under the roots of the big tree, it seemed to hesitate, flying in the sky for a while before suddenly charging towards a large tree below. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and Yo-Mo Wang saw an opportunity and rushed towards the tree roots to wait. Finally, when the tiger-headed monster bird seemed not to see the invisible Chu Feng and Yo-Mo Wang, it directly pounced on a cockroach-headed monster hiding behind the tree. At that moment, Chu Feng and Yo-Mo Wang, each holding their weapons, jumped up into the air, revealing themselves and directly confronting the tiger-headed monster bird. The tiger-headed monster bird was startled by the sudden appearance of Chu Feng and Yo-Mo Wang in midair and attempted to fly away. But Chu Feng anticipated the tiger-headed monster bird's intention and threw his spear, scaring the tiger-headed monster bird into dodging to the side. Although the tiger-headed monster bird dodged a headshot, it was still pierced through the left wing, letting out an unwilling screech as it fell vertically to the ground. At that moment, the Bull Demon King also played his part, wielding a blood axe and forcefully slashing out a beam of light, causing the tiger-headed monster bird's neck to explode, blood splattering everywhere. The tiger's body fell sideways to the ground, and after a few tremors, it stopped moving. The cockroach-headed monsters that had been hiding from the tiger-headed bird also emerged from under the tree roots. However, before Chu Feng could reveal himself, countless thick roots shot out from different directions, piercing through those cockroach-headed monsters hiding behind the tree roots, instantly penetrating their hearts. From the scene of the last cockroach-headed monster being pierced by the roots, it was dragged down into the soil below the tree roots, leaving only the upper half of its body upright on the ground, gradually becoming a deflated, skin-and-bones corpse, as if the great tree absorbed all its nutrients. Chu Feng, who had been invisible, saw that in the forest, every large tree was sending out numerous thick roots from the soil. Under the illumination of light, those roots resembled dragons, covered in thick fish scales, with spines similar to those of a stegosaurus, and each tree seemed to subtly transform into a human face. Mockingly gazing at Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King, Chu Feng's face darkened. His subordinates had been slaughtered, which made him feel furious. Thus, Chu Feng let out a roar, pulled out a gun from the tiger-headed monster bird's body, gripped the handle tightly, and with all his strength, threw it, piercing through the tree spirits along with the tree spirits behind them. Chapter 92. The City of Another World. Chu Feng's expression turned manic as he continuously punched and broke tree spirits, amidst the wretched screams of countless tree spirits. Many roots also lashed out at him. At this moment, the Bull Demon King also showcased the sharpness of his blood axe, easily cutting through the roots until all the tree spirits were felled. Yet, Chu Feng still felt unsatisfied, digging out the roots one by one with the gun's tip, leaving only one tree spirit's corpse for Chu Feng, while he set the rest ablaze. It was only then that Chu Feng revealed himself, comforting Chu Feng in collecting the tree spirit's corpse. Then, he approached the tiger-headed monster bird's head, using a small knife to extract the crystal core from inside, storing it in his warehouse, and the three continued on their journey. The species in this world were truly rich and marvelous, but for me, it was uncertain whether it was good or bad. In the forest, the rich biodiversity meant that Chu Feng could collect a substantial amount of corpses. However, some monsters were far too powerful, especially those capable of flying in the sky. He couldn't act recklessly like before. Therefore, in this world, Chu Feng still couldn't go out without restraint. Although he had lost all combat-type cockroach-headed monsters, he still had Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King by his side. So he didn't care about the dead cockroach-headed monsters. He just had to wait for Wang Hu to transport the fruits over, and he could summon large batches of combat-type cockroach-headed monsters infinitely. Along the way, Chu Feng repressed his delight, slightly adjusting his destination, not returning west but continuing to push eastward. The further east they went, the fewer monsters there were, and the weaker their strength became. The rabbit monsters that Chu Feng originally couldn't defeat could now be taken down with one hand each. The three of them pressed on tirelessly towards the east, chasing down prey whenever encountered, and although there were some monsters in the air that could spit fire or water, those monsters were not as clever as the first one, all being slaughtered by Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King. The trio advanced rapidly, almost unstoppable, covering nearly 2 hours of distance when suddenly they began to explore their surroundings together. They remained invisible to avoid the giant beasts and insects, and from a distance, saw 5 or 6 individuals dressed in animal skins, wielding stone axes and carrying bows and arrows, setting traps. Although their upper bodies resembled normal humans, their lower bodies had deep green skin like dinosaurs, with bowed thighs. Upon seeing these half-dragon people, Chu Feng became excited, knowing that humans are social animals, and since there were humans in this world, there must be a complete social order. However, after the excitement, Chu Feng began to think. Humans have a natural tendency to be exclusionary. As the ancients said, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. In many Hollywood sci-fi blockbusters, aliens always invade Earth, and if Earthlings capture aliens, they also send them to labs for dissection and study. For Chu Feng, he could be considered a real alien in this world if he appeared recklessly. He had no idea how the indigenous people of this planet would treat him. If he went out carelessly, he would definitely be dissected. With a thought, Chu Feng and the three became invisible and approached the half-dragon people, observing their actions. At a glance, these half-dragon individuals seemed to belong to the lower social class. Having nothing but weapons in hand, all of which were cold weapons, this made Chu Feng somewhat reassured. If these hunters were not wielding legendary magic wands or spiritual tools, then they should not pose a threat to his life. Chu Feng's mind stirred as he noticed the half-dragon people starting to rise and leave. He quickly followed, with Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King closely behind him, maintaining their invisibility and daring not to speak. Finally, after walking about 2 miles, they entered a small town. Chu Feng, still invisible, closely examined this small town from the mountaintop. The layout was very simple. This small town had only about 100 households, with a population not exceeding 500. There was even a small tavern in the town, along with various pet shops selling small dogs and pets, looking extremely rudimentary. The only armed force in the small town was a group of about 20 young men under the command of the local lord. Which surprised Chu Feng the most. The outer walls of this small town were incredibly dilapidated, as if marked by the impact of beast hordes. Moreover, most of the weapons used by this armed force were long sticks and wooden clubs, with only 3 individuals possessing lethal weapons. Among them, only one young man not only had a killing weapon but also wore a sturdy set of steel armor. It was likely that this young man was the Lord's son. From the mountaintop, seeing the town's armed forces so weak, unable to even fully equip cold weapons, Chu Feng's heart ignited with excitement. He wanted to conquer this town. Descending from the mountaintop to the base, he revealed himself, leading the now visible Chu Xiong and Bull Demon King out of the dense forest. First, he let Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King restore their original forms, one as a cockroach-headed monster and the other as a bull-headed monster, before approaching the town. When Chu Feng first entered a tavern and pushed open the door, a strong odor of human sweat mixed with roasted meat and cheap liquor immediately assaulted him, causing him to frown. Looking around, 20 or so men, some more animalistic than others, sat at the bar and broken tables, drinking low-quality liquor and roasted meat, boasting as they drank. Several young women, dressed revealingly, maneuvered through the crowd with drinks and roasted meat. When Chu Feng opened the tavern door, the entire place fell silent. All eyes fixed on Chu Feng, Chu Xiong, and the Bull Demon King, as they did not recognize any of them. However, when they noticed that Chu Feng had almost no animal traits, they fell nearly silent. But when they saw Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King behind Chu Feng, they felt an overwhelming pressure, as Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King's appearances were too terrifying, despite having more or less animal characteristics, such as a pair of rabbit ears or a tail. How could they possibly compare to Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King, who have heads full of cockroaches and bull heads? Chu Feng was seated at a table in front of a bar, with Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King sitting on either side. They were eating roasted meat while listening attentively to the conversations around them. The extraordinary knights and extraordinary wizards they mentioned had drawn Chu Feng's attention. Chapter 93, The Unicorn Youth from Their Exchanges. It could be inferred that the so-called extraordinary beings possessed immense destructive power and achieved awakening by devouring crystal cores. It was also learned that the forest they had just exited was called the Beast Forest, and the monsters with mysterious crystal cores in their heads were likely the extraordinary beasts they referred to. Just then, a unicorn youth clad in armor pushed the door open and walked in, followed by 2 muscular lion-headed men wielding long knives. The young man had a single horn on his head, resembling a rhinoceros horn, and his eyes were bulging, looking like a fighting chicken's, glaring sideways. The 2 muscular men beside him were likely lion beast men, with golden beards and protruding fangs. As soon as he entered the small tavern, the murky air made him frown. However, he held his breath, looking down with a disdainful glance at the low-class half-beastman in the tavern. Then, his eyes lit up as if he had spotted a beauty, and he walked straight towards a rabbit-eared girl at a drinking table. The girl, who was arranging wine cups, was likely a rabbit half-beastman. An elephant-headed strongman nearby mentioned that this rabbit-eared girl was the daughter of the tavern owner. Although she was only 14, she had matured early and had an impressive figure. Despite having a few freckles on her face, her fair skin and flowing hair, along with her long rabbit ears, made her stand out, even though she wore conservative clothing. A short rabbit tail peeked out from behind. Seeing this rabbit-eared girl, Chu Feng had his first reaction, but he couldn't help but think of ravaging her. The rabbit-eared girl's aura exuded a youthful vibe, making her quite outstanding in the murky tavern. However, for Chu Feng, who came from a modern technological world and was used to internet photos of many beautified women, this rabbit-eared girl was merely a relatively pretty Western girl. She had a slightly fuller chest, but at least she was better than the flirty fox-tailed women in the tavern. However, compared to true beauties, she still fell far short. Luoshi, Just come with me. In a few days, I will awaken as an extraordinary knight in Bala City. Soon, I will become a true extraordinary knight of the Empire. And my family has already bought a house in Bala City, the unicorn youth, the son of the city lord, proclaimed loudly while staring at Luoshi's ample bosom with his bulging eyes. Besides, this rotten place is full of commoners. It's truly disgusting. Why waste your youth here? Come with me to Bala City. It's the greatest imperial city around. As soon as the unicorn youth's words were spoken, the tavern fell silent. The half-beastmen present had somewhat unsightly expressions. The commoners mentioned by the unicorn youth naturally included all the half-beastmen in the tavern. After all, in this small city, apart from the city lord's family, everyone else was either a commoner or a lowly slave, with many being adventurous mercenaries. In the eyes of the nobles, anyone who was not noble was considered a commoner. In this world, the division between commoners and nobles was something no one cared about. The others in the tavern knew this well. Although they were unhappy and had grim faces, they could only lower their heads and drink in silence, no longer looking at the arrogant unicorn youth. Upon hearing these words, Luoshi's expression also changed unpredictably. The unicorn youth was undoubtedly the most outstanding figure in this small city, especially being the only noble's son in the area. If the unicorn youth were to propose marriage, even with his temperamental and flirtatious nature, it wouldn't be much of a concern. However, this unicorn youth wanted her to be his mistress, satisfying his desires daily with her body. Even as a noble, he would never marry a common girl as his wife. Being a mistress meant having no status and no protection under imperial law. Moreover, the unicorn youth was not someone who would remain faithful. She feared being discarded after a few years of being played with, which was why she didn't want to be with him. She deeply understood that the unicorn youth was not worth her compromise. Commoners, why aren't you rolling out of here? The unicorn youth, seeing Luoshi hesitating slightly while hearing the drunken noise from the commoners, immediately yelled angrily. If it weren't for Luoshi's father, who had once served as an officer in the Empire's Bala City and had some connections, he would have already used force to humiliate this common girl in front of all the half-beastmen in this small city. In this small city, as the only noble member, he was like a local emperor. Fighting and brawling were common occurrences in this tavern, although many could easily overpower the unicorn youth with a single punch. Attacking a noble was a serious crime in this world, unless one was an extraordinary being. Even if a noble killed you, there would be no punishment from the Empire. Therefore, these commoners, being ordinary mercenaries who had not awakened their extraordinary abilities, could only choose to leave the tavern. Chu Feng, who was inquiring about extraordinary beings, was interrupted by the unicorn youth. He frowned slightly, but when he heard the unicorn youth's command for them to leave, he suddenly found the young man a bit arrogant. And thus Chu Feng smiled. The unicorn youth saw the commoners leave silently under his command. However, before he could feel pleased, he heard Chu Feng's laughter. Turning to look closely, upon seeing the two large figures of the cockroach-headed and bull-headed monsters beside Chu Feng, his expression changed. Then, noticing that Chu Feng and his companions were dressed in what appeared to be poor people's clothing made from a piece of short cloth, his expression became smug again. He began to mutter insults under his breath. Approaching Chu Feng, "You three mere commoners dare to defy a noble? Let me teach you a lesson." Saying this, he reached out to slap Chu Feng's face. Nobles could beat commoners without punishment from the Empire as long as they didn't cause permanent injury. Meanwhile, if commoners resisted nobles, they would definitely face punishment from the Empire. The unicorn youth wanted to show off his power in front of Luoshi, flaunting his noble status. However, Chu Feng's physical attributes were far superior to that of the unicorn youth, and with Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King sitting on either side, this foolish unicorn youth had likely been deluded for years. Didn't he see the blood axe of the Bull Demon King? Chu Feng didn't even want to stand up. He continued to lower his head to eat the locally made soft bread and noodles. Speaking of which, the soft bread in this world was quite delicious. Far better than French bread, soft and sweet with a creamy taste. However, the noodles had a strange taste and were extremely unpalatable. Chapter 94. The Bala Empire, seeing the unicorn youth about to slap his boss, Chu Xiong, sitting beside Chu Feng, reached out with a large hand, grabbing the unicorn youth's wrist and violently slamming him to the floor. With another hand, he grabbed his hair and forcefully yanked his head up to face Chu Feng. The two burly men with lion heads had not yet reacted, nor did they expect that there would be someone in this small town daring to resist the unicorn youth. They drew their two finely crafted steel longswords and charged towards Chu Xiong, attempting to rescue their master. However, they were swiftly cut in half by the Bull Demon King wielding his blood axe. their upper bodies sliding to the ground with a heavy thud on the wooden floor of the tavern, while their lower halves made a series of cracking sounds, clearly dead beyond recovery. Seeing someone dare to beat the unicorn youth and kill two lion-headed half-orcs, Luo Shi, who was standing nearby, gasped in shock and quickly ran to hide in a room in the tavern. "Little noble, stop your prattling." After finishing the bread and noodles on the table, Chu Feng turned around, slightly bent down, and reached out with a greasy hand to touch the unicorn youth's face, neither lightly nor heavily. Although it didn't hurt the unicorn youth much, it was extremely humiliating, making him shout in shame and anger. "You lowly commoner! How dare you treat me like this? Let me go at once, or my father will never spare you." The unicorn youth was the son of the town's lord, a noble who had always been arrogant and domineering, and had never suffered such humiliation. Looking at Chu Feng, his eyes were filled with resentment, and seeing that the other party seemed not to have any intention of harming him, he thought Chu Feng was afraid of his father's reputation, and thus threatened him with wild words. Slap. Hearing this, Chu Feng sneered, tightened his grip on the unicorn youth's chin, and with a bit of force, the unicorn youth immediately spat blood from his mouth, his teeth breaking and a few falling out. "From today on, this small town is mine. And as for your so-called Lord Father, he will soon join you below." After pausing for a few seconds, Chu Feng smugly revealed an angelic smile. But in the eyes of the unicorn youth, it appeared as a devilish grin, as he continued, "You can go first." Chu Feng first searched the unicorn youth's body and found a bag of gold coins, as it seemed this world used gold coins as currency. After thoroughly checking the unicorn youth's belongings, he finally let him go. The unicorn youth glared at Chu Feng with resentment before hurriedly fleeing home, leaving behind the bodies of his two subordinates without a word. However, Chu Feng was not one to show mercy. And how could he let go of the unicorn youth with such a resentful gaze? He glanced at the bull demon king, who nodded slightly without speaking, and swung the blood axe again, throwing it directly at the unicorn youth's back. The sound of the unicorn youth being hit by a heavy object echoed as he staggered forward a few steps, blood spewing from his mouth before he fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in unwillingness. Chu Feng opened the bag of coins, finding about 50 gold coins, which were plain gold coins without any designs. He took one out and tossed it onto the table as payment for the meal, then leisurely headed towards the Lord's residence, with Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King following behind. As they passed by the unicorn youth's body, the Bull Demon King stepped on his back and forcefully pulled out the blood axe. "Unicorn City, Lord's Mansion." Boom. The Bull Demon King, in a rapid dive, stomped down, shattering the porcelain tiles on the ground, causing the entire Lord's Mansion to shake. It felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Within a few miles of the Bull Demon King's stomp, buildings swayed and trembled, walls cracked, and some houses too close to the Lord's Mansion collapsed as the ground sank, dust flying everywhere. On the ground, the body of the Unicorn Lord lay motionless, with a massive gash in his neck, his head severed and lying elsewhere. His face still twisted in rage, but his eyes had become dull and lifeless. This was the corpse of the Unicorn Lord. Mercenaries and some hidden extraordinary beings outside the Lord's Mansion were struck dumb with horror upon seeing this. In fact, the entire Lord's Mansion consisted only of the Lord and about 20 of his subordinates. The rest were ordinary slaves. Chu Feng had no intention of killing these slaves, as they were indeed the pitiful ones. Just moments before the Bull Demon King killed the Lord on the spot, Chu Feng had not expected that this Lord would unleash visible fist shadows with glowing hands, striking Chu Xiong outside, and as of now, Chu Xiong had yet to return. However, despite this, the supposedly extraordinary Lord was still killed by the Bull Demon King. Chu Feng manifested himself next to the Unicorn Lord, summoned a memory worm, and placed it at the temple of the corpse to penetrate and devour the brain, hoping to obtain the information he desired, especially the secrets of awakening extraordinary beings. At that moment, Chu Xiong also jumped over from the outer wall, landing beside Chu Feng. Chu Feng first stored the memory worm in his warehouse, then turned to see a trace of blood still flowing from the corner of Chu Xiong's mouth, indicating he had been injured by the Unicorn Lord. While waiting for the memory worm to emerge, the Bull Demon King opened the door, holding his axe, blood dripping onto the ground as he walked step by step toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng noticed that behind him lay numerous half-orcs with various animal features, all guards of the Lord, who had now been killed by the Bull Demon King. After a while, the memory worm emerged from the Unicorn Lord's forehead, carrying a jelly-like substance of brain matter. Chu Feng felt nauseated at the sight and found it hard to accept. So, he decided to let the Bull Demon King consume the memory worm. As soon as he made the decision, The bold demon king bent down, picked up the memory worm, tilted his head back, and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it like fried chicken. Squinting, he carefully recalled the memories obtained from the unicorn lord's mind. But the bold demon king's brows furrowed tightly. Chu Feng, beside him, also frowned and asked the bold demon king, "How is it? Is there any secret about how to awaken extraordinary beings?" The bold demon king shook his head slightly. "There is no secret to awakening extraordinary beings. It seems this lord didn't know how to awaken either. He himself was sent by his father to Bala City for an opportunity to awaken, thus becoming extraordinary." What kind of place was Bala City? It was the imperial capital of the Bala Empire, and the first ruler who founded it was named Bala, a powerful lizard half-orc. Chapter 95, The Chilling Crystal Core. In the following time, he first instructed the bold demon king and Chu Feng to drag all the bodies from the lord's mansion outside to the yard. In front of the ordinary residents of the small town, they burned all the bodies. Strangely, no one opposed or felt sad. There was only fear. This made Chu Feng curious. There was one strange thing he couldn't understand. This world actually spoke Chinese, rather than English or other languages. When he heard them speaking Chinese in the tavern, he was always a bit surprised, even finding it hard to believe. Standing on the rooftop of the lord's mansion, Chu Feng scanned the entire small town and discovered that many vendors were bustling about in the small streets, selling some familiar snacks like candied fruits, donkey rolls, and steamed cakes, snacks that seemed to have disappeared but appeared here. Chu Feng went downstairs, and Chu Feng and the bold demon king began to explore the entire lord's mansion. He first came to a large room, where a long table covered with a white cloth was set in the middle, laden with many soft breads, fruits, a plate of fried eggs, an empty plate, a fork, and a small knife. Standing beside it was an elderly hunchbacked man, about 70 years old, wearing a tattered gray robe with small patches sewn on it, looking respectful with his hands clasped in front of his abdomen, bowing slightly toward Chu Feng and nodding gently. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Sitting at the main table, I extended my right hand, gently rubbing the uneven fabric. Guessing that it was made by hand, piece by piece, I picked up a fork and a small knife, feeling their weight with my palm and thumb. They were heavy and quite exquisite, but why did Western cutlery exist in this world? Then, I tightened my grip, applying a bit of force, and the fork and knife handle broke off, causing a crack in my hand and a drop of blood to flow out. Although this Western cutlery was delicate, it was superficial. It seemed that the craftsmen in this world were not very skilled, or perhaps the lord of this city did not value the abilities of craftsmen. I picked up a piece of soft bread, tore off a small chunk, and gently chewed it, my eyes fixed on the hunchbacked old man standing nearby. I saw him trying hard to straighten up, but failing, so he simply hunched over. Noticing that I was staring at him, the hunchbacked old man quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at me, and trembled as he asked, "Does the master have any questions? Who are you, and why are you standing here?" "I am the chef here. I have been working here for over 200 years, serving 6 lords, and you are the 7th. I remained expressionless and took another bite of the bread, which tasted quite good, with a hint of sweet cream. However, I thought to myself, damn, this must be an old turtle, living for over 200 years. Hasn't he lived for too long? The bread is good. Thank you for the compliment, master." The hunchbacked old man bowed again, but I looked at him and felt like I was looking at an old turtle in human form. "Are you a turtle half-beast?" The hunchbacked old man's back bent even lower, remaining silent. It seemed rude, but in reality, it was his answer. Seeing that he did not respond, I did not ask further. As long as this old man did his job as a chef honestly, that was enough. Speaking of which, this lord's mansion was still lacking a chef, and it was clear that this old man, having worked here for over 200 years, was a ready-made chef. "You will stay here from now on and prepare food for us every day. The old servant is willing to accept." Suddenly, at that moment, Chu Feng and the bold demon king pushed the door open and barged in. As soon as they saw me here, they rushed over and asked, "Boss, we found a locked girl in the underground prison. She has no animal characteristics, so she should be a human like you. Are you sure?" I did not doubt Chu Feng's words, but I had been here for almost 4 days. And what I had seen were either half-beasts with dinosaur legs or ones with rabbit ears or those with tails. Seeing Chu Feng nodding in affirmation, I fell silent for a moment and then waved my hand to let the hunchbacked old man step back, continuing to ask Chu Feng for specifics. "I am sure this girl is indeed of the same race as the boss. She is just a Caucasian from your world. I heard from the slave guarding the dungeon that this girl fell from the sky a few days ago and was captured by the Lord for research. But for the past 4 days, no issues have been found, So she was thrown into the dungeon. What happened to the girl? I have killed her. She cried for a long time. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment before mentioning something. What do you mean? That girl has been locked in the dungeon for 4 days. During the first few days, the slave watching her was fine, but yesterday the girl who fell from the sky, presumably a Western girl without animal characteristics, was in a somewhat miserable state yesterday after being dealt with by the slave. I continued to ask, are you sure that girl has no animal characteristics? Yes, I'm sure. She was completely naked and had various injuries, Chu Feng replied. I fell silent for a moment, as if pondering whether the girl mentioned by Chu Feng had crossed over from Earth, and then said, let's sit down and eat. You haven't had a meal, have you? Let's talk while eating. Following Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King from the wooden house to here had taken a full 4 days, during which they had only consumed the life liquid and the food I brought, which was stored in the warehouse. However, they had just finished the stored food yesterday, and neither had eaten anything today. Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King exchanged glances and sat beside me. Chu Feng took a cup and drank it dry. Then both of them reached for the soft bread on the table, completely unconcerned about their dirty hands, and began to munch on it. The Bull Demon King held a long piece of soft bread in one hand and pulled out a small crystal core from his pocket, placing it in front of me. Mumbling, I found a monster's crystal core in a warehouse just now. This core might be of a high level, and it gives me a sense of threat. You mean you found the Lord's warehouse and found this core inside, and it gives you a sense of threat? I looked at the crystal core on the table. It was a core that could emit green flames. It was an uncommon crystal core, at least in my memory. While leading a combat-type cockroach head monster team through the forest, I had obtained numerous crystal cores from hunting monster heads, but I had never seen such a core. It did not even look like it was extracted from a monster's head. Holding it in my hand, I was surprised to find that it was cold. Definitely not the temperature of flames, cold like it had been frozen in a refrigerator for at least a night, with a temperature below 0. Which suddenly reminded me of a refrigerator. What is this? I thought it was just a crystal core dug out by some monster. But things are more serious than I imagined. The Bull Demon King stuffed a palm-sized piece of soft bread into his mouth and continued. The threat from it feels like facing a powerhouse with a physique level above 7. I suspect this is a monster's crystal core of no less than level 7. As I felt the crystal core in my hand, I summoned the crystal core of the tiger-headed monster bird and compared the two. Indeed, it was a monster's crystal core. From their appearance, both were irregular crystals, but the tiger-headed monster bird's core did not emit flames, while this unknown monster's core emitted green flames and smoke. And its temperature was also very low. The Bull Demon King did not expect me to know. He continued, Boss, you may not feel the threat from this flame-emitting core. That kind of threat feels like it could easily destroy the entire small city. So do you think this core should belong to the lord of this city? I continued to chew on the bread while placing the core on the table, moving my fingers that were almost frozen. The Bull Demon King frowned, pausing his actions. Even stopping his chewing, looking at me with a hint of confusion. He truly could not understand what I meant. That old man earlier, do you know who he is? Chu Feng still had bread in his mouth, and the Bull Demon King's eyes were filled with curiosity as they both looked at me, waiting for my next words. That old man said he has lived for over 200 years, serving 6 lords in this lord's mansion, and I am the 7th lord. You must be curious, right? Actually, I am too, but if you knew that the old man's true form is an old turtle, you wouldn't be so surprised. I swallowed the last piece of fried egg and picked up a clean white cloth to wipe my mouth. Having said so much, you probably still don't understand what I mean. What I mean is that this crystal core may be related to that old man, and it might even belong to him. The smell on it is very similar to that old man's. Didn't you notice? It really is like that, boss. Chu Feng swallowed the bread in his mouth, patted his chest to prevent choking, and said, But boss, how should you deal with this crystal core? I feel that keeping it is dangerous. The energy on it seems to be building up, as if it is about to explode. I was somewhat puzzled. I always felt something was off. Why did the Bull Demon King look so serious? If the crystal core was about to explode, did that mean that once it exploded, the entire small city might turn into an ice city? The girl trapped in the dungeon must have crossed over from Earth, right? However, logically speaking, anyone who crosses over from Earth should have a system or some other special ability. It's unclear whether this girl has a system or other special abilities, but Chu Feng always feels that she probably doesn't have one. If she had some terrifying special ability, why would she let herself be captured by the half-beast and end up in the dungeon at the mercy of others? No, she shouldn't have been caught at all. According to the usual plot of novels, since she crossed over from Earth, Who could possibly capture her except for another system holder? And then be handed over to a humble slave. How was that girl captured? A black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the Lord's mansion. And then the girl fell from it. Chu Feng looked at Chu Xiong in astonishment. He really didn't expect this crossing girl to be so unfortunate as to fall directly above the Lord's mansion. But wait, logically speaking, she should have had time to escape before falling. I'm not sure about that either. Chu Xiong shook his head and said, from the girl's words, it seems she fell directly in front of the Lord and was captured on the spot. Chu Feng frowned and looked at Chu Xiong. You guys don't know about this? It seems we need to see the memory worm's abilities. Chapter 96. Sudden death. This small town only has one dungeon. Probably because the entire town is only the size of a village. Usually, they can't afford to keep too many prisoners. Most criminals face trial or release within a few days, or they are executed. Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King followed Chu Xiong into the dungeon, holding torches, carefully bending down as they entered through the door, using the torchlight to cautiously step down. The dungeon is a standard Western-style dungeon, consisting of only one level, with walls built of hard granite. The floor is dirt, mixed with sewage dripping from the walls, and the entire level has only 4 confinement rooms. Due to a lack of proper drainage, the ground is extremely damp, and many rats brazenly scurry through the corridor in front of Chu Feng and the others. Finally, they arrived at the innermost confinement room. With each step, the stench in the air grew stronger, and when they reached the room where the girl was held, they only saw a body lying in dirty water. Chu Xiong frowned and pushed the door open, entering first, followed by Chu Feng, and then the Bull Demon King. All staring at the corpse, Chu Xiong squatted down, forcing himself to endure the awful smell, placed his finger on the girl's nose, and felt no breath escaping. He then checked her neck. The skin was stiff and showed no reaction. She was dead, apparently for over an hour. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng stepped forward to take a look at the girl's body. He noticed a faint smile on her face, as if she was happy to be freed from suffering. This world might be in autumn. The temperature in the dungeon was low enough to see one's breath, and Chu Feng felt he was about to freeze. Yet this girl had no clothes, and the exposed skin was frozen and bloodless. The sudden light from the torch made them turn their heads, squinting a bit. But soon they opened their eyes wide to look. This was indeed a human, and looking into her pale blue eyes, the pupils seemed to spread out calmly, like a lake before a storm, showing no anger or hatred, only tranquility. Under the torchlight, they saw signs of inhumane abuse on the girl's body. With scars running from her lower body to her neck, dark blue blood congealed. One could imagine the immense pain she must have endured in life. Chu Feng observed the corpse. It was a slender girl, her chest completely sunken, her face slightly chubby like a baby's, with 2 adorable little canine teeth when she smiled, looking cute. However, she was probably younger than he had imagined, likely a girl of less than 10 years old. Such a young and adorable life should have been nurtured in a family until adulthood, yet she met with misfortune, which was the most regrettable. Her eyes were calm, with a smile, completely different from the person I saw before I left. Perhaps after I killed that slave. She lost her motivation for hatred and could no longer hold on, plus the dungeon was so cold that she just passed away. Chu Xiong's voice was very flat as he stated the facts. Chu Feng looked at Chu Xiong with deep meaning in his eyes, then turned to leave, leaving only a single sentence. You should devour her memories, burn her body afterward, and blow up this dungeon too. It would count as doing something for this girl. Chu Xiong raised his head and glanced at Chu Feng's back, then sighed softly. He then took out a small vial from his pocket, twisted the cap off, and poured out a memory worm, cutting a small slit in the girl's forehead to place the memory worm inside, then took it out and began to chew on it. The Bull Demon King, seeing this, directly left the dungeon to catch up with Chu Feng. Leaving Chu Xiong alone, he first removed the torch from the wall, then placed the corpse in the corner among the weeds. Next, Chu Xiong tossed the torch, igniting a small amount of weeds, but most of it failed to catch fire, possibly due to the weeds being too damp. So he took more weeds from a nearby confinement room to cover the girl's body, and finally, it all caught fire. Perhaps due to the body's fat, the entire corpse was instantly engulfed in flames. Gradually, the body turned into a blackened, unrecognizable liquid, and a foul smell of burning flesh filled the entire dungeon. However, beneath the charred remains, Chu Xiong spotted something shiny, reached out without fear of getting dirty, and picked it up. After wiping it, he discovered it was a jade pendant. Reflecting on the memories, Chu Xiong suddenly realized that this must be a key item for the girl's arrival in this world. He cleaned the jade pendant and placed it in his pocket. Expressionless, Chu Feng walked out and stood above the dungeon, jumped into the air, his eyes fierce, and his whole being smashed down onto the ground like a cannonball. Instantly, the entire dungeon collapsed. The whole small town was thrown into an uproar. How many times had this happened? It had only been 2 days. And such a big commotion arose again. Could it be that someone killed the Lord once more? However, Chu Feng merely brushed the dust off his clothes, then jumped up and returned to the Lord's mansion. The location of the dungeon was in the backyard of the Lord's mansion, and since the dungeon collapsed, naturally, the entire yard was left in ruins. As soon as he arrived in the guest hall of the Lord's mansion, he saw Chu Feng half reclining on a leather sofa. Who knows where this genuine leather sofa came from? Whether it was Western cutlery or sofas, Chu Feng just assumed they had developed in this world. He also noticed the Bull Demon King standing beside Chu Feng, who merely glanced at Chu Feng and continued to lower his head, wiping the blood off his axe. Chu Feng, lying on the sofa, heard footsteps, opened his eyes, and saw it was Chu Feng. He softly asked, "So, what happened to that girl? Please tell me in detail." Chu Feng nodded and began to recount the girl's story. Chu Feng felt a bit surprised. He had initially thought the girl would have a story like in the novels, where her parents would sacrifice themselves, and she would encounter misfortune before crossing over to this world, but that was not the case. The story was not very complicated. The girl's name was Taylor. Her father was a lawyer, and at that time, she was at home playing with a big dog named Dora. Her mother was on the phone, and her father was still out for a case, so she was alone with the dog in the study. She accidentally broke something, and then she was swallowed by a black hole and came out here. At that moment, she just happened to fall outside the Lord's mansion's guest hall, where she was captured by the Unicorn Lord, who stripped her of all her clothes and forced her to reveal her story using torture. But at that time, she couldn't understand any Chinese, and for several days she couldn't ask about anything. So she was locked in the dungeon until yesterday when a slave locked in the same room gave her that. Chapter 97. Aunt Longtail and Uncle Elephant Trunk. How old should she be? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but turn to ask Chu Feng, who sighed and continued to narrate the girl's story. Her 13th birthday is next month. She originally had a happy and harmonious family, but was brought here because of something. Chu Feng fell silent for a moment. What was that thing? Chu Feng seemed to recall the events in his memory seriously and said uncertainly, "It seems to be a dragon-shaped jade pendant." Chu Feng frowned. "Are you sure it's a dragon-shaped jade pendant? Isn't this girl from a Western country? Where did she get a dragon-shaped jade pendant?" In his memory, this jade pendant seemed to have been obtained by her father from a Chinese person, probably because her father was a lawyer. As he spoke, Chu Feng took out a dark green jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Chu Feng. "So this dragon-shaped jade pendant is in your hand?" As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, he noticed a palm-sized jade pendant in Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng reached out to catch the jade pendant that Chu Feng handed over and frowned even more upon seeing it, because he always felt that he had seen this jade pendant somewhere, yet he couldn't remember. This jade pendant is carved with a dragon on the front and a phoenix on the back, and the whole pendant is dark green, showing no signs of being broken. Even though Chu Feng just said the girl broke this jade pendant before crossing into this world. "Are you sure it's this jade pendant?" Seeing Chu Feng nodding in response, Chu Feng fell silent for a moment because this jade pendant hasn't been broken. Could it really allow an ordinary girl to cross into this world? Regardless of whether this is true or not, Chu Feng couldn't see anything and could only put this jade pendant away in the warehouse. Chu Feng first went to the kitchen to inform the hunchbacked old man, then to Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King out of the Lord's mansion and onto the only bustling street in the small town. This street might be the liveliest place in this small town, filled with half-beasts walking around, some with smiles on their faces, others with gloomy and desperate expressions, and more expressionless mercenaries. These mercenaries were almost always in pairs, and as soon as they saw these people, the whole street quickly made way, pressing against the walls to avoid provoking them. However, when these arrogant mercenaries saw Chu Feng, who had no half-beast characteristics in front of them, along with the cockroach-headed Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King behind him, they seemed to think of something and immediately got scared. The leader exclaimed, retreated a few steps, drew a steel knife, and shouted, "Brothers, take out your knives and follow me." Then, the leader waved his hand back and ran off in big strides. The remaining mercenaries were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and followed their leader's footsteps. The Bull Demon King, holding a blood axe, didn't react for a moment, and when he saw that the blocking rats ahead had already left, he finally relaxed his grip on the blood axe. Seeing Chu Feng looking over, He shrugged at him with a confused expression. They continued on their way. The entire street was small, and they finished exploring in just over 10 minutes. During this time, they also bought many snacks with the gold coins obtained by the unicorn youth, having barely spent a single gold coin. Although the snacks in this small town were abundant, many of them couldn't fill their stomachs. In particular, Chu Feng discovered a strange thing. This small town didn't sell fruits or staple grains, and he hadn't seen rice or wheat, as if the residents of this world lived on meat, relying on the Beastmaster Forest. The Beastmaster Forest had many magical beasts. Mercenaries often went into the mountains to hunt magical beasts, and valuable goods were sold in the town. If they couldn't sell, they would be transferred at a low price to those second-hand vendors selling meat to gain more profit. This is also why the local residents dare not offend mercenaries, because mercenaries can provide more meat for the local residents in this small town. Besides the Lord, the mercenaries are basically the most powerful identity, even in some respects. Mercenaries play a protective role for this small town. It can be said that this small town could do without a lord, but absolutely cannot do without mercenaries. It's hard to imagine that this is a barbaric and brutal world, where no one knows how to grow food. And even vegetables are casually dug up by mercenaries from the Beastmaster Forest, yet they still sell smoothly in this small town. One can imagine how many people in this small town have starved to death due to insufficient food. However, since he wants to take control of this small town, he naturally has to be responsible for the issue of food and clothing for all the half-beasts here, because he killed a lord, replaced him, and became the 7th lord of this small town. Finally, Chu Feng and the two arrived at the center of the square, where there was a stone pillar in the middle, with nothing written on it, just a smooth marble. A long-tailed ant dressed in ordinary clothes passed by, somewhat afraid of the cockroach-headed Chu Xiong and the bull demon king. When she saw Chu Feng, she seemed to think of something. Her expression changed suddenly, and then she lowered her head and walked away. At that moment, next to the long-tailed ant, a middle-aged man with an elephant trunk patted her arm and comforted her. "Isa, this new lord is a good person. There's no need to be afraid of them. They seem friendly towards us." Finally, the elephant trunk man nodded at Chu Feng and the two. "Right, respected lord." This middle-aged man with an elephant trunk was very thin, slightly hunched over, with slightly graying golden short hair, and the passage of time had marked his face, where traces of youthful handsomeness could still be seen. Although Chu Feng really couldn't imagine what a handsome man with an elephant trunk would look like. However, Chu Feng had a good impression of this middle-aged man with an elephant trunk, as he was the first half-beast to be so close to Chu Feng. And Chu Feng nodded in agreement with his words. The long-tailed ant beside him was surprised, looking at the elephant trunk man in disbelief that he was so bold to speak to this new lord. While the elephant trunk man ignored the long-tailed ant's gaze and said to Chu Feng, "Respected lord, we need to go home to prepare dinner, so we won't disturb your stroll." After saying that, he gently patted the long-tailed ant and said, "Isa, let's go home together." Just like that, before Chu Feng could say a word, they directly encouraged each other to leave. Chu Feng sighed slightly, thinking that the residents here were still very afraid of them, probably because he had burned the bodies of the unicorn lord and his subordinates earlier. But Chu Feng didn't care about their opinions at all. He believed that once 2 days passed, after the crossing worm was upgraded, he could return to that wooden house, return to Earth, spend money to buy a large amount of food, to help the local starving population, and gain their support and protection. Chapter 98. The Beastmaster Restaurant. Next, as the weather turned dark, the three of them arrived at a meat shop called the Beastmaster Restaurant at the bottom of the square. The Beastmaster Restaurant? Where on earth did this bizarre restaurant name come from? Chu Feng stood outside the restaurant and couldn't help but complain. Behind Chu Feng stood Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King, both of their eyes deeply fixed on the inside of the restaurant, seemingly searching for the source of delicious food. Chu Feng looked inside from outside the restaurant and saw a girl lying on the counter, her condition very strange, with beads of sweat dripping down her fair and tender skin onto her tattered clothes. The hot girl hurriedly wiped the sweat with her clothes but refused to leave the counter, her mouth watering as she eagerly looked towards the kitchen. At this moment, it was just getting dark, and the lights inside the restaurant were actually glowing crystals, placed on the wall protruding from the counter, especially on the first floor, where a transparent glass door replaced an entire wall, allowing a view of the exquisitely decorated restaurant inside. All of this surprised Chu Feng. This decorative style is very modern. However, Chu Feng did not find it strange. Although such a decoration style was uncommon, he had seen similar things on Earth. After all, Chu Feng had experienced this small town, where many things had a hint of modern Earth style, so he didn't find it odd. Previously, he had even seen a vendor selling rectangular mirrors. It seemed that this small town, or rather this world, had once been visited by a predecessor from another world, who brought things from Earth here and changed the lives of the half-beasts in some aspects. Just looking at these almost modern floor-to-ceiling windows and glass doors was indistinguishable from the restaurant and shop decorations on present-day Earth. It was hard to find another restaurant in the entire small town that was more beautiful and advanced than this one, especially since the transparent crystals were so thin and bright, and the tables looked clean and comfortable, with a crystal chandelier in the center of the restaurant. However, for someone like Chu Feng, who was used to modern life, all of this felt quite ordinary. But what he could see in this world was not simple. Unless this restaurant was opened by a predecessor from another world, could it be that this restaurant was run by someone who crossed over from Earth, then settled in this world and started a restaurant business? Chu Feng stroked his chin, shaking his head slightly, uncertain. However, since he had seen a restaurant with an Earth style in this world, he might as well go in and see how the food tasted. If it was good, he could come here to eat in the future, instead of having to eat that bread and terrible noodles. Boss, shall we go in and try it? Chu Feng asked, looking at Chu Feng with anticipation. Let's go in. Since it's called the Beast Restaurant, it must be a meat place, Chu Feng replied, lifting his foot and pushing open the door. The sound of a bell that rang as the door opened surprised Chu Feng. There's a bell too? He looked up at the two small bells hanging on the door, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and then stepped inside. Once inside the restaurant, everything looked even cleaner and more comfortable than what he had seen before. The decorations, while exquisite, had a deep gray tone that felt very comfortable and not glaring at all. Instead, it gave a sense of relaxation. Chu Feng looked down at his shorts, which had been torn by thorny plants when he came out of the beast forest, and at his flip-flops covered in a thick layer of dust. Looking at the clean and bright floor, he hesitated for a moment. Then he shook his head and directly chose a seat by the glass door, with Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King on either side. Father, our shop has customers. It's two handsome uncles and a strangely looking young man. How strange. Father, look. That young man doesn't have any half-beast features. A girl waiting at the counter exclaimed excitedly as she spotted the customers. Her words embarrassed Chu Feng. He had just heard her describe him, a perfectly normal human, as a strangely looking young man. And the cockroach-headed monster and the bull-headed monster were, in her eyes, handsome uncles? This made Chu Feng question his own aesthetic sense. After all, it was disconcerting to be called strange by a cute girl, especially when Chu Feng and the Bull Demon King looked a bit terrifyingly ugly in his eyes, yet were considered handsome uncles by her. Damn beast girl. Don't think I'll let you off just because you have cat ears and a tail. The chef, Bart, who was preparing ingredients and getting ready to cook, was momentarily surprised when he heard the bell and his daughter Basali's voice. He turned to look towards the door, and when he saw Chu Feng, who had no half-beast features, followed by the cockroach-headed and bull-headed beings, his eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, especially upon seeing Chu Feng. After Chu Feng took his seat, he also noticed Bart walking out of the kitchen. To his eyes, Chu Feng saw no trace of the fear he had imagined. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. This strange phenomenon made Chu Feng feel a bit puzzled. However, he thought it might be because this restaurant was welcoming its first customers. After all, it was clearly dinner time, yet he hadn't seen any other customers in the restaurant, only the three of them. So he figured Bart's excitement might be due to finally having customers. Chu Feng looked at Bart, who had short hair and a gray-white beard, along with cat ears and a tail, revealing a muscular physique. He held an iron pot in one hand and a spoon in the other, wearing a pure white chef's uniform with a scarf and a worn towel hanging from his waist. This was the first time Chu Feng had seen such a handsome uncle. He was about 1.95 meters tall, similar to Chu Feng's height, and his fitted chef's uniform, which he had become accustomed to wearing, looked a bit loose and casual. If it weren't for Chu Feng seeing his well-defined chest, he would have thought this chef looked like a lean model. When Bart saw Chu Feng, he instantly recalled the origins of the three. Earlier that morning, he had learned from the owner of the weapon shop next door that their small town had changed its mayor. The previous mayor had been killed by the new one, and the corpse was publicly burned outside the mayor's mansion, causing great fear among the townspeople, who were terrified that the new mayor would take action against them. Although they disliked the unicorn mayor, at least he was not as brutal as to publicly burn a corpse. Remembering the weapon shop owner's words about the new mayor being a human with no half-beast features, surrounded by half-beasts like the cockroach-headed and bull-headed beings, Bart felt that this new mayor did not seem as ruthless as imagined. Plus, this was the first customer to arrive at his restaurant. And Bart was actually a bit excited and expectant. Wiping his hands with a towel, Bart looked at Chu Feng. Noticing that the mayor's outfit was quite strange, shorts and flip-flops with just 2 straps. He quickly understood. Chu Feng observed Bart, who, despite looking slender, stood there like a drawn sword, exuding a sense of strength without appearing effeminate. The chef had a somewhat cold yet approachable smile, hiding his sharpness. And this contrast made Chu Feng feel a subtle sense of distance, yet it made him feel comfortable upon entering the restaurant for the first time. Bart stepped forward and asked, "Dear customer, what would you like to order? What signature dishes do you have at this restaurant? Please bring us one of each." "We have a big appetite," Chu Feng replied without hesitation, nodding. Bart looked at Chu Feng intently and said, "Okay, I'll bring the dishes right away." Before returning to the kitchen, the girl, dressed in a pink little dress with a happy and expectant expression, looked even cuter. This made Chu Feng curious about how lucky this cat-eared man was to have such a lovely daughter. "Big brother, you can take a look at the menu on the table. It has our menu recorded." The girl Bali pointed to the menu on the table and said, Chu Feng casually picked up the menu on the table, slid his index finger across the cover, and couldn't help but show a few expressions of surprise again. The delicate texture reminded him of the menu at Ming Tai Lu. Both were made of nearly the same material. Opening it, he found many rich dishes listed, almost all of which were meat, with not a single vegetable in sight. At this point, Chu Feng suddenly froze, feeling the difficulties of this small town again. They had meat, but no vegetables? "Little boss, your menu doesn't have any vegetables. Is it a mistake?" Chu Feng put down the menu and looked at the girl. Bali, with a face full of doubt. "The menu isn't wrong. Our restaurant just opened, and besides, even the city lord has hardly eaten any vegetables. How could we possibly get vegetables to cook for you? Vegetables are very expensive." Bali pouted, shook her head, and said seriously, "All right." Chu Feng slightly shook his head, picked up the menu again, and looked through it once more. Seeing the girl still standing beside him, he asked with some confusion, "Little boss, what are you still standing here for?" "Big brother, I think you look really strange. You don't have ears and you don't have a tail. Are you a disabled person?" the girl said with a look of pity for Chu Feng, shaking her head. Hearing this, Chu Feng twitched his mouth, and had no choice but to change the subject and continue asking, "Little boss, what is your name? Was that person earlier your father? What does father mean?" "Oh, father means dad, a term of endearment that only children can use to refer to their fathers." "Oh, I'm Bali. My dad is the great chef of this small town." The girl Bali proudly lifted her head and answered, "What is your dad's name?" Chu Feng continued to ask, looking like a man trying to abduct a child. "My dad's name is Bart." Chapter 99, A plate of stir-fried meat slices. Father, Bali is hungry. At this moment, Bali, who had been watching Chu Feng curiously from the side, wondering why he didn't have any half-orc features, pouted and looked towards the kitchen, giving Chu Feng a disdainful glance. This ugly big brother ordered so much, he actually ordered such delicious food. And he keeps asking me questions and wants to touch my head. Didn't father say that anyone who wants to touch my head must be a bad person? Chu Feng, who originally intended to reach out and touch Bali's head, felt embarrassed after receiving her disdainful look and didn't dare to touch her hair. The little girl's expression clearly showed her disdain for his intention. "All right, I'll go make a plate of stir-fried meat slices for my daughter first." Bart leaned out from the kitchen door, smiled at the little one's expression, and then looked at Chu Feng and the others, saying, "Guests, please wait a moment. I'll prepare my daughter's meal first, then I'll cook for you." After saying that, Bart turned and walked into the kitchen, putting on his gloves and starting to prepare the stir-fried meat slices. Stir-fried meat slices are really super delicious. I love them so much. "Big brother, are you sure you don't want to order a plate?" Bali's eyes sparkled with intelligence as she sat back on the bar stool behind the counter, resting her chin on her hands, looking at Chu Feng with innocent eyes. So cute. Chu Feng felt that his heart, which had been tempered like steel, softened at that moment, and he almost blurted out, "Of course I want a plate." But thinking about how he had just questioned it, it would be too embarrassing to order just because the little girl said so. He forcibly held back, crossed his arms, and said somewhat coolly, "I'll take another look and decide later." "All right, anyway, you'll love that taste later." Bali shrugged, as if she had seen through everything, and no longer paid attention to Chu Feng. Beside her, Chu Xiong and Nyo Mo1 were asked again by Bali, and after receiving the same answer, they could only turn and look towards the kitchen with anticipation. Chu Feng felt he had been looked down upon again. Having been disdainfully regarded by a little girl twice in a row, but looking at her cute appearance, what could he do? He could only forgive her. After practicing countless times in the kitchen and having made stir-fried meat slices several times in recent days, Bart completed a simple plate of stir-fried meat slices in less than 10 minutes for his daughter. When he brought out the plate of stir-fried meat slices, Bart was somewhat surprised to see Bali standing next to Chu Feng. He thought that his daughter, who appeared cute but actually had a somewhat cold personality, wouldn't he chat with Chu Feng, but now he saw Bali chatting and laughing with him. Bali, your stir-fried meat slices are ready. Smells so good. Father is amazing. Bali immediately jumped down from the high stool and ran to Bart's side, staring intently at the stir-fried meat slices in Bart's hand, clapping her little hands happily. So this is stir-fried meat slices? It doesn't look that special, right? Although it looks like large slices of stir-fried meat, there are no vegetables at all. It must be greasy to eat. Chu Feng, who had been somewhat looking forward to it, felt a bit disappointed as he looked at the so-called stir-fried meat slices. Go wash your hands first, then come eat. Bart placed the stir-fried rice on the table opposite Chu Feng and smiled at Bali. Okay. Bali ran into the kitchen, stepped on a small stool to wash her hands, then ran back to the dining table, climbed onto the chair, and leaned in to smell the dish. Her bright blue eyes instantly lit up even more. At this moment, the aroma of the stir-fried meat slices wafted over to Chu Feng, Chu Xiong, and Yoamo Wak's table, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath, their eyes widening. Chu Feng looked at the stir-fried meat slices in front of Bali with some disbelief. How could this aroma be so enticing? Father, Bali is going to start eating. Bali exclaimed as she pierced a piece of meat with her fork, then lifted a slice of stir-fried meat to her mouth, chewing happily with a face full of joy. Eating one bite after another, and swaying her body slightly, unable to stop. Gulpy. Chu Feng heard the sound of Chu Xiong swallowing beside him and looked up in surprise at Chu Xiong, then helplessly said to Bart, Boss, please give us a plate of stir-fried meat slices too. After shouting, Chu Feng felt a bit embarrassed, having just ordered so many dishes, and now actively requesting a plate of stir-fried meat slices just because it smelled good? Mainly, it was because the little girl was enjoying it so much that Chu Xiong couldn't hold back his saliva either. Chu Feng glanced at Bali, who was enjoying her food across from him, thinking to himself. But Chu Xiong and Nyo Mo Wang beside him pulled their heads back from the table and resumed their cool poses, saying, Actually, boss, we're not that interested in eating. We just feel like we should give the little girl some face and reluctantly order a plate. Okay, please wait a moment. Bart nodded, certainly not going to say much at this moment, but he couldn't help but smile as he turned around. Chu Feng felt a bit awkward, estimating that Bart probably thought of them as proud men. Big brother, uncles, this stir-fried meat slice is really super delicious. Bali swallowed the piece of meat in her mouth, forked a large piece again, and continued, Look, isn't this piece of meat particularly beautiful and particularly tempting? Chu Feng smiled, looking at the piece of meat that was wrapped in golden juice mixed with various ingredients on the fork, and at the little girl holding the fork with eyes as pure as the sky. He instinctively nodded. Then I'll eat it for you to see. Bali's eyes flashed with mischief as she nodded, then opened her mouth and swallowed the entire stir-fried meat slice on the fork, chewing happily as she said, Delicious. Really delicious. Chu Feng opened his mouth, looking at the little girl who was completely immersed in the stir-fried meat slices in front of her, while Chu Xiong and Nyo Mo Wang beside him had the same expression. For a moment, they felt like they had a lot to say but couldn't find the words. If it had been a man sitting across from them, Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King would have probably exploded his head by now. But looking at the little girl who was happily eating, they couldn't feel angry at all. In fact, they found her quite adorable. After wandering around for a whole morning, Chu Feng and the others were already a bit hungry. Now, watching the little girl Bali happily munching on her food, they felt even hungrier. If it weren't for their rationality, they would have wanted to rush over and snatch a few pieces of meat to eat. Soon, Bart placed 3 portions of stir-fried meat slices inside to heat up, then brought out the 3 portions and gently placed them in front of Chu Feng and the others. Smiling, your stir-fried meat slices. Chu Feng and the others were completely captivated by the enormous plate of meat slices in front of them, as an unknown rich aroma wafted towards them. Instantly, their mouths watered. Chu Feng had never encountered such an enticing smell from food before. The slices of meat were clearly enveloped in a layer of golden sauce, glistening slightly under the light as if they were glowing. The colorful ingredients cut into pieces mixed together, vibrant and bright in color. So many different ingredients were stir-fried together without any pepper or salt on the side. Was this food already seasoned? This completely overturned Chu Feng's understanding of cuisine. Could it be that the food from this other world had reached such a level? Bart stood by, calm on the surface, but feeling a bit anxious and excited inside. Although Basali's feedback was that it was super delicious, after all, in her heart. The best food was still those sweet crispy cakes, so her opinion could only serve as a reference. Chu Feng and the others could be considered his first real customers, and their reactions and feedback would be much more valuable, helping to determine whether the stir-fried meat slices would suit the new lord's taste. What kind of cooking method is this? Will it really taste good? Chu Feng was puzzled, but driven by the aroma, he couldn't help but pick up a fork, stab a generous piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, the meat almost melted in his mouth. The winter bamboo shoots and green peas cut into bite-sized pieces were crisp and delicious. The herbs wrapped around the meat released a sweet flavor, and the soft ham mixed in with the meat was delightful. There seemed to be a taste of shrimp paste as well. Various flavors were contained within that one piece of meat. With one bite, he felt warm all over, and the fragrance of rice lingered between his lips and teeth. Chu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. It was incredibly delicious. How could there be such tasty food in this world? Although he had eaten many grand meals before, his mind was now filled with this thought. Unable to resist, he stabbed another large piece of meat with his fork, and eventually, he simply held the plate with one hand and the fork with the other, eating bite after bite without stopping. Compared to the barbecue at Ming Tai Building, this was simply poorly made. The burnt taste he could tolerate before would no longer be acceptable starting today. This enormous plate of stir-fried meat slices seemed to have been meticulously crafted by a master chef. In his decades of gluttonous adventures throughout the culinary empire, this was the first time he had encountered such a delicious dish. All the doubts he had about Bart and the ridicule he had in his heart were thrown out the window. In front of such delicacies, what did pride matter? What amazed Chu Feng even more was that after eating this plate of meat, the warm feeling he experienced was not an illusion, but a real sensation. It made him feel completely relaxed, as if something was nourishing his body, and the fatigue from wandering around the market was quickly alleviating. It felt like drinking a bottle of restorative magic water, but this recovery was gentler and more comfortable, nourishing him from the inside out without the fatigue that often followed magical potions. This reminded him of their previous liquid, the elixir of life. Big brother, aren't my father's stir-fried meat slices super delicious? Bali giggled, looking at Chu Xiong and the Bull Demon King, who couldn't stop eating beside Chu Feng, and said, I told you that you would fall in love with this taste. Bart stood by with a smile on his face. Chu Feng and the others' reactions said it all. This portion of stir-fried meat slices was completely irresistible to them, so there was no need to worry about whether their restaurant would be popular. It was a great start. Yes, I have already fallen in love with this taste. Chu Feng put down the plate in his hand and said to Bart, Boss, please give me another portion of this meat slice. Your meat slice is just too delicious.